Chapter 1. The affluent matron seeks me to be the father of her daughter, and offers herself in return. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, the atmosphere in the living room of certain residents was thick with ambiguity and allure. Shaolin, there is something I have long wished to express to you, she began. Mei Xiang, Auntie. Do not call me Annie, refer to me as sister. All right, sister, please speak freely. You have been so kind to me, alleviating my burdens during my times of difficulty, including waiving my rent. I am at a loss as to how to repay your generosity. Whatever I can do, I shall endeavor to accomplish. It is not as dramatic as you think. What I wish to say is, could you be the father of my daughter? Lin Xian stood there, momentarily frozen in disbelief. He gazed at the woman before him, a striking figure in her 30s, voluptuous and alluring, exuding grace and charm, her long, curvaceous legs encased in sheer stockings. His face was a portrait of astonishment. This woman was none other than his landlord, Pan Mei Xiang, a wealthy matron with a fortune exceeding 10 million, owning 5 properties. He could not fathom that she would ask him to be her daughter's father. The implication was that he would become Pan Mike Xiang's husband. This was utterly bewildering. After all, he was merely in his early 20s, freshly graduated from university and embarking on his career, while Mei Xiang was already in her 30s with a 6-year-old daughter. Did this arrangement truly make sense? Yet there was no denying Mike Xiang's beauty. She was intoxicating, a quintessential embodiment of femininity. Even Lin Xian found his heart racing, stirred by an unfamiliar impulse. But he simply could not entertain such a notion. They belonged to different generations, and moreover, she had a daughter to consider. Lin Xian's expression grew awkward as he regarded Mike Xiang's enchanting visage, stammering, Mei Xiang. Sister, it seems we might not be entirely suitable for this arrangement. Seeing Lin Xian's discomfort, Mei Xiang pouted playfully. What is it? Are you dismayed by the age difference? Or is it the presence of my little baggage that troubles you? Sister, you misunderstand. I harbor no disdain for you. You are so beautiful, so captivating. How could I ever think poorly of you? It's just, I feel that we might not be the best fit. Lin Xian's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, Mei Xiang burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to sway like a blooming flower. Her laughter was utterly enchanting, akin to the blossoming of a begonia. Even Lin Xian found himself momentarily entranced. Covering her mouth, she teased, "You silly boy, I was merely jesting." With a sigh of relief, Lin Xian's expression remained peculiar as he replied, "Sister, I thought you genuinely wanted me to be your husband." Ha ha ha. Mei Xiang covered her mouth, her laughter irresistibly alluring. She continued, "The situation is this. In recent days, little Een has been teased at preschool by some unruly children who have called her fatherless and other unkind names. This has left her quite distraught, and she even confronted me, questioning why she does not have a father. You are aware that after her father's unfortunate incident, I have not dared to disclose the truth to her. I thought perhaps you could impersonate her father for a while. Would you be willing to assist me with this?" Lin Xian, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered. Sister Mei Xiang wanted him to masquerade as her daughter's father. Pan Mei Xiang gazed earnestly at Lin Xian and inquired, "Do you agree?" "I agree." Lin Xian pondered for a moment before yielding. Reflecting on the kindness Mei Xiang had previously shown him, he felt compelled to acquiesce to her current request. Upon hearing his response, Pan Mei Xiang couldn't help but smile brightly and said, "Thank you so much, Shaolin." "No, it's nothing," Lin Xian replied, shaking his head. "Mei Xiang, I must return to my rental." "All right, you should go back," she replied. "Farewell." Lin Xian turned to leave, but just as he reached the door, Pan Mei Xiang called out, "Shaolin." "What is it?" Lin Xian turned to her, with a glimmer in her eyes. Pan Mei Xiang looked at him and sweetly remarked, "Once you assist me with this task, if you desire, I could help you. You understand." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian instantly comprehended her meaning, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. "So you mean?" Noticing Lin Xian's flushed face and evident embarrassment, Pan Mei Xiang gently poked his chest with her delicate finger and said softly, "I can see you want it, right?" Lin Xian felt a jolt of surprise, his face reddening even more. He stammered, undeniably intrigued. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by someone as enchanting as Mei Xiang? I understand now. Do return home, and remember to dream of me." Pan Meixiang giggled playfully. Okay, sister, I am leaving now, Lin Xian replied, his cheeks aflame as he departed. He made his way down the corridor back to his rental. All the while, his heart continued to thump wildly, as if a startled deer. The thought of Pan Meixiang stating that once he pretended to be her daughter's father, she would assist him in shedding his status as a virgin boy filled him with exhilaration. Once back at his rental, Lin Xian lay on his bed, yet images of Pan Meixiang's graceful form danced in his mind. If I could achieve something wonderful with Meixiang, it would surely bring great happiness. Wow, Lin Xian chuckled with excitement. Suppressing his enthusiasm and dismissing idle thoughts, he retrieved a pristine white dragon-shaped jade pendant from his pocket. As he caressed the pendant, tears began to flow from his eyes. Mother, that heartless man abandoned you, and even dared to send people to hunt us down. I will find him and avenge you. The Yi family in the capital, just wait. Whispering to himself, he wiped away his tears and tucked the pendant close to his heart. This jade was the only keepsake his mother had given him before her passing. She had told him that the pendant was passed down from her father before he was killed by enemies, and that he had been a village doctor, harboring a tremendous secret within the jaded as for the nature of the secret. Lin Xian had no knowledge and had not sought to uncover it. Closing his eyes, ready to drift into slumber, he was suddenly startled by commotion outside, followed by a sinister male voice proclaiming, "Listen well, that shameless woman Pan Meixiang has become too bold. Big Head has commanded that she must be taken back." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was jolted awake. He hurriedly leapt from his bed, quickly donned his clothes, and flung open the door. Peering down the corridor, he witnessed 4 men storming towards Pan Meixiang's door, forcefully kicking it open and rushing inside. Then came the sharp cry of Pan Meixiang and the plaintive wails of a little girl. "Get away. Don't touch my child. Mommy, I'm scared. Inside Pan Meixiang's home, 4 disreputable men were tugging at Pan Meixiang, who was clad in a nightgown, attempting to drag her outside. Meanwhile, a little girl, dressed in cartoon pajamas, was terrified and crying out, "Mommy, I'm scared. Take this little girl as well." One of the men in a leather jacket commanded. "Understood." Another man stepped forward, ready to scoop up the little girl. Don't touch my child." Pan Meixiang, in a state of panic, broke free from the grip of 2 men and lunged toward the assailant. He responded with a resounding slap, knocking Pan Meixiang to the ground, his face darkening as he said, "Wretched woman, dare you resist? Take them both." The man in the leather jacket ordered in a deep voice. "Yes." The group prepared to seize the mother and daughter. That moment, a figure burst into the room, shouting, "Let them go." Who the hell are you?" The man in the leather jacket fixed his gaze on the young man, speaking in a low tone. Upon seeing the young man, Pan Meixiang was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes filled with emotion, but she quickly shivered and urged, "Shaolin, you must run." The little girl, upon seeing the young man, cried out, "Are you my daddy? Daddy, save me. Save mommy." The young man, Pan Meixiang. The others? Chapter 2. Awakening in the opulent boudoir of a mature woman, the one who arrived was none other than Lin Xian. However, he was utterly bewildered when the little girl called out daddy. This young girl had mistaken him for her father. Was he really the type to assume such a role at his tender age? The ruffians cast peculiar glances between Lin Xian and Pan Meixiang. The man in the leather jacket spoke darkly. "Pan Meixiang, is he the pretty boy you were looking for? Don't speak nonsense." Pan Meixiang retorted sharply. "How can I not when this little brat is calling him daddy?" The man in the leather jacket replied coldly, "Damn it, let's take care of this kid." Yes. 2 ruffians, their faces contorted with menace, charged toward Lin Xian. Pan Meixiang gasped, shouting, "Shaolin, run." "Daddy," the little girl echoed. Lin Xian naturally could not flee. If he did, both Meixiang and her daughter would be left in dire straits. As the 2 ruffians charged at him, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted, "I'll fight you." With that declaration, he surged toward them. During his university days, Lin Xian had trained in Sanda for a few months and possessed some skills. As he reached one of the attackers, he swiftly kicked him down. "Wow, this kid has some skills." The other ruffian exclaimed in surprise. "Daddy is amazing." The little girl clapped her hands in delight. Pan Meixiang's eyes sparkled. She had not anticipated Lin Xian's prowess. "Damn it, all of you, get him. Finish off this little brat." The man in the leather jacket barked. "Yes." The rest of the ruffians charged at Lin Xian. Employing his Sanda techniques, Lin Xian struck back, knocking one down with a punch and kicking another to the ground with impressive force. "Go, Daddy!" The little girl cheered. However, just as Lin Xian was about to attack another ruffian, the man in the leather jacket suddenly dashed behind him and delivered a brutal kick to his back. Thud! Lin Xian fell face first to the ground. "Damn it, beat him to a pulp!" The man in the leather jacket roared. The ruffians began to rain down punches and kicks on Lin Xian. In mere moments, he was left battered and bruised, blood spilling from his lips. "Stop, please. I'll go with you. Just don't hit me anymore." Pan Meixiang cried out as she rushed forward, pleading. Slap! The man in the leather jacket struck her across the face, sending her sprawling. "You ungrateful wench. It's a privilege for you that our boss takes an interest in you. How dare you keep a pretty boy on the side? Keep hitting him harder." The ruffians intensified their assault. Crack! Just when Lin Xian was on the verge of being utterly devastated, a sharp sound echoed from his chest. Upon hearing that sound, Lin Xian's expression changed dramatically. His treasured jade pendant had shattered. That was the only keepsake left to him by his mother. Struggling, he reached into his clothing and pulled out the remnants of the broken pendant, his face contorted in anguish. "Oh, you beasts! I'll fight you all!" Lin Xian ground his teeth in rage, his face contorted with fury, ready to rise and fight them to the death. However, the man in the leather jacket dashed forward and violently kicked him to the ground. Subsequently, those thugs charged at Lin Xian once more, raining blows upon him. "Please, stop hitting him. I'll go with you." Pan Meixiang pleaded incessantly. "Don't hurt my father," Xiaoyin shouted desperately. Lin Xian, battered and on the verge of unconsciousness, stared blankly at the shattered jade pendant in his hand, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Mother, I'm sorry. I failed to protect the only keepsake you entrusted to me." With gritted teeth, he unexpectedly placed the fragments into his mouth and swallowed them whole, as if that were the only way to engrave his remorse and memories of his mother in his heart. As Lin Xian consumed the jade shards, they transformed into streams of azure energy, circulating through his meridians and converging in his dantian, creating an aura of profound mystery. Simultaneously, a voice, ancient and desolate, resonated within his mind. "Destined one, you have at last unlocked your fortune. From now on, I shall impart to you my lifetime of medical knowledge and divine skills. Remember my identity. I am Lin Outyin, a descendant of the Shinong sect, known as the Ancestor Outyin." At that moment, a radiant glow surged within Lin Xian's body, triggering a monumental transformation. His consciousness expanded, filled with newfound knowledge and memories. What is happening? What is the Shinong sect? Who is Lin Outyin? Confusion enveloped Lin Xian's remaining awareness. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, an overwhelming power surged within him, propelling his body forward towards the thugs. Bang! In that instant, as if aided by divine intervention, Lin Xian collided fiercely with one of the thugs, sending him crashing against the wall, from which he slid down, blood spilling from his mouth. Then, with eyes ablaze, Lin Xian charged at the remaining thugs. Bang! He knocked another one down with a single punch. Following that, he delivered a swift kick, toppling yet another. The man in the leather jacket, astonished by Lin Xian's sudden prowess, drew a switchblade, lunging towards him. "Shaolin, watch out! Father, be careful!" Pan Meixiang and her daughter cried out. Yet, before he could reach Lin Xian's fist struck him squarely in the face. Thud! The man in the leather jacket was sent sprawling, bloodied and beaten. "You will all pay." Lin Xian's face twisted with ferocity, his eyes glinting with a menacing light as he charged at the man in the leather jacket. The thug was utterly terrified. He realized that this young man was a monster, someone not to be trifled with. "It's a monster! Retreat!" In a state of sheer panic, the leather-clad man scrambled to his feet and fled. The other thugs quickly followed suit, limping away in haste. The one Lin Xian had sent crashing into the wall desperately crawled outside, shouting, "Wait for me. I will kill you all." Lin Xian roared in fury, pursuing them. However, just as he reached the door, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Shaolin, father!" Before Lin Xian fell into a deep slumber, he faintly heard two anxious voices calling out. After an indeterminate period, he gradually awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, he was greeted by an intoxicating fragrance, reminiscent of the scent belonging to Mei Xiang. As he glanced around, he was taken aback. He found himself lying on a soft, pink bed, covered with a fragrant pink quilt. The room itself was adorned in shades of pink, exuding an extreme warmth. Where am I? My head feels a bit heavy. What is this in my mind? Shenong's 9 needles of thunder, Shenong's secret techniques, Shenong's 9 transformations of mystique. Goodness. I was attacked yesterday and seemed to hear an elderly voice imparting some medical skills and divine powers. Could it all be true? Lin Xian's face was a portrait of bewilderment as he hastily examined his hands. They appeared entirely ordinary, indistinguishable from a norm. Just as Lin Xian was engulfed in doubt, the door swung open and a little girl clad in a princess dress dashed in, calling sweetly, "Daddy, you're awake." Lin Xian stared blankly at the little girl, utterly perplexed. "You?" The little girl hurried to the bedside, leaning over with her large, round eyes, akin to black grapes, staring at him in astonishment. "Daddy, you don't recognize me anymore? I'm Xiaoyin." Lin Xian felt utterly speechless, thinking to himself, "I am not your father, for heaven's sake. I am far too young to have a child. Besides, calling me daddy makes me an accidental father." However, he couldn't bear to hurt the little girl, especially since he had promised Mei Xiang the night before to pretend to be Xiaoyin's father. With a wry smile, he queried, "Little Xiaoyin, where exactly am I?" Xiaoyin replied with a grin, "You are of course in my mommy's room. Mommy is cooking right now. I will go tell her that you are awake." With that, she dashed out, her face alight with excitement. Lin Xian was left in a state of astonishment, realizing that he was indeed in Mei Xiang's room. This meant that the bed had been slept in by Mei Xiang, and the quilt was also hers? No wonder it smelled so delightful. He lifted the quilt and took a deep whiff, the fragrance unmistakably belonging to Mei Xiang, an exquisite aroma. At that moment, footsteps approached, prompting Lin Xian to hastily put down the quilt. In walked Mei Xiang, clad in a nightgown, her face beaming with joy. "Xiaolin, you're awake." As Lin Xian beheld Mei Xiang, his eyes widened imperceptibly. She wore a rather sheer nightgown, undeniably alluring. "Mei Xiang, I'm awake," Lin Xian stammered. "Oh, why did Daddy call you sister?" Xiaoyin, who had followed Mei Xiang, inquired with a puzzled expression. Mei Xiang exchanged a glance with Lin Xian, her eyes pleading, silently urging him not to disclose the truth to Xiaoyin. Lin Xian understood and subtly nodded, causing Mei Xiang to exhale in relief. "Xiaoyin, it's like this. Your mommy is older than your daddy, so he calls me sister." "Yes, that's right," Lin Xian chimed in. "Oh, is that so?" He. Little Yin laughed joyfully, leaning over the edge of the bed, her large eyes fixed on Lin Xian, making him feel quite uneasy. With a hint of guilt, Lin Xian asked, "Little Yin, what is the matter?" "Daddy, I want to ask you something." Little Yin blinked her eyes and replied. "Go ahead." He said, "Daddy, why is it that I've grown up and you've never come to find me?" Little Yin's big eyes sparkled with a sense of grievance. This question left Lin Xian at a loss for words. Seeking help, he glanced at Mei Xiang. Mei Xiang's eyes flickered before she spoke. "Little Yin, Mommy has told you before that Daddy was working far away and couldn't come back. But now he has returned." "Oh, Daddy, now that you're back, will you leave again?" Little Yin asked with eager eyes. "I want be leaving again." Lin Xian shook his head with a smile. "Oh yay, that's wonderful. I thought you would leave again and forget about me." Little Yin exclaimed, "Daddy, do you know, during the time you were gone, my classmates said I didn't have a father and called me a wild child. I told them I had a daddy, but they just wouldn't believe me. Now that you're back, I can tell them I have a daddy." Her large eyes glimmered like crescent moons as she laughed joyfully. Hearing Little Yin's words, Lin Xian felt a pang of sorrow. He understood her feelings all too well. Having grown up without a father himself, he had also faced similar taunts at school. Now, he saw his own reflection in Little Yin. He couldn't help but reach out, gently stroking her little face, and said, "Yes, Little Yin, you have a daddy. I am your daddy." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Mei Xiang, standing nearby, felt a tremor in her heart, her eyes glimmering with warmth and complexity. He. Little Yin laughed happily, grabbing Lin Xian's hand. "Daddy, you're amazing." Yesterday, you single-handedly drove away so many bad guys. You were just like Ultraman. Lin Xian recalled his experience from the previous day. His memory was somewhat hazy, but after swallowing the fragments of that jade pendant, he had undergone a transformation, becoming remarkably strong, and had driven those ruffians away. He suspected that it might be linked to the Shinong inheritance he received after losing consciousness. However, he wasn't entirely certain, as everything felt surreal. He would need to find an opportunity to test it. Lin Xian smiled at little Een, saying, "Daddy will continue to protect you and Mommy." Hee, that's great. Little Een laughed cheerfully. Little Een, why don't you go play for a bit? Mommy and Daddy need to talk, Pan Meixiang said to her. Oh, okay. Daddy, I'm going out. Little Een winked at Lin Xian. Go ahead, Lin Xian nodded. Little Een skipped away, her joy evident. Once she left, Pan Meixiang closed the door and approached the bed, looking at Lin Xian with gratitude. Shaolin, thank you so much. Lin Xian shook his head. It's nothing. Who were those ruffians? Pan Meixiang sighed softly. There's a thug named Datu who has taken a fancy to me and insists that I become his mistress. When I refused, he directly came to take me away. Damn it, there's no law left. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Alas, Datu, the notorious leader of the ruffians in our vicinity, is quite domineering and fierce. What can a mere woman like me do? Sighed Pan Meixiang. Lin Xian wore a peculiar expression, fully aware of the hardships faced by Pan Meixiang, a single mother. With a forced smile, Pan Meixiang said, Shaolin, I must thank you for pretending to be Xiaoyin's father. It was merely a trivial act, Lin Xian replied, shaking his head. You know, after you scared off those thugs yesterday, Xiaoyin was especially exhilarated and joyful. She stayed by the bedside, watching you all night, calling out Daddy. To be honest, I somewhat wish you truly were her father, Pan Meixiang remarked, her expression unusual. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression also turned strange as he cast a fleeting glance at Pan Meixiang. Although she was over 30, she appeared merely in her late 20s, her voluptuous figure exuding an alluring charm. The thought of having her as a wife ignited an impulsive desire in Lin Xian's heart. However, he quickly dismissed such a preposterous notion. At merely 22, to recklessly pursue a widow with a child would surely be met with disapproval from his mother. Noticing Lin Xian lost in thought, Pan Meixiang said, Shaolin, may I ask you for a favor? Sister, please speak, Lin Xian replied. Currently, Xiaoyin is utterly convinced that you are her father. Could you continue to play this role for a few more days without revealing the truth? Pan Meixiang pleaded. Very well, I shall oblige. Lin Xian contemplated before agreeing. Shaolin, I cannot express how grateful I am. Pan Meixiang's eyes sparkled with appreciation. It's nothing, Lin Xian said, shaking his head. Oh, Shaolin, you were severely injured yesterday. How do you feel now? Should we go to the hospital? Pan Meixiang inquired with concern. No need. I feel perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong at all. Lin Xian quickly replied with a smile. It's quite miraculous. I had some training in nursing, and when I examined you last night, I found you had no injuries whatsoever. Truly astonishing, Pan Meixiang remarked. Lin Xian mused that his swift recovery must be linked to some kind of heritage. Perhaps it is simply due to my robust constitution, he suggested. Indeed, that could be the case. Shaolin, do rest well. I shall fetch you some food. You can eat in your room, she said, turning her curvaceous figure to leave. Lin Xian called out, Sister, what time is it now? It is 9 in the morning, Pan Meixiang replied. What? 9 o'clock? Oh no, Lin Xian exclaimed, hastily leaping from the bed. What's wrong? Pan Meixiang asked, startled. I'm going to be late for work. Lin Xian lamented. Pan Meixiang chuckled. I thought it was something serious. It's just work. You can simply take a leave. No, I cannot. Today, a significant boss is visiting our construction site, and as a worker, I must be present. I need to hurry. With that, Lin Xian dashed out of bed, only to realize he was only wearing shorts. His face flushing crimson. Sister, where are my clothes? Your clothes were too filthy, so I washed them for you. Oh, I bought you several new outfits. You can try them on. I'll go fetch them, she replied. All right, Lin Xian said as Pan Meixiang went to retrieve the garments. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead and found his phone on the bedside table. Upon glancing at the screen, his complexion turned pale. Zhang, his superior, had already called him 5 or 6 times. Hastily, Lin Xian attempted to return the call, but each time it was met with disconnection. Clearly, Zhang was furious and had given up on him. Lin Xian could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head, realizing that misfortune was looming over him. Xiao Lin, change your clothes, Pan Meixiang said, bringing a set of clothes and placing them by the bed. All right, Lin Xian replied, beginning to dress. Pan Meixiang gazed at his physique with a hint of admiration, saying, Xiao Lin, you have quite a commendable figure. Lin Xian felt a flush of embarrassment creep onto his face as he replied, it's just passable. During his university days, he had been somewhat of an athlete, thus maintaining a commendable physique. Moreover, after the transformative experience he had the previous night, his body had become even more refined. Once dressed, Lin Xian hurriedly made his way outside. Pan Meixiang followed, urging, Xiao Lin, you should eat something first. I don't have time. He shook his head, continuing his stride. Just then, Xiao Yin rushed over, asking, Daddy, where are you going? Looking down at her, Lin Xian replied softly, Daddy has to go to work. Will you be gone for a long time? Xiao Yin inquired, her big eyes filled with reluctance. No, Daddy will come back after work, Lin Xian reassured her gently. Daddy, you won't forget about Xiao Yin, will you? She asked, her voice tinged with worry. How could I? You are Daddy's little treasure. I could never forget you, Lin Xian assured her. Yay, that's great, Xiao Yin exclaimed with a sweet smile. Xiao Yin, Daddy has to go to work now, but I will spend time with you after I finish, Pan Meixiang added. Okay, Mommy, Xiao Yin responded cheerfully. Goodbye, Xiao Yin. Goodbye, Daddy, Lin Xian said as he walked away. Suddenly, Xiao Yin called out, Daddy, will you come to pick me up after school this afternoon? Lin Xian paused, realizing he would be working late and wouldn't have time to pick her up. Daddy, don't you want to pick me up? Xiao Yin's eyes brimmed with disappointment. Pan Meixiang approached, saying, Xiao Yin, don't fuss. Daddy is very busy with work. No, I have the afternoon off, so I can pick up Xiao Yin. Lin Xian interjected, glancing at Pan Meixiang and then back at Xiao Yin, eager to alleviate her disappointment. Pan Meixiang's body trembled slightly at his words, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. She understood that Lin Xian had intentionally claimed he was off to ensure he could pick up their daughter. Xiao Yin's face lit up with joy as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, Oh yay, Xiao Yin is so happy. Then Daddy is off, Lin Xian said with a smile before continuing on his way. Goodbye, Daddy, Xiao Yin chirped sweetly. Once Lin Xian had departed, Pan Meixiang turned to Xiao Yin and asked, Xiao Yin, do you like Daddy? Without hesitation, Xiao Yin replied, Of course I love Daddy. He like Ultraman. With Daddy around, no one can bully Xiao Yin or Mommy. Pan Meixiang shuddered at her words, tears welling in her eyes. A wave of unexpected emotion surged within her. However, she quickly shook her head. She was a widow, burdened with a child. How could such a dream be possible? Lin Xian departed from Pan Meixiang's residence, a lingering warmth enveloping his heart, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I have never even held a girl's hand. Yet I find myself as a father, one irony. Shaking his head, Lin Xian hailed a taxi and headed straight to the construction site. As he sat in the back seat, the image of Pan Meixiang's graceful figure danced in his mind, igniting an unusual impulse within him. Sister Meixiang is truly enchanting. If only I could. No, stop those nonsensical thoughts. We are simply not meant to be. Lin Xian cast aside such musings, instinctively reaching for his chest, only to find it empty. The jade pendant was gone. It dawned on him that the pendant had been shattered by those ruffians, and he had even swallowed the remnants. Remarkably, after ingesting those shards, he had inexplicably acquired the legacy of Shinno. Suddenly, he recalled his mother's words about the pendant harboring a tremendous secret. Could this be it? Lin Xian was at a loss. Before long, he arrived at the construction site, changed into his worker's uniform in the locker room, and rushed towards the work area. Upon reaching the site, he found a crowd gathered around a stunning urban woman clad in a black silk professional outfit, her beauty breathtaking. It was evident that she was the boss. As Lin Xian beheld her, his eyes widened slightly. He had never encountered a woman so beautiful. The lady was tall and graceful, her features picturesque, each smile and frown possessing an enchanting allure. To put it mildly, she resembled a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Even the goddesses on television would pale in comparison. How beautiful! Lin Xian gazed at the woman, unable to suppress his admiration. The lady, seemingly sensing his gaze, turned her mesmerizing eyes toward him, her delicate brows furrowing slightly in disdain. Beside her stood a rotund man in a suit who, upon noticing Lin Xian's unabashed stare, scowled and bellowed, "You little upstart, what are you staring at? Who do you think you are to be so rude to Ms. Chu?" "Mr. Wang, I apologize. He is my subordinate. I will reprimand him." Another dark-skinned, portly man interjected, panic evident in his expression. This man, Zhang Hong, was Lin Xian's direct supervisor, often referred to as Fatty Zhang. "Mr. Wang thundered, your subordinate? Such a lack of etiquette. Fire him immediately." Yes, I will do it at once," Zhang Hong replied, his face contorted with anger as he rushed towards Lin Xian, shouting, "Lin Xian, you insolent wretch, how dare you show such disrespect to Ms. Chu? Pack your things and get lost this instant." Manager Zhang, I wish to explain," Lin Xian began, but Zhang Hong cut him off, roaring, "Explain? Get out." With no other choice, Lin Xian turned to leave. However, just as he took a few steps, a voice, cold yet melodious, as if echoing from the heavens, rang out. "Enough." He merely glanced at me. There is no need to dismiss him. Upon hearing that enchanting voice, Lin Xian's body trembled, and he quickly turned to see the ethereal Ms. Chu casting a fleeting glance in his direction before she continued on her way. Lin Xian stared blankly at her, an unusual emotion stirring within him. Chapter 5. The secretary suffers severe injury. Lin Xian did not expect that the enchanting general manager Chu would speak on his behalf, which filled his heart with gratitude. Upon hearing Chu Mengshue's words, General Manager Wang cast a fierce glance at Lin Xian and glared at the plump Zhang. "Did you hear what General Manager Chu said? Give him a chance, and manage your people properly." Yes, Zhang Hong nodded repeatedly with a bow. They walked away. Zhang Hong turned and glared at Lin Xian, his face contorted in rage as he shouted, "Lin Xian, General Manager Chu has shown you exceptional mercy and spared you. However, while death can be avoided, punishment cannot be escaped. Your salary for this half-month is gone. Get lost." Lin Xian sighed softly, casting a complex glance at the ethereal beauty of General Manager Chu before walking in a certain direction. As he walked, his gaze occasionally drifted back to General Manager Chu. That woman, akin to a celestial star, was breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a tremor in his heart. It was truly astonishing that such a lofty woman would speak on my behalf. Lin Xian mused. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted. Xiaoli, quickly call 120. Wang Zhihao, if anything happens to Xiaoli, I will not let you off. General Manager, enough nonsense. Call 120 now. Yes. Is there a doctor here? Doctor. Lao Zhang, quickly summon Lao Sun. Yes. Lin Xian, hearing the panic cries, turned to look and was momentarily stunned. He saw a capable girl in a white uniform with shoulder-length hair, a steel bar piercing her chest. General Manager Chu held the girl tightly, her face filled with panic, tears streaming down as she cried, "Xiaoli, you must hold on." Lin Xian realized that a steel bar had fallen from a height and pierced Xiaoli's heart. "General Manager, I can't hold on any longer," Xiaoli said weakly, her face pale, eyes growing increasingly vacant as she looked towards Chu Mingxiu. General Manager Chu, weeping, implored, "No, you must hold on. You sacrifice yourself to save me. I will definitely save you." Indeed, just moments ago, when Chu Mengxue was inspecting with the others, a steel bar had suddenly fallen towards her. In that instant, Secretary Xiao Li had acted swiftly, pushing Chu Mengxue aside, only to have the steel bar pierce her own heart. "General Manager, after I die, please take care of my mother and my younger brother," Xiao Li said weakly, her eyes fluttering as she prepared to close them. "No, don't say that. You will be fine. Wang Zhihao, where's the doctor? If anything happens to Xiao Li, you can forget about this project." Chu Mingxue shouted furiously at General Manager Wang. Wang Zhihao, his corpulent body trembling, yelled at Zhang Hong, "Where is Lao Sun?" Zhang Hong stammered, You'll be here soon." "General Manager, please don't panic. Lao Sun is on his way. He was a military doctor and is highly skilled in medicine, especially in emergency care." Wang Zhihao hastily reassured. But Chu Mengxue continued to hold Xiao Li, repeatedly calling out, "Xiao Li, you must hold on." Xiao Li's eyes gradually lost their luster. And just then, a voice rang out, "I can save her," with a swish. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, and saw a young man clad in a yellow vest and wearing a yellow safety helmet striding confidently towards them. Upon seeing the young man, Zhang Hong rushed forward, bellowing, "Lin Xian, what chaos are you causing?" Lin Xian turned to Zhang Hong and replied, "Manager Zhang, I am not causing any trouble. I can save her." "What nonsense! You're merely a construction worker. You know nothing about saving lives. Don't embarrass yourself here. Get lost." Zhang chuted angrily. "I truly can," Lin Xian insisted. "You can't even hold a candle to the situation. You need to disappear immediately. With your pitiful status, how dare you seek favor before President Chu?" Zhang Hong roared. Wang Zhihao also shouted, "Make this little nobody vanish at once." Zhang Hong glared fiercely at Lin Xian, demanding leave now. Lin Xian let out a soft sigh and turned to Chu Mengxue, saying, "President Chu, just then." A jubilant voice interrupted, "All right, old son is here." As the words fell, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat, carrying a first aid kit, hurried over. He was the head of the medical station on the construction site. Seeing Dr. Sun's arrival, Lin Xian fell silent, allowing the doctor to handle the emergency. After all, the legacy he had received might not be of any use. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary risks. "Old son, please save Secretary Li. She is President Chu's personal secretary," Wang Zhihao urged as he pulled Dr. Sunday. Zhang Hong rushed forward as well, pleading, "Old son, I beg you." Chu Mengxue added, "Dr. Sun, I implore you to save Xiao Li." Dr. Sun, with a square face and an air of integrity, looked at Chu Mengxue and said, "You should call for an ambulance. I can only provide the most basic first aid." As he examined Xiao Li's injuries, his expression darkened considerably. Chu Mengxue anxiously inquired, "What is the situation?" Dr. Sun sighed. "Upon my preliminary examination, this rebar appears to have pierced her heart. I'm afraid—" "Ah? Dr. Sun, I've heard you're a veteran medic. Please save Xiao Li." Chu Mengxue pleaded desperately. Dr. Sun replied somberly, "President Chu, it's not that I do not wish to help, but with the rebar penetrating her heart and the lack of medical equipment here, I can only express my apologies. Dr. Sun, you must do your utmost. She is the president of the Chu Corporation." Wang Zhihao implored. "I know she is the president, but her status has no bearing on this situation. Alas, this young lady is beyond saving." Dr. Sun's face was grim. Chu Mengxue embraced Xiao Li, her voice trembling as she cried, "Xiao Li, please wake up, wake up." Yet, Xiao Li's body grew increasingly stiff, and her breath faded. Dr. Sun examined her once more and turned to Chu Mengxue, stating, "There is no hope. Please accept my condolences." "Xiao Li, how foolish you are!" Chu Mengxue lamented, collapsing to the ground, consumed by grief. Wang Zhihao's face was equally pale, muttering, "It's over. My project is doomed." Zhang Hong, too, wore a grim expression, murmuring, "It's finished. With this incident, Wang Zhihao will surely strip me of my skin." Chu Mengxue held the bloodied Xiao Li tightly, repeatedly saying, "How foolish you are." Just then, a figure approached quickly, declaring, "President Chu, I can save her." Chapter 6. Let him heal. "You? Can you really save her?" Chu Mengxue looked at Lin Xian, her face a mixture of surprise and skepticism. "Indeed, I can," Lin Xian affirmed resolutely. "You can't possibly." Before Chu Mengxue could utter a word, Zhang Hong immediately interjected, "President Chu, he is merely a lowly construction worker, utterly devoid of any medical skills." "Lin Xian, be gone. Do not seek to draw attention to yourself here and humiliate yourself." I, Lin Xian, gazed at Zhang Hong's fierce demeanor, feeling quite helpless. Wang Zhihao also glared at Lin Xian, sternly declaring, "You wretched creature, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You are just staring at President Chu, clearly harboring ill thoughts. Now you wish to showcase yourself before her. How utterly shameless. Depart. This brat, merely a construction worker, dares to claim he can save Secretary Li. It is truly laughable. Huh. This fellow is clearly yearning for attention. I know him all too well. Even Old Sun has confirmed that Secretary Li is beyond saving. Yet this fool still attempts to show off, claiming he can save him. What a farce. Zhang, what kind of imbecile have you hired? Hurry and make him disappear. He is a nuisance. Several prominent figures chimed in, mercilessly deriding Lin Xian as a mere jester. Even Old Sun, with a darkened expression, glared at Lin Xian and admonished, "You overestimate yourself. Everyone, please calm your tempers. I will ensure this fool is gone." Damn it, Lin Xian, get out. Zhang Hong apologized to the crowd before turning to Lin Xian and shouting, spittle flying onto Lin Xian's face. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lin Xian wiped the saliva from his face, casting a deep glance at Secretary Li before turning to depart. President Xu, this fellow only seeks to draw attention. Do not heed him. Wan Ziao Uet Ju Menga. Chu Mengxue stared blankly at Lin Xian's retreating figure, her eyes flickering with a hint of conflict. As Lin Xian walked several meters away, suddenly, Chu Mengxue's voice rang out. Wait! Lin Xian halted, turning to face Chu Mengxue. President Xu, is there something you wish to discuss? The others regarded Chu Mengxue with curious expressions. Chu Mengxue looked at Lin Xian and said, "You will save Shaoli." A collective gasp arose among the crowd as they exclaimed, President Xu. This fellow is merely a construction worker, utterly ignorant of medicine. Why allow him to meddle? Indeed, President Xu, you must exercise caution. This lad is just a recent university graduate, a mere intern, with no understanding of medical science whatsoever. Do you doubt my diagnosis, President Xu? I stake my reputation on the fact that Secretary Li is beyond saving. Even if Hua Tuo were alive, he cannot save Secretary Li. Old Sun, feeling his dignity threatened, spoke with a grim countenance. Chu Mengxue surveyed the crowd and declared, since you all believe Shao Li is doomed, let him try. How much worse can it get? I have made my decision. Lin Xian will treat Shao Li. Lin Xian, you shall proceed with the treatment. Do you truly have faith in me? Lin Xian asked, gazing at the stunning woman before him. Chu Mengxue gently shook her head. I do not believe in you. But I can only approach this situation with the mindset of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Lin Xian felt a bit speechless. He understood that he was just a humble construction worker. How could he possibly earn Chu Mengxue's trust? Not only did Chu Mengxue doubt him, but even he himself was uncertain of the efficacy of the medical skills he had inherited. Lin Xian declared, very well, I shall proceed to treat Secretary Li. Chu Mengxue nodded gently, stating, Lin Xian, if you manage to save Secretary Li, I will reward you with 5 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 1 million might not be a significant sum for many present, but for a recent university graduate, it was a fortune indeed. However, upon hearing this, Lin Xian merely shook his head and replied, I do not save lives for monetary gain. How pretentious! Zhang Hong spat derisively and coldly addressed Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I hereby announce your dismissal. Turning to Chu, he added, I have expelled Lin Xian. Should he attempt to treat Secretary Li and any adverse consequences arise, our construction site will bear no responsibility. He alone will be accountable. Zhang Hong's decision to expel Lin Xian stemmed from his fear that Lin Xian's misguided attempts might lead to negative repercussions. Wang Jiao secretly admired ein Onges König. Lin Xian, unfazed by his dismissal, retorted coldly, rest assured, I will take full responsibility for any outcomes resulting from my treatment of Secretary Li. Our team bears no relation to this matter. That will be most agreeable. Zhang Hong sneered. Chu Mengxue shot a glance at Zhang Hong, her impatience evident as she urged. Enough of her chatter. Lin Xian, please save Shao Li promptly. Understood. Lin Xian nodded and approached Secretary Li to assess her injuries. The elderly son, his face darkened, remarked, I want to see how this young man intends to bring her back to life. If he succeeds, I shall kneel and honor him as my master. Lin Xian glanced at the old man, but said nothing, shaking his head gently as he continued to examine Secretary Li's wounds. In his mind, the details of her injuries and a treatment plan began to materialize, leaving Lin Xian quite astonished at the remarkable capabilities of the Shenong legacy. Injuries. A steel bar had pierced through the chest, mere millimeters from the heart. Treatment plan. Employ the first 3 needles of the Shinong Thunderfire 9 needles to seal the wound. Then remove the steel bar, followed by 3 additional needles. Utilizing the Shinong secret technique to channel vital energy, assisting with the acupuncture. Upon reviewing the injuries, Lin Xian found the task straightforward. Yet the thought of channeling vital energy posed a challenge. As an ordinary individual, how could he possibly harness such a force? He attempted to mobilize the meridians using the Shinong secret technique and was astonished to discover a faint flow of energy within his own channels. Could this indeed be vital energy? This revelation filled Lin Xian with delight. If he could harness this vital energy, the task would become manageable. What is it? Chu Mengxue inquired, noticing Lin Xian's fixated gaze on Secretary Li's wound. Regaining his composure, Lin Xian responded, Chu, I have devised a treatment plan. But there are 2 significant challenges. Please, I shall do my utmost to assist. Chu Mengxue replied eagerly. Firstly, to treat Secretary Li, I will require silver needles for acupuncture. Silver needles? Before Lin Xian could finish his sentence, Zhang Hong interrupted with a derisive laugh. What do you think you're doing? So, you intend to use acupuncture? I've only heard that acupuncture is for wellness. When did it become a means to save lives? Huh, how ludicrous. I thought this young man was something special. Turns out he relies on traditional Chinese medicine, which everyone knows is merely a trick. Traditional Chinese medicine cannot simply be dismissed as a mere trick. Its ancient practitioners possessed remarkable skills. However, the present state of the field leaves much to be desired, as many have noted with disdain towards Lin Xian, whose expression darkened under their scrutiny. Silence, Chu Mengxue commanded, then turned to Lin Xian, stating, I will immediately send someone to procure silver needles. No need. I have some here. I shall lend them to you. She added, eager to see how he would employ acupuncture to heal. At that moment, Old Sun interjected, pulling a needle pouch from his medical kit and handing it to Lin Xian with a mocking expression. Lin Xian understood that Old Sun's gesture was far from altruistic. He sought to witness Lin Xian's embarrassment. Nevertheless, he accepted the silver needles, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Not at all. I am keen to see how you intend to save someone with those needles. Let me remind you that I have studied traditional Chinese medicine for several years and possess considerable knowledge. Should you dare to misuse acupuncture, I will expose you on the spot. Old Sun retorted with a cold smirk. Lin Xian merely shook his head, opting not to engage further. Now, please proceed with the second challenge, Chu Mengxue instructed. Secondly, I require Secretary Li to remove her upper garment, Lin Xian declared, prompting an uproar among the onlookers. Chu Zong, did you hear that? This fellow not only seeks to attract attention, but also has the audacity to act lewdly. One exclaimed, this little brat is utterly despicable. To save a life and yet demand someone undress. How repugnant. He must be eyeing Secretary Li's alluring beauty with ulterior motives. Indeed, Chu Zong, we have already dismissed this scoundrel. We will not bear responsibility should anything go awry. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chu Mengxue fixed him with a piercing gaze, inquiring, what do you mean by that? Sensing her stern expression, Lin Xian quickly clarified, Chu Zong, you misunderstand. I intend to perform acupuncture near the site of Secretary Li's injury. It would be impractical to do so through clothing. Of course, complete disrobing is unnecessary. Exposing merely the skin around the wound will suffice. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances, realizing that Lin Xian's intentions were solely for the sake of treatment, not for any inappropriate advances. Chu Mengxue's expression softened as she said, that is acceptable. Do you have any other requests? Lin Xian replied, no, but it is imperative to transfer Secretary Li to a sealed room promptly. The current environment is too drafty and detrimental to her healing. Understood. Chu Mengxue immediately turned to Wang Zhihao, commanding, find me a clean, enclosed room nearby. Wang Zhihao appeared reluctant, but eventually conceded. Let us use the reception room. Then we shall proceed to the reception room, Chu Mengxue affirmed, instructing her aides to bring a stretcher for Secretary Li and lay her on it before transporting her to the reception room. Upon arrival, they placed Secretary Li gently on the sofa. Lin Xian addressed Chu Mengxue, Chu Zong, I request that you remain. The rest may leave. Very well. Chu Mingxue promptly directed the others. All of you, please exit. Old Sun interjected, Chu Zong, as the only doctor here, I wish to stay and observe his treatment. Chu Mingxue hesitated momentarily before Lin Xian said, All right, let Dr. Sun remain. Chu Mingxue nodded slightly, and then instructed the others, You may all leave now. As others departed, Wang Zhihao sarcastically remarked, President Chu, this Lin Xian has nothing to do with us anymore. Whatever happens, we bear no responsibility. Understood. Now leave. Chu Mingxue replied coldly. Zhang Hong sneered. Damn it, you attention seeker. Soon you'll embarrass yourself. In the reception room, Lin Xian turned to Chu Mingxue and said, President Chu, please remove Secretary Li's coat. Very well. Chu Mingxue complied, taking off Secretary Li's coat. With a voluptuous figure, Secretary Li's curves were striking. Lin Xian found it difficult to avert his gaze. As Chu Mingxue removed the outer uniform, a white shirt was revealed beneath. Should I take off the shirt as well? Zhu men ge in gui. Cough, no need. Just unbutton a few to expose the skin near her injury, Lin Xian instructed. Understood. Chu Mingxue proceeded to unfasten several buttons on Secretary Li's shirt. Due to Secretary Li's alluring physique, as the buttons came undone, her fullness became almost apparent. Lin Xian stole a glance, nearly causing his nose to bleed. His mind raced with thoughts, yet he maintained a facade of composure. All right, you may begin the treatment, Chu Mingxue urged. Lin Xian responded, moving to the sofa. From a needle pouch given by Old Sun, he retrieved a silver needle, trembling as he prepared to puncture a pressure point near Secretary Li's wound. It was his first time performing acupuncture, leaving him both anxious and exhilarated, causing his hands to shake. Wait, Old Sun suddenly interjected. As Lin Xian was about to insert the needle, he trembled, nearly misplacing it. He turned to Old Sun, frowning. Dr. Sun, what is it? Old Sun fixed a penetrating gaze upon him. Young man, are you certain you know how to perform acupuncture? Of course I do. Lin Xian replied with a hint of insecurity. In truth, he was not proficient, yet possessing the supreme technique of the divine farmer's thunder fire 9 needles allowed him to claim some knowledge. If you truly know, then why are your hands shaking so? Old Sun continued sternly. A competent acupuncturist, even an apprentice, would not tremble. Your shaking indicates your lack of skill. Lin Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. Observing his discomfort, Old Sun chuckled derisively and turned to Chu Mingxue. President Chu, do you see? He is utterly incapable. The moment I questioned him, he became flustered. Should you really allow him to treat Secretary Li? Chu Mingxue's expression was complex as she regarded Lin Xian. What do you have to say for yourself? What can I say? Lin Xian stammered. President Chu, you previously mentioned that Secretary Li has already been condemned in their eyes, allowing me to treat her. What worse can happen? Did you hear that? This kid is treating it as a game. Do not let him proceed. Old Sun exclaimed. Chu Mingxue's countenance wavered, a tangle of emotions swirling within her. Truthfully, she too doubted Lin Xian's reliability. She looked directly at Lin Xian and asked, Lin Xian, tell me honestly, do you truly possess medical skills? I do. Lin Xian declared emphatically. Let me be clear. The time remaining to save Secretary Li is less than 5 minutes. If we dawdle any longer, it will be too late. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingxue's body trembled slightly, and she promptly replied, Very well, proceed with the treatment. In any case, let's treat this dead horse as if it were alive. Mr. Chu, please do not act impulsively. You truly trust this young man. All right, Dr. Sun, enough of your words. Young Li is already in such a dire state. It cannot get any worse. Let Lin Xian give a try. This is utterly absurd. It is an immense disrespect to the deceased. Fine. Good lad. I dare you to show off. If you truly manage to save Secretary Li, I shall kneel and call you my master. Dr. Sun glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head, grasped the needle, and with trembling hands, aimed for an acupoint near Secretary Li's wound. Dr. Sun observed Lin Xian's unsteady hand and wore a mocking expression, while Chu Mingxue furrowed her brows. Reflecting, have I been too hasty? I have entrusted young Li's life to a construction worker. However, given the circumstances, let him have a chance. Remarkably, when Lin Xian inserted a silver needle near Secretary Li's heart, The bleeding from the wound began to slow. Dr. Sun witnessed this and displayed a hint of astonishment, but soon scoffed to himself. What use is stopping the bleeding when the person is already dead? Lin Xian, delighted at the sight of the slowed bleeding, thought to himself, this divine farmer's 9 needles truly is remarkable. He proceeded to the second needle, taking a deep breath, his hand still trembling as he targeted another acupoint. Just as he was about to insert the needle, Dr. Sun abruptly shouted, "Wait." Chapter 8. Creating Miracles. Dr. Sun's abrupt command startled Lin Xian, causing him to almost misplace the needle. With a sharp gaze, Lin Xian turned to Dr. Sun. "What more do you wish to say, Dr. Sun?" Dr. Sun, known as Sun Jiansheng, immediately remarked, "Are you aiming for the Jiuwei acupoint with this needle?" "Indeed," replied Lin Xian. "As far as I know, the Jiuwei acupoint does not have a hemostatic effect. Rather, it accelerates bleeding. Inserting this needle will only hasten the patient's demise. Is there still hope for the patient?" "Doctor," Sun spoke in a grim tone, "to you, the patient is already dead. Does it matter where I apply the acupuncture?" Lin Xian retorted, "Dr. Sun, how I choose to treat him is my business. Please refrain from further comments." Lin Xian said with a slightly grim tone. "Dr. Sun, do not speak. Let him proceed with the treatment," interjected Chu Mengxiu. I shall watch him make a mess of this." Dr. Sun snorted coldly, his face revealing scorn. Lin Xian cast a deep glance at Dr. Sun before inserting the silver needle into the Jiuwei acupoint beneath Secretary Li's chest. Indeed, as Lin Xian applied the needle, the bleeding from Secretary Li's wound intensified. Dr. Sun, with a hint of smugness and mockery, remarked, "How about that? Is the bleeding not flowing more rapidly?" Chu Mingxiu's expression shifted. "What is happening?" Lin Xian glanced at Dr. Sun. "You need not concern yourselves with my methods. As long as I can save Secretary Li, that is all that matters." "Very well," Chu Mengxiu conceded, choosing to say no more. Dr. Sun merely snorted. Subsequently, Lin Xian took out another silver needle and inserted it into the right side of Secretary Li's abdomen at the Shunshu acupoint. Miraculously, the bleeding from Secretary Li's wound stopped instantaneously. This left Dr. Sun bewildered, though he quickly regained his composure, sneering inwardly. What is stopping the blood matter? Can a deceased person be revived? Lin Xian utilized the first 3 needles of the Shun Nong Thunderfire 9 needles to staunch the bleeding, preparing to proceed to the next step. This next step involved the extraction of the steel rebar. Although the rebar was not particularly thick, it had pierced Secretary Li directly through the chest. While it had not penetrated the heart, the thought of its removal was nonetheless alarming. Lin Xian took a deep breath and grasped the rebar, gently pulling it outward. Chu Mingxiu, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of pain in her own heart and turned her head away, unable to watch any longer. Meanwhile, Sun Jiansheng observed Lin Xian's actions with a piercing gaze, his face perpetually adorned with a mocking expression. As Lin Xian slowly withdrew the rebar, blood clung to its surface, creating a gruesome sight. Even Lin Xian felt a shiver run down his spine, fighting against the discomfort. At last, he extracted the entire length of the rebar, leaving a gaping wound in Secretary Li's chest. Remarkably, the wound did not spurt blood. The reason for this was simple. Lin Xian had sealed the blood vessels around the wound with the 3 needles he had previously employed. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xian exhaled deeply, sweat beading on his forehead. It was his first time treating a patient, and to do so in an attempt to revive someone who appeared lifeless was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Sun Jiansheng, witnessing the extraction of the rebar, sneered. "Even if you remove the rebar, what then? The person is already dead. Can you truly bring a corpse back to life?" Lin Xian cast a glance at Sun Jiansheng, but chose to ignore him as he proceeded with the next step. This involved inserting 3 more silver needles and utilizing the techniques of Shun Nong's secret arts to channel vital energy through these needles, thereby repairing the internal injuries inflicted upon the patient. Lin Xian retrieved a silver needle and, employing the Thunderfire 9 needles technique, inserted it into an acupoint adjacent to the wound. He followed this with 2 additional needles, bringing the total to 6. Next, I shall activate the Shun Nong's secret arts to circulate energy through the silver needles into the patient's body. Lin Xian murmured to himself. He extended his right hand and grasped the needle positioned on the Shun Shu acupoint, inhaling deeply as he began to rotate it gently. As he twirled the silver needle, he recalled the information and methods passed down to him, channeling the vital energy stored within his dantian and meridians. To his astonishment, he discovered that the energy within him began to flow in accordance with the knowledge in his mind. If one were to observe Lin Xian from within, they would see an invisible azure energy coursing through his being. Subsequently, this energy obediently followed his direction, moving to his fingertips and traveling through the silver needle into the patient. Subtly, a faint flow of energy could be heard swirling around the rotating silver needle. The vital energy was evidently being transmitted through the needle and into Secretary Li's body. Chu Mingxue stood by, entranced by Lin Xian's acupuncture, her expression one of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Sun Jiansheng watched Lin Xian's technique with a mixture of skepticism and confusion. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine for several years himself and possessing a basic understanding of acupuncture, he sensed that while Lin Xian's methods appeared somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, they also held an air of profound mystery. The acupuncture techniques employed by this young man appeared to be quite profound, yet his methods seemed rather rigid. Could he truly be a master of traditional Chinese medicine? A master indeed, just a mere worker, striving to attract attention with his pretentious antics. At this moment, Lin Xian continuously infused true energy into Secretary Li's body using the Divine Dragon Thunderfire 9 needles and Shinong's secret techniques. Were one able to glimpse within Secretary Li, they would be astounded to witness remarkable transformations occurring within her. The true energy, visible to the naked eye, was astonishingly mending the injuries inflicted by the steel reinforcement. This scene was nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, Lin Xian could distinctly feel the true energy he had imparted swiftly repairing Secretary Li's wounds. Despite his efforts, however, Secretary Li's complexion remained as pale as parchment. She exhibited no signs of breath or awakening. Meanwhile, Sun Jiansheng sneered, "Kid, I told you to stop the pretense. Soon enough, your true self will be revealed." In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had elapsed. Lin Xian continued to manipulate the silver needle. Yet beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his own complexion grew somewhat pallid. It is imperative to note that Secretary Li's injuries were severe, teetering on the brink of death. To restore her health would require not only mending her wounds, but also reclaiming her life. A formidable task indeed. Chu Mingxue observed Lin Xian's acupuncture, her expression rife with doubt, as Secretary Li showed no signs of awakening. Finally, Sun Jiansheng could no longer contain himself. "Enough. Kid, you may cease your charade. Can't you see? It's been so long, and Secretary Li remains unresponsive. Does that not speak volumes?" Lin Xian appeared unfazed, persisting in his efforts. Chu Mingxue wore an unusual expression and sighed softly. "All right, let it be. She has departed. Allow her to rest in peace." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately implored, "President Chu, grant me 3 more minutes." 3 minutes? Kid, I've tolerated you for long enough. Have you not had your fill of this performance? Let me be frank. Even if a celestial being were to descend, they could not resurrect Secretary Li, just as Sun Jiansheng unleashed his vehement tirade against Lin Xian. An unexpected cough echoed through the air. Sun Jiansheng turned abruptly towards the source of the cough, standing frozen in disbelief. Chapter 9. Just an orphan without parents. Sun Jiansheng's body remained rigid, his eyes wide with astonishment, his face a canvas of shock and incredulity. For he beheld the lifeless body slowly opening its eyes, awakening, and gently coughing. The one who had risen from the dead was none other than Secretary Li Na. How could this be possible? Sun Jiansheng stared at this scene in a daze, like a fool, repeatedly muttering the same phrase. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed that Li Na was beyond salvation. Yet now she was gradually opening her eyes and awakening. This was profoundly shocking. Meanwhile, Chu Mingxue, upon witnessing Li Na's awakening, felt a surge of joy, her face alight with a mix of surprise and elation. "Little Li, you're awake." This is truly wonderful. I had thought that you, Lina, struggled to speak. Secretary Li, please refrain from speaking for now. Wait until I finish the acupuncture before you converse with President Chu. At that moment, Lin Xian, still deftly manipulating the silver needles, interjected with a tone laced with excitement and joy. The reason was simple. This was his inaugural attempt at employing the inherited medical techniques to save a life. And remarkably, it was someone who had one foot in the realm of the dead. He had managed to bring this person back. This was a testament to the authenticity of the divine Shin-known medical arts. And indeed, they were extraordinary. Lin Xian's heart brimmed with elation, yet his expression feigned calmness. Lina gazed at Lin Xian, her keen intellect quickly grasping that he was the one who had saved her. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, Lin Xian smiled at her and said, "Please hold off on speaking until I have completed the acupuncture." Lina nodded gently, her eyes filled with gratitude. Beside her, Chu Mingxue was equally overwhelmed, tears of joy streaming down her face. She had feared that Li Na would perish, only to discover she had been rescued by a mere construction worker. The most astonished of all was Sun Jian, who remained frozen in disbelief, akin to a fool. His mind endlessly questioned, how could this be? Can the dead truly return to life? Surely, this man must be a celestial being. Yet, he was merely a construction worker. Once Lin Xian had transferred the final breath of true energy, he withdrew the silver needles and, with pale lips, announced, "It is done. I have revived Secretary Li. When the ambulance arrives, please take her to the hospital for routine treatment." "Thank you, sir," Lina exclaimed, tears of joy cascading down her cheeks as she attempted to rise and bow in gratitude towards Lin Xian. Touched, Lin Xian smiled and replied, "There's no need for thanks. Secretary Li, just rest well and refrain from moving about." "All right." Lina looked at Lin Xian, her heart overflowing with appreciation. "Mr. Lin, I am truly grateful." Chu Mingxue echoed, her face also radiant with gratitude. Lin Xian, looking pale, shook his head and said, "It was but a small matter. You assisted me, so naturally, I felt compelled to help you in return." "Huh? How did I help you?" Chu Mingxue asked, taken aback. Lin Xian smiled. "Zhang Hong intended to dismiss me, and you spoke on my behalf. I owe you my thanks." Upon hearing this, Chu Mingxue's body trembled, staring at Lin Xian in astonishment. She had not anticipated that her casual remark would leave such an impression on this young man. Her gaze towards him shifted, imbued with newfound depth. "Well then, President Chu, I shall take my leave." Lin Xian smiled gently and made his way toward the exit, though his steps were somewhat unsteady, clearly fatigued. Chu Mingxue watched his retreating figure with a complex expression and called out, "Please, wait a moment." Lin Xian paused, turning to look at Chu Mingxue and asked, "What is it?" She hurriedly retrieved a check from a small bag she carried, filled it out for 1 million, and approached Lin Xian. "You saved Shaoli. This is 1 million, as I promised. Please accept it." Lin Xian gazed at the check in her hand and replied, "President Chu, I previously stated that my intention in saving Secretary Li was not for monetary gain. I understand that your intentions are not motivated by financial gain, but this is my heartfelt offering. Oh, do you find it insufficient? I shall provide you with 3 million. With that, Chu Mingxue produced a check, filled in the amount of 3 million, and presented it to Lin Xian with both hands. Lin Xian cast a fleeting glance at the check, his expression peculiar. To be candid, it would be impossible for him to remain unmoved by such a substantial sum. Having grown up without a father, he had struggled alongside his mother until the tender age of 12, when she succumbed to despair. Subsequently, he lived with his mother's dear friend, who became his godmother. Though she was merely a humble rural woman facing dire financial straits, she raised him and supported his university education. Now that he had entered the workforce, it was time for him to provide some comfort to his godmother. Thus, when this affluent billionaire, Miss Chu, so casually offered him 3 million, how could he not be tempted? He stared blankly at the check for an extended period. Chu Mingxue urged, "Take it. You deserve this. To you, it is a fortune. But to me, it is but a trifle." Upon hearing Chu Mingxue's somewhat condescending words, Lin Xian felt as though his heart had been pierced by a needle. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze coolly fixed on Chu Mingxue as he declared, "I have stated before that I saved her not for monetary rewards." With that indifferent assertion, Lin Xian turned and strode purposefully toward the exit. Chu Mingxue watched Lin Xian's hasty departure and called out, "If you find that insufficient, I can offer you 5 million. Lin Xian remained silent and continued on his way. Li Na's voice echoed, "President, you should not have said that." At Li Na's words, Chu Mingxue trembled slightly, realizing that her lofty remarks had inadvertently wounded Lin Xian's pride. She wished to chase after him to clarify that her intentions were not as they appeared, but ultimately, she refrained from doing so. Sun Jiansheng cast a complex glance at Chu Mingxue before hurriedly exiting. At that moment, Lin Xian had already left the reception room, and standing at the doorway were Wang Zhihao and Zhang Hong, who regarded Lin Xian's pale visage with derision. Zhang Hong rushed forward, exclaiming, "Did you manage to save her? You worthless wretch?" Lin Xian shot him a glance, uninterested in engaging, and continued walking briskly away. "Damn it, ignoring me, are you? Let me tell you, you are expelled, not only from my site, but I assure you that no other construction site in this city will have you." Spitting, Zhang Hong continued his tirade. Wang Zhihao coldly added, "Zhang, such a self-important, pretentious fool should not be hired again. It's fortunate you expelled him in time. Otherwise, he would have dragged our site down with him." Zhang Hong, wearing a smug expression, declared, "With such trash, I wouldn't even allow him to lick my feet. Clearly, he is a wild child raised without parents." "How do you know he has no parents?" Wang Zhihao inquired curiously. "Well, when he joined, he had to provide parental information, and he didn't even have his parents' household registration. Isn't he just a bastard?" Zhang Hong mocked. Wang Zhihao sneered. "Now it makes sense why he tries so hard to show off." Having walked a distance of several meters, Lin Xian's expression darkened to an extreme upon hearing Zhang Hong label him a bastard, his entire being radiating an aura of menacing fury. He steadied himself, his fist clenched tightly, contemplating a return to teach Zhang Hong a lesson. However, at that moment, Sun Jianqing approached quickly and cautioned Lin Xian, "Do not act impulsively." Lin Xian turned to Sun Jianqing, who shook his head repeatedly. Suppressing the fury within, Lin Xian cast a fierce glance at Zhang Hong and strode away, with Sun Jianqing hastily following. "Old Sun, where are you going? I advise you not to get too close to this wild spawn." Zhang Hong shouted as he saw Sun Jianqing trailing Lin Xian. Sun Jianqing turned back and retorted, "You foolish idiot. You will regret what you just said." "Damn it. Old Sun, do you dare insult me? Regret? Not a chance." Zhanong scoffed. Sun Jianqing shook his head, choosing to ignore Zhang Hong, who was beyond redemption. There was no need for him to intervene further. Lin Xian approached a pile of bricks, and Sun Jianqing called out, "Mr. Lin, please wait." Lin Xian halted and inquired, "What do you want?" Suddenly, Sun Jianqing's legs buckled, and he knelt before Lin Xian. Lin Xian was taken aback. "Dr. Sun, what is this?" he exclaimed, rushing to support Sun Jianqing. "In the past, I failed to recognize your greatness and made numerous derogatory remarks, which I deeply regret. I beg your forgiveness." Lin Xian was touched by his words and regarded Sun Jianqing with newfound respect. He had not anticipated such a profound apology from him. "Dr. Sun, please rise. It was merely a misunderstanding. There is no need for such a gesture." "No, I kneel because I previously boasted before you, claiming that if you could save Secretary Li, I would bow to you as my teacher. You truly accomplished it," Sun Jiansheng said with genuine humility. "Mr. Lin, please allow me to pay my respects and call you teacher." As he prepared to bow respectfully, Lin Xian was moved. Despite Sun Jiansheng's earlier jibes, which had irked him, he now recognized Sun Jiansheng's sincerity in acknowledging his mistakes and honoring his word. Just as Sun Jiansheng was about to lower his head, Lin Xian firmly grasped his shoulder and insisted, "Dr. Sun, there is no need for this. As I mentioned, it was merely a misunderstanding. Your words were taken lightly. Please rise." Sun Jiansheng gazed at Lin Xian, astonished. He realized that this young man, while exhibiting exceptional medical skills, remained humble and unpretentious, even declining a generous monetary expression of gratitude from Chu Mingxue. Truly, he was a gentleman of integrity, uninterested in fame or fortune. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His daughter had just graduated from university and was teaching at a school. Why not consider a match? Contemplating this, Sun Jianqing's eyes turned warm as he regarded Lin Xian. Noticing the intensity of Sun Jianqing's gaze, Lin Xian felt a sense of discomfort and chuckled. Dr. Sun, I must take my leave now. With that, Lin Xian turned and walked away. Sun Jiansheng suddenly called out to him, Mr. Lin, please hold on. What is the matter? Lin Xian turned to Sun Jiansheng, puzzled. It's like this, do you have a moment? I would like to invite you to dinner, Sun Jiansheng said with a smile. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the invitation. He had not anticipated that Sun Jiansheng would extend such a gesture. However, after a brief consideration, he remembered that he needed to pick up Xiao Yin later that afternoon. It would be inappropriate to drink, so he decided against it. Thus, he replied with a smile. Dr. Sun, I'm a bit occupied today. Let us plan for another time. I'll treat you to dinner then. Sun Jiansheng chuckled. That's fine. Let us go. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment, he called out again. What is it? May I ask if you're seeing someone? Lin Xian's expression turned slightly awkward. To say he was seeing someone would be a stretch. He had never even held a girl's hand. During university, he had once mustered the courage to confess to a fairly attractive female classmate, only to be met with a painful retort. I would never date an orphan without parents. It would ruin my life. Her words had pierced his heart, and since that day, he had never confessed to any girl again, let alone date. Now, with Sun Jianqing's inquiry, he felt rather peculiar and asked, Dr. Sun, why do you ask? Sun Jianqing smiled, Mr. Lin. I have a daughter who has just graduated from university. She is around your age and is currently an intern teacher at a secondary school. If you're interested, I could facilitate an introduction. Lin Xian was taken aback. He had not expected that Sun Jianqing would want to introduce his daughter to him. This revelation left him astounded. Dr. Sun, are you serious? Lin Xian asked. Absolutely. Let me tell you, my daughter is the belle of her department at Normal University. She is quite beautiful. If you're interested, Sun Jianqing said with a playful smirk. Upon hearing that Sun Jianqing's daughter was the belle of her university, Lin Xian felt a flicker of curiosity well up within him. However, he suppressed his curiosity and asked, Dr. Sun, why would you want to introduce your daughter to me? Sun Jiansheng smiled, because I hold you in high regard. All right then, you go on with your matters, and next time we have dinner, come to my home, and I will have my daughter join us for an introduction. How does that sound? Sun Jiansheng suggested with a grin. Okay, Dr. Sunday. Still calling me Dr. Sun? It's Uncle Sun now. Right, of course, Uncle Sun. Good, off you go. All right, Uncle Sun, I'm leaving now. Go ahead. As Lin Xian turned to leave, Sun Jiansheng watched his retreating figure with admiration. This young man possessed extraordinary medical skills and exhibited humility and prudence, eschewing fame and fortune. His future was boundless. I must ensure my daughter seizes this opportunity, Sun Jianqing murmured to himself. Just then, Zhang Hong rushed over, panting heavily. Old Sun, have you seen Lin Xian? He asked urgently. Upon hearing this, Sun Jianqing's expression shifted. What do you need him for? I just want to speak with him for a moment. Old Sun, how come you didn't tell me? He saved Secretary Li. Hearing Zhang Hong's words, Sun Jianqing chuckled coldly, realizing why Zhang Hong sought out Lin Xian. He was attempting to curry favor with Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had saved Secretary Li, which indirectly bestowed grace upon Chu Mengxue, and Chu Mengxue was the principal party at the construction site. Sun Jiansheng discerned Zhang Hong's intentions and pointed in a direction, saying, It's right over there. Zhang Hong narrowed his small eyes and, indeed, spotted Lin Xian, hastily running towards him. At that moment, Lin Xian had reached the roadside and was about to hail a taxi when Zhang Hong rushed over, calling out, Little Lin, wait a moment. Lin Xian halted and turned to face the speaker, who was none other than Zhang Hong, causing him to furrow his brow. Zhang Hong forced a false smile. Approaching with a grin, Little Lin, why didn't you mention earlier that you saved Secretary Li? Lin Xian regarded his insincere smile and replied coolly, Whether I saved him or not, what does it have to do with you? How can it not relate? You are our construction site's worker and a trusted aide of mine. By saving Secretary Li, it is tantamount to our site saving him, which is a matter of pride for us. I assent it. Zhang Hong said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. He retorted coldly, Manager Zhang, I distinctly remember that you have dismissed me. Moreover, You have repeatedly stated that I have no ties to the construction site anymore. Isn't it rather absurd for you to say these things now? Chapter 11. Mei Xiang arrives. Zhang Hong's expression darkened, his small eyes flashing with a fierce glint. However, he quickly composed himself, forcing a smile. Little Lin, please don't take it to heart. I merely spoke carelessly when I dismissed you. Think about it. Could I truly dismiss you? You are a university student, personally recruited by me. You are like a confidant. How could I possibly let you go? Come now, little Lin. Don't sulk. You saved Secretary Li. You are a hero of our construction site. I will ensure your formal employment and a salary increase. Now go back. As he spoke, Zhang Hong stepped forward and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder, adopting the demeanor of a benevolent leader. Yet, Lin Xian's face remained dark. His gaze filled with scorn as he looked at Zhang Hong. Manager Zhang, spare me the insincerity. Had I not saved Secretary Li, I would likely still be viewed by you as an unremarkable outsider, wouldn't I? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhang Hong's expression instantly soured. Lin Xian, do you think I owe you any favors? I am now formally warning you for the last time. Obediently return with me and persuade General Manager Chu not to terminate our collaboration, or else. At this point, Zhang Hong's face was grim, laden with threats. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, could not suppress a cold laugh. He realized that Zhang Hong's ulterior motive for approaching him was to leverage his goodwill to persuade Chu Mingxu not to end their partnership. Lin Xian turned to Zhang Hong, speaking in a low voice. Or else what? Zhang Hong glared coldly at him. Or else, I will ensure that you have no place to stand in this city. You may even face personal danger. A threat. A blatant threat. Lin Xian's gaze remained fixed on him. Little Lin, be a good boy and return with me. And I promise you a life of luxury, Zhang Hong declared. Being a dog? Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he declared. Even if you turn me into your dog, I shall never return. With that, he strode away with purpose. Zhang Hong cast a sinister glance at Lin Xian's retreating figure, his eyes gleaming with a fierce malevolence. You ungrateful wretch. Just you wait. Zhang Hong muttered through clenched teeth, his voice low and threatening. Having walked several dozen meters, Lin Xian heard this scoundrel still daring to call him a wretch. A surge of fury coursed through him, and he contemplated returning to settle the score with this rogue. But then he reconsidered and decided against it. He hailed a taxi and returned to his rented room. Seated in the back of the taxi, images of Chu Mingshue's breathtaking figure flooded his mind. That woman was truly stunning. Yet, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Despite her beauty, her arrogance was overwhelming. To you, it is a fortune. To me, merely a small sum. Her lofty words echoed in Lin Xian's ears, piercing his heart. Damn it. Is wealth really so impressive? He murmured to himself, only to let out a wry smile. Indeed, in this society, wealth does wield significant power. Forget it. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. He resolved to dismiss his thoughts. On a positive note, through Secretary Li, he had confirmed the exceptional prowess of his medical skills. Half an hour later, Lin Xian returned to his rented room and lay on his bed. The visions of Chu Mengxue and Pan Meixiang dancing in his mind. If one were to compare Meixiang with Chu Mengxue, then Chu Mengxue would be the icy, aloof queen, while Meixiang embodied the allure of a sensuous, mature woman. Each possessed their own unique charm, both extraordinary in their own right. Either one would bring immense happiness as a wife, though sadly, Meixiang was a widow. Just as Lin Xian was lost in his musings, a knock resounded at the door. Startled, he sprang up from the bed and called out, "Who is it?" "Shaolin, it's me," came a soft, melodic voice from outside, none other than Pan Meixiang. Hearing her voice, Lin Xian was taken aback. Pan Meixiang had come. His heart raced with curiosity. What could she want? Hurriedly, he descended from his bed to open the door. Creak! As he opened the door, he beheld Pan Meixiang standing outside. The sight made his eyes widen. She donned a stunning blue high-slit cheongsam that hugged her curvaceous form, accentuating her enchanting silhouette, simply mesmerizing. Her long, slender legs were adorned in nude stockings, evoking a flurry of thoughts. At that moment, Pan Meixiang appeared exceedingly charming and irresistibly alluring. Even Lin Xian found himself entranced, his heart pounding furiously. Noticing Lin Xian's unwavering gaze, Pan Meixiang felt a surge of satisfaction. She knew this young man could not resist her allure and charm. The reason she wore this high-slit cheongsam to visit Lin Xian was undoubtedly intentional. Do you find it beautiful? Pan Meixiang inquired sweetly. Beautiful? I didn't notice, Lin Xian replied, his face flushing as he quickly responded. Just admit you looked. Pan Meixiang playfully rolled her eyes at him, a hint of teasing in her tone. This demeanor was utterly captivating, enchanting in every way. Lin Xian could hardly bear to look at her, for at that moment, Pan Meixiang was truly breathtaking. He feared he would lose control. Sister Meixiang, do you need something? Lin Xian inquired. What is the matter? Can't I come to see you? Pan Meixiang replied with a playful glance. That is not what I meant. Let's talk inside. Lin Xian stammered. With that, Pan Meixiang gracefully turned and entered Lin Xian's room. His heart raced even faster. Close the door, Pan Meixiang instructed Lin Xian. Do I really have to close it? Lin Xian exclaimed, his face flushing red as his heart pounded. Don't just stand there, shut the door, Pan Meixiang urged again. Okay. With his heart beating wildly, Lin Xian closed the door. As soon as the door shut, they were alone in the room, a lone man and a solitary woman. And Lin Xian could distinctly hear his own heartbeat. Your room is quite messy, Pan Meixiang remarked, glancing around. I'm sorry, sister. I've been a bit busy with work and having tea tidied up. Don't worry. I won't damage your house, Lin Xian hastily replied. Pan Meixiang chuckled softly and said, You little rascal, did you think I came to inspect the house? Lin Xian awkwardly smiled and said, Sister, please have a seat. He moved a chair from beside his computer desk, but Pan Meixiang shook her head and said, No need, I'll sit on the bed. With that, she sat gracefully on Lin Xian's bed, her beautiful legs slightly crossed. Shaolin, you sit too, Pan Meixiang said. All right. Lin Xian felt a bit awkward as he prepared to take a seat on the chair, but Pan Meixiang patted the space beside her and said, Come sit next to me. This. Come on. Okay. Lin Xian, his face crimson, sat beside Pan Meixiang. Instantly, a sweet fragrance enveloped him, as delightful as her name suggested. Sitting next to her made Lin Xian shy, unable to look her in the eye. Pan Meixiang gazed at him and asked Shaolin, I saw you had returned, so I came to check on you. Didn't you go to work? Why are you back? Lin Xian forced a smile and replied, I was fired. Chapter 12. Being sister's little man. She will support you what? How could you be fired? Pan Meixiang was taken aback. Was it because you were late today? Lin Xian shook his head. It's not entirely that. Jean, the fat guy, never liked me and took the chance to get rid of me. Anyway, I've had enough of working on the construction site. If I'm fired, so be it. Well, to be honest, part of it is because of you. If it weren't for you protecting me. No, sister, don't say that. It has nothing to do with you. I willingly accepted it. Lin Xian quickly looked at Pan Meixiang's face. Pan Meixiang gazed back at him and said, Shaolin, you don't need to worry. I know a few people. I can help you find a job that is certainly better than working on the construction site. If it really comes to it, you don't need to work. I'll support you. You'll support me? Upon hearing Pan Meixiang's words, Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, staring blankly at her. Was she implying she wanted to take care of him? Sister, you. Lin Xian stammered. Be my little man, and I'll take care of you, Pan Meixiang said with a playful smile in her enchanting eyes. Lin Xian's face turned even redder at her words. Are you willing? Pan Meixiang stared blankly at his face and said, Sister, please stop joking. Lin Xian, with a face full of embarrassment, replied, Haha, all right, I won't tease you anymore. I was just joking, dear sister, Pan Meixiang said, casting a playful glare at him. Lin Xian, feeling uneasy under her gaze, could only respond with an awkward smile. Let us go, Pan Meixiang said, rising gracefully. Where to? Lin Xian asked in surprise. It's already noon. Let us head home for lunch. Do you want to starve? Pan Meixiang retorted with a disapproving look. That is unnecessary. I can just order takeout, Lin Xian replied. Order takeout? How unhealthy. You are now the father of my daughter, and I consider you half my husband. Isn't it my duty to cook for you? Pan Meixiang teased. Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words, thinking, half a husband? What imagination. Let us go, Pan Meixiang said again, moving toward the door. Okay. Lin Xian quickly stood up and followed her. As he walked behind Pan Meixiang, he couldn't help but admire her alluring figure, which sent a delightful sensation coursing through him. Pan Meixiang was undeniably captivating. Upon arriving at her home, they changed into slippers, with Pan Meixiang slipping off her high heels to reveal her petite, delicately wrapped feet before putting on her slippers. "All right, Shaolin, you sit in the living room and watch TV while I prepare lunch," she said gently, casting a soft glance at him as she swayed gracefully towards the kitchen. Lin Xian, with a strange expression, sighed softly and murmured, "Sister Meixiang, you are truly beautiful." Just as he awaited her culinary creations, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to find an unfamiliar number, ending with 5 sixes, a rather impressive sequence. After a moment of hesitation, he answered, "Hello? Who is this?" "I am Chu Mingxue," a woman's voice replied from the other end. Lin Xian was taken aback and said, "Chu, how did you get my number? Is it so difficult to find your number?" "Chu Menge zet ponde." "Well, do you have something to discuss?" Lin Xian inquired. "Are you still working at Wang Jihao's construction site?" Chu Mingxue asked directly. "No, Zhang Hong fired me." Lin Xian shook his head. "Has Zhang Hong not sought to reinstate you?" "He did." "Then why haven't you returned?" "Why should I?" Hearing the sharpness in Lin Xian's tone, Chu Mingxue asked, "Are you angry with me?" "Why would I be angry with you?" "Never mind. Here's the thing. If you decide not to return to Zhang Hong's company, I will terminate our collaboration with them. You can join my company instead. I will promote you to manager," Chu Mingxue offered. Lin Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chu Mingxue to recruit him so boldly, even offering him a managerial position. Yet, he understood that her motivation stemmed from a desire to repay him. Accepting would feel like taking advantage of that favor, and Lin Xian did not wish to exploit such kindness. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline," he replied. "You," Chu Mingxue exclaimed. "Let me tell you, by refusing Wang Jihao, he will come after you. No construction site in this city will dare to hire you, except for me. I'm not afraid of him." "Chu Menge asut." "Mr. Chu, I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Since the construction site no longer requires my services, I suppose I could engage in other pursuits, such as delivering takeout or packages." Lin Xian could distinctly sense Chu Mingxue gritting her teeth. Her tone was frigid as she replied, "If that is the case, then so be it. How foolish of me to seek you out." With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. Lin Xian stared at his device, feeling utterly helpless and pondering to himself, "Have I perhaps overstepped my bounds?" At that moment, Pan Meixiang emerged from the kitchen with a platter of dishes, smiling as she said, "Shaolin, are you searching for employment?" "Sort of," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "I heard you were looking for work and delivery?" "Not exactly. I merely mentioned it in passing." "Oh," Meixiang nodded. "There are still 2 more dishes and a pot of soup. Please wait a moment." With a charming smile, Pan Meixiang placed the food on the dining table, her graceful figure swaying as she returned to fetch more dishes. Observing her nurturing demeanor, Lin Xian mused, "Having a wife like that would be quite splendid. Alas, Sister Meixiang is a widow with a daughter." 20 minutes later, dinner was served. Lin Xian gazed at the delectable array of dishes, exclaiming, "Sister Meixiang, it smells divine." Covering her mouth, Pan Meixiang laughed. "Don't praise it too soon. You must taste it first." "All right," Lin Xian replied with a slight smile, picking up his chopsticks and sampling a piece of eggplant. "MMM." His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Sister, this is delicious. Your culinary skills are truly exceptional, rivaling that of a 5-star chef." With a light-hearted chuckle, Pan Meixiang covered her mouth and remarked, "It's not that exaggerated. You are just flattering me. I speak the truth." "This is the 3rd most delicious dish I have ever tasted," Lin Xian said cheerfully. "What? Only 3rd? Pray tell, who ranks above me?" Pan Meixiang shot him a playful glance. "My mother holds the 1st place, followed by my godmother, and you are 3rd, Lin Xian replied with a grin. Pan Meixiang burst into laughter, saying, "I am honored to be ranked after your mother and godmother. All right, let us sit down and eat. Oh, by the way, should we have some wine?" Never mind. I need to pick up Xiao Yin this afternoon, so drinking wouldn't be wise." Lin Xian quickly shook his head. Upon hearing this, Pan Meixiang's eyes sparkled with a gentle light as she smiled. "You are quite thoughtful. We shall drink another time." Nodding with a smile, Lin Xian and Pan Meixiang proceeded to enjoy their meal, the atmosphere remarkably pleasant. Pan Meixiang occasionally glanced at Lin Xian, who too stole glances at her, creating a warm and captivating ambience. Chapter 13. She is the most beautiful woman in the city's business world. Shaolin, you look so thin. Have another bowl. Pan Meixiang offered Lin Xian another serving of rice, and he gratefully accepted. Her concern for him stirred memories of his late mother and godmother, who had cared for him in a similar manner. Just as Lin Xian was savoring his second bowl of rice, his phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing slightly. It was Chu Mengxue once more. Why was this woman calling again? Not wanting to answer in front of Pan Meixiang, Lin Xian hesitated to pick up the phone, preparing to hang up. Pan Meixiang cast a glance at the screen and inquired, "Why aren't you answering the call?" It's just a telemarketer. No need to pick up," Lin Xian replied. "Come now, that's clearly a private number, and a rather good one at that. How could it possibly be a telemarketer? I've also navigated the business world. Oh, could it be a girl?" Suddenly, a mischievous, gossip-laden smile graced Pan Meixiang's face. No, Meixiang, let me tell you, it's a leader from a company," Lin Xian confessed. "A company leader? Then why on earth aren't you answering? They might even offer you a job. Go on, pick it up," Pan Meixiang urged with a laugh. "Well, step outside to take it," Lin Xian decided. "Feeling guilty, are we? I suspect it's a girl. Just answer. I want to get jealous," Pan Meixiang teased. With no other choice, Lin Xian reluctantly answered the call in front of Pan Meixiang. As soon as the call connected, he heard Chu Mengxue's voice. "Lin Xian, let me tell you, your earlier attitude really irritated me. However, considering you saved Shaoli, I want to hold it against you." Lin Xian was utterly speechless. This woman had called him merely to chastise him? Meanwhile, Pan Meixiang, with an expression of intrigue, discreetly leaned closer to Lin Xian's phone. Catching the faint sound of a girl's voice, a sly smile creeping across her lips. Noticing Pan Meixiang's gleeful expression, Lin Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and asked, "Director Chu, did you call just to scold me?" Chu Mengxue replied, "When have I scolded you? I merely wish to express my feelings. You see, I understand you may not wish to collaborate with me, but I recognize your medical skills are exceptional. A friend of mine runs a private clinic, and if you're interested, I could introduce you." Oh, Lin Xian felt a stir of interest. Having inherited the divine agricultural medicine, wouldn't he working in a clinic be ideal? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he could not. He lacked a medical license. Practicing medicine without a license could lead to imprisonment. Director Chu, thank you, but I'm not looking to work as a doctor at the moment. Please, carry on with your duties. Lin Xian, you truly don't appreciate your opportunities. I'm done with you." Chu Mengxue coldly concluded and hung up. Lin Xian stared at his phone, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. At that moment, Pan Meixiang's voice chimed in, "Shaolin, by the way. This Director Chu seems quite concerned about you." "Who is she?" Cough. Lin Xian replied awkwardly. "Her name is Chu Mengxue." Thud. Pan Meixiang nearly stumbled in shock. "Are you all right, Meixiang?" Lin Xian asked, noticing her astonishment. "Who did you say?" she exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. "Chu Mengxue," Lin Xian repeated. "Oh my goodness. Shaolin, you're about to hit the jackpot," Pan Meixiang exclaimed. "How so?" Lin Xian was utterly bewildered. "Do you know who Chu Mengxue is?" "Who?" "She is the foremost businesswoman in the city, the most beautiful, and the richest woman. For her to call you multiple times offering help, you are on the brink of success," Pan Meixiang declared, her excitement palpable. Lin Xian, taken aback, was equally astonished. Having graduated not long ago, he was entirely unaware of the city's business landscape, and he had not anticipated the formidable prowess of Chu Mengxue, the foremost female powerhouse, the epitome of beauty. The richest woman, she embodies excellence in every regard. Truly impressive. However, what relevance does this have to me? Lin Xian shook his head and replied, "Sister, she is remarkable. But what does that have to do with me?" Pan Meixiang responded, "What do you mean? What does it have to do with you? She is the leading female tycoon and a powerful businesswoman. If you were to align yourself with her, you could achieve great success. Isn't she offering to introduce you to a job? You must accept. Call General Chu right now and express your desire to connect with her. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian forced a wry smile and said, I have already declined. Pan Meixiang was at a loss for words. Xiao Lin, I truly find it hard to comprehend your reasoning. Lin Xian replied, she is a high-ranking CEO, and we are merely ordinary individuals. What use is it to cling to her? I am content to find a modest job and earn a little money. Yet, she sighed, opportunities are fleeting. If you could secure a connection with Chu Mengxue, it would be truly beneficial. Lin Xian interjected, sister, enough. I'm not the type to pursue such schemes. I only wish to focus on my responsibilities. With that, he began to eat. Pan Meixiang observed Lin Xian and sighed. Very well, you are indeed quite naive. Lin Xian smiled broadly, having finished 3 bowls of rice and letting out a satisfied burp. Sister, your cooking is exceptional. It has been ages since I enjoyed a meal so delightful. If you enjoy it, I shall cook for you every day, Pan Meixiang replied, casting him a playful glance. Just then, Lin Xian's phone rang again. He took it out and felt an impending headache. Pan Meixiang glanced at it and her eyes widened, urging, hurry. Your female CEO is calling again. Answer it. Lin Xian confirmed, indeed, it's Chu Mengxue again. What a headache. Reluctantly, he answered the call, only to hear Chu Mengxue's icy voice on the other end. I will send you an address. Be there at 2:30 this afternoon. Before Lin Xian could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Staring at his phone in disbelief, he muttered to himself, is this woman out of her mind? Pan Meixiang looked at Lin Xian with a peculiar expression and asked, Xiao Lin, what exactly have you done for General Chu? She seems unusually concerned about you. Calling you repeatedly. Lin Xian sighed. I merely saved her secretary's life. What? You saved her secretary's life? Oh, I see. That secretary must be her confidant. By saving her, you have done her a favor, which explains her concern for you. Since you want you to meet her, you should definitely go. Pan Meixiang erricht. But I still need to pick up Xiao Yin. She finishes school at 5, Lin Xian protested. Go meet General Chu first. It won't take long, Pan Meixiang insisted. Sister, stop your hesitations. You are a grown man. Why are you being so indecisive? This is a golden opportunity. You must seize it, Pan Meixiang exclaimed dramatically. With a resigned smile, Lin Xian replied, all right then. Chapter 14. Encountering a former classmate who once confessed her feelings. Following this, Lin Xian departed from Pan Meixiang's residence. As soon as Lin Xian departed, Pan Meixiang settled onto the sofa, caressing her flushed cheeks, murmuring to herself, this young man. I adorned myself in a seductive qipao just for him, yet he remains so passive, truly lacking in charm. However, you wait and see. I shall have my way with you. With this thought, a glimmer of greenish light sparkled in her eyes. After leaving Pan Meixiang's residential area, Lin Xian retrieved his phone to check a text from Chu Mengxue, which contained a location, Yipentang Specialty Dishes. Clearly, it was a restaurant. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Lin Xian's mouth. It seemed that President Chu intended to treat him to a meal. Consequently, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for the specified address. While seated in the back of the taxi, Lin Xian could not help but envision Pan Meixiang's voluptuous and alluring figure, particularly today, as she donned a qipao that accentuated her curves exquisitely, rendering her even more enticing. If only he could. No, stop those thoughts. Half an hour later, he arrived at Yipentang. The fare was 48. The driver said. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and paid the fare. Now, being unemployed, he had merely 2,000 in savings. He needed to be frugal. The mere thought of Zhang Fatty's grotesque face filled Lin Xian with disgust and loathing. Stepping out of the taxi, he gazed at the opulent restaurant before him, a peculiar sensation rising within. In his lifetime, he had never dined at such an upscale establishment. Just observing the luxury cars parked outside made it evident that the patrons here were affluent. Ah, this is the benefit of knowing President Chu, Lin Xian muttered to himself, glancing at the time. It was already 2:15, leaving him with a mere 15 minutes until their agreed meeting. Thus, he dialed Chu Mengxue to inquire about her exact location. However, the line was busy and he could not connect. He attempted 2 more times, but to no avail. This woman is truly busy. Lin Xian shook his head and walked directly into the restaurant. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by two young ladies in black uniforms, who cheerfully exclaimed, "Sir, welcome." Lin Xian offered them a slight smile in return. "Thank you. No need for formalities. Please come in." The two girls inclined slightly, gesturing for him to enter. Nodding, Lin Xian stepped into the restaurant. Upon entering, he was struck by the grandeur of the lavish hall, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. He scanned the room, but did not spot Shuming Xue. Thus, he took out his phone to call her again, but the line remained busy. With a wry smile, he approached the front desk for assistance. Just as he reached the front, a teasing female voice rang out. "Oh, Lin Xian, what brings you here?" Upon hearing that voice, Lin Xian's expression shifted, his eyes reflecting an odd mixture of emotions, and he hurriedly attempted to leave. Yet, the voice called out again, "Lin Xian, what is this? Have you encountered an old classmate and not even offered a greeting?" Lin Xian halted, turning to see a woman dressed in a striking red gown, flamboyantly adorned, accompanied by a sharply dressed young man, approaching him. Lin Xian cast a glance at the woman and said softly, "Zhang Li." The young man, dressed sharply in a tailored suit, surveyed Lin Xian with a hint of disdain in his eyes, then turned to the woman beside him and inquired, "Xiao Li, who is this person?" The woman, named Zhang Li, was indeed Lin Xian's university classmate. Lin Xian had studied architecture, and with only 5 girls in the entire class, Zhang Li, possessing both beauty and an admirable figure, had become the darling of their cohort. Lin Xian had once penned a love letter to her, but she had cruelly rejected him, declaring that as an orphan without parents, he was unworthy of her affection. "Oh, Liang, let me introduce you. This is my university classmate, Lin Xian. He once confessed his feelings for me, but I turned him down because he is an orphan, a loser," Zhang Li remarked with a scornful glance at her bright red lips. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xian's expression darkened. It was utterly reprehensible for her to publicly expose his vulnerabilities. "Oh, he confessed to you? How intriguing." The young man smirked slightly, addressing Lin Xian. "You must be Lin Xian, right? I'm Su Liang, Zhang Li's boyfriend. Currently, I am a director, earning around 500,000 to 600,000 annually. May I inquire, what is your current occupation?" "Lin Xian." "I am." Just as Lin Xian was about to respond, Zhang Li burst into laughter and interjected, "Liang, let me tell you, Lin Xian is currently working as a laborer on a construction site, tying rebar. He is undoubtedly the least successful among our classmates, even less accomplished than a food delivery worker." As Zhang Li's derisive words echoed, Lin Xian's face grew increasingly grim. He was acutely aware that ever since he took up the job at the construction site, Zhang Li had been frequently disparaging him in their class group, labeling him as a laborer. Su Liang, upon hearing this, chuckled mockingly. "Lin Xian, considering you graduated from university, how could you end up as a laborer? Let me put it this way, if you wish to change jobs, you could reach out to me. Our company is in need of a security guard at the front gate, and I could arrange for you to take the position, offering 3,500 a month." Zhang Li couldn't help but laugh at this, then quickly composed herself and looked at Lin Xian with a serious expression, saying, "Lin Xian, did you hear that? My boyfriend, in his kindness, is offering you a job. Though it's merely a security position, it is certainly preferable to being a laborer. Spending your days moving bricks, carrying mud, and tying rebar with a bunch of laborers is quite shameful. You should thank my boyfriend." Lin Xian replied coldly, "I believe being a laborer is quite respectable. I earn honest money without remorse." "You," Zhang Li retorted, "Lin Xian, you must not be so ungrateful. My boyfriend's offer is a privilege for you. Do you have any idea how many people in this city are vying for his attention?" With a contemptuous glare, she continued, "Why would I seek his help when I can stand on my own?" "Your boyfriend is not the only option available," Lin Xian replied calmly. "You are simply incorrigible. Lin Xian, you grew up without parents as an orphan. If you continue down this path of self-deprecation, you will never find a wife. Thank goodness I wasn't foolish enough to agree to be your girlfriend back in school. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Truly, my Liang is the epitome of excellence. Handsome and capable, unlike some who, despite attending university, end up with the fate of a laborer." As she spoke, the woman entwined her arm with Su Liang's, leaning her body against him in a feigned display of intimacy. Lin Xian observed this scene with a wry smile playing at the corners of his lips. Uninterested in Zhang Li, he turned to leave. "Hey, Lin Xian, stop!" Zhang Li called out, compelling him to halt. He turned to her, asking, "What more do you want?" Zhang Li, gazing at him, inquired, "You haven't explained how you came to be here. Why shouldn't I be here?" Lin Xian countered, "This is a high-end restaurant, with an average cost of 1 to 2,000 per person. You, a mere migrant worker, are nothing but a pathetic nobody. What right do you have to dine here?" Zhang Li skufa. Lin Xian's expression darkened at her words. He couldn't fathom why this woman, whom he had never wronged, would attack him so vehemently. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Someone invited me to dinner." "What?" Zhang Li exclaimed, as if stepping on a cat's tail. "You mean someone invited you to dinner?" "Indeed," Lin Xian nodded. Zhang Li erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Lin Xian, you truly crack me up. Who would ever invite a country bumpkin like you to dine, especially in such an upscale establishment?" "Lin Xian, it's not wrong to be vain, but pretending to be something you're not is simply ludicrous. Hey, Liang, did you see how ridiculous this guy is? He is a laborer earning 2 to 3,000 a month, yet he insists someone invited him here. How absurd." Su Liang shook his head, smirking, "Truly a worthless endeavor." "Precisely." Zhang Li continued to mock. "Since you claim someone invited you, who is it?" "It is I." Lin Xian was about to respond, his brow furrowed, when a commanding female voice interrupted. Chapter 15. The most beautiful woman invites to dinner. Zhang Li was startled, quickly looking in the direction of the voice. Upon seeing, her expression shifted dramatically. A woman clad in black stockings and professional attire, strutting in high heels, approached. This woman not only possessed an unparalleled beauty, but exuded a commanding aura that was utterly mesmerizing. The term queen was the only fitting description. As she entered the hall, it was as if sunlight descended from the heavens, illuminating the earth, rendering her impossible to ignore. Those present in the hall, upon glimpsing this extraordinary woman, displayed expressions of awe, exclaiming, "Oh my, isn't that the renowned CEO, Chu?" Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the city's foremost female powerhouse and the most beautiful figure in the business realm, Chu Mingxue. Zhang Li stared at Chu Mingxue, her face a mask of disbelief, for she recognized her instantly. Su Liang, standing beside Zhang Li, was equally taken aback at the sight of Chu Mingxue. She strode confidently to Lin Xian's side and addressed Zhang Li. "I invited him to dinner. Is there a problem?" Zhang Li stood frozen, while Su Yang's face turned pale, his gaze fixated on Lin Xian as if beholding a monstrous entity. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," Chu Mingxue said softly to Lin Xian, then gracefully turned, swaying her enchanting figure towards the private room. As Lin Xian cast a glance at the petrified Zhang Li, a playful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he proceeded forward. "This is impossible." Zhang Li gazed at Lin Xian's retreating figure, her complexion paling, her lips trembling as she spoke. Beside her, Su Liang grasped Zhang Li's arm and exclaimed, "Did you not claim he was merely a migrant worker? How could President Chu possibly invite him to dinner?" "I." Zhang Li, equally incredulous, stared blankly at the silhouettes of Lin Xian and Chu Mingxue, rendered speechless. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "I know." "What do you know?" Su Liang retorted. Zhang Li declared, "That woman cannot be President Chu. She must be an imposter." "An imposter? No, that is impossible. She looks exactly like President Chu." Su Liang protested. Zhang Li shook her head vehemently, insisting, "What do you mean exactly? There are many who resemble each other in this world. Think about it. What status does President Chu hold? She is the most powerful woman and the most beautiful in the city. Wherever she goes, she is surrounded by admirers. And now, she is all alone. Besides, what is Lin Xian's status? Just a migrant worker, barely above a beggar in society's eyes. How could President Chu possibly invite him to dinner? Does he even deserve it? I suspect Lin Xian deliberately hired someone who resembles President Chu to impress others. That's impossible. I've seen photos of President Chu. And that woman it can't be. I am certain that the President Chu we just saw was an imposter, an actress. There is no way she can be President Chu. Just because of Lin Xian, that pathetic loser. How could he possibly warrant a dinner invitation from her? It's outrageous. Lin Xian is so vain and despicable resorting to hiring an actress to impersonate President Chu just to show off and humiliate me. It's infuriating. Zhang Li's eyes reddened with rage as she spoke. She absolutely refused to believe that it was Chu Mengxue who invited Lin Xian to dinner. After all, in her eyes, Lin Xian was nothing but trash, utterly unworthy of such an honor. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, Su Liang furrowed his brow, perceiving the situation differently. Liang, let us go and expose that loser. Zhang Li pulled Su Liang, intent on revealing the impostor, Chu Mengxue. Su Liang urgently restrained her, saying, Xiao Li, don't act impulsively. I believe that woman is indeed President Chu. Let us return for now. With that, Su Liang led Zhang Li away. Yet, Zhang Li shot a furious glare at Lin Xian and Chu Mengxue's private room, her eyes burning with resentment as she declared, Lin Xian, don't think that just because you've brought in an actress to impersonate President Chu for dinner, I will regard you any higher. In my eyes, you will always be a pathetic loser. Lin Xian, I will not allow you to succeed in your pretentious display. I will expose your true, vile nature. Subsequently, Zhang Li was forcibly dragged away by Su Liang. In the Plum Blossom Hall, Chu Mengxue gestured for Lin Xian to take a seat, which he did without hesitation. Chu Mengxue occupied the main seat and inquired, Who was that woman just now? Lin Xian replied with a wry smile, She's a classmate from university. Why does she target you? Chu Mengxue asked. I once confessed my feelings to her in university, but she rejected me, so let us not dwell on it. Lin Xian replied, How could you have been attracted to such a materialistic woman? Chu Mengxue remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian chuckled ruefully and said, I was young and naive back then. Nevertheless, I must thank you. Thank me for what? Moments ago, you appeared just in time, inviting me to dinner and assisting me in maintaining my composure. Otherwise, I would have been quite embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Chu Mengxue's lips curled into a playful smile as she replied, No need to thank me. I had intended to treat you to a meal regardless. The menu is here. Feel free to order. I've already dined. Lin Xian replied with a wry smile. Having dined, you can order less, she suggested. All right. Lin Xian took the menu, glanced at it, and was taken aback. Even the least expensive dish was priced at 180, enough for him to enjoy a meal of skewers. He randomly selected two of the cheapest options and handed the menu back to Chu Mengxue, stating, I've made my selections, President Chu. Chu Mengxue glanced at the menu and remarked, There's no need to skimp on my behalf. No. It's just that I'm already full and not particularly inclined to eat much. A light meal will suffice, Lin Xian explained. Chu Mengxue gently shook her head and began to mark items on the menu. Lin Xian stole a glance and noted how she was opting for the more expensive choices. President Chu? We won't be able to consume so much. Let us order less, he hurriedly advised. With a peculiar look, Chu Mengxue replied, It's fine. If we can't finish, we can take it home. All right, Lin Xian conceded, deciding against further protest. After ordering 10 dishes, Chu Mengxue summoned a waiter, handed over the menu, and asked Lin Xian, What would you like to drink? Just some beverages will do, Lin Xian replied. Yes, let us have some drinks, Chu Mengxue instructed the waiter. The waiter nodded and departed. Once he was gone, Chu Mengxue turned to Lin Xian and said, After you saved Xiao Li, I took him to the hospital. The examination confirmed that he is fine now. He should be discharged in about half a month. Thank you so much. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, It was nothing. Chu Mengxue continued, I am quite curious. How does a construction worker possess such profound medical skills? If it's inconvenient to share, you need not. She added, It's quite all right. My grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I studied under him for a time during my childhood. Lin Xian fabricated a benign lie. Naturally, he wouldn't disclose the true extent of his abilities to Chu Mengxue, as that would be far too fantastical. Upon hearing this, Chu Mengxue remarked, That makes sense. With your medical expertise, you need not work on a construction site. You could easily become a doctor and excel in that field. I lack the certification, Lin Xian replied. Very well. The atmosphere once again turned awkward. Lin Xian discreetly stole glances at this enchanting woman, realizing that she was truly stunning. Even a celestial being would pale in comparison to her. In the midst of this awkwardness, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Lin Xian gazed at a lobster larger than his own head and felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. It was his first time encountering such a delicacy. Lin Xian, I propose a toast to you with this drink in place of wine. Chu Mengxue raised her glass. Cheers. Lin Xian quickly lifted his glass to cling with hers. Chu Mengxue tilted her smooth, white neck and down her drink, and Lin Xian followed suit. Just then, his phone chimed unexpectedly. It was a notification from WeChat indicating he had been mentioned. Upon opening the app, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 16. Has the female CEO found a boyfriend? Lin Xian observed a message in the class group chat sent by Zhang Li, which read, "Attention, attention." In an attempt to show off and satisfy his vanity, Lin Xian has engaged an actor to impersonate a well-known female entrepreneur from our city, inviting him to dine at an upscale restaurant. What disgrace. Absurd. Ridiculous. Zhang Li then specifically tagged Lin Xian. Subsequently, classmates began to flood the chat with messages. Wait, isn't Lin Xian a construction worker? How could he be so vain? I thought Lin Xian was quite honest. He wouldn't act so pretentiously, would he? Honest? Nonsense. Lin Xian is an orphan without parents and harbors deep insecurities. He must be doing this to show off. Zhang Li, was this something you witnessed firsthand? Zhang Li replied, of course. I saw it with my own eyes. And you wouldn't believe it, the actor Lin Xian hired truly resembles that female entrepreneur. Which entrepreneur? Someone inquired. The president of the Chu Corporation, Chu Mengxue, Zhang Li responded. Wow, Lin Xian has really lost his mind. What status does President Chu hold? She is the wealthiest woman in the local business community, the most beautiful, and a formidable figure. If President Chu finds out, he's done for. Indeed, I never expected Lin Xian, who appears so honest, to be so pretentious. But I sense something amiss. What could be Lin Xian's motivation for such actions? A classmate, who had a decent rapport with Lin Xian, expressed his confusion. Haven't I mentioned this before? It's all for show, driven by his vanity. Zhang Li promptly retorted. That classmate responded, even if it is for show, who is he trying to impress? Isn't that obvious? Don't you know? Lin Xian once pursued me and confessed his feelings, but I turned him down. He must have learned that I would be dining at that restaurant with my boyfriend. So he preemptively hired an actor to impersonate President Chu, hoping to humiliate me. Little does he realize, I have discerning eyes and saw through the ruse immediately. Lin Xian's pretentiousness has backfired. Zhang Li sent a flurry of messages, brimming with self-satisfaction. The classmate replied, I think it's not like that. Kong Chong, you don't understand a thing. Lin Xian is deeply insecure, and because I rejected him, he harbors resentment and resorts to such petty tricks to embarrass me. But I want to fall for it. Zhang Li quickly messaged back. Kong Chong chose to remain silent. Lin Xian, upon reading these messages, felt an overwhelming sense of distress. He yearned to affirm in the group chat that it was indeed the real President Chu who had invited him to dinner. He even contemplated sharing a photo of her to substantiate his claim. However, upon reflection, he decided against it, realizing it was unnecessary to stoop to Zhang Li's foolishness. He feared that even if he shared a photo of Chu Mengxue, Zhang Li would dismiss it as a mere internet image. What is wrong? Chu Mengxue asked. Noticing Lin Xian tightly gripping his phone, his gaze fixed on the screen, his expression dark. It's nothing, Lin Xian replied, tucking his phone away and forcing a smile. Really nothing? Chu Menge in Guit? Indeed, nothing at all. All right then. Chu Mengxue nodded gently. Shall we eat? Yes. Lin Xian nodded and began to eat. Initially, he and Chu Mengxue were in good spirits while dining, but Zhang Li's antics had turned the atmosphere chaotic. Just then, Lin Xian's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he answered, Xiangzi. The caller was none other than his college dorm mate, Kong Chong. Kong Chong's voice came through Xuanzi. Have you seen the messages in the group? I have, Lin Xian replied. Kong Chong continued. Is what Zhang Li said true? What's your take? Lin Xian retorted. Could it be that Zhang Li is actually telling the truth? Did you really invite an actress to impersonate General Manager Chu for a meal? Kong Chong's voice was filled with astonishment. Lin Xian smiled wryly. Do you really think I would do something like that? I know you wouldn't, but if General Manager Chu truly invited you for dinner, that seems rather far-fetched, doesn't it? Xuanzi, tell me honestly, Did you hire an actress to pretend to be her just to show off and slap Zhongli in the face? Rest assured, I won't spill a word. Kong Chong said with a hint of mystery. Lin Xian cast a glance at Chu Mengxue, feeling both amused and exasperated. It seemed even Kong Chong didn't believe him. A surge of impulse drove him to take a picture of Chu Mengxue and send it to Kong Chong. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it and replied, Xiangzi, I'm currently having a meal. I'll explain everything when I have the time. Don't rush, Xuanzi. I see that those classmates in the group are all siding with Zhongli against you. Shouldn't you clarify things? Kong Chong suggested. No need for clarification. The truth will reveal itself. Let them be, Lin Xian said nonchalantly. All right, hang up then. I'll continue my meal. Fine. Forget it. I won't bother you anymore. After ending the call, Lin Xian felt a sense of helplessness as he continued to eat, a weight resting heavily on his heart. He shook his head gently. Chu Mengxue glanced at Lin Xian and asked, What's the matter? Nothing serious, Lin Xian replied, offering a strained smile. Well, if you ever find yourself in a difficult situation and need money, feel free to ask. A couple 100,000 is no burden for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt warmth welling up inside him. Though her words were frigid, her intentions were kind, sending a soothing current through him. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Chu Mengxue said, setting down her chopsticks. Lin Xian also placed his chopsticks down, smiling as he replied, Thank you for the invitation, General Manager Chu. No, I should be thanking you, she said, rising gracefully. Lin Xian quickly stood up as well. As Chu Mengxue walked toward the exit, he pointed at the dishes on the table and asked, Aren't you packing these? They will be delivered to my residence. Understood, Lin Xian nodded. Chu Mengxue then made her way outside, with Lin Xian hurrying to follow. Upon reaching the restaurant's entrance, her phone suddenly rang. She pulled it out and answered saying, Dad, what is it? The family from the provincial capital? Dad, I'll be honest with you. I already have a boyfriend. Beside her, Lin Xian overheard Chu Mengxue's conversation about having a boyfriend, and a thought crossed his mind. It's over. I have no chance now. Who is that lucky dog who managed to win over such an extraordinary woman? Chapter 17. Chu Mengxue. Lin Xian, would you be my boyfriend? Dad, I truly have someone. What? You wanted to bring him home for you to meet? But we've only just started dating. Isn't it too soon to introduce him to the family? All right, fine. I'll bring him home tomorrow. With a flurry of words, Chu Mengxue ended the call. As soon as she hung up, her exquisite face displayed a mix of helplessness and bitterness. Earlier, her father had called to arrange a match with yet another eligible bachelor. This young man happened to be the scion of a prominent family from the provincial capital. This thought left Chu Mengxue feeling despondent. To escape this predicament, she had fabricated a story about having found a boyfriend. But now, the dilemma arose. Her father did not believe her and insisted that she bring this supposed boyfriend home for an introduction. It had merely been a casual remark. Were she to find a boyfriend, should she hire an actor to play the part? Yet, with such short notice, where could she find a suitable and reliable actor? At that moment, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Goodbye, President Chu. It was Lin Xian speaking. After saying this, he turned to leave. As she watched his retreating figure, Chu Mengxue's eyes lit up. Wasn't he the perfect solution? Lin Xian seemed trustworthy enough. Lin Xian, wait. Chu Mengxue called out immediately. Lin Xian halted and turned to her. What is it, President Chu? Come here, she instructed. Where to? Get in the car with me. Get in the car. Lin Xian's eyes widened in confusion. Just come, Chu Mengxue insisted. All right, Lin Xian replied with a wry smile. He followed her to a luxurious Maybach. Chu Mengxue opened the door and climbed into the back seat, beckoning Lin Xian to join her. What on earth are you planning, President Chu? Lin Xian asked, bewildered. Just get in. Okay. With a heart full of apprehension, he entered the car. Close the door, Chu Mengxue commanded. Lin Xian, looking puzzled, responded, President Chu, what are you intending to do? Close it. Fine. With a resigned sigh, he shut the door. Once inside, Lin Xian asked, What do you want, President Chu? I need to discuss something with you, Chu Mengxue said. What is it? Would you be willing to be my boyfriend? She inquired, gazing intently at him. At her words, Lin Xian froze, his expression one of utter astonishment. It felt as if he had heard the most unbelievable news. His mind buzzed with disbelief. The illustrious Chu Mengxue, the wealthiest woman in the city, the most powerful female entrepreneur, the epitome of beauty in the business world, was confessing her feelings to him. This was utterly unexpected for Lin Xian. His heart raced wildly, and he stared intently at Chu Mengxue, stammering, "You and I wait. What? Just a moment ago. You mentioned having a boyfriend, didn't you? Why are you saying this to me now?" Lin Xian was taken aback. "I was lying to my dad," Chu Mengxue confessed. "Indeed, I am willing." Lin Xian's face flushed crimson, and he grinned broadly as he slowly extended his hand, intending to grasp Chu Mengshue's delicate fingers. Startled, Chu Mengxue swiftly pushed his hand away and admonished, "Don't be so forward." "Huh?" Lin Xian's expression turned peculiar. "Did you not ask me to be your boyfriend? Am I not allowed even that?" "Allow me to finish," Chu Mengxue interjected. "Very well, go ahead," Lin Xian chuckled. His heart brimmed with joy. Such a beautiful woman was to become his wife, and he felt as though he could revel in bliss even in his dreams. Chu Mengxue clarified, "I must make it clear that when I asked you to be my boyfriend, it was merely a fade, a performance. To put it plainly, I am doing this to appease my father." The radiant smile that had adorned Lin Xian's face faltered. "What nonsense is this? A fade?" He fixed his gaze on Chu Mengxue and insisted, "Yes, I just told you that you are to pretend to be my boyfriend, not a genuine one. This is purely for my father's sake." Lin Xian was rendered speechless. He had been delighted for so long, only to discover it was all a charade. Last night, Sister Pan had a masquerade as her husband, posing as Xiaoyin's father. Now, Chu Mengxue wanted him to impersonate her boyfriend. Was he becoming a professional impersonator? What kind of absurdity was this? "Are you willing?" Chu Mengxue gazed intently at his face, inquiring. "I'm not," Lin Xian retorted with coldness. "Is this not a deception of my feelings?" He pushed the car door open and strode away. Watching him depart, Chu Mengxue called out, "Hey, did you not agree? Why are you going back on your word? You are deceiving my feelings. I thought you were sincere." Lin Xian's irritated voice echoed back. "Lin Xian, stop. Listen to me," Chu Mengxue shouted. Lin Xian reluctantly halted. In her high heels, Chu Mengxue approached him and said, "Lin Xian, my father is pressuring me into blind dates, and I'm truly weary of it. Please tell me this once. If you do, you may make one request of me." Lin Xian, observing the sincerity in Chu Mengshue's demeanor and hearing her soft voice, felt his heart soften. "Lin Xian, my previous words were not meant to deceive your feelings. Perhaps I am being unreasonable. I might as well find an actor," she remarked, turning back toward the car. Seeing her graceful figure, Lin Xian's heart ached with reluctance. "All right, I agree." "Really?" Chu Mengxue turned back, her face lighting up with a captivating smile, akin to a blooming peony, nearly melting Lin Xian's heart. He nodded. "Once this matter is resolved, you may present me with one request, and I will fulfill it, provided it is within my means," Chu Mengxue stated. "Can I truly make one request?" Lin Xian asked, somewhat incredulous. Yes, she nodded affirmatively. Lin Xian's gaze lingered on the alluring neckline of her attire. "Hey, absolutely not." Chu Mengxue, noticing his lingering gaze, quickly covered her chest, glaring at him while exclaiming, "You must be dreaming." Chapter 18. I'm not that kind of person. Chu Mengshue's eyes fixated intently on Lin Xian. She had not anticipated that he would harbor such inappropriate thoughts about her. Originally, she silently cursed him as a little lecher. "Cough, President Chu. What kind of person do you think I am? How could I possibly harbor such inappropriate thoughts about you? I was merely admiring the necklace around your neck. It's quite beautiful, and I plan to buy one for my godmother when I can afford it," Lin Xian said with a peculiar expression. In truth, he had been gazing at her chest, but he felt the need to save face and prevent her from forming a negative impression of him. So he feigned interest in the necklace instead. Upon hearing this, Chu Mengshue's expression softened. "I thought you had ulterior motives," she remarked. "Cough, how could that be? I am not that kind of person," Lin Xian quickly retorted. "State your requirements," Chu Mengxue said. Lin Xian shook his head. "I have no demands. I agreed to help you." "You truly have no requirements?" Chu Mengxue asked, taken aback. "Indeed," Lin Xian affirmed. She regarded him with a curious glance and replied, "Very well, but I am not one to take advantage of others. Once the task is completed, I will express my gratitude properly. Let us discuss that later. What do I need to do? Lin Xian inquired. Tomorrow morning, come to my house, and I will send you the specifics via WeChat. Let us add each other on WeChat, Chu Mengxue suggested. Sure, Lin Xian thought to himself, elated at the prospect of adding such a lovely woman on WeChat. He subsequently added Chu Mengxue's account, which featured a picturesque landscape as her profile picture, and her nickname was poetically titled The Snow of That Night. Lin Xian teased her, I think I shall change my nickname to That Night. Why that night? Chu Mengxue asked, momentarily perplexed. You are the snow, and I am that night. The snow of that night. Ponder it, Lin Xian said with a playful grin. You, get lost. Her expression darkening as she glared at him and spat. I didn't expect you to be so glib. Just a little jest, Lin Xian chuckled. Be gone. All right, I shall take my leave. Lin Xian smiled slightly and turned to depart. Watching his retreating figure, Chu Mengxue shook her head gently and muttered to herself, this guy is quite something. For now, I have no choice but to rely on him. He appears somewhat trustworthy. At that moment, Lin Xian reached the roadside and turned to see Chu Mengxue entering a Maybach and driving away. A smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, this woman seems cold and aloof, yet she is rather endearing. If only she could be my wife, cough. Lin Xian stopped dreaming. A toad aspiring to eat swan meat is merely a tale. But why can't I be the swan? Ah, forget it. No need to indulge in fanciful thoughts. It's nearly 4 o'clock. I'll head straight to Xiaoyin S school. Lin Xian sighed as he hailed a taxi en route to Xiaoyin kindergarten. Sitting in the back seat, he continued to speak to himself, playing the role of Mei Xiang's husband while pretending to be Chu Mengxue's boyfriend. I've become a counterfeit specialist, and a husband to 2 stunning beauties at that. How unfortunate. He shook his head, laughed at his own predicament, and opened WeChat to check the class group, his expression turning exceedingly grim. Under the influence of Zhang Li, the classmates surprisingly turned against their own, disparaging their own thousands of messages. They merely claimed to be the most unsuccessful individuals in the class, asserting that someone like him could never find a girlfriend. Zhang Li even remarked that she wouldn't want someone like Lin Xian if he were thrown her way. In short, their words were laced with various forms of cruelty. His close friend, Kong Chong, attempted to defend him with a few words, but was met with scorn from their peers, leading him to retreat into silence. Lin Xian felt a bitter smile tug at his lips, musing to himself, what do you all know? Just moments ago, the most beautiful and wealthy woman in the city treated me to dinner. Not only that, but I've even become her boyfriend, albeit in a pretend capacity, but still, a boyfriend nonetheless. He yearned to post in the group to strike back at Zhang Li and the others, but reconsidered, realizing that doing so would only make him a target for their attacks. Rather than endure humiliation, he chose silence. Silence, he believed, was the best form of retaliation. Closing his eyes, he feigned sleep, casting aside his displeasure. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, startling him awake. It was a call from Kong Chong. Lin Xian frowned as he answered, Chong, what is up? Have you seen the group chat? Kong Qiang. I have. Isn't it just Zhang Li and her friends trash-talking me? Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Aren't you going to respond? I prefer silence in response. Now, tell me honestly, did President Chu really treat you to dinner? Kong Chong probed with curiosity. Here we go again. Lin Xian sighed. If I say she did, would you believe me? I wouldn't. Well, there you have it. If you don't believe me, what is the point of me saying anything? Lin Xian smiled wryly. Seriously, you're making it sound so fantastical. She didn't actually invite you? Did she? She didn't. Lin Xian retorted irritably. Fine then. I'm hanging up. The call ended, leaving Lin Xian feeling quite helpless. Half an hour later, the driver announced, We've arrived. All right. Lin Xian paid and exited the vehicle, focusing his gaze to find himself at the Sunflower Kindergarten. Little Ian attended this very school. This was his first time picking up a child from school, filling him with a sense of novelty. It was now 4:30. Little Ian was in the senior class and school ended at 5, so he had to wait another half hour. A number of luxury cars and parents had already gathered at the kindergarten entrance, as the children attending this establishment were primarily from affluent families. Pan Meixiang's late husband was a modestly successful individual who left her a considerable inheritance, rendering her a wealthy widow. Naturally, to nurture little Yin well, she opted for a prestigious kindergarten. As Lin Xian squeezed towards the entrance, an ostentatious lady yelled at him. "Loser, what are you pushing for?" I apologize." Lin Xian forced a smile and stood still, refraining from pushing forward. Truth be told, Lin Xian felt a mix of excitement and nervousness on his first day picking up a child from school. Finally, 5 o'clock arrived. The kindergarten was dismissed. As the teachers at the school gate called out the names one by one, some parents approached to pick up their children. Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when the teacher would call for Xiao Yin's parent. However, after a considerable wait, the teacher had yet to announce Xiao Yin's name, which began to fill Lin Xian with anxiety. He quickly opened the message from Pan Meixiang, glancing at the location she had sent. Indeed, it was here. At last, the teacher called out the final child, and that little one joyfully departed with their parent. Yet Xiao Yin was nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian's face was etched with concern as he hurriedly stepped forward and inquired, "Excuse me, teacher, could you please wait a moment?" And you are?" The female teacher regarded Lin Xian, her expression filled with confusion. "I am Xiao Yin's parent. Why hasn't she come out?" Lin Xian replied, taken aback. "Xiao Yin? Are you referring to Lin Yin?" The teacher asked, her gaze scrutinizing Lin Xian. Lin Xian was equally startled. Xiao Yin also bore the surname Lin? Chapter 19. Xiao Yin is not afraid. Daddy is coming. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, recalling that Mei Xiang had once mentioned her late husband, who indeed shared the surname Lin. A curious coincidence. He nodded affirmatively. Yes, Lin Yin. However, it is usually her mother who comes to pick her up after school. Who are you? The teacher regarded Lin Xian with a hint of suspicion. I am her uncle, Lin Xian managed to say, hesitating to reveal that he was Xiao Yin's father. Uncle? The teacher scrutinized Lin Xian once more, then said, all right, let me check the list. With that, she opened the folder in her hands, locating Lin Yin's name, which indeed had not been marked, indicating she had not yet left. Please hold on a moment. I will call her teacher, the teacher stated. Okay. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The teacher hurried to the side and made a phone call. Moments later, she returned, her expression grave as she addressed Lin Xian. Lin Yin has encountered a situation. I need to trouble you to go to the teacher's office. Lin Xian's face paled. What has happened? You will find out when you arrive. The office is on the second floor of the first building, the teacher replied. Oh, all right. Lin Xian felt a surge of panic and swiftly made his way toward the kindergarten. He felt a deep sense of unease. For today marked his first time picking up Xiao Yin. If something had happened to her, how could he face Mei Xiang? Meanwhile, in one of the kindergarten's offices, a stout boy, tall for his age, pointed derisively at a little girl standing a short distance away. You're lying. You don't have a father. Liar. Your nose will grow long like an elephant's. The little girl, clad in a princess dress, her big eyes brimming with tears, protested. I have a father. He said he would come and take me home. I'm not lying. Ha ha ha. You're still lying. If you say you have a father, why has he never come to pick you up? You definitely don't have a father. Lin Yin is the queen of liars. You'll grow a long nose and become Zhu Beiji. I have a father. I have a father. You are the pig. Xiao Yin, her face contorted with grievance, rushed toward the boy, ready to strike him. The boy quickly cried out, Mom, this wild child is going to hit me. As Xiao Yin rushed towards the little boy, a flamboyant lady approached fiercely, seizing Xiao Yin by her collar and snarling, You little bastard, dare you hit anyone? Ms. Wang, please remain calm and let go of the child. A uniformed woman intervened urgently. Teacher Zhao, did you see? This little bastard not only assaulted my son in broad daylight, but now dares to strike him in the office. Clearly, this child has no father to raise him, lacking any semblance of civility. Such a wild child should be expelled immediately and not allowed to remain in our school. The lady glared at the woman. The woman was none other than Teacher Zhao, the homeroom teacher of Xiao Yin. Teacher Zhao looked at the lady and responded, Ms. Wang, kindly release the child. This matter will be dealt with seriously by our school. Seriously dealt with? What nonsense. This little bastard has scarred my son's face. If the school cannot handle this, and if your mother cannot educate you, Then I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. The lady's face twisted in fury as she lunged at Xiaoyin, raising her hand to strike her. Suddenly, the office door burst open with a loud bang, and a commanding voice rang out. "Stop right there." Wang Yin instinctively halted, her piercing gaze fixed on the newcomer. Teacher Zhao turned toward the person as well, her expression one of confusion. "Daddy!" Xiaoyin exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, her expression transforming into one of joy upon seeing him. "Daddy?" Teacher Zhao was taken aback, her mind racing as she recalled that Lin Yinin's father was supposed to be deceased. How could this man appear so suddenly? However, it soon dawned on her that this man was likely the boyfriend her mother had found, perhaps even someone she was financially supporting. "Daddy, I'm so scared. They're going to hit me." Xiaoyin cried out to Lin Xian, her face a mask of distress. Lin Xian's countenance darkened as he strode into the office. Approaching Xiaoyin, the little boy stared at Lin Xian in shock, exclaiming, "Xiaoyin, how do you have a father? Let go of her," Lin Xian demanded, his gaze fixed firmly on Wang Yan. Xiaoyin broke free from Wang Yan's grasp and rushed to Lin Xian, embracing his leg, tears flowing freely as she cried, "Daddy, I'm so scared. They say I have no father. They call me a bastard, but I told them I have a father, and they didn't believe me." Lin Xian bent down and enveloped Xiaoyin in his arms, reassuring her, "Xiaoyin, don't be afraid. Daddy is here." "Daddy!" Xiaoyin clung to Lin Xian, her sobs intensifying. Lin Xian held the little girl, his heart breaking for her. Moments ago, he had overheard the little boy calling Xiaoyin a bastard, and that woman had intended to strike her. It was unbearable to think of how much Xiaoyin must endure on a daily basis. His thoughts drifted to his own past, having lost his father at a young age, raised solely by his mother until he was 12, and then living in poverty with a foster mother, experiencing the harshness of life firsthand. "Are you this wild child's father?" Wang Yin inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes bore into hers as he replied resolutely, "Yes. But that can't be." Wang Yin furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before saying, "As far as I know, Pan Meixiang's husband is not." "Shut your mouth." Lin Xian bellowed at her, his eyes ablaze with fury. He asserted in a low voice, "I solemnly inform you that I am indeed Lin Yinin's father. If there are any issues, direct them to me." "Ha ha ha." Wang Yin scrutinized Lin Xian, and suddenly a glimmer of ambiguous disdain flashed in her eyes. "I understand now. You are merely Pan Meixiang's kept boy. Well, that is of little significance to me. What truly matters is that Pan Meixiang's daughter. Let's assume she is yours. However, she has marred my son's face. You ought to address this matter." Lin Xian immediately turned his gaze toward the young boy, who promptly pointed to his own face and exclaimed, "Right here." Upon inspection, Lin Xian indeed noticed a faint red mark. "Xiaoyin, tell Daddy, how did this happen?" he asked gently. With tears brimming in her eyes, Xiaoyin, looking quite aggrieved, replied, "This afternoon, I told Dahu and the others that Daddy would come fetch me, but they said I had no father, that I was a love child, and they called me a liar with a long nose, saying I would turn into Zhu Beiji. I insisted that I had a father who would come for me. But Dahu continued to insult me, push me down, and I was so furious that I got up and scratched his face. Woo woo woo." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian comprehended the situation entirely. The fault lay squarely with the other party. It was their insults that had provoked Xiaoyin, compelling her to retaliate. "Is Dahu the one you speak of?" Lin Xian pointed at the young boy. "Yes, that's him. His name is Zhang Dahu," Xiaoyin exclaimed eagerly. Lin Xian nodded and addressed Wang Yin. "Ms. Wang, you have heard it. The fault lies with your son. How dare you speak such nonsense?" Wang Yan's expression darkened, her eyes blazing as she shouted at Lin Xian, "You believe this little wild child as fabrications." Lin Xian's demeanor shifted dramatically. He rose from his seat and strode directly towards Wang Yan. Her face drained of color as she retreated, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Teacher Zhao's expression also changed dramatically as he interjected, "Xiaoyin's guardian, what are your intentions? Please remain calm." Lin Xian glared at Wang Yan as an adult. Is it not excessive to repeatedly label a child with such derogatory terms? Excessive? Did I speak wrongly? Is she not a wild child? Lin Xian's expression darkened as he raised his hand, poised to strike Wang Yan's face. Yet, just as his hand was about to connect, he halted. Hitting her might feel satisfying, but it would set a poor example for Xiaoyin and lead to endless complications and disputes. Ultimately, he restrained himself. "You little scoundrel, do you dare strike me? Are you seeking death?" Wang Yin shouted at Lin Xian with venomous fury. Lin Xian lowered his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yin as he retorted, "Never mind. I find it beneath me to stoop to the level of someone who is destined to become a vegetable." Lin Xian observed her furrowed brow, noticing a dark aura swirling around it. Based on his knowledge from the Shinong secret technique, he diagnosed that this woman was afflicted with a rare illness that could lead to paralysis and ultimately a vegetative state. Why should he lower himself to engage with such a person? A vegetable? You vile bastard! How dare you curse me? Wang Yin roared furiously. Lin Xian replied calmly, "I'm not cursing you. I am merely stating that you have contracted a latent illness, one that is exceedingly difficult to treat. Once it manifests, you will most likely become vegetative." Vegetative? That's absolute nonsense. How could I possibly have such an illness? Wang Yin glared at Lin Xian, her voice trembling with rage. A cold smirk played on Lin Xian's lips. "If I am not mistaken, you have been suffering from insomnia and nightmares lately. Moreover, between 1 and 3 in the morning, you experience palpitations, icy extremities, and stabbing chest pains, correct? These are the precursors of the affliction. Once it fully takes hold of you, well, you understand. Therefore, I see no reason to engage in petty disputes with someone destined to become a vegetable." Having spoken, Lin Xian turned away, gently taking Xiao Yin's hand. "Let us go, Xiao Yin." "Okay, Daddy." Xiao Yin responded sweetly, following him as they walked out. Wang Yin stood frozen, her eyes fixed on Lin Xian's retreating figure. Her body trembled violently, her face contorted with terror, because every symptom he had described was undeniably accurate. Lately, she had indeed been plagued by sleepless nights, frequent awakenings, heart palpitations, cold limbs, uncontrollable shivering, and agonizing chest pains. She had consulted doctors, undergone examinations, only to be dismissed with a diagnosis of psychological distress. Now, this man had not only pinpointed her condition, but also declared that she would succumb to a debilitating illness, rendering her vegetative. The sheer horror of it left her breathless. How does he know about my symptoms? Could he truly be a medical prodigy, capable of discerning my ailment at a glance? No, impossible. He must have investigated me, using this knowledge to intimidate me. Wang Yin's eyes burned crimson with fury as she gnashed her teeth. "Miss Wang, that man just mentioned you might have a serious illness." Slap. Before the teacher could finish, Wang Yin struck her viciously across the face. The impact left the woman's cheeks swollen, her eyes brimming with tears as she clutched her stinging skin in shock. "Serious illness, my ass. How dare you echo his nonsense? Do you have a death wish?" Wang Yin snarled. I didn't mean," the teacher stammered, her voice quivering. "Listen carefully, Teacher Zhao," Wang Yin hissed, her voice dripping with venom. "You will immediately inform your principal to expel that little bastard. If not, I will have my husband tear this pathetic kindergarten apart. And as for you, I might just make sure you end up in a vegetative state yourself." What? And no, Teacher Zhao stammered, shrinking under the woman's glare. "As soon as the principal returns, I'll report this. Lin Yin will be expelled, I promise." Wang Yin gave a grim nod, muttering under her breath, "You wretched cur, daring to curse me like this. Just you wait." Meanwhile, Lin Xian walked hand in hand with Xiao Yin, the little girl's earlier sorrow now replaced by radiant joy. She had a father now. Not only had he come to pick her up, but he had also stood up for her. "Daddy, I'm so happy." Xiao Yin suddenly beamed up at him. "Why is that?" Lin Xian smiled down at her. "Because you came for me. My dream came true. Of course I'm happy." She chirped, her voice as sweet as honey. Listening to Xiao Yin's words, Lin Xian felt a pang in his heart, a bittersweet sensation. He halted his steps, crouched down, and gazed at Xiao Yin's tear-stained face. Gently, he reached out to wipe the traces of tears from her small cheeks, rendered momentarily speechless. After all, he was merely an imposter. "Daddy, will you come to pick me up often in the future?" Xiao Yin asked, staring intently at Lin Xian's face. "Of course." Lin Xian hesitated just a moment before nodding affirmatively. Then you won't leave anymore, and you won't abandon Xiaoying, right? Xiaoying inquired. I will not leave again. I certainly will not abandon you, Lin Xian asserted with unwavering conviction. Yay, that's wonderful. From now on, Daddy can be with Xiaoying often. Xiaoying exclaimed joyfully, her face alight with happiness as she rushed to embrace Lin Xian. He reciprocated, enveloping the adorable yet vulnerable little girl in his arms. Xiaoying, is he your father? At that moment, the teacher responsible for pickup, Ms. Ma, approached with a puzzled expression. Yes, Ms. Ma, he is my daddy, Xiaoying replied emphatically, turning to the teacher. Ms. Ma stared at Lin Xian with a bewildered look and remarked, Aren't you her uncle? Indeed, I am Xiaoying's father. Lin Xian interjected before she could finish. Please wait a moment. I need to confirm with Ms. Pan. Ms. Ma stepped aside to make a phone call. Shortly after, she returned, regarding Lin Xian with a strange look, and said, All right, you may take Lin Yining home. Very well. Lin Xian then took Xiaoying's hand and exited the kindergarten. Meanwhile, Ms. Ma watched Lin Xian's retreating figure, shaking her head lightly as she muttered, What a disappointment. So young and already living off others. As Lin Xian led Xiaoying to the roadside, she suddenly brightened up, her big eyes sparkling. Daddy, I want to eat ice cream, she exclaimed, pointing in a direction where an ice cream shop was located. With a smile, Lin Xian replied, All right, let us go buy some ice cream. Yay! But Daddy, you must keep it a secret from Mommy, Xiaoying insisted. A secret? Why must we keep a secret? Lin Xian asked, taken aback. Because Mommy doesn't let me eat ice cream, she explained. Huh? If Mommy doesn't allow you, then perhaps it's best not to have it, Lin Xian responded, momentarily perplexed. No, Daddy, I haven't had ice cream in such a long time. I really want some, Xiaoying pleaded, shaking Lin Xian's hand and acting adorably. All right then, let us buy the ice cream, and we'll keep it a secret from Mommy. Lin Xian laughed. Yay, let us go. With that, Lin Xian took Xiaoying's hand, and they made their way to the ice cream shop. Chapter 21. The Fallen Elder Xiaoying. Which flavor do you want? Lin Xian asked. Looking at her, Xiaoying pointed to one option, her eyes shimmering with excitement. I want this one. Lin Xian glanced at it, feeling a rush of dismay. It was the most expensive option, priced at 48. That was half a day's wages. Never mind. For my daughter, I shall grit my teeth and bear it, he decided. Addressing the shop assistant, I'll take this one. All right, the assistant replied with a smile. Sir, would you like one for yourself as well? Daddy, why don't you get one of these two? It's really delicious. Xiaoying chimed in. Lin Xian, hesitated deeply. If he were to come again, that day's wages would vanish. It is important to note that he is currently unemployed, with less than 2,000 yuan to his name. I enjoy this. I shall have this one, Lin Xian remarked, pointing to a 6 yuan ice cream cone, smiling. All right, please wait a moment. The clerk responded with a smile, before proceeding to prepare the treat. Before long, the clerk returned with the ice cream for Lin Xian and Xiaoying. Xiaoying, holding her large ice cream cone, beamed with excitement. Just as she was about to take a lick, she paused, raised it, and said, Daddy, you eat? Lin Xian felt a warm sensation in his heart and shook his head, saying, Daddy has some too. You enjoy it. All right, Xiaoying replied, bringing the cone to her lips and savoring a lick, her face alight with joy. Observing such a sweet and adorable little girl, Lin Xian felt enveloped in warmth. Having a daughter truly is a delightful gift. No wonder it is said that daughters are their parents' little cotton-padded jackets. The saying holds true. Alas, he lamented, he has yet to find a girlfriend. Daddy, let us go to that park over there. After we've eaten, we can return, all right? Xiaoying pointed toward a distant park, smiling. Very well, let us go, Lin Xian replied with a slight smile, taking Xiaoying's small hand as they strolled toward the park. Upon entering the park, Lin Xian found a bench where they both settled down. Xiaoying, with her sizable ice cream, swung her delicate little legs and began to indulge herself with great delight. Lin Xian also enjoyed his ice cream. The father and daughter relished the tranquil beauty around them. While savoring his ice cream, Lin Xian took out his phone and sent a message to Pan Meixiang. Sister Meixiang, Xiaoying has arrived, but she wishes to play in this park, so I will take her here. Pan Meixiang quickly replied, Xiao Lin, you need not tell me. She is your daughter, and you are her father. You may take her wherever you wish. Lin Xian read the message, feeling somewhat speechless at how much trust Sister Meixiang placed in him. Could it be that she truly considered him as a husband? Lin Xian shook his head. Just as Lin Xian and Xiao Yin were sharing laughter and enjoying their father-daughter time, a series of alarmed exclamations erupted. Do not touch him. He might be faking an accident. Indeed, do not touch him. In these times, if you assist him, you may find yourself ruined. The elderly man appeared to be feigning an accident. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Xian turned to see an elderly gentleman in a Tai Chi outfit collapse beside a garden, convulsing, with a crowd gathered around, pointing and whispering. Daddy, it seems something has happened over there. Xiao Yin exclaimed, her large eyes fixed on the scene. An old man has fallen, Lin Xian acknowledged with a nod. Daddy, shall we go help that grandfather? Xiao Yin urged. Lin Xian contemplated for a moment, deciding it was crucial to set a good example for Xiao Yin, and replied, let us go take a look. Thus, Lin Xian took Xiao Yin's hand and approached the elderly man. As they reached his side, Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly upon examining the old man. A quick assessment revealed that the elderly gentleman had suffered a heart attack and was now unconscious. In just 5 minutes, this elderly man may be lost. Daddy, that grandfather is so pitiful. Let's help him, Xiao Yin pleaded, tugging at Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian gazed at Xiao Yin's anxious expression and nodded, proceeding directly to the elderly man's side. He crouched down, preparing to take the man's pulse. Young man, do not touch him. Do you wish to lose everything? Kid, don't be foolish. Call the police first. As Lin Xian was about to reach for the old man, the concerned onlookers shouted in unison. He hesitated, pausing his hand. Truth be told, he feared being taken advantage of. After all, he had encountered too many stories online akin to that of the farmer and the snake. Yet, the elderly man before him was on the brink of death. Daddy, please save the old grandpa, Xiao Yin pleaded, shaking Lin Xian's arm. Little girl, do not put your father in jeopardy. You want to see him lose everything? He could be ruined, and you might end up sold. It was best to stay out of such matters. Hearing their remarks, Xiao Yin looked utterly puzzled and said, Why do you say that? But the teacher taught us that when we see an elderly man fall, we must help him. That little girl knows nothing. Do you want to endanger your father? One bystander remarked. Look, this old man isn't moving. He might already be dead. Hurry and call the police. Don't get involved. The crowd sneered. Daddy, is the old grandpa going to die? We should help him. Xiao Yin, unable to comprehend the crowd's words, looked at Lin Xian with pleading eyes. Seeing the yearning in her gaze, Lin Xian nodded. All right. Daddy will save the old grandpa. He then extended his hand, pressing against the elderly man's pulse. This kid is a fool. Just wait, when the old man's family arrives, he'll be in for extortion. At least $1 million. The crowd chuckled. This little girl knows nothing. And this guy's a simpleton. Just wait for him to be ruined. It's going to be entertaining. Lin Xian, however, paid no heed to their jeers. Xiao Yin, still puzzled, exclaimed, Why do you say that? Daddy is doing a good deed. Why are you criticizing him? The crowd continued to scoff. Lin Xian gently examined the elderly man's pulse, and indeed, the diagnosis aligned with his initial observations. The treatment was quite straightforward. It required the 6th and 7th needles of the Thunder Fire 9 needles to stabilize the old man's life, followed by employing the Shinong secret technique to channel vital energy into the elderly man to treat his heart failure. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian unfastened the old man's clothing. The crowd reacted. Kid, what are you doing? Why are you undressing him? He isn't going to steal anything, is he? They dismissed it, thinking, whatever, let him be. He regretted when he extorted. Ignoring their chatter, Lin Xian revealed the old man's chest and abdomen. Upon seeing the skin, he was taken aback. The elderly man bore numerous mottled scars, resembling those left by firearms. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian retrieved a silver needle from his pocket, one he had borrowed from Sun Jiansheng and had forgotten to return. He aimed the needle directly at an acupoint near the old man's heart. Goodness, this kid is actually a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It is utterly ludicrous that he employs acupuncture to save lives. Clearly, acupuncture and massage cannot be relied upon for genuine healing. I suspect this fellow merely seeks to attract attention and revel in the limelight as a social media celebrity. Huh, Just wait until the elderly man's family arrives. He will be finished. Before Lin Xian could insert the silver needle into the elderly man's chest, a chorus of derisive voices erupted around him. Even Xiao Ying gazed at Lin Xian in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why her father was piercing the old man with needles. Lin Xian inserted the first silver needle and subsequently applied a second one at a nearby acupuncture point. Finally, he grasped the initial needle. Utilizing the techniques of Thunderfire 9 needles and Shinong's secret art, channeling vital energy into the elderly man's body to aid in his recovery. The onlookers, observing Lin Xian's solemn acupuncture practice, wore expressions of scorn. To them, it was evident that Lin Xian was merely seeking to impress the crowd and gain notoriety online. Some even harbored sinister thoughts, wondering why the old man's relatives had not yet arrived to confront this pretentious fool and make him aware of the consequences of his actions. Xiao Yin watched her father perform acupuncture on the elderly man, her face a mask of confusion, yet her eyes shimmered with hope. In her eyes, her father was the most formidable person in the world. Surely, he would revive the old grandpa. Lin Xian continuously channeled vital energy through the silver needles into the elderly man. Minutes passed, yet the old man showed no signs of awakening. The surrounding crowd began to scoff, saying, "I told you this kid was just putting on a show." 10 minutes have gone by, and the old man shows no signs of revival. Huh, you expect traditional Chinese medicine to save lives? That's nothing short of a fantasy. It became clear to me that this fellow was merely performing for an audience, perhaps even a social media influencer. How absurd. Where on earth are the patient's relatives? They ought to teach this young man a lesson about the harsh realities of society. Lin Xian, undeterred by the murmurs around him, continued to channel his vital energy. Just then, a furious voice rang out. "Stop right there! How dare you harm my grandfather?" Chapter 22. The beautiful girl in white dress. Upon hearing this outburst, the crowd erupted in derisive laughter, declaring, well, the old man's granddaughter has arrived. This young man can expect to pay dearly now. You thought you could show off? Now look at the mess you've gotten into." Xiao Yin, sensing the tension, inquired in a state of confusion, "Uncle, Annie, what is happening? Why is my father in trouble?" At that moment, a young girl, clad in a delicate white dress and possessing a sweet, innocent appearance, dashed towards them. She forcefully shoved Lin Xian aside and cried out, "You scoundrel! Why are you trying to harm my grandfather?" Caught off guard, Lin Xian nearly stumbled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he looked at the beautiful girl with a resigned expression. "I'm trying to save your grandfather," he replied. "You're lying. You have pierced my grandfather with so many needles. You are clearly harming him," the girl retorted angrily. The crowd, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smirk, relishing the irony that this young man, who insisted on showcasing his skills, was now being accused of causing harm by none other than the old man's granddaughter. Lin Xian sighed. "I am truly trying to save your grandfather. Just give me one more minute." With that, he returned to grasp the silver needle and continued to channel his energy. However, the beautiful young girl forcefully pushed Lin Xian away. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "You scoundrel! Do you have any idea who my grandfather is? To harm him in broad daylight makes you a national criminal." Lin Xian was filled with grievances, rendered speechless. The story of the farmer and the snake was playing out once more. The onlookers sneered derisively. "Sister, my dad is not a villain. He is saving the old gentleman," Xiao Yin exclaimed, witnessing the girl shove Lin Xian. "Little girl, what do you know? Your father? How can he be so young? And you claim he hasn't harmed my grandfather? Look at all these needles in him." The girl shot back, glaring at Xiao Yin, with tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Yin protested, "No, my dad has not harmed anyone. He is saving lives." "Enough," the young girl exclaimed sharply, glaring at Lin Xian. "You are the one who has brought this misfortune upon my grandfather. Just wait. I will have my uncle send someone to arrest you." Lin Xian was utterly speechless, his heart heavy with bitterness. He never anticipated that his good intentions would be met with such baseless accusations from this girl. The crowd around them wore expressions of amusement, with not a single person stepping forward to defend him. The girl pulled out her phone, preparing to call her uncle, but at that moment, a sudden cough broke the tension. Goodness, the old man has awakened. What a twist of fate. He hasn't died. You young man, can now expect to pay less. Indeed, the elder slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his stupor. The girl, seeing her grandfather conscious, rushed over in delight. "Grandpa, you're awake. I thought you truly scared me." "Grandpa, this scoundrel is the one who stabbed you with needles, intending to harm you." Lin Xian wore a bitter expression, sighing repeatedly, while Xiaoyin insisted, "No, my dad has not harmed anyone." The elder repeatedly interjected, "Sihuan, you are mistaken. You have wronged him. He did not harm me. He saved me. It was he who rescued me." Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly brought to tears. It turned out the elder was clear-headed. "Grandpa, are you saying he didn't harm you? But look at all these needles on your chest." Sihuan pointed at the needles embedded in her grandfather's chest. The elder glanced at the needles and replied, "I sent it obvious. I suffered a sudden heart attack, and it was this young man who used acupuncture to save me. Had it not been for him, I fear I would have perished." "What?" The beautiful young girl stood frozen, taken aback by the revelation that the young man had saved her grandfather, reflecting on her previous behavior with a surge of guilt. "Sihuan, help your grandfather up." The girl hurriedly assisted the elder to his feet. He approached Lin Xian, his aged yet wise eyes filled with gratitude as he addressed him. "Young man, thank you for saving this old man." Lin Xian revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness and said, "It's nothing, old sir. It is enough that you have awakened. Now, you simply need to undergo routine treatment at the hospital. Allow me to remove the needles." As he spoke, Lin Xian carefully extracted the silver needles from the elder's chest, placing them into a pouch. He took Xiao Yin's hand, preparing to depart. However, the elder suddenly called out, "Young man, wait a moment." Lin Xian halted his steps and turned to him, asking, "Old sir, is there something else you require?" The elder fixed his penetrating gaze upon Lin Xian and stated, "Little benefactor, you have saved my life. May I inquire your name?" Lin Xian shook his head and replied, "It was merely a small act of kindness. There's no need to mention my name." "No, you have saved me. I must know your name," insisted the elder. "My father is Lin Xian, an engineer at a construction site." Xiao Yin proudly interjected, puffing out her chest. Lin Xian smiled wryly. He was merely a construction worker. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that this young man was an engineer and not a doctor. Even the elder expressed his confusion. "You are not a doctor?" Lin Xian replied, "No, I'm merely a worker on the construction site. I learned some traditional Chinese medicine from my grandfather during my childhood." "I see," the elder nodded. "A skilled technician possessing such medical knowledge is indeed impressive. Mr. Lin, please accept this small token of my gratitude." With that, the elder retrieved a bank card from his pocket and extended it towards Lin Xian. Seeing this, Yang Saikin's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Grandfather, that card contains 3 million. How can you give it to him?" 3 million? The crowd gasped, their faces revealing envy and jealousy. They murmured, "Wow, this lad has hit the jackpot. Who would have thought that this unremarkable old man was a wealthy benefactor? 3 million could sustain him for a lifetime on the construction site. Truly enviable." Lin Xian regarded the bank card and gently shook his head, noticing his refusal. The elder's eyes flickered with determination as he said, "Is it insufficient? No worries. Take the card for now. I will ensure an additional 2 million is deposited into it when I return." The crowd collectively inhaled sharply at this revelation. 5 million. This fellow has struck it rich. Their eyes gleamed with envy, practically bleeding with desire. "Young man, do not be greedy. Accept it. This is 5 million, enough for you to thrive for 3 lifetimes. Indeed, when can you earn this much working as a laborer on a construction site? 5 million. Goodness, how much would that be in cash? With 5 million, you could purchase a spacious apartment by the river." They all exclaimed. Yet, Lin Xian continued to gently shake his head at the bank card in the elder's hand. The elder's expression darkened slightly. The young lady's face hardened as she scolded, "Hey, don't be ungrateful. My grandfather's offer of 5 million is a privilege for you." "Enough. Sikan." The elder interjected sternly, then turned to Lin Xian and said, "Young man, name your price." Lin Xian calmly replied, "Old sir, I do not wish for money. As I mentioned, saving you is merely a small act of kindness. Xiaoyin, let us be on our way." As he spoke, Lin Xian grasped Xiao Yin's hand and turned to leave. The onlookers stared at Lin Xian's retreating figure, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. He had refused even a single penny. Was he not foolish? The elder observed Lin Xian's silhouette, his aged face displaying a peculiar expression, pondering whether there truly existed individuals indifferent to wealth. After all, this was 5 million. Grandfather, I believe he might be aware of your esteemed identity and intends to play the long game, Yang Sahan remarked with a hint of mockery, watching Lin Xian depart. Nonsense. The elder glared at Yang Sahan, rebuking her before calling out to Lin Xian's back. Young benefactor, please wait. Lin Xian halted, turning to him, old sir. Is there anything else you require? Are you certain you do not want this sum? The elder inquired. Lin Xian shook his head. No need. Very well, the elder nodded, then extracted an unremarkable business card from his pocket, presenting it to Lin Xian. This is my card. The number on it will reach me. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to contact me, and I shall assist you. The sight of her grandfather voluntarily offering his business card to Lin Xian left Yang Sahan utterly astonished. It was well known that even the prominent figures in the city did not possess such privilege. Moreover, her grandfather had promised to help resolve any issues for this young man, which signified that he had gained an extraordinary ally in the elder. What a fortuitous circumstance! However, Lin Xian glanced at the card in the elder's hand and replied, Old sir, I have already stated that my assistance was merely a trifling effort, and I seek no recompense, so I kindly ask that you retract your card. The elder's expression instantly stiffened. What was his status? To voluntarily offer a card to this young man only to have it declined. Yang Sahan's face darkened as she admonished. You are being utterly ungrateful. Do you realize who my grandfather is? Even the most influential in the province do not have such a right. Yang Sahan, do not speak out of turn. The elder chided sharply before regarding Lin Xian, his gaze imbued with a certain peculiarity. Very well, young benefactor, your noble character is commendable. I shall say no more. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. All right, Lin Xian nodded, taking Xiao Yin's hand and walking away. The elder stared blankly at Lin Xian's figure, murmuring, unmoved by fame or wealth, humble and discreet. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Grandfather, he is far too unappreciative. Yang Sihan interjected unimpresset. The elder turned to his granddaughter. Silly girl, what do you understand? To remain unmoved by 5 million is a testament to his magnanimity and spirit. Grandfather, I believe it is not spirit. He is merely playing the long game, Yang Sahan countered. The elder shook his head. If that were the case, then why would he reject even my business card? Yang Sahan was rendered speechless. He probably does not even know who I am. Grandfather, judging by your tone, do you find this young man quite remarkable? Yang Sahan inquired. Remarkable is an understatement. He is exceptionally so. He is the only individual in the past decade who has truly moved my heart, the elder replied slowly. Yang Sahan was taken aback upon hearing her grandfather's assessment. It was a rare honor to receive such praise from him. How difficult it must be to earn. Even among the esteemed youth of the provincial capital's prominent families, none have ever received such praise from grandfather. That earlier young man, what merit does he possess? Alas, he already has a daughter. Were it not for that, I might have considered him as a potential grandson-in-law, the old man murmured. Grandson-in-law. Upon hearing this, Yang Sahan's expression shifted dramatically. After all, she is the only unmarried granddaughter of her grandfather. Would this mean she was to be betrothed to that earlier individual? Grandfather, you jest, Yang Sahan retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Ha! Grandfather merely speaks in jest, the old man chuckled, shaking his head. At that moment, his mobile phone unexpectedly rang. The old man retrieved his phone, glanced at it, and answered Xiao Lu, what is it? Old sir, several leaders from the province wish to pay their respects to you. A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. The old man frowned slightly and replied, there is no need for that. I am unwell and must return to my ancestral home to recuperate. Understood. Xiao Lu responded respectfully. Dad, why won't you accept the money from that old gentleman? Lin Xian led Xiao Yin to a secluded spot, where she looked up at him, puzzled. Lin Xian paused, gazing at her earnestly. Xiao Yin, by saving that old gentleman, is an act of kindness toward others. Thus we cannot accept his money. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Dad, I understand. Being helpful is a virtue of our huaxia. We should not assist others solely for the sake of reward. Exactly. Lin Xian smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. However, Dad, I don't understand. You clearly saved that old gentleman. So why did others not want you to help? They said you would encounter misfortune or something like that. Xiao Yin asked, her expression perplexed. Faced with Xiao Yin's question, Lin Xian found himself momentarily speechless. He was uncertain how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Xiao Yin, do not concern yourself with what others say. If you encounter those in need in the future, do your best to assist them. Let us act with integrity and a clear conscience. Do you understand? I understand. Xiao Yin nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered in her eyes. Lin Xian looked at his daughter, his heart a tangle of emotions. He wished to set a good example through his actions, yet earlier, things had almost gone awry. Had it not been for the old gentleman's timely recovery, he might have faced dire consequences. Reflecting on this, he felt a chill run down his spine. Nevertheless, he recognized the true efficacy of the inherited Shenong secret technique. It truly was remarkable to revive an elderly man suffering from heart failure. A genuine marvel. As dusk fell, it was time to take Xiao Yin home to spare Pan Meixiang from worry. While Pan Meixiang had said he could take her out to play, he was, after all, merely a stand-in father and could not act recklessly. Xiao Yin, let us return home, Lin Xian said. All right, Xiao Yin replied with a sweet smile, but Dad, you must keep it a secret. Keep a secret about what? Lin Xian asked, taken aback. About eating ice cream. All right. Haha, all right, it's a secret. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi to take them home. Xiao Yin harbored an immense affection for Lin Xian. As soon as they settled into the car, she nestled in his embrace and drifted off to sleep. Observing the adorable creature in his arms, Lin Xian was overwhelmed with emotion. Having a daughter was truly delightful. If only she were genuinely his. He shook his head and smiled, realizing that he did not even have a girlfriend, let alone a daughter. Yet, what if he were to be with Sister Meixiang? Chapter 24. Daddy, shouldn't you be living with Mommy? Casting aside his fanciful thoughts, Lin Xian took Xiao Yin back home. Upon arriving at Pan Meixiang's residence, it was already past 7 o'clock. He knocked on the door, which was opened by none other than Pan Meixiang herself. Clad in a homey nightgown that was slightly sheer, she left Lin Xian momentarily speechless. This woman exuded an irresistible allure at all times. Mommy, as soon as Xiao Yin spotted Pan Meixiang, she rushed forward to embrace her. Xiao Yin, are you happy that Daddy came to get you? Pan Meixiang inquired while holding her daughter. Extremely happy. Daddy took me out to eat, exclaimed Xiao Yin, her eyes sparkling. We didn't eat much. Daddy even saved an old grandfather. Pan Meixiang affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair and, gazing tenderly at Lin Xian, urged him. Why are you still standing there? Come in. Lin Xian hesitated. After all, he was not a real father. Was it appropriate for him to enter? Daddy, come in. Xiao Yin tugged at Lin Xian's hand. All right. He relented and stepped inside. Xiao Yin dutifully fetched slippers for Lin Xian and helped him change into them. Watching this scene, Pan Meixiang's eyes sparkled. She realized her daughter had completely taken a liking to this father. Yet, she could only suppress her own burgeoning feelings deep within her heart. Mommy, what delicious food did you make? Xiao Yin asked excitedly. Mommy made a lot of delicious dishes. You two should wash up first while I serve the food, Pan Meixiang replied with a smile. Yay, Daddy, let us go wash our hands. Xiao Yin pulled Lin Xian toward the bathroom. With a resigned expression, Lin Xian adapted to this new role. During dinner, Xiao Yin sat beside Lin Xian, persistently offering him food while chirping, Daddy, eat this. Daddy, try that. Pan Meixiang observed the scene, her lips curling into a sweet smile, while Lin Xian wore an expression of helplessness. After the meal, Pan Meixiang turned to Xiao Yin and said, Xiao Yin, why don't you go to your room and watch some television? Mommy needs to have a word with Daddy. Okay. Xiao Yin nodded and headed straight into her room. Once Xiao Yin was settled, Pan Meixiang instructed Lin Xian, come sit on the sofa. Let's have a chat. All right, Lin Xian replied, nodding. Pan Meixiang took a seat on the sofa and gestured for him to join her. As he sat beside her, a fragrant wave enveloped him, nearly intoxicating him. With her eyes shimmering, Pan Meixiang said, "Xiao Lin, thank you so much." Lin Xian shook his head and replied, "What is there to thank? I feel very happy and fortunate being with Xiao Yin. It truly feels wonderful to have a daughter. Is that so? Then you can absolutely consider Xiao Yin as your own daughter," Pan Meixiang remarked, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Coughing lightly, Lin Xian wore an odd expression. If he truly regarded Xiao Yin as his own daughter, would that not imply a peculiar relationship with Pan Meixiang? In truth, being with Pan Meixiang was not entirely unappealing, as she was merely 11 or 12 years his senior. Shaking off these errant thoughts, Lin Xian admonished himself. What nonsense are you imagining? How could there ever be anything between you and Sister Meixiang? Even if you wish for it, your godmother would never consent. Pan Meixiang, noticing Lin Xuan's awkward demeanor, chuckled lightly and said, "I was merely jesting." Feeling embarrassed, Lin Xian responded, "Sister, I have some unfortunate news." Pan Meixiang's tone shifted to one of resigned concern. "What is it?" It appears that Xiao Yin had a conflict with her classmate Zhang Do, resulting in her expulsion from kindergarten. Pan Meixiang sighed heavily. Lin Xian's body stiffened at her words, staring blankly at Pan Meixiang. "Surely not? It's merely a trivial matter among children. How could the school react so harshly?" Pan Meixiang regarded him and replied, "Indeed, it is a trivial matter, but that woman—" "I understand," Lin Xian interjected, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. "Sister, it's my fault. Why do you say that?" Pan Meixiang was taken aback. Lin Xian, filled with shame, explained, "Sister Meixiang, when I went to pick up Xiao Yin, her teacher was addressing the issue, and that Dahu's mother, a vicious woman, threatened Xiao Yin. I spoke out against her, and she may have harbored resentment towards me, compelling the school to expel Xiao Yin. It's my failure to manage the situation properly that has harmed her." "No, Xiao Lin, you are not to blame. Even if you hadn't mentioned that woman, she would have pressured the kindergarten to expel Xiao Yin. You don't understand who she is." "I do. She's the wife of a mining tycoon in this district with considerable connections. She is exceptionally ruthless. Such a woman will not hesitate to retaliate against us. We cannot afford to provoke her," Pan Meixiang lamented. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a pang of bitterness, his heart heavy with the sense that he had mishandled the situation regarding Xiao Yin, leaving him feeling somewhat ashamed. "What will happen to Xiao Yin now?" he inquired. "Do not worry. I've already leveraged some connections to secure a spot for her in a private kindergarten. She will transfer there tomorrow," Pan Meixiang replied with a gentle smile. "That is a relief," Lin Xian remarked. "Xiao Lin, do not feel overly burdened. This matter is truly not your fault." Pan Meixiang reassured him softly. Nodding, Lin Xian responded, "All right, sister. The evening is growing late. I should return." Pan Meixiang was momentarily taken aback, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "But what if you leave and Xiao Yin asks where her father has gone? What will we do?" Lin Xian paused, unsure of how to respond. Pan Meixiang suggested, "Perhaps you should stay here instead of returning to your apartment." "Ah, stay here?" Lin Xian was taken aback, wondering where he would sleep. "Stay here. There's a room available for you," Pan Meixiang continued gently. Feeling relieved, Lin Xian agreed, "Very well. All right, it is getting late. Let us both prepare for bed." "Okay." After completing their evening routines, they were about to head to their respective rooms when Xiao Yin suddenly ran over, exclaiming, "Daddy, why are you going into this room? I want to go to my room to sleep." "Sleep? Shouldn't you be sharing a room with your mother?" Xiao Yin inquired curiously. Lin Xian and Pan Meixiang exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing this. Lin Xian thought to himself, "I am merely a pretender. I cannot truly reside with your mother." Although Pan Meixiang's expression was strange, her heart was filled with joy, thinking that her daughter was indeed quite perceptive. "Well, Lin Xian stammered, as Xiao Yin grasped his hand and said, "Daddy, you should be staying with Mommy." Lin Xian's heart raced, unsure of how to respond. Could it be that he truly had to share a room with Pan Meixiang? That seemed rather inappropriate. At that moment, Pan Meixiang spoke up, "Xiao Yin, why are you still standing there? Come along." Lin Xian was taken aback, staring at Pan Meixiang in astonishment. She genuinely wanted him to share a room with her. Chapter 25. Indeed, sharing a room, since Pan Meixiang had expressed such a sentiment, Lin Xian felt compelled to acquiesce, albeit meekly, saying, "All right." Subsequently, Xiao Yin ushered Lin Xian into her mother's room, with Pan Meixiang following closely behind. Xiao Yin closed the door and cheerfully announced, "Good night, Daddy and Mommy. I'm heading back to my room now." With that, she swiftly departed. Inside the room, the atmosphere was suffused with a rosy hue, and Lin Xian dare not look at Pan Meixiang. "Sister Meixiang, once Xiao Yin has fallen asleep, I shall take my leave," he proposed. "No need. You may stay here for the night," Pan Meixiang replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. "What?" Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Staying here? Alone together?" This was rather inappropriate. "Sister Meixiang, I shall take the floor," he insisted. With a playful smile, Pan Meixiang covered her mouth and said, "Actually, sharing the bed is also an option. I trust your character." Cough, perhaps I should stick to the floor. Lin Xian's face turned crimson. "Oh, you." Pan Meixiang chuckled. "Very well, as you wish. However, as a guest, how can I let you sleep on the floor? I shall take the floor, you take the bed." "Sister, you are a lady. You cannot sleep on the floor. Allow me to do so instead," Lin Xian protested earnestly. Pan Meixiang smiled and replied, "All right, I will prepare your sleeping area." With that, she made arrangements for Lin Xian on the floor. Once the bedding was set, Pan Meixiang took the bed while Lin Xian settled onto the floor. With a click, the lights in the room were extinguished. This was Lin Xian's first experience sharing a room with a woman. Though they were not on the same bed, it filled him with excitement. He closed his eyes, but found it difficult to drift into slumber. "Xiao Lin, let's engage in some conversation. By the way, what kind of partner are you seeking?" Pan Meixiang suddenly asked. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Upon hearing her question, images of Chu Mengxue and Pan Meixiang's graceful figures immediately filled his mind. Naturally, such beauties were at the forefront of his ideal partner list. "Go on," Pan Meixiang encouraged. Lin Xian replied, "I don't have any specific criteria, just someone who is decent-looking and gentle." Such a vague description. "Do you have anyone in mind?" Pan Meixiang inquired further. "No, not all." Lin Xian shook his head. "What about that female CEO? Didn't you meet her this afternoon? Did no sparks of romance ignite?" Pan Meixiang teased. Lin Xian chuckled with disbelief, exclaiming, "How could that be possible? Just think about it. She is a billionaire female CEO, and I am merely a construction worker. One is in the heavens, and the other is on ground. How could there be any spark between us?" Pan Meixiang replied, "Not necessarily. Perhaps she is precisely the type who finds you appealing. If you could become her boyfriend, it would be a tremendous leap for you." Lin Xian shook his head, saying, "Come on, sister, there is absolutely no chance with CEO Chu. Besides, such a lofty woman is simply not suitable for me." "All right then," Pan Meixiang continued. "By the way, did she offer you a job?" Lin Xian responded, "She did offer to introduce me to a job, but I turned it down." "Why?" she inquired. "Because I do not wish to take advantage of others' goodwill," he replied. Pan Meixiang laughed incredulously. "Little Lin, I have never met anyone as genuine as you." He chuckled. "Well, one must be honest." Pan Meixiang remarked, "To be frank, you are truly wonderful. If I were a few years younger, I would certainly pursue you and make you my little husband." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's face flushed crimson as Pan Meixiang's sudden declaration caught him off guard, filling him with an indescribable sense of elation. "You're blushing," she teased. "No, I'm not," Lin Xian insisted. "If you wish to sleep on the ground, go ahead. I am perfectly fine sleeping here." "Fine. If you prefer the floor, so be it." Pan Meixiang turned her voluptuous figure away, muttering under her breath, "What a hopelessly unromantic little brat." Meanwhile, in an ancient house by the riverside, a doctor clad in a white coat was examining an elderly man, exclaiming in astonishment, "Mr. Yang, your cardiovascular blockage has completely cleared. In other words, your heart condition is essentially cured. This is simply incredible, a true medical miracle." The elderly man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and appearing frail, was none other than the gentleman Lin Xian had saved earlier that afternoon, Mr. Yang. "Dr. Ma, what did you say? Are you telling me my father's heart condition has nearly healed?" asked a middle-aged man in a tailored suit standing beside the elderly gentleman, clearly taken aback. This man was Yang Jiqiang, Mr. Yang's third son, the executive vice president of the local business association and chairman of the Yang Group, a prominent business magnate. Even Yang Sahan, who stood next to him in a charming white dress, looked equally astonished. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the construction worker had cured her grandfather's heart condition? She quickly dismissed the idea, reasoning that so many renowned doctors have been unable to help her grandfather. So how could a mere construction worker have done so? Dr. Ma addressed Yang Jiqiang, saying, President Yang, indeed, I have conducted a thorough examination of your father, and the results are in. The report indicates that the blockage in his cardiovascular system has been entirely cleared, and his heart's vitality has significantly improved. In essence, your father's heart condition is practically cured. This is nothing short of a miracle. I never anticipated that your father would be so fortunate. No, you are mistaken. At this moment, Mr. Yang spoke up. My heart condition did not heal by itself. It was treated by someone. What? Treated by someone? That is impossible. Old master, your heart condition cannot possibly be cured by anyone, Dr. Ma exclaimed, turning to the elderly gentleman. Yang Lao met Dr. Ma's gaze with unwavering conviction, declaring, No, your inability to heal me does not imply that others cannot. My heart ailment must have been remedied by that construction worker. By whom? Dr. Ma responded, astonished. A construction worker? Old master, do not jest. How could a construction worker possibly cure your illness? Aren't they merely laborers? Even Yang Jiqiang, standing nearby, appeared bewildered, asking, What is happening? Father, a labor saved you and cured your heart condition? Yang Lao's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he spoke slowly. I am certain it was he. This afternoon, I collapsed in distress, my life hanging by a thread. It was that young benefactor who awakened me through acupuncture, and thereafter, I felt my heart invigorated, my body revitalized. Thus, I can assert that he restored my health. He is not merely a construction worker. He is a remarkable healer. Dr. Ma and Yang Jiqiang were left astounded, their jaws nearly dropping. Dr. Ma immediately protested, Old master, do not jest. How could a construction worker be skilled in acupuncture? Even if he were trained, it is implausible for him to cure a heart condition through such means. In my opinion, you are merely regaining consciousness, and his acupuncture coincidentally aligned with your recovery, leading you to believe he healed you. Furthermore, your heart condition may have naturally improved, and you mistakenly attribute it to him. Chapter 26. The Fury of Big Head. I find Dr. Ma's reasoning compelling. Yang Jiqiang added, Traditional Chinese medicine has fallen into such disarray. How could it possibly cure heart disease? Even Western medicine struggles to achieve that. How could a mere practitioner of Chinese medicine accomplish it? Mr. Yang, to be precise, he is merely a construction worker, not even a practitioner of traditional medicine. Dr. Ma corrected with a tone of derision. Yang Jiqiang scoffed, Yes, yes, spare me the nonsense. The old man retorted, I know my body better than anyone. Just days ago, the hospital conducted tests, and I still had heart disease, with the doctor declaring it perilous. Even if it were to heal naturally, such a rapid recovery is improbable. This can only indicate one thing. That young man cured me. He is my savior. Yang Jiqiang was left speechless, stating, Father, please remain calm. I believe Dr. Ma has a valid point. Perhaps the young man merely happened to strike success by chance. Before Yang Jiqiang could finish, the old man slapped him across the face. Wretch, silence yourself. At that moment, when no one else attended to me, this person extended a helping hand to save my life. What a noble character. You, ungrateful son, dare to speak ill of him again, and I shall make you pay dearly. Seeing the old man's fury, Yang Jiqiang immediately fell silent, his face a mask of defiance. Dr. Ma, sensing the tension, appeared pale and suddenly suggested, Old master, why not invite that young man to demonstrate his medical skills to me, since you are so certain he healed your heart condition? Dr. Ma pondered the adage that true gold fears no fire. He believed he could ascertain the young man's abilities through examination. However, old Yang interjected with a hint of derision, asserting, He is my lifesaver. His ability to revive me speaks to his exceptional medical skills. You, on the other hand, lack the standing to test him. Perhaps he is a disciple of a hidden school of traditional Chinese medicine. Instantly, Dr. Ma's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, he dared not retort in the face of the elder's disdain, offering only a sheepish smile as he replied, Old sir, I merely wish to confirm. You need not say more. Regardless of the circumstances, I am resolute that this young man saved me and cured my heart ailment. You may leave now. Si-han shall remain. Old Yang declared coldly. Understood. Yang Jiqiang and Dr. Ma had no choice but to depart, leaving Yang Si-han behind. Grandfather, you should not have reprimanded Uncle San. He was only speaking the truth, Yang Si-han said softly. The truth be damned, Old Yang replied sternly. That young man demonstrated remarkable nobility in saving me under such dire conditions, even if he had not cured my heart condition or brought me back to life. We should be grateful to him. Why utter such words? You are right, grandfather, Yang Si-han conceded. Si-han, have your fourth uncle utilize some resources to find this young physician's contact information, Old Yang suddenly instructed. Huh? Why do we need to find him? Yang Si-han inquired, taken aback. Naturally, to invite him for a drink with me. Yang Si-han was astonished, exclaiming, Grandfather, considering your status, is it appropriate to drink with a mere construction worker? Si-han, do you also look down upon others? He is a benefactor to your grandfather. I was mistaken. I will inform my fourth uncle at once. Furthermore, I have a strong feeling that the young man is unmarried. That little girl cannot possibly be his daughter. Have your fourth uncle investigate his marital status, the old man added suddenly. Why investigate that? Yang Si-han asked, bewildered. Old Yang smiled mysteriously. If he is indeed unmarried, I might consider him as a potential grandson-in-law. Grandfather, not this again. I will not marry him. Yang Si-han exclaimed, her face flushed. Meanwhile, across from Pan Meixiang's residence, on a balcony of another apartment building, a man clad in a leather jacket was intently observing Pan Meixiang's home through binoculars while reporting to someone on his phone. This man, known as Hong Biao, was the one who had attempted to abduct someone from Pan Meixiang's house the previous night. A furious voice erupted from the phone. How dare you touch my prized possession? This boy must possess extraordinary audacity. Hong Biao, gather your men and bring that little brat to me. I intend to deal with him. Big brother, that loser. He knows martial arts. Last night, he fought like a wild beast and nearly killed me. I can't go near him, Hong Biao stammered, his face filled with fear as he pretended to cough. The terrifying scene from the previous night still haunted him, instilling a deep sense of dread. Damn it, that wretched woman, Pan Meixiang, has found such a formidable young man. I refuse to believe that such a mere underachiever could truly protect him. How about this? Xiao Long will return tomorrow. Let him handle the situation, Brother Detu declared. Very well. Upon hearing this, Hong Biao breathed a sigh of relief and responded, if Brother Xiao Long steps in, he will surely subdue that brat. Xiao Long is Brother Detu's most capable and fierce warrior, a retired Sanda athlete with remarkable skills. If Xiao Long takes on that young man, he will undoubtedly be finished. This way, Brother Detu need not take any risks. Excellent. Brother Detu replied, then continued, did you see them sleeping together? Hong Biao peered through binoculars at the situation outside Pan Meixiang's window, shaking his head. Brother Detu, the curtains are drawn. I cannot see clearly, but I assure you, that scoundrel has definitely spent the night at Pan Meixiang's house. They certainly slept together. The phone crackled with Brother Detu's furious voice. Damn it. That dog dares to sleep with my woman. When Xiao Long arrives, he must be dealt with severely. Biao, keep a close watch on that scoundrel. Yes. That night, Lin Xian stayed in Pan Meixiang's bedroom, indulging in a rosy dream. In this dream, Pan Meixiang was the leading lady. However, just as they were embarking on their romantic escapade, Pan Meixiang's face suddenly morphed into Chu Mingshue's, startling Lin Xian awake. Upon waking, Lin Xian found himself drenched in sweat, his breath coming in rapid gasps. Why did I dream of Chu Mingxue? He murmured, glancing towards the bed, where the alluring silhouette of Pan Meixiang lay. Chapter 27. Meixiang practicing yoga after observing Pan Meixiang's enchanting figure for a while. Lin Xian shook his head and pulled out his phone to check the time. He noticed a message from Chu Mingxue sent at midnight. Meet me at the following address tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. I'll take you to my home to meet my father. Following was an address. Upon reading the message, Lin Xian sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. This woman was requesting his assistance while adopting a commanding tone reminiscent of a superior addressing a subordinate. He replied briefly and closed his eyes to sleep. The next morning, Upon waking, Lin Xian found Pan Meixiang's bed empty. She had evidently risen. Noticing a neatly arranged outfit beside the futon, he realized it was prepared for him by Pan Meixiang. He donned the clothing, which fit him perfectly and looked quite appealing. Stepping out of the room, Lin Xian's eyes widened slightly. He beheld Pan Meixiang clad in form-fitting pink yoga pants, practicing yoga in the living room. At that moment, she was executing a challenging pose. Her curvaceous figure captivatingly poised, truly a sight to behold. Lin Xian watched, his heart racing. Shaolin, you're up? Pan Meixiang paused her practice. Noticing Lin Xian's unwavering gaze upon her, she spoke casually, yet secretly reveled in her own allure. Sister, you're still practicing yoga? Lin Xian chuckled. As an older sister, I must keep fit. Otherwise, I would turn into a lazy lump. Pan Meixiang laughed. Ahem, sister, you're hardly old. You look barely in your 20s. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Pan Meixiang was amused, her laughter causing her to tremble like a flower in the breeze. Your words are truly sweet. I am but an aging woman, nowhere near the age of 20. Really, sister, he replied with a chuckle. All right, enough with the flattery. Go wash up while I prepare some porridge in the kitchen. With that, Pan Meixiang flashed him a charming smile. Swaying her figure as she made her way to the kitchen, Lin Xian watched her retreating form, feeling a flutter of excitement in his heart. Daddy, you're awake. Suddenly, a little girl dressed in a princess gown, Xiaoyin, rushed over and hugged Lin Xian's leg. Yes, Lin Xian smiled down at her. Today, Mommy said she would take me to a new school, and I won't have to see to Hu and the others anymore. Will you come with me? Xiaoyin looked up at Lin Xian with eager eyes. Lin Xian longed to accompany Xiaoyin, feeling a sense of responsibility since she had been expelled. But he also had to pretend to be Chu Mengshue's boyfriend, making it impossible for him to join her. I'm sorry, Xiaoyin, but I have things to attend to today, Lin Xian said apologetically. What? Daddy, what is it? Is it work? Xiaoyin asked, her expression tinged with disappointment. Just as Lin Xian was at a loss for words, Pan Meixiang emerged from the kitchen and said, Xiaoyin, your father has some matters to handle today. Your mother will take you to the new school. Will Daddy leave? Will I still see him tonight? Xiaoyin asked, her concern evident. Of course he won't leave. Daddy just has some business to take care of, and he'll be back by the time you return home from your new school, Pan Meixiang reassured her. Glancing at Lin Xian quickly added, Xiaoyin, I won't be going anywhere. Great. Xiaoyin beamed with joy. After dinner, Lin Xian bid farewell to Pan Meixiang and Xiaoyin as he set out to find Chu Mengxue. Upon exiting the elevator, Lin Xian furrowed his brow, sensing that someone was watching him. Ever since Lin Xian inherited the Shinong secret technique, not only had his medical skills improved, but so had his combat prowess and perception. Following his instincts, he turned in a particular direction and spotted a figure lurking behind a cluster of flowers, watching him intently. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he swiftly approached the sneaky figure. Upon realizing that Lin Xian had noticed him, the individual's face paled, and he hurriedly turned to flee. Lin Xian quickened his pace, closing the distance, but the person suddenly jumped onto a motorcycle and sped away. Lin Xian halted, his gaze fixed on the diminishing figure of the motorcycle rider, his expression stormy. He recognized the figure as one of the ruffians who had attempted to abduct someone from Meixiang's home 2 nights prior. This thuggish interest in him could only bode ill. While Lin Xian felt unafraid of such miscreants due to his newfound abilities, he was deeply concerned for Pan Meixiang and her daughter, who were defenseless. He needed to devise a plan to deal with these ruffians, otherwise, they would remain a persistent threat. Lin Xian pondered deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he called Pan Meixiang. Her soft voice came through the line, Shaolin. What is the matter? Meixiang, I just spotted one of the thugs from the other night watching me. Please be cautious with you and Xiaoyin, Lin Xian warned. Upon hearing this, Pan Meixiang expressed her remorse, saying, Xiaolin, I am truly sorry for dragging you into this. Lin Xian, with a bittersweet smile, responded, Sister, there is no need for such words. Protecting you and Xiaoyin is something I willingly choose to do. Understanding her concern, he added, However, they are fixated on you. Sister, I am not afraid. My only worry is for you and Xiaoyin, Lin Xian reassured her. Pan Meixiang, moved by Lin Xian's words, exclaimed, Xiaolin, You have been extraordinarily kind to us. Rest assured, we will be vigilant about our safety, she promised. All right, let us end the call, Lin Xian suggested. Xiaolin, what is wrong? She inquired. Oh, nothing. Just wait until you return to discuss it. In any case, you must also be cautious. Understood, she replied. After concluding the call, Lin Xian let out a gentle sigh. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chu Mingxue, and he quickly answered, saying, Wife, what is it? What did you just call me? Chu Mingxue's voice was icy. Wife, are you trying to get yourself killed? Her tone was as cold as the depths of winter. Ahem, didn't you ask me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Shouldn't I address you as wife? Besides, we are about to meet your father. It's only natural to use endearing terms to foster a closer bond, Lin Xian explained. You, cease that immediately. Do not call me that. Even if you are pretending to be my boyfriend, you are merely that, my boyfriend. When did we become a married couple? If you dare to call me that again, I will not hold back. Ahem. All right, no need to be so fierce. I was just joking. Lin Xian. Such jokes are best avoided. I am not someone who enjoys jesting. Lin Xian managed a wry smile and said, Fine, I won't joke anymore. Where are you right now? Chu Mingxue's tone remained frosty. I haven't set off yet, Lin Xian replied. What time is it? Chu Mingxue reprimanded. It is quite late. Why haven't you left yet? Lin Xian, feeling somewhat exasperated, responded, Chu, I implore you to recognize that I am merely assisting out of humanitarian spirit and not as one of your subordinates. All right, I admit my attitude was a bit off. Now hurry. Chu Mingxue softened her tone. Understood, I will grab a taxi right away. May I ask something? Lin Xian continued. What is it? Will the taxi fare be reimbursed? Upon hearing this, Chu Mingxue was utterly speechless. After offering him several million yesterday, he was now nitpicking over taxi fare. Was he out of his mind? I will transfer you 5,000 via WeChat as your activity fund, Chu Mingxue stated coolly. All right, Lin Xian replied eagerly. I feel as if you are mentally unstable, Chu Mingxue remarked. Hey, how dare you insult me? Wait, don't hang up. Clarify your statement. Lin Xian called out, but Chu Mingxue abruptly ended the call. Staring at his phone with a bemused expression, Lin Xian muttered, That insufferable woman. I assist you, and you accuse me of being crazy. You are the one who is insane. Just then, his phone rang again. Checking the screen, Lin Xian's face lit up with joy. Chu Mingxue had indeed transferred him 5,000. With that amount, he could confidently take a taxi. He hailed a cab and made his way to the address provided by Chu Mingxue. On the way, his phone rang once more. He retrieved it and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He promptly answered, saying, Hello? Who is this? Xiaolin, it's old Sun. A voice resonated from the other end. It was Sun Jiansheng. Oh, Uncle Sun, what brings you to me? Lin Xian inquired. Well, I wish to ask if you are free today. Why not come over for a simple meal? My daughter is home on leave, and it would be a fine opportunity for you to meet her, Sun Jiansheng suggested. His tone tinged with a hint of intimacy. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, wore an expression of curiosity and thought to himself, Is this old Sun serious? Is he truly considering marrying his daughter to me? He has even invited me to his home. With a peculiar expression, Lin Xian replied, Uncle Sun, I'm afraid I have some urgent matters to attend to today and cannot make it. What kind of matters? Are you job hunting? Sun Jiansheng inquired further. No. It's just some pressing issues, Lin Xian responded evasively. That is all right. Are you free tomorrow? My daughter will be home, then as well, Sun Jiansheng pressed on. Seeing the sincerity in Sun Jiansheng's invitation, Lin Xian felt it would be rude to decline again. I have no plans for tomorrow, so I will come visit you. He finally conceded. Visit? Oh, you needn't be so formal. Just give me your address, and we can arrange a time for me to pick you up, Sun Jiansheng chuckled. No need for that. Just tell me your address, and I'll make my way there myself, Lin Xian insisted. Is that truly acceptable? What if it's not proper? Sun Jiansheng countered. Why would it not be? I am hardly a person of great significance. Lin Xian laughed. No, to me, you are indeed a person of great importance. Sun Jiansheng replied warmly. Very well, I shall send you my address. You must come tomorrow. My daughter and I will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. All right, it's settled then. Let us end this call, Lin Xian said, concluding the conversation with a wry smile. This old son truly placed too much importance on him. He pondered what it was about himself that attracted son Jiancheng so. Shaking his head, Lin Xian prepared to close his eyes for a brief rest when suddenly his phone rang again. He pulled it out to find another unfamiliar number. With a curious expression, he answered, "Who is this? Are you Lin Xian?" A melodious voice of a young girl came through the line. Lin Xian found the voice vaguely familiar, but could not place it. "Yes, who am I speaking with?" he asked. "I am Yang Sihan, the granddaughter of the elderly man you saved yesterday afternoon," she replied. Lin Xian smiled. "Ah, so it's you? How did you acquire my number? Please don't mind. I had someone help me find it," Yang Sihan explained. Lin Xian inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Well, my grandfather wishes to invite you over for a drink," Yang Sihan stated. "Drink?" Lin Xian was taken aback. "Yes, my grandfather is quite grateful for your assistance and would like to express his thanks over a meal," she clarified. "That sounds lovely, but I'm afraid I am unavailable today. Perhaps we can arrange it for another time," Lin Xian suggested with a smile. "All right, I will inform my grandfather," Yang Sihan began, but was interrupted by the voice of Elder Yang from the background. "Sihan, hand me the phone." Then, a kind voice filled the phone. "Greetings, dear benefactor. I am old Yang." "Hello, Elder Yang," Lin Xian responded respectfully. "I would like to invite you to my home for a simple meal. When would be convenient for you?" Elder Yang inquired cheerfully. "Apologies, Elder, but I have some matters to attend to today. Perhaps we could arrange it for another day?" Lin Xian replied. "That is perfectly fine. Just come when you are able." Elder Yang replied with a warm chuckle. "Very well," Lin Xian agreed. After concluding the call with Elder Yang, Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. He had not anticipated that Elder Yang would invite him to his home for a drink. Indeed, he was quite busy. After a taxi ride of several minutes, he arrived at his destination, a park of remarkable beauty. Lin Xian took out his phone and dialed Chumingxue. The call connected swiftly, and he heard her voice on the other end. "Where are you?" "I've arrived at the park." "Where are you?" Lin Xian inquired, puzzled. "Enter the park, and you will see a pavilion. I am inside it," Chu Mengxue replied. "All right," Lin Xian responded. Chu Mengxue abruptly hung up the phone. Glancing at his phone, which had just been disconnected, Lin Xian chuckled softly and muttered, "What an arrogant woman." He shook his head and proceeded directly into the park. At that moment, it was a little past 9 o'clock, and several elderly individuals were exercising within the park. Lin Xian spotted a pavilion, and within it, a figure of ethereal beauty, none other than Chu Mengxue. However, beside her stood a petite girl clad in a Lolita dress. Upon seeing Chu Mengxue, Lin Xian hurried toward her, calling out, "President Chu, I'm here." Chu Mengxue turned to look at Lin Xian and said coolly, "I hope you will not be late in the future." Lin Xian's lips twitched slightly, and he replied, "Understood." As he approached the pavilion, just as he was about to observe Chu Mengxue closely, a sharp voice rang out. "What the heck, cousin? Is this the temporary actor you invited? Isn't he just a loser and a country bumpkin?" Lin Xian was rendered speechless by the scornful remark, and following the sound, he noticed the girl in the Lolita dress, a naive-looking girl of about 18 or 19, scrutinizing him with a pronounced look of disdain on her face. "Guobo, don't speak carelessly," Chu Mengxue admonished the naive girl, casting a glance at her before awkwardly addressing Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, please don't take offense. She is my cousin, Su Guoguo." It turned out that this Lolita was Chu Mengshue's cousin. Lin Xian forced a smile and was about to greet her when Su Guoguo rolled her eyes at him and pouted. "Cousin, you've really fallen from grace. I thought the temporary actor you found would at least be comparable to those young heartthrobs, but I didn't expect such a fellow." Lin Xian felt quite dumbfounded by Su Guoguo's blatant disdain. Chu Mengxue scolded, "Guoguo, be quiet." "Lin Xian, my cousin is a bit blunt. Please don't mind her." Lin Xian shook his head and replied indifferently, "I have no need to stoop to the level of a little girl." "You, who are you calling a little girl?" Su Guoguo glared at Lin Xian, her eyes fierce. Lin Xian glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "Who is little is known to oneself." Upon hearing Lin Xian's remark about her being small, Su Guo, incensed, retorted, "You scoundrel! How dare you say I'm little? I'll take you on." With that, the little girl charged at Lin Xian, ready to confront him. Chu Mengxue intervened, scolding, "Guoguo, stop this nonsense." Su Guoguo, appearing aggrieved, exclaimed, "Cousin, he said something inappropriate." "All right, Bua, stop messing around. Get in the car. I need to speak with Lin Xian for a moment," Chu Mengxue said in a hushed tone. "You just wait there. You bumpkin." Su Guoguo shot a fierce glare at Lin Xian before gracefully moving away. Chapter 29. Meeting the family with the female CEO Lin Xian. "Remember, when I introduce you to my father, try not to speak too much. Let me handle the conversation. Understood?" Chu Mengxue cautioned once Su Guoguo had departed. "What if your father asks me something? Am I to remain silent?" Lin Xian countered. "You may respond, but do so with subtlety." "How to be subtle? That's for you to figure out," she replied. "Fine," he conceded. "Also, my older sister and my second sister will be there. They can be quite difficult to deal with. Just ignore them and let me handle them." "You have sisters?" Lin Xian asked, intrigued. "Yes." "Are they also beautiful?" Chu Mengxue shot him a sharp look. "Indeed. It's just that you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. So I was merely curious if your sisters share the same charm," Lin Xian explained hastily. Hearing Lin Xian's compliment made Chu Mengxue feel flattered. After all, who wouldn't relish being praised for their beauty? Yet, she maintained her icy demeanor, admonishing, "No flattery. Be serious. My father detests frivolous individuals." "Understood," Lin Xian replied with a wry smile. "Let us go then." "All right." Subsequently, Lin Xian followed Chu Mengxue away from the gazebo. "By the way, since you're introducing me to your father, why did you bring that brainless little girl?" Lin Xian inquired with curiosity. "That girl is my shadow. When she heard I was seeking a fake boyfriend to fool my dad, she insisted on tagging along to see for herself," Chu Mengxue explained. Lin Xian chuckled. "I feel her intelligence is questionable. If she discovers I'm an imposter, she might inadvertently reveal everything. It's fine. She has already sworn to me that she will never disclose this," Chu Mengxue reassured him. "Oh good," Lin Xian nodded. As they approached the car, they heard Su Guo's voice from inside. "Han Heng, let me tell you, my cousin seems to have lost her mind. She's found a bumpkin to pretend to be her boyfriend. That bumpkin is incredibly unattractive, exuding an aura of mediocrity. I'm truly disappointed. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come." Lin Xian exchanged a glance with Chu Mengxue, his eyes questioning. "Didn't you say she vowed to keep this a secret? In the blink of an eye, she has spilled the beans." Chu Mengxue's face turned awkward as she opened the car door and scolded. "Su Guoguo, how could you betray my trust?" "Huh?" Su Guoguo's expression shifted as she heard Chu Mengxue's voice, and she hastily ended the call. Immediately, Chu Mengxue yanked Su Guoguo by the ear, pulling her out of the vehicle. Su Guoguo winced in pain, exclaiming, "Cousin, that hurts. Let go." "Guoguo, how could you promise me this? You said no one would know about it, yet you went and told someone." Chu Mengxue's voice was icy. "I didn't tell anyone else. I only spoke to my best friend. She's very discreet and one tea tell a soul. Cousin, please don't be angry. Rest assured, I only told Han Heng. I haven't shared this with anyone else. Do not mention this to our elder cousin or second cousin." Su Guoguo exclaimed hurriedly. Chu Mengxue cast a frosty glance at her and warned, "You little rascal, if you dare to speak carelessly again, I will truly give you a beating." "Cousin, I only told Han Heng. You know her. She is a good girl with a tight-lipped nature. She would never spill a word." Su Guoguo grinned mischievously. Chu Mengxue sighed and said, "Forget it. Lin Xian, get in the car." "All right." Lin Xian nodded, preparing to take the front passenger seat, but Su Guoguo quickly interjected. "The front seat is mine. You sit in the back." In a flash, Su Guoguo hopped into the front seat. Lin Xian could only shake his head with a bitter smile and take his place in the rear. Soon after, Chu Mengxue drove off towards the ancestral home. On the road, Su Guoguo occasionally turned to Lin Xian, her face displaying disdain. "Cousin, I think this guy is utterly incapable. He exudes a vibe of a loser. And when he meets Uncle, he will definitely give himself away. Besides, our elder and second cousins are so cunning. They will see right through his masquerade," she remarked. Lin Xian remained silent. Chu Mengxue also cast a discreet glance at Lin Xian, saying, "Guoguo, do not speak like that." "What did I say? This guy does indeed reek of a loser. I'm not wrong. If I can tell, then Uncle and the others will certainly notice." Su Guoguo retorted. "Be quiet." Chu Mengxue snapped. Truthfully, she also harbored doubts about Lin Xian, but now they had no choice but to proceed step by step. Su Guogua fell silent, casting a cold glare at Lin Xian, filled with hostility. Lin Xian, feeling helpless against the sharp-tongued little girl, could only gently shake his head, choosing not to engage with her. Half an hour later, Chu Mengxue drove into a picturesque area. After navigating a few hundred meters through the charming scenery, she halted before an old residence nestled in a tranquil environment. Lin Xian, remember what I told you. Try not to speak out of turn. Chu Mengxue turned to Lin Xian and cautioned. He nodded in acknowledgement. And you, Lua, you are such a blabbermouth. Please do not say anything that could expose our situation. She added, directing her warning at Su Guogua. Su Guogua retorted, Cousin, when did I become a blabbermouth? And you claim you aren't? You made a promise and then immediately told your friend. Chu Mengxue replied sternly. I just thought Haneng Wun Ti let this slip. Su Guogua defended herself. Enough. If you dare to leak this, I will give you a beating. Su Guogua shrank her neck and said, I know. Cousin, you are becoming quite chatty. Surely, you haven't entered menopause early? With a swift motion, Chu Mengxue smacked Su Guogua on the head. She rubbed her head and said, Cousin, please don't hit me on the head. I'm already foolish enough. Get out of the car. Chu Mengxue instructed, stepping out decisively, followed by Lin Xian. Once outside, Lin Xian surveyed the old residence, his heart filled with contemplation. To possess such a grand old home, one could only imagine the wealth of the Chu family. Come with me, Chu Mengxue stated, striding towards the old house, and Lin Xian hurriedly followed suit. As Chu Mengxue approached the grand entrance, she rang the doorbell, and the door swung open swiftly. An elderly man, around 60, beamed upon seeing her. Miss 3, you have returned. Miss Guogua, you are here as well. And this must be the new attendant you have found, correct? The old man glanced at Lin Xian, mistakenly believing him to be Chu Mengxue's aide. Su Guogua couldn't contain her laughter at his words, internally thinking, I told you not to let this guy pretend to be your boyfriend. My cousin wouldn't listen. And now, he has mistaken him for a subordinate. This is hilarious. Lin Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Chu Mengxue also looked awkward. Uncle He is not my attendant. He is my boyfriend. What? Uncle He was taken aback, as if he had heard the most bizarre declaration in the world. Miss 3 claimed that this individual, whose demeanor bore no distinction from that of a subordinate, was her boyfriend. Uncle He scrutinized Lin Xian again, attempting to discern any redeeming quality about him. However, he found none. Beside them, Su Guogua stifled her laughter, while Uncle He's expression darkened considerably. He turned to Chu Mengxue and asked, Miss 3, you cannot be serious? Chu Mengxue, with a peculiar look on her face, insisted, No, he truly is my new boyfriend. Uncle He stood there, frozen in disbelief. Chapter 30. What? This unsophisticated fellow is your boyfriend? Come on. Chu Mengxue beckoned Lin Xian, leading him inside. Uncle He remained rigid, resembling a statue. His muddled gaze lingered on Lin Xian's retreating figure, feeling as though he was witnessing an illusion. Rubbing his eyes with his sleeve, he confirmed that it was not a figment of his imagination. Had Miss 3 truly lost her senses to choose such a person as her boyfriend? Uncle He shook his head in disbelief. As Lin Xian followed Chu Mengxue into the house, Su Guogua trailed alongside, still suppressing her laughter. Chu Mengxue shot her a glare, exclaiming, What are you laughing at? Su Guogua, trying to hold back her amusement, replied, He said he was an attendant. That cracked me up. Cousin, before you meet Uncle, I think you should reconsider this plan to avoid any embarrassment. Be quiet. Chu Mengxue interrupt Shapi. Olate, Su Guogua confided, falling silent. Chu Mengxue turned towards Lin Xian and instructed, Lin Xian, stand up straight. Don't slouch. Lin Xian obediently straightened his posture, while Chu Mengxue assessed his attire and shook her head, saying sigh, Although the clothes are branded, they still lack a certain finesse. I ought to get you a proper outfit, but never mind, this will suffice. Leading Lin Xian to a reception area, she said, You stay here while I go find my father. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Just as Chu Mengxue was about to seek her father, a teasing voice called out, Oh, I heard the little sister brought her boyfriend. Where is he? It would be nice for us older sisters to have a look. As the words fell, two women approached. One was clad in a black dress, the other in red, both possessing commendable figures. However, their prominent cheekbones and sharp features suggested an intimidating presence. These two women were none other than Chu Mengshua's elder sisters, Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfang. Chu Mengfang inquired, "Little sister, you mentioned you brought your boyfriend. Where is he?" Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfang naturally noticed Lin Xian, yet they regarded him as an ordinary fellow and couldn't fathom that their proud younger sister would choose such a man. They merely considered Lin Xian as a mere attendant. Just as Chu Mengshue was about to introduce Lin Xian, Suguwa interjected, "Cousins. This is indeed the boyfriend of our third cousin. Suguwa ernestly introduced Lin Xuan." The two sisters quickly turned their attention to Lin Xian and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Goodness, little sister, is this loser really your boyfriend? I thought he was just an attendant," they exclaimed incredulously. "With your discerning eye, how could you possibly settle for someone like him?" Lin Xian remained composed in the face of their disdain, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Chu Mengshue, feeling a tad embarrassed, defiantly declared, "Yes, he's my boyfriend." Their laughter erupted once more, leaving them doubled over with amusement. "When did your taste become so poor, little sister? He clearly looks like a loser. How could you ever find him appealing?" They continued, "So many talented young men are pursuing you, yet you choose to be with someone like him? What are you thinking?" The two sisters expressed their contempt for Lin Xian, and even Suguwa struggled to suppress her laughter, relishing the moment. "I told you, letting this guy pretend to be your boyfriend would surely lead to ridicule from the older cousins." Observing the mocking expressions on her sisters' faces, Chu Mengshue stated calmly, "Lin Xian has his merits, and I wish to be with him. It's none of your concern." "Huh, well said," Chu Mengfang replied with a sarcastic tone. "You should take him as show dad." Ignoring her sisters, Chu Mengshue turned to Lin Xian and said, "Let us head inside." "All right," Lin Xian nodded, casting a glance at them before following Chu Mengshue into the hall. Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfang exchanged glances, their faces reflecting mockery and disdain. "Eldest sister, I don't think this guy resembles someone little sister would choose as a boyfriend," Chu Mengfang remarked. Chu Menglan coldly laughed in agreement. "It's obvious he isn't. Perhaps he is just a temporary actor little sister found to pretend." "I think so too," Chu Mengfang scoffed, then suddenly turned to Su Guogua, who was standing nearby, and asked, "Guogua, tell me honestly, is this Lin fellow a temporary actor your third cousin hired?" Su Guogua's expression shifted, her eyes flickering nervously. "And no, he isn't." Seeing the look in Su Guogua's eyes, Chu Mengfang understood everything. This must be a temporary actor hired by Chu Mengshue. Concerned about further questioning, Suguwa hurriedly chased after Chu Mengshue. "Eldest sister, did you see? Guogua is naturally incapable of lying. Just one question, and she revealed the truth." Chu Mengfang sneered. "Indeed, who would have thought that our usually stern little sister would resort to hiring an actor to fool dad? Let us go and expose her. We can take the opportunity to put her down a notch." Chu Menglan added with a chilling laugh. "Let us go." Chu Mengfang nodded in agreement. The two sisters then sashayed towards the hall. Meanwhile, Chu Mengshue and Lin Xian entered the hall, where a servant hurried off to summon her father. "Cousin, just moments ago, my elder cousin and second cousin inquired if this rustic fellow was the temporary actor you had found." Suguwa walked in and approached Chu Mengshue, saying, "What did you say?" Chu Mengshue's expression shifted as she replied, "That's not true," Suguwa asserted earnestly. "Then that is settled," Chu Mengshue nodded. However, the fellow's rustic appearance was so evident that anyone with discerning eyes could tell he was not her boyfriend. As Su Guogua reached this point, she noticed the elder and second cousins entering, and quickly fell silent. The two women regarded Chu Mengshue with knowing glances, making her feel quite uncomfortable. She could sense that they had already discerned something. Yet, with matters as they stood, she could only maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had taken a seat beside a table and began munching on the fruits laid out. This left Chu Mengshue speechless. "The master has arrived." At that moment, a servant's voice announced. Lin Xian, who had been eating an apple, hurriedly placed the half-eaten fruit on the table and stood up. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in a suit, over 50 years of age, strode in confidently, followed by a woman in a dark green cheapao, exuding grace and allure. Seemingly in her 30s. Her every smile and frown brimmed with charm. "Dad, Aunt Lon," the group exclaimed hurriedly. The middle-aged man was none other than Chu Jigua, the father of the 3 Chu sisters, while the elegant woman was his second wife, Huang Lan. Chu Mingshua's mother had passed away during her childhood. "Ma, Chu Jiguo not that." Settling into a grand chair, he turned to Chu Mingxue and asked, "Xiao Xue, are you going to bring forth your so-called boyfriend? Where is he?" Huang Lan, with a curious smile, chimed in, "Xiao Xue, do call your boyfriend out for us to see. I imagine anyone who has captured your attention must be a remarkable young man." "Indeed. Why is this servant here? Get out." Huang Lan, who had been speaking amiably with Chu Mingxue, suddenly noticed Lin Xian, her expression darkening as she scolded. Naturally, she mistook Lin Xian for a servant. Unable to contain herself, Su Guoguo burst into laughter. Even the Chu sisters exchanged glances, stifling their amusement. Lin Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just moments ago, he was considered a subordinate, and now he was mistaken for a servant. As he prepared to introduce himself, Chu Mingxue hurriedly interjected, "Aunt Lon, let me introduce him. He is my boyfriend." "What? Chu Ziguo abli stu?" His face clouded with anger as he scrutinized Lin Xian before turning to Chu Mingxue. "You mean to say this pathetic young man is your boyfriend?" Huang Lan, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Xiao Xue, have you lost your mind? Given your status as the esteemed daughter of the Chu family and the president of the Chu group, how could you choose such a lowly youth? Forgive my candor, but he appears nothing more than a rustic fool and a pauper." Lin Xian. Chu Mingxue cast a cold glance at Huang Lan and declared, "He may appear ordinary, but he possesses a good heart, so be silent." At that moment, Chu Jigua strode up to Chu Mingxue, fixing her with a piercing gaze. "Xiao Xue, is he truly your boyfriend?" Facing her father's fury, Chu Mingxue felt a pang of fear but held her head high, replying, "Yes, Dad." Just as Chu Jigua was about to speak, a mocking voice interrupted, "Little sister, with Dad treating you so well, how can you deceive him? Isn't that excessive?" As she spoke, Chu Mingfang sauntered over, her eyes gleaming with derision. Chu Mingxue stared at her elder sister. "When have I ever deceived Dad?" Chu Jigua's expression darkened further. Chu Mingfang scoffed, "Oh, little sister, you truly haven't deceived him? Who doesn't know that you have always had lofty standards, looking down on various suitors? Dad has introduced you to numerous talented young men, some scions of officials, others heirs to fortunes, even members of affluent families, yet you dismiss them all. How could you suddenly choose such a loser? I already mentioned that he has a good heart and is a wonderful person, and I wish to be with him," Chu Mingxue replied. "Then how can you prove he is your boyfriend?" Chu Mingfang taunted. "Prove? He is my boyfriend. What further proof is necessary?" Chu Mingxue frowned. Chu Mingfang shook her head with a cold laugh. "Since you claim he is your boyfriend, surely you must have some chat records, or even hotel stay records. Show them to Dad. If you cannot, it merely indicates that you have brought in some temporary actor to deceive him." Hearing this, Chu Mingshue's face turned ashen. It was over. She and Lin Xian had only recently met and were not even a couple. How could there be any chat records? As for hotel stay records, that was absurd. Huang Lan noticed Chu Mingshue's distress and, with a serious gaze, said, "Xiao Xue, your sister is correct. Present the evidence. If you can produce it, it proves you have not deceived your father." I. Chu Mingxue was utterly unable to provide any evidence. Chu Mingfang continued with her mocking tone. "Little sister, see, you cannot produce any evidence. This only shows that you are deceiving Dad. With Dad being so good to you, how could you resort to deceit? Dad, I feel deeply disappointed in my sister for her dishonesty." Huang Lan added, "Sir, Xiao Xue's actions clearly show she does not regard you with the respect you deserve." Enough. Chu Jigua glowered at his daughter. "Xiao Xue, you have disappointed me immensely. Dad, he truly is my boyfriend. You want a proof, right? Very well, I shall provide it." Chu Mingxue declared through gritted teeth, her eyes resolute. "All right, then prove it." Chu Mefang sneered. "Watch closely." Chu Mingxue exclaimed as she suddenly dashed to Lin Xian, grasped his face, and pressed her lips against his. The entire assembly was taken aback, including Lin Xian himself, who was stunned by the unexpected kiss from the esteemed female CEO, the most beautiful woman in the city's business sphere. That had been his first kiss, now lost just like that. At that moment, Chu Mingxue withdrew her lips, her face flushed like the clouds at dusk. She regarded the stunned individuals in the room and provocatively remarked, "Now, what do you have to say?" Chu Zhigua glared at his daughter, his body trembling with rage. Chu Mengfang, taken aback, couldn't help but scoff. "Little sister, you truly are willing to go to great lengths." Meanwhile, Chu Menglan merely chuckled coldly, saying nothing. Huanglan, with a mocking smile, added, "Xiaoshu, I never anticipated you would choose such a simpleton." Su Guoguo, her face filled with disbelief, exclaimed, "Good heavens! My cousin has given her first kiss to such a bumpkin. This bumpkin has hit the jackpot. Dad, you've seen it. I kissed him, which should clarify everything. So, please stop introducing me to suitors. Lin Xian, let us leave." With that, Chu Mingxue linked her arm with Lin Xian's and started to walk out, while Lin Xian appeared like a zombie, still lost in the euphoria of the moment. "Stop right there, you wretch!" Chu Zhigua bellowed at Chu Mingxue. She halted, turning to face her father, and asked, "Is there something else you need? I care not for your relationship with this loser. Within 3 days, you must sever ties with him. In 3 days, the Jin family from the provincial capital will come to propose. You will accept whether you like it or not. If you dare to resist, you shall be expelled from the Chu family." Chu Zhiguo Zhao. "Dad, enough. I have said my piece." Chu Zhigua coldly retorted before striding away. As he reached the door, he suddenly fixed a fierce gaze on Chu Mingxue and warned, "Xiaoxue, that kiss was already the limit. If you dare to lose your virtue to this bumpkin, I will ensure his demise. Believe me, I can make it happen." "Xiaoxue, you heard what your father said. Quickly discard this rustic and obediently accept the Jin family's proposal. Otherwise, he truly will throw you out." Huanglan approached, wearing a guise of concern. Chu Mingxue remained silent. As Chu Minglan and Chu Mengfang approached, they too feigned kindness, saying, "Little sister, don't be foolish. Marrying into the affluent Jin family is 1,000,000 times better than being this loser's girlfriend." They then snickered and walked away. At that moment, Su Guoguo also approached, whispering, "Cousin, I told you this plan wouldn't work. Look, now the situation has worsened. Be quiet." Chu Mingxue snapped at Su Guoguo. The latter fell silent, casting a glance at Lin Xian and muttering, "He really got lucky." "What do you mean I got lucky?" Lin Xian asked, perplexed. "My cousin kissed you. That was her first kiss. Isn't that lucky for you?" "So what would he believe?" Lin Xian was at a loss for words, "But it was my first kiss too." "Ugh, your first kiss isn't worth much. So what would he torti feigning a gagging motion?" "Ah, it's a failure." "Lin Xian, you should go home," Chu Mingxue said, looking at Lin Xian and letting out a soft sigh. Is there anything I can do to help?" Lin Xian, feeling somewhat indebted after the forceful kiss from Chu Mingxue, wished to assist her. Chu Mingxue shook her head and replied, "What could you possibly do? You're merely a construction worker. Forget it. I might as well resign myself to fate." "Resign yourself to fate? Do you truly intend to marry into the Jin family?" Lin Xian inquired, astonished. Chu Mingxue sighed, saying, "My father's decision is irrevocable unless I choose to leave this household. But I could never abandon my family." Chu Mingxue shook her head resolutely. "Is there truly no way out?" Lin Xian pressed eagerly. To be honest, ever since Chu Mingxue had kissed him, he had developed a peculiar affection for her. The man's possessiveness stirred within him, making it unbearable to contemplate her wedlock with another. Yet, he knew he was unable to claim her for himself. Chu Mingxue gazed at Lin Xian, sensing the sincerity of his concern. However, he was merely a dismissed construction worker. What could he possibly do to assist her? "If you genuinely wish to help me, you would need to be more formidable than the Jin family in the provincial capital." "But that is utterly impossible," she stated. "Is the Jin family truly that powerful?" Lin Xian blurted out. Beside them, Su Guoguo erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You really are quite naive. The Jin family is among the top 10 prominent families in this province. They are far more influential than the Chu family. Let me put it this way. When the head of the Jin family visits our city, even the top officials must personally attend to him. Wouldn't you agree that is impressive?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a chill run through him. Indeed, they were a force to be reckoned with. beyond his means to contest. Well then, Lin Xian sighed, I can see that your desire to help is genuine, but you lack the capability. Moreover, I do not wish for you to become too entangled. I am already grateful for your assistance. You should leave now. With a sense of resignation, Chu Mingxue turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Xian was filled with conflicting emotions. He truly did not want to witness Chu Mingxue marry that man from the provincial capital, yet he felt utterly powerless. He could only lament his own lack of ability. Suddenly, he recalled the Shinnong secret technique he had inherited. However, shaking his head, he realized that while the Shinnong legacy was powerful, it was merely for healing and could not enhance his influence. Enough, you not ve fool. Stop staring. You are but a toad. Toad should not aspire to eat swan meat. Your first kiss has already been bestowed upon you by my cousin, which should suffice for 3 years of boasting. Now depart. Su Guoguo derided Lin Xian before hastily pursuing Chu Mingxue. Lin Xian could only shake his head in resignation as he walked outside, where the servants regarded him with scornful glances as if he were a mere jester. As he reached the entrance, unexpectedly, Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfang approached and obstructed his path. Come with me. I have a few words to share, Chu Mengfang commanded. Lin Xian looked at the two with disdain and asked, What is it? I can tell you do not wish to see my younger sister marry another. We can assist you, Chu Mengfang remarked with a knowing look. Lin Xian was taken aback, his heart racing. You would help me? Indeed, follow us, Chu Mengfang replied. Very well, Lin Xian said with a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth, eager to see how these sharp-tongued sisters intended to aid him. Suddenly, he and the two sisters walked outside. Su Guoguo, standing beside the flower bushes, noticed Lin Xian departing with her elder and second cousins. A look of confusion crossed her delicate face as she muttered, How strange. Why is Lin Xian leaving with them? Could it be that he belongs to them? Goodness, is my third cousin being set up? No, I must inform my cousin. Swiftly, Su Guoguo hurried to find Chu Mingxue. Upon entering the room, she found Chu Mingxue lying on the bed, her eyes blankly gazing at the ceiling, appearing somewhat dazed. Cousin, you've been deceived. That rustic fellow is actually a spy. Su Guoguo exclaimed dramatically. What? A spy? Chu Mingxue sat up abruptly, astonished. Yes, he is a spy. What do you mean? Chu Mingxue questioned in bewilderment. I just saw that rustic fellow walking off with my elder and second cousins. So Guoguo quickly replied. Chu Mingxue remained frozen, her enchanting eyes fixed on Su Guoguo as she asked, Are you saying Lin Xian left with my elder and second cousins? Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I just saw that rustic fellow conversing with them before they exited, as if plotting something, Su Guoguo explained. No, that is impossible. Lin Xian is someone I brought in. I knew him first. How could he leave with my elder and his second cousins? Chu Mingxue exclaimed in disbelief. Dear cousin, after so many years in the marketplace, do you not understand the principle of knowing a person as face, but not their heart? Besides, do you truly believe that Lin Xian only knows you first? Perhaps he has long been acquainted with your elder and second cousins. Su Guoguo said, with an expression of someone who had seen through everything. Chu Mingxue stood there in shock. Impossible. Lin Xian could never be a spy. He even saved Shaoli. You say he left with them? Where did they go? I saw them leave, but I have no idea where they went, Su Guoguo replied. With a grim expression, Chu Mingxue rushed out the door, and as she stepped outside, she indeed spotted Lin Xian conversing with her two sisters. Witnessing this scene, Chu Mingxue froze, her face paling in horror. She had not anticipated that Lin Xian, whom she had brought in, was already entangled with her elder and second cousins. Perhaps he truly was a spy. Su Guoguo pulled out her phone and discreetly snapped a photo, declaring, All right, I have captured evidence of their conspiracy. He can no longer deny it. How could Lin Xian be such a person? Chu Mingxue returned home in despair, her countenance grim as she muttered to herself, How foolish I was. I actually gave my first kiss to such a person. It's over. My cousin is bewitched. Su Guoguo watched Chu Mingxue's despondent figure and sighed softly. She turned to glance in Lin Xian's direction and spat with disdain. You wretched spy. I shall not spare you. Meanwhile, at a distance, Lin Xian was engaged in conversation with Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfang. Enough of the chatter. Just tell me how to prevent Mingxue from marrying into that family. Lin Xian said impatiently, looking at the two women. Be honest with me. Are you really her boyfriend? Chu Minglan asked, gazing intently at him. Lin Xian replied, what does that have to do with you? The elder sister's opinion is not that significant. With a meaningful smile, Chu Mengfang remarked, Lin Xian, it is evident that you harbor feelings for my younger sister. The fact that she kissed you in public indicates she does not reject you. Lin Xian, growing impatient, retorted, enough with the banter. Just tell me how to prevent Ming Xue from marrying into that family. Chu Mengfang replied playfully, it's quite simple. Lin Xian, eager for a solution, urged her to continue. She grinned and suggested, if you and my sister take that crucial step together, everything will resolve itself. Lin Xian's body trembled at her words. His gaze fixated on Chu Mengfang. How could this woman propose such a nefarious idea? A moment of contemplation revealed to him her malicious intent. They were not aiding him. Rather, they sought to ensnare Chu Mengxue in an inescapable predicament. Did they truly consider him a fool? Noticing Lin Xian's intense stare, Chu Mengfang smirked. Surely, you comprehend my meaning? If you and my sister take that step and make it public, my father will be powerless to intervene. Consequently, my sister will not wed that wealthy heir, and you will win the heart of a beautiful woman. Isn't that a perfect outcome for both parties? Lin Xian fixed his gaze upon her, then suddenly laughed, exclaiming, Miss Chu, you are quite devious. Oh, and why do you say that? I'm merely trying to help you. Chu Mengfang gao de. With a knowing smile, Lin Xian replied, help me? Do you take me for a fool? If I were to become intimate with Meng Xue, it would only serve to infuriate your father, resulting in his expelling her from the family. Ultimately, the beneficiaries would be you too. You certainly have a clever scheme. Upon hearing his words, Chu Mengfang cast a quick glance at her sister, both displaying a hint of surprise. They had not anticipated that this seemingly naive individual possessed such insight. Indeed, the sisters Chu had ulterior motives for their apparent goodwill towards Lin Xian and Meng Xue, intending to provoke Chu Zhigua into banishing Chu Mengxue from the family. Once Meng Xue was cast out, the corporate throne, stocks, and assets would all fall into the hands of the sisters. Chu Mengfang had not foreseen that this seemingly foolish man would see through their sinister plot, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, she maintained her icy demeanor, saying, I must admit, you possess some intellect. However, even if Meng Xue is expelled from her family, she would merely become your woman, a loss only for her, not detrimental to you. Correct? Lin Xian, upon hearing this, scoffed and replied, if winning Meng Xue requires such underhanded tactics, then I would rather not have her at all. With that, he turned and walked away. Damn it, what an idiot. Chu Mengfang spat, watching his retreating figure. Once Lin Xian was out of sight, she turned to Chu Menglan and said, Sister, this fool is not as foolish as we imagined. Our plan may be unfeasible. Chu Menglan glanced at her, a cunning smile gracing her lips, and replied, Who says it is unfeasible? Huh? Chu Mengfang was taken aback. Sister, what do you mean? Chapter 33. Lin Xian, I have misjudged you, Chu Mengxue. Chu Menglan's eyes darkened as she said, What do you think would happen if we spread the news about Meng Xue being with that loser? Once our father learns of this, how would he react? Hearing this, Chu Mengfang's eyes lit up as she replied, Father would undoubtedly feel humiliated and furious. In his wrath, he would surely punish Meng Xue severely. A sinister smile crept across Chu Menglan's lips as she remarked, Indeed, whether that bumpkin and my younger sister have truly become intimate is of little consequence. As long as we fan the flames, the outcome will be similar. Mengfang, I entrust this task to you. Spread the rumor that my sister is involved with that loser. And it would be best to claim they have already been intimate. Oh, you did capture the moment when my sister initiated a kiss with that loser, didn't you? Make sure to post that online too. At this, Chu Menglan's eyes glimmered with malice and cunning. Chu Mengfang, feeling a chill, thought to herself, truly, experience prevails. She quickly raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Sister, your brilliance astounds me. I am completely in awe. Even Zhen Huan would pale in comparison. With a smug smile, Chu Menglan replied, Just a little scheme, nothing to write home about. Meng Xue is no match for me. Mengfang, execute this plan well, and once my sister is thoroughly defeated, I shall grant you 1/3 of her shares. All right, Thank you, sister. Chu Mengfong beamed, expressing her gratitude. Yet, a shadow of darkness flickered in her eyes as she mused. It should be an even split. Why should I only receive 1/3? Of course, she dared not voice her discontent. With a satisfied grin, Chu Menglan suddenly turned to Chu Mengfong and asked, Mengfong, is that foreigner still around? Yes. Chu Mengfong replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Invite him over to my place tonight, Chu Menglan said, her gaze filled with anticipation. Sure thing. Chu Mengfong responded with a mischievous grin. Lin Xian walked along the road, his expression still somber. Chu Mingshue's sisters were indeed treacherous. They were manipulating him into compromising Chu Mingxue. If he were to follow their scheme, Mengxue might find herself in irreparable trouble. Lin Xian yearned to warn Chu Mengxue, to make her wary of her two sisters, but then he reconsidered. After all, she was their sister. She likely already knew their true nature. Furthermore, he was merely an outsider and understood the boundaries that separated him from their familial ties. Shaking his head, Lin Xian approached the roadside to hail a taxi when, suddenly, his phone rang. He pulled it out, and, upon seeing the caller ID, his heart raced. He quickly answered, saying, Chu, what can I do for you? Lin Xian, I misjudged you. Chu Mingshue's voice was frigid. Lin Xian was taken aback, confusion flooding his mind. What was this about? Why was Chu Mengxue suddenly delivering such an incomprehensible statement? Chu, what is going on? How did you misjudge me? He asked, perplexed. You are one of them. I was truly blind. I foolishly considered you a friend, even entrusted my first kiss to you. You traitor. Chu Mingxue spat, her words laced with bitterness before she abruptly hung up. Gazing at the phone in his hand, Lin Xian was utterly bewildered, pondering the peculiar behavior of this woman. What did she mean by claiming I belonged to them? What did she mean by accusing me of being a spy? The disarray of her words left him perplexed. Unable to fathom the meaning behind Chu Mengshue's statements, he promptly dialed her number, seeking clarification. However, Chu Mingxue simply hung up, refusing to answer his call. Lin Xian, at a loss for words, sent her a message. Chu, please clarify your statement. Yet, there was no response from her. Staring at his phone, he felt a mix of confusion and helplessness, unable to grasp the implications of her words. I belong to them? Who are they? Am I truly a spy? When did I become a spy? With a resigned sigh, he muttered to himself that perhaps it was best to return to his rented room for some sleep. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed back to his lodging. Throughout the ride, he continued to ponder the enigmatic statements made by Chu Mengxue. I belong to them? Who could they possibly be? Why would she utter such accusations? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind, leading him to a potential explanation. Could it be that she was referring to Chu Mingshue's two sisters? Perhaps she had observed him conversing with her sisters and mistakenly assumed he was affiliated with them. With this newfound understanding, Lin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. It certainly made sense. Otherwise, Chu Mingxue would not have claimed she misidentified him, nor would she have accused him of being a spy. He chuckled bitterly, feeling unjustly wronged, and was left speechless by her suspicious nature. How could he possibly be associated with her sisters? He hastily tried to redial Chu Mengshue's number, but she continued to ignore his calls. He sent another message. Chu, it seems we may have a misunderstanding that requires clarification. Still, there was no reply from her. With a heavy heart, he sighed deeply and murmured to himself, perhaps it is best that I no longer have any dealings with Chu Mengxue. There is no need to dwell on this matter. After all, the truth will reveal itself in time. With that thought, Lin Xian shook his head and closed his eyes, attempting to rest. Yet, as he drifted into a light slumber, memories of the moment when Chu Mengxue kissed him resurfaced, lingering on his lips with a soft, tender sensation. He had not anticipated that being kissed by a beautiful woman would feel so delightful. Half an hour later, Lin Xian returned to the community. As he stepped out of the taxi and made his way towards the entrance, a van suddenly screeched to a halt beside him. From the vehicle emerged 6 or 7 figures, surrounding him completely. Startled, he squinted at them, recognizing several familiar faces, the very individuals who had attempted to abduct someone from Pan Meixiang's home that night. The man in the leather jacket, a thin fellow, and the one who had been watching him that morning. It was evident that they had come to settle the score with him. However, rather than feeling fear, Lin Xian experienced a sense of exhilaration. He had been eager to resolve this issue, and now they had come to him. Brother Long, this is the guy who took the 2GE's woman. In a dimly lit room, the imposing figure of a young man clad in black leather, known as Hong Biao, addressed a formidable youth with a fierce demeanor. This youth, with a cold and unyielding gaze, was none other than Xiao Long, a trusted enforcer of the notorious De Tu Ge. Once a celebrated Sanzhou athlete, Xiao Long had earned numerous accolades, showcasing his exceptional combat prowess. Chapter 34. The unveiling of terrifying power. Xiao Long fixed his piercing gaze upon Lin Xian, stating, "You audacious brat. How dare you lay claim to the 2GE's cherished possession?" Lin Xian retorted, "Let me clarify, I have no involvement with Mei Xiang. Furthermore, she is not the 2GE's possession. Curse it, you haven't even slept with her. I've seen you and Pan, Mei Xiang sharing a room overnight, and yet you claim otherwise." Hong Biao shouted in indignation. Lin Xian, wearing an enigmatic expression, replied, "I did share a room with Mei Xiang, but nothing transpired." "Stop your nonsense," Hong Biao barked. "Brother Long, this brat still dares to feign innocence. You should deal with him." Xiao Long, undeterred, warned Lin Xian, "I am about to strike. Once I do, there will be no escape for you. However, I will offer you a chance. Kneel and sever one of your hands, swearing to never lay a finger on Pan Mei Xiang again, and I may let you go." "Brother Long, you are far too merciful," Hong Biao exclaimed. "Do not fret. This is merely a prelude to violence. Such youthful arrogance must be met with a semblance of opportunity." Xiao Long mused with a hint of amusement. "Very well," Hong Biao conceded reluctantly. Lin Xian, smirking, replied, "Since you have extended an opportunity, I shall reciprocate. Return to the Tugu and inform him that he should kneel before me, sever a hand, and vow to never pursue Mei Xiang again, and I shall grant him mercy. By the heavens! Brother Long, did you hear that? He disregards your words entirely. He even dares to threaten the Tugu." Hong Biao exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Long's expression darkened at this revelation, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian. "You are courting death. Enough talk, just make your move." Lin Xian replied coolly. Deep within, Lin Xian felt a rising tide of anxiety. Ever since he acquired the Shenong inheritance, it seemed as though he had obtained the 9 turns mysterious art, enabling him to channel his inner energy. Yet, he remained uncertain of its efficacy. "You have squandered your final opportunity. Thus, you shall become nothing but a waste," Xiao Long declared coldly, his body surging forward like a tempest, charging straight at Lin Xian. "You foolish wretch. Brother Long has granted you a chance, and yet you fail to appreciate it." Hong Biao chuckled darkly. At that moment, Xiao Long closed the distance to Lin Xian, unleashing a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lin Xian's face. As a master of Sanzhou, his strike was accompanied by a whisper of wind. Lin Xian, though startled, recognized from his months of training in Sanzhou that his opponent was indeed a seasoned fighter. However, despite the swiftness of Xiao Long's attack, to Lin Xian, it moved as slowly as a snail. He speculated that this perception of slowness stemmed from the inheritance he had received. In an instant, the confrontation escalated. As Xiao Long's fist was about to crash into Lin Xian's face, Lin Xian suddenly struck, grasping his wrist with remarkable precision. In an instant, Xiao Long's punch was halted, and he felt as though his wrist were ensnared by an iron vice, rendering him utterly immobile, regardless of how hard he tried to break free. Astonished, Xiao Long gazed at the seemingly insignificant Lin Xian, who looked back with a mix of amusement and astonishment, equally shocked by the unexpected speed with which he had captured Xiao Long's wrist. "Brother Long, don't just stand there. Go for it." Hong Biao shouted. Xiao Long, feeling a bit embarrassed, attempted to shake off Lin Xian's grip, but to no avail. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he raised his leg, unleashing a swift kick aimed at Lin Xian's vital areas. Should he connect, it would surely spell disaster for Lin Xian. However, despite the rapidity of his strike, to Lin Xian, it appeared to move in slow motion. Just as the kick was about to land, Lin Xian exerted a slight force and flung Xiao Long's body aside as if he were a mere sandbag, sending him crashing to the ground. Xiao Long coughed violently upon impact, prompting gasps of shock from the onlookers. Hong Biao rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Long, are you all right?" Xiao Long, blushing with embarrassment, shot a furious glare at Lin Xian and shouted, "Damn it! I was careless. I didn't expect this brat to ambush me. Let us go again. This time, I'll be serious." With that, Xiao Long sprang back to his feet, dashing toward Lin Xian with the speed of lightning. This time, he opted for a kick. As he closed the distance of 2 meters, he launched himself into the air, aiming a powerful kick at Lin Xian. "Ha ha! You're finished this time, you dog," Hong Biao proclaimed triumphantly. Yet before Xiao Long's kick could connect, Lin Xian effortlessly retaliated with a kick of his own. Bang! Xiao Long's body was propelled backward like a sack of potatoes, crashing into the ground 8 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking utterly defeated. The crowd was left speechless, and Hong Biao was particularly dumbfounded. He never imagined that the usually formidable Xiao Long would be so easily overpowered by this seemingly insignificant opponent. Xiao Long fixed his gaze on Lin Xian, roaring, "Who on earth are you?" "Me?" Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. "I'm a construction worker, though I'm currently unemployed. Essentially a drifter." "Nonsense. You must be more than just a laborer." "Damn it. I refuse to accept this. I was just careless. This time, I want to go easy on you." Xiao Long bellowed, struggling to rise once more and charging at Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian did not stand idle. He also surged toward Xiao Long. Upon reaching him, he unleashed a light yet powerful punch. Bang! Lin Xian's fist struck Xiao Long squarely in the chest. Once again, Xiao Long was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground 5 or 6 meters away. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body convulsing in a pitiful display of defeat. The small dragon and his companions were utterly stunned. That loser had completely dominated the small dragon. Lin Xian strode purposefully towards him, while the small dragon collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he dragged his body backward, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? In broad daylight, are you going to commit murder?" Lin Xian shook his head and replied, "I do not wish to take a life. You just claimed you would incapacitate me, so I must repay you in kind." Upon hearing this, the small dragon shivered involuntarily, his face awash with horror. Lin Xian approached him and inquired, "Did you intend to cripple my limbs, or to ensure my lineage ceases to exist? You choose." I. Damn it, I'll fight you." Suddenly, the small dragon surged to his feet, drawing a dagger from his pocket and lunging at Lin Xian. With a glint of cold steel flashing before him, Lin Xian's gaze sharpened, just as the small dragon aimed to plunge the spring-loaded knife into his abdomen. Lin Xian swiftly dodged and delivered a powerful kick to his body, sending him sprawling. In a cruel twist of fate, the dagger in the small dragon's hand inadvertently pierced his own groin. A piercing wail erupted from him as he clutched his bleeding groin, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful state. Hong Biao and his companions, witnessing the scene, turned pale and trembled in fear. "Damn, that was too intense. Retreat." Hong Biao, frightened, called out as he hurriedly beckoned his underlings to flee in their van. "Don't you dare run," the small dragon shouted in rage. The van roared to life, quickly speeding away. The small dragon, curled up on the ground, pressed his hands against his bleeding groin, his face ashen as he gazed up at Lin Xian, pleading, "Please help me call 120. I don't want to be rendered incapable of fathering children. My family has only had one heir for 3 generations." Lin Xian fixed him with an unwavering gaze, his expression complex. Chapter 35. The Arrival of Zhang Fatty gradually. Lin Xian's eyes softened with resignation as he approached the small dragon. The small dragon, seeing Lin Xian advance, was overtaken by fear, dragging himself backward while repeatedly crying out, "Big boss, I was wrong. I deserve to die. Please spare my life. I am already incapacitated. Do not kill me. If you wish to avoid becoming a eunuch, do not move." Lin Xian warned him sternly. "Huh?" The small dragon froze, staring blankly at Lin Xian and stammered, "You?" Ignoring him, Lin Xian moved directly in front of the small dragon, assessing the blood flowing from his groin. He unfastened the small dragon's belt and removed his trousers. The small dragon gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Big boss, what are you doing?" "Silence," Lin Xian commanded sharply. "Huh? Yes. The small dragon had no choice but to comply. As Lin Xian stripped away the small dragon's trousers, the gruesome sight was revealed. Upon examination, Lin Xian found that the dagger had merely grazed the area, causing significant bleeding but not inflicting critical harm. Lin Xian retrieved a needle from his medical kit, brandishing a gleaming silver needle. The small dragon's face turned pale with fear. "Big boss, what do you intend to do?" Lin Xian paid him no heed and swiftly inserted the silver needle into a specific acupoint on the small dragon's hairy thigh. Moments later, the bleeding ceased. The small dragon, astonished, looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Lin Xian reassured him, "Do not worry, you will not become a eunuch, nor will your lineage come to an end. Find a way to get to the hospital." After speaking, Lin Xian turned and walked away. Observing Lin Xian's retreating figure, Xiaolong was left in a state of shock and confusion. He glanced down at his wound, then back at Lin Xian's silhouette, his face a mask of disbelief. After walking a few meters, Lin Xian suddenly turned around and called out to Xiaolong, "Tell me, where does that big-headed guy live?" Xiaolong was taken aback and replied, "Boss, are you looking to settle scores with him? Please don't. Big-headed brother is quite fearsome. He is the adopted son of a powerful figure in this city. It would be best if you avoided provoking him." Earlier, Lin Xian had treated his injury, which left Xiaolong quite touched, prompting him to issue a friendly warning. Lin Xian fixed his gaze on him and insisted, "Just tell me." Xiaolong responded, "He has many residences, and I can't pinpoint his exact location, but he often visits the Honglan Man Club at night." Understood. Lin Xian nodded and departed without hesitation. Xiaolong called after him, "Boss, I can see you're a good person. I advise you not to provoke big-headed brother. Even if you are skilled, you won't stand a chance against him. It will be best to leave the city with Pan Meixiang and her daughter." However, Lin Xian paid him no mind and strode purposefully towards the community. Watching Lin Xian's figure fade away, Xiaolong glanced at his already stopped bleeding wound, muttering to himself in confusion, "This young man is just a migrant worker, isn't he? How can he possess such remarkable skills? He seems to have medical expertise as well. Yet he is somewhat reckless to seek out big-headed brother for confrontation. It's akin to a dung beetle seeking dung." Xiaolong lightly shook his head and was about to pull out his phone to call for emergency assistance, when, at that moment, a van sped towards him and halted nearby. Hong Biao and others leaped out of the vehicle, feigning concern as they exclaimed, "Dragon brother, how are you?" Xiaolong glared at Hong Biao and the others, his expression darkening as he scolded, "Damn it, you lot are utterly lacking in loyalty. I've been beaten like this, and you just ran away?" Hong Biao chuckled nervously. "Dragon brother, we didn't run. We merely retreated temporarily. That guy was just too fierce. We were scared too. Are you all right? I could have been seriously injured. How could I be fine? Thankfully, that person treated my wounds. Hurry, take me to the hospital," Xiaolong insisted. Of course. Hong Biao hurriedly stepped forward to support Xiaolong, who slapped him across the face in anger, warning, "If you ever abandon me like that again, I will make you pay." "I won't dare again," Hong Biao replied repeatedly. Soon, they helped Xiaolong into the van and rushed him to the hospital. As Lin Xian entered the community, he turned to see Xiaolong being taken away by his companions and let out a soft sigh, murmuring to himself, "I'm too soft-hearted." By the time he returned to his rented apartment, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He had yet to eat lunch, but he wasn't hungry. His mood was incredibly bleak. Initially, he had pretended to be Chu Mengshue's boyfriend to assist her out of goodwill, yet he was unjustly accused of being an informant by that very woman, which left him feeling both speechless and melancholic. With such intelligence, how did she become a CEO? Lin Xian silently scoffed as he lay on his bed, pulling out his phone to check. Chu Mengxue had yet to reply to his messages. Lin Xian bitterly chuckled at himself. "It seems I will never cross paths with this woman again. Why should I still hope for her reply?" Upon contemplating all of this, Lin Xian found himself at ease, closing his eyes in an attempt to indulge in an afternoon nap. However, just as he was about to surrender to slumber, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Startled, Lin Xian sat upright, musing to himself, could it be that Sister Meixiang has arrived? The thought ignited a rapid fluttering in his heart. Hastily, he opened the door, only to be met with a shocking sight. 2 rotund figures stood before him. Wang Zhihao and Zhang Pengzi. Oh, what a rare visit. What brings you here? Lin Xian remarked, his tone laced with irritation. Zhang Hong replied sternly, Lin Xian, what manner of attitude is this? Chairman Wang has come personally. Are you not going to invite him in? Lin Xian's expression darkened, prompting an immediate reprimand from Wang Zhihao. Zhang Pengzi, how dare you speak to Mr. Lin in such a manner? Wang Zhihao then turned to Lin Xian, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. Mr. Lin, may I come in and have a word with you? The sight of Wang Zhihao's smirk made Lin Xian feel a wave of nausea. However, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, he reluctantly nodded, come in. But you do not let him enter. The latter statement was directed at Zhang Hong. His expression darkened as he prepared to unleash a tirade, but Wang Zhihao swiftly interjected. You stay outside. Do not come in. As you wish, Zhang Hong complied, casting a malevolent glance at Lin Xian. Thus, Lin Xian led Wang Zhihao into the room. As Wang Zhihao stepped inside, he surveyed the surroundings, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Truly a pitiful loser. Nevertheless, his chubby face remained plastered with a smile. There are chairs. Please have a seat. Though I must admit, I do not have any tea, Lin Xian remarked nonchalantly, settling onto the edge of the bed. Cough. That's all right. I do not need to sit, Wang Zhihao quickly retorted. Now speak, what brings you here? Lin Xian stated, refusing to meet Wang Zhihao's gaze. Well, the reason for my visit is to extend my apologies, Wang Zhihao professed, exuding a facade of sincerity as he gazed at Lin Xian. Apologies? Lin Xian chuckled lightly. What do you wish to apologize for? Yesterday, when you rushed to assist Chairman Chu's secretary, I may have uttered some offensive remarks. Upon reflection, I realized my lack of discernment and respect. Thus, I have come to sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. With that, Wang Zhihao bowed deeply, his demeanor exuding false earnestness. Lin Xian surveyed his insincere display and replied coolly, Very well, I forgive you. You may leave now. A nervous chuckle escaped Wang Zhihao as he asked, Mr. Lin, are you truly certain you forgive me? Indeed, Lin Xian affirmed with a nod. That is splendid. You see, Mr. Lin, yesterday, this fool Zhang Pengzi casually mentioned your termination, but it was not conducted through proper channels, so it does not hold any merit. I have come to invite you back, and upon your return, I will immediately promote you to the position of deputy manager. What do you think? Wang Zhihao exclaimed, his demeanor replete with obsequiousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's face remained devoid of shock. Only a sly, cold smirk graced his lips. Chapter 36. The brutal beating of Fatty Zhang. He understood perfectly well that Wang Zhihao, despite his apologies and seemingly genuine offer to promote and increase his salary, had ulterior motives. He was desperately attempting to retain the engineering project of the Chu Group by leveraging Lin Xian's goodwill, hoping to persuade Chu Mengxue to entrust the project to him. Lin Xian regarded him with a knowing smile and inquired, Mr. Wang, are your words truly heartfelt? Of course. Wang Zhihao immediately leaned closer, emphatically declaring, Mr. Lin, should you return, I shall promptly elevate you to the position of deputy manager, and your salary will triple. Furthermore, have you heard about the newly launched energy-efficient rice vehicle? I will procure one for you as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian chuckled and replied, Mr. Wang, your generosity is truly commendable. Indeed, I learned from Fatty Zhang that you are a university student and frequently receive scholarships during your studies. Our engineering team is in dire need of someone with your talent. If you accompany me back, you will enjoy a salary increase, a promotion, and a vehicle. Once our project is completed, I will even reserve a house for you. What do you think? Wang Zhihao said, his face brimming with sycophancy. Lin Xian gazed at his glistening, rotund visage and remarked, Mr. Wang, your offers are quite enticing. Haha, what is this compared to what I can provide? As long as you work diligently, I will ensure you replace Zhang Hong, or even become the vice president. Villas, cash, beautiful women, there will be plenty, Wang Zhihao continued, his tone persuasive. Feigning admiration, Lin Xian replied, Mr. Wang, your words inspire great yearning within me. Isn't it so? Then let us return in my car. I have a dinner engagement shortly, and you should accompany me, Wang Zhihao suggested with a smile. Lin Xian shook his head, responding, Mr. Wang, may I inquire? With such generous treatment, do you have no other demands? Demands? None whatsoever. I merely hope you work diligently. What other demands could there be? Wang Zhihao replied earnestly. Lin Xian chuckled, saying, Mr. Wang, I am not a fool. Let us speak plainly. Reveal your true intentions. Oh dear, I have no ulterior motives. But I do have a small request, which is part of your responsibilities. You see, there was that incident with Secretary Li yesterday, which displeased President Chu, leading to a suspension of our collaboration. Therefore, I hope you can return and negotiate on behalf of our company with President Chu, pleading for her not to terminate our partnership. If you succeed, you will be hailed as a great benefactor of our company, Wang Zhihao said, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, could not suppress a cold laugh within. He had anticipated this very scenario. Wang Zhihao gazed at him eagerly, filled with longing. Lin, let me call you Shaolin. You have been with us for several months now, and though I may not have given you much attention due to my busy schedule, I have now recognized your potential. You are a talent worth nurturing. If you return and resolve the matter with the Chu Group, you will be our esteemed hero. In the future, you shall be my right-hand man. There will be an abundance of money, vehicles, villas, and even beautiful women. What do you say? Lin Xian listened and let out a gentle sigh. Upon hearing Lin Xian's sigh, Wang Zhihao's expression turned peculiar as he inquired, Shaolin, are you dissatisfied with the conditions I have proposed? No worries. Feel free to voice your concerns. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall certainly accommodate you. Lin Xian gazed at him and replied, Mr. Wang, allow me to speak candidly. The terms you have offered are indeed quite favorable and enticing for an intern like myself, and I find myself quite tempted. However, there is one matter that cannot be overlooked. What is it? Speak up, and I shall assist you. Is it a romantic concern? Fear not. I am acquainted with many lovely ladies whom I could introduce you to. Wang Zhihao hurriedly suggested. Lin Xian shook his head, clarifying, it is not that. Rather, I have had a falling out with President Chu. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhihao's countenance altered, his small eyes darting rapidly as he forced a smile. Shaolin, you must be jesting. You saved Secretary Li, who in turn rescued President Chu. You are, in essence, her savior. How could you possibly have a falling out? As far as I know, President Chu is a person who values gratitude. Lin Xian regarded him and replied, Mr. Wang, you are unaware of the full circumstances. I genuinely have quarreled with President Chu. The reason is quite simple. She believes I am merely an intern, and her impression of me is rather unfavorable. Look, I sent her a message, yet she has not replied. I suspect she may have even blocked me. In other words, my relationship with President Chu has reached an irreparable state. Is that so? Wang Zhihao's expression gradually darkened. Indeed, it is true. To be frank, who wouldn't want to align themselves with someone as formidable as President Chu? I certainly do. Alas, I failed to gain her favor and instead have incurred her disdain. Thus, my connection with her is severed. If you wish for me to represent the company in this matter, I fear it may prove quite challenging, Lin Xian lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Wang Zhihao's demeanor turned as cold as ice, his gaze darkening ominously. Observing the sincerity in Lin Xian's eyes, devoid of pretense, it became evident that he had indeed fallen out with President Chu. Lin Xian glanced at him and remarked, Do you not believe me? Then allow me to call President Chu before you, and you shall see. With that, Lin Xian took out his phone and dialed Chu Mingxue, only to hear the message that the call was currently in progress. Wang Zhihao's expression grew increasingly frigid. Sighing, Lin Xian said, You see, the rift is real, isn't it? Mr. Wang, fortunate it is that you are a good man. Despite my current predicament, you still consider me, offering me a promotion and even a car. You are like a guardian angel to me. So, shall we depart now? As he feigned to rise, Wang Zhihao coldly interjected. Hold on, what is it? Lin Xian queried, puzzled. Wang Zhihao regarded him with a mocking gaze, stating, Lin Xian, I thought you maintained a good rapport with President Chu, yet it appears you have indeed severed ties. Does that mean you possess no value whatsoever? Lin Xian was taken aback, responding earnestly, Mr. Wang, how could I possibly lack value? Did you not just assert that I am a university graduate, a high achiever? You were even considering promoting me to be your right-hand man. Bah! Wang Zhihao spat contemptuously. You, a mere loser, think you are worthy of such recognition. College students, what value do they really possess? Finding a migrant worker for 5,000 is quite a challenge. Yet 3,000 for a college student seems ubiquitous. You, a mere second-tier student, are of little worth. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle coldly at the absurdity of it all. He was cast aside, feeling utterly useless. However, he feigned surprise and said, Mr. Wang, why do you say that? Didn't you just express a different opinion? Earlier, it was because he held some worth, but now, he had become utterly valueless. Nothing more than refuse. Damn it, I came all this way for nothing. Wang Zhihao coldly uttered, striding toward the exit. Lin Xian hurried after him, calling out, Mr. Wang, what about my assistant manager in my car? To hell with your car. Wang Zhihao snapped, kicking a trash can over in anger as he reached the door. Zhang Hong quickly inquired, what happened? Wang Zhihao's expression darkened. Damn it. This scoundrel has fallen out with Chu Mengxue and is now utterly worthless. Let us go. I told you we shouldn't have come, Zhang Hong said with a grim smile. Lin Xian, overhearing Wang Zhihao's remarks, wore a cold smirk, realizing he was dealing with someone utterly mercenary. Zhang Hong turned to Lin Xian, ominously stating, you better watch yourself. Bastard. After uttering this, Zhang Hong turned to leave, but an icy voice halted him. Zhang Fatty, stop. Zhang Hong paused and turned to the speaker. Oh, little bastard. What more do you have to say? Lin Xian's face was cold as he strode towards him. Zhang Hong glared. What are you going to do? Without uttering a word, Lin Xian approached and landed a punch squarely on Zhang Hong's face, the sound resonating as Zhang Hong staggered and fell, bloodied. Chapter 37. Mei Xiang. You actually have a thing with this punk. Damn, little bastard, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Zhang Hong roared in fury, scrambling to his feet. Blood smeared across his face as he lunged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised a foot and kicked Zhang Hong in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Immediately, Lin Xian charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhang Hong. In no time, Zhang Hong was left battered and bleeding. Lin Xian had been holding back his anger towards Zhang Hong for far too long. He had wanted to deal with this scoundrel yesterday. Wang Zhihao shouted, you too. Guomin. Two young men clad in black rushed in at his command. Wang Zhihao ordered, take this kid down. Understood. The two black-clad youths charged toward Lin Xian. However, before they could reach him, Lin Xian swiftly kicked them aside. He then resumed his assault on Zhang Hong, fiercely declaring, you scoundrel. I put up with you for far too long. Lin Xian, stop. Wang Zhihao shouted. What are you yelling for? Your turn is coming up. Lin Xian glared at Wang Zhihao. Wang Zhihao instinctively recoiled, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he stepped back. Before long, Zhang Hong was left in a pitiful state. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, Lin, stop. Don't hit him anymore. As the words fell, a figure draped in a cheongsam, gracefully striding in her high heels, appeared. Huh, Mei Xiang, is that you? Wang Zhihao gazed at the woman before him, his face a mask of astonishment. The woman entering was none other than Pan Mei Xiang. Upon seeing Wang Zhihao, her expression shifted dramatically, and she hurried to Lin Xian's side, exclaiming, Shaolin, stop it. Lin Xian's countenance darkened as he halted, his gaze fixed upon the disheveled Zhang Hong, and spat, you wretched creature. Mei Xiang, what is your relationship with this scoundrel? Wang Zhihao turned to Pan Mei Xiang, bewildered. What do you mean by that? Pan Mei Xiang regarded him with a frigid glare and retorted. What relationship do I have with him? It is none of your concern. Mei Xiang, what are you saying? I am your elder brother. Wang Zhihao asserted emphatically. Elder brother? Lin Xian, overhearing, looked incredulously at both Wang Zhihao and Pan Mei Xiang. When did Wang Zhihao become Mei Xiang's elder brother? However, with one bearing the surname Pan and the other Wang, how could they possibly be siblings? Noticing Lin Xuan's confusion, Pan Mei Xiang coldly interjected. What nonsense about being an elder brother? You, who betrayed my husband and caused him such misfortune, dare to call yourself that? The implication of her words dawned upon Lin Xian. It became clear that Wang Zhihao had deeply wronged Pan Mei Xiang's late husband, who was a close companion of his. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Wang Zhihao's face as he attempted to explain, Mei Xiang, you misunderstand. I faced difficulties as well. Enough, Pan Meixiang interjected, her voice firm. My husband has severed ties with you long ago, so spare me your feigned sympathy. Her figure, clad in a qipao, trembled slightly as she fixed her gaze on Wang Zhihao. Wang Zhihao smirked coldly. Very well, if you refuse to acknowledge me as your elder brother, so be it. Tell me then, what is your connection with this fellow? You wouldn't be entangled with him, would you? Wang Zhihao, enough. What connection do I have with him? It is none of your business. Take your people and leave my home at once. Pan Meixiang glared at him, her voice resolute. Your home? Oh, have you taken up cohabitation with this young man? How amusing, Meixiang. I thought you were a paragon of virtue. Yet here you are, unable to withstand loneliness, entangled with a mere lad. Silence. Pan Meixiang shouted, cutting him off. Before Wang Zhihao could continue, she glared at him in fury. Get out now. Wang Zhihao's gaze lingered lewdly over Pan Meixiang's form before he turned to Lin Xian, saying, Lin Xian, you truly have a knack for shortcuts, managing to capture the heart of a former model beauty. Impressive. Meixiang, I shall take my leave. We must share a drink sometime. With that, Wang Zhihao strode away, his expression dark as two young men in black hurriedly followed him. Zhang Hong, his face bruised and battered, struggled to rise and shouted, President Wang, that bastard has beaten me to a pulp. I will report this. Wang Zhihao's voice echoed back. Report? Nonsense. We shall deal with him later. Very well. Zhang Hong's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Lin Xian. You filthy wretch, await your comeuppance. I will make your life unbearable. With a swift motion, Lin Xian kicked Zhang Hong away. Zhang Hong, filled with rage, limped off in frustration. Once Wang Zhihao and Zhang Hong had departed, Pan Meixiang turned her gaze to Lin Xian and asked, Xiao Lin, how did you get entangled with them? Lin Xian sighed helplessly, stating that he had previously worked at their construction site. I see. Pan Meixiang nodded, adding, it is fortunate that you are not working with him. That Wang Zhihao is a despicable scoundrel. If you continue to associate with him, you might end up being deceived. Lin Xian acknowledged, I understand, but sister, what about your husband and Wang Zhihao? Let's discuss this inside. Pan Meixiang let out a gentle sigh, and Lin Xian nodded as they entered the room, closing the door behind them. All right, said Pan Meixiang. Lin Xian's expression was peculiar, yet he proceeded to close the door. Pan Meixiang gracefully turned, settling her voluptuous figure onto Lin Xian's bed, her shapely legs slightly together. Come sit beside me, she urged. Lin Xian complied, a waft of delicate fragrance enveloping him. Pan Meixiang looked at him and revealed, my husband and Wang Zhihao were like brothers. They worked together in construction and started several ventures. However, Wang Zhihao is a vile creature, engaging in all sorts of underhanded dealings, while my husband, being an upright man, chose not to stoop to his level. Lin Xian listened intently, beginning to form an image of Pan Meixiang's late husband. How did your husband pass away? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Pan Meixiang shuddered slightly, her eyes reddening with tears. Realizing his inquiry was too intrusive, Lin Xian quickly apologized. Meixiang, I am sorry for my indiscretion. She shook her head. It's all right. My husband died in a car accident. With that, Lin Xian refrained from further questioning, wishing not to stir painful memories. Suddenly, his curiosity piqued as he asked, Sister, what was that Wang fellow talking about you being a model? What's the story there? His eyes sparkled with interest, pondering the notion that Meixiang had once been a model. Pan Meixiang chuckled wryly. What model? Don't listen to that brute's nonsense. In my youth, I did work briefly as a print model, just posing for magazines and advertisements. Wow, sister, that's impressive. You were a model. Lin Xian exclaimed, grinning, though his gaze inevitably wandered to Pan Meixiang's alluring figure. Noticing his interest, she shot him a playful glare. You little rascal, what? Do you think I am unworthy of being a model? Absolutely not. You are more than worthy. Lin Xian quickly replied, grinning widely. You are stunning now, and I can only imagine you were even more beautiful back then. You should have been a star. Pan Meixiang couldn't suppress her laughter, responding. It's not that exaggerated. It was just a part-time gig, nothing significant. Sister, you are so modest, Lin Xian teased with a mischievous smile. Do you have any photos from your modeling days? I'd love to see them. I don't have them on my phone. They're all on my computer. I'll send you some when I get the chance. she replied playfully, but I assure you, when I was younger, I was at least more beautiful than I am now. You'll be drooling over them. Ha ha, awesome. Lin Xian laughed, his face beaming with anticipation. By the way, Xiaolin, why did Wang Zhihao come looking for you? And why did you get into it with that fat guy again? Pan Meixiang inquired, puzzled. Sighing, Lin Xian began to recount the events. Lin Xian sighed and said, that day, President Chu was inspecting the construction site. He then recounted the sequence of events, concluding, due to safety concerns at the site, President Chu was quite furious with Wang Zhihao and decided to terminate their collaboration. Wang Zhihao and Zhang Panzi approached me, pleading for me to persuade President Chu not to end the partnership, but I, of course, could not comply. Later, as they left in anger, that Zhang Panzi insulted me, calling me a wild child, and in a fit of rage, I struck him. After listening to Lin Xian's narration, Pan Meixiang's eyes darkened as she remarked, that certainly warranted a beating. By the way, where is Xiaoyin? Lin Xian suddenly inquired. Oh, I took her to register at her new school this morning. She will go again tomorrow. She's currently sleeping at home, Pan Meixiang replied. Oh, Lin Xian nodded. Suddenly, Pan Meixiang gazed at Lin Xian with a tender look, her eyes shimmering with warmth, and said, What's wrong, sister? Feeling somewhat uneasy under Pan Meixiang's gaze, Lin Xian was aware that her expression was exceedingly alluring. Pan Meixiang continued, Xiaolin, I truly appreciate you stepping into the role of Xiaoyin's father. Sister, there is no need for thanks. I am more than willing. I believe being Xiaoyin's father is a delightful and fulfilling experience, Lin Xian replied. Indeed, Pan Meixiang gently nodded, her gaze burning with intensity as she added, Xiaolin, about what I mentioned before, after you pretend to be Xiaoyin's father, I want to assist you, and I am ready to do so now. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the enchanting woman before him. The implications of her words were unmistakable. His heart raced wildly, akin to a startled fawn. Pan Meixiang's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with untold affection. Sister, Lin Xian's voice trembled, his gaze filled with anticipation. Stop with the you and I. Just say what you desire, Pan Meixiang urged, her eyes fixed on him intently. He confessed. Then that settles it. Come here, she said, seizing Lin Xian's hand. He shivered at her touch, her hand as soft as if devoid of bones. The atmosphere in the room grew charged, and Lin Xian was exhilarated beyond measure. He was finally on the brink of shedding the label of innocence. As Pan Meixiang leaned closer, Lin Xian could almost feel her warmth enveloping him, when suddenly there came a knock at the door. A small girl's voice called from outside. Mommy, are you in there? Both of them quickly withdrew their hands. Lin Xian's face flushed crimson as he whispered, Xiaoyin is here. Pan Meixiang's face turned as red as blood. She quickly composed herself and gracefully stood up to open the door. Lin Xian watched her retreating figure, a tinge of regret in his voice as he muttered, so close. Xiaoyin, didn't Mommy tell you to stay at home and not come out? Why are you here? Pan Meixiang opened the door, looking at the little girl outside with a hint of reproach. Xiaoyin replied, I woke up and didn't see Mommy, so I got scared and came out to find you. I knew this was our house, so I thought you might be here to collect rent, and I wanted to check on you. I didn't expect you to really be here, Mommy. Pan Meixiang smiled and said, You little rascal, you mustn't run off recklessly in the future. What if you get lost? Come on, let us return home. As she spoke, Pan Meixiang glanced back at Lin Xian in the room, winked at him, and formed the shape of tonight with her lips before taking Xiaoyin's hand and departing. Once Pan Meixiang left, Lin Xian closed the door and laid down on the bed, feeling a mix of discomfort and regret. Just moments ago, he and Pan Meixiang had almost shared a more intimate moment. Shaking his head, he recalled what Meixiang had said about tonight, filling him with anticipation. Mom, when will Dad be back? Xiaoyin inquired, looking at Pan Meixiang. He'll be back by 6, Pan Meixiang replied. 6? Xiaoyin glanced at her smartwatch and calculated aloud. It's not even 4 yet. 4, 5, 6. That means we have to wait 3 more hours. Pan Meixiang playfully pinched her nose and corrected her. It's actually 2 hours. 2 hours is still quite a long time. Xiaoyin pouted, worriedly asking, Mom, Dad won't forget to come back, will he? Pan Meixiang reassured her. Don't worry, your father will definitely return. Just keep an eye on the time. He'll be home by 6 sharp. Okay, then I'll keep counting, Xiaoying declared, her gaze fixed intently on the numbers on her watch as she murmured, time is moving so slowly. Come on, time, can't you go a bit faster? Seeing Xiaoying's eager anticipation for her father's return, Pan Meixiang felt a pang of helplessness mixed with a strange sensation. Moments ago, she had almost shared something exhilarating with Lin Xian. She pulled out her phone and messaged Lin Xian. Xiaolin, our daughter is eagerly awaiting your return. Please come back by 5:30 to surprise her. Lin Xian replied immediately. Chapter 39 Dad, when are you and Mom going to give me a little brother? At 5:29 in Pan Meixiang's household, Xiaoyin was still fixated on her watch, anxiously muttering, it's 5:29 and there's still 71 minutes until 6. Time is dragging on so slowly. Pan Meixiang chuckled in exasperation. There are actually 31 minutes left. An hour has 60 minutes. 31 minutes? That is still too slow. I really miss Dad. Xiaoyin pouted. Perhaps Dad will come home early. Pan Meixiang suggested. Really? A look of delight blossomed on Xiaoyin's face. It's a possibility. Pan Meixiang affirmed. Hee great. Dad, come back quickly. Xiaoyin exclaimed, resembling a little prayer. Pan Meixiang lightly shook her head and checked the time. It was already 5:30. Just then, a knock resonated from the door. Pan Meixiang's eyes lit up, and Xiaoyin sprang up, exclaiming, it must be Dad coming home. I'll go open the door. With that, Xiaoyin hurriedly bounced to the door, and upon opening it, she indeed found Lin Xian standing outside. Dad! Xiaoyin was overwhelmed with joy, rushing to hug Lin Xian's leg, sweetly proclaiming, Dad, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Lin Xian crouched down, smiling at her. Xiaoyin, I missed you too. Dad, come in quickly, Xiaoyin urged, pulling Lin Xian into the house. Father, today Mother took me to the new kindergarten, which is even larger and more beautiful than the old one. Little Lin, holding Lin Xian's hand, sat on the sofa, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Xian smiled and asked, do you like the new school? I do. I'm so happy that there are no more big tigers. Little Lin exclaimed joyfully. Lin Xian chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Nearby, Pan Meixiang watched this heartwarming scene of fatherly love and filial piety, a gentle smile gracing her lips. You two carry on. I'll go prepare dinner, she said, gracefully turning her ample figure towards the kitchen. After dinner, as night fell, Lin Xian expressed his desire to return to the rented apartment, but Pan Meixiang gazed at him with sparkling eyes and said, don't go back. Lin Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, his heart swelling with delight at the prospect of continuing the afternoon's intimacy, causing his heart to race. Later, as Lin Xian and Pan Meixiang were about to enter their room, little Yin suddenly dashed out, calling Daddy, Mommy, why don't you have another little brother for me? Lin Xian and Pan Meixiang exchanged bewildered glances. Daddy, Mommy, many of my friends have younger siblings. Could you please have a little brother or sister for me? Little Yin approached them, grasping their hands with hopeful eyes. Pan Meixiang's cheeks flushed with a charming pink hue as she replied, Little Yin, Daddy and Mommy already have you. We're not planning to have another baby. But, Daddy and Mommy, I really want a little baby. I promised to take care of him and play with him. Little Yin insisted cheerfully. Well, Little Yin, that is something your Mommy and Daddy will have to think about, Pan Meixiang responded, trying to be diplomatic. Lin Xian, feeling somewhat speechless, thought to himself, I just a pretender? Can I even have a baby? All right, Daddy and Mommy, you must have a little brother for me. Good night. Little Yin said gleefully before skipping back to her room. Seeing Lin Xian's embarrassed expression, Pan Meixiang couldn't help but laugh, saying, Xiaolin, do you really want to have a little brother for Little Yin? Lin Xian's face turned crimson. Sister, please stop joking. Oh, come on. If you want to have a little brother for her, I would be more than willing, Pan Meixiang giggled, covering her mouth. Lin Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Pan Meixiang to be so open to the idea of having children with him. Noticing his awkwardness, she quickly added, all right, don't look so frightened. I'm just teasing you. Let us go into the room. Oh, okay, he replied, following her inside. Pan Meixiang gently closed the door behind them. In the warm, pink room, only the two of them remained. Xiaolin, Pan Meixiang's voice turned exceedingly sultry. Sister, what is it? Lin Xian felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. Well, shall we continue what we started this afternoon? Thump, thump. Lin Xian's heart raced at her words. The moment he had been yearning for was finally at hand. Let us not hesitate any longer. Come here. Pan Meixiang, with a soft and alluring demeanor, inched closer to Lin Xian, who was equally agitated, his heart racing with anticipation. Just as their bodies were on the verge of contact, Lin Xian's phone rang unexpectedly, startling both of them. With an unusual expression, Lin Xian said, "Sister, let me take this call." Pan Meixiang froze momentarily, her eyes glistening like water, and replied, "Go ahead." Lin Xian quickly glanced at his phone, a hint of exasperation creeping onto his lips. It was a call from his university roommate, Kong Chong. "Damn it, this guy is ruining my moment." Lin Xian muttered under his breath before addressing Pan Meixiang. "Sister, I need to step out to take this call." She nodded. "All right, go." Lin Xian snatched up his phone and dashed out. Pan Meixiang gently touched her flushed cheeks, murmuring to herself, "Tonight, I cannot let him slip away." Once outside the room, Lin Xian hurried to the bathroom to answer Kong Chong's call. As soon as he picked up, Kong Chong exclaimed, "Xuanzi, why the hell did it take you so long to answer?" Lin Xian retorted, "I was sleeping." "Why are you calling me at this hour?" Kong Chong continued, "How can you even think about sleeping? Zhongli has been trashing you in the class group chat." Lin Xian, taken aback, replied, "Let her talk. It doesn't bother me." Kong Chong insisted, "You have a big heart. If it were me, I would definitely confront that woman." Lin Xian shrugged, "Forget it. If a dog bites us, do we bite back?" Anyway, the class monitor mentioned organizing a gathering soon. "Will you attend?" Lin Xian responded, "I wasn't informed." Kong Chong clarified, "It was mentioned in the group chat. Are you coming or not?" Lin Xian replied, "I don't wish to participate." Kong Chong urged, "Come on. Let us go together. Just ignore Zhongli when we get there." Lin Xian finally conceded, "Fine, I'll attend for your sake." Kong Chong cheerfully exclaimed, "Great. I must have quite a bit of influence. Talk later." After ending the call, Lin Xian wore a resigned expression. Just as he was about to return to the room, his phone rang once more. To his dismay, it was a WeChat call from Zhongli. With a cold smirk, he hung up. However, she quickly followed up with a barrage of messages. "Lin Xian, are you feeling guilty after I exposed your shameful acts? Afraid to answer my call? I command you to call me back immediately. Otherwise, I will expose your disgraceful behavior on our school forum." Fuming with rage, Lin Xian immediately redialed her number. When she picked up, her voice dripped with smug satisfaction. "Lin Xian, weren't you so tough before? What happened to you now?" "Elena Xuan, Starli, Zhangli. What do you want?" She retorted with a mocking tone. "You are now someone whom the esteemed President Chu wants to treat to dinner. What can a mere character like me do to you?" Her words dripped with derision. Lin Xian's expression darkened. "This is pointless." He attempted to hang up, but Zhongli interjected, "Don't rush to hang up. I specifically called to inform you that we are planning a class gathering this weekend, and you must attend." Lin Xian responded coldly, "We'll see about that." Zhongli sneered, "What's the matter? Afraid that everyone will mock you? Too scared to show up?" Chapter 40. From boy to man listening to Zhang Li's piercing laughter, Lin Xian's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Zhang Li, I simply cannot fathom how I have offended you to warrant such treatment." Zhang Li retorted, "I never claimed you offended me. I just can't stand your pretentious demeanor. You are nothing but a poor, lowly worker, yet you insist on hiring an actor to impersonate CEO Chu to invite you to dinner. It's utterly laughable." Lin Xian's countenance grew more somber. "That individual is indeed CEO Chu." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Li erupted into laughter. "Lin Xian, I am truly a loss for words. Have you perhaps succumbed to some delusion? Are you still lost in the fantastical web of lies you've spun for yourself? Reflect on your position. What is your status compared to CEO Chu's? Can she possibly invite you to dine? Even the owner of my boyfriend's company would not presume to share a table with her. Do you think you are worthy?" Lin Xian was rendered speechless. He had no desire to clarify anything further. Let her think as she wished. "Lin Xian, let us cut to the chase. If you do not attend the class reunion, you shall be deemed a coward." Bang! Lin Xian abruptly ended the call. He stared at his phone, trembling with rage. Truly, he had never felt such fury before. It was even greater than the anger he felt when Zhang Hong insulted him. He could not comprehend how he had provoked Zhang Li to unleash her wrath upon him like a rabid dog. Shaking his head, Lin Xian walked to the living room and sank into the sofa, still feeling a heavy weight in his chest. At that moment, a soft voice broke through. "Daddy, are you unhappy?" It was Xiaoyin. Lin Xian glanced over to see her in cartoon pajamas, standing a short distance away, and he quickly forced a smile. Xiaoyin approached Lin Xian, nestled her tiny form against him, and gazed up with her big eyes, asking, "Daddy, did Xiaoyin make you unhappy?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart trembled. "No, Xiaojin. It's just that Daddy encountered a minor issue, but everything is fine now. Daddy, please don't be sad. Xiaoyin will be good and obedient," she promised, holding him tightly. Moved, Lin Xian replied, "Xiaoyin, you're already very good. You're doing wonderfully." He. Xiaoyin laughed joyfully. "Then, Daddy, let me tell you a story." "Of course." "All right, here I go. Once upon a time, there was a great elephant with an extraordinarily long trunk." Xiaoyin earnestly began recounting her tale, and as Lin Xian listened, his heart ached, nearly bringing him to tears. As the story unfolded, Xiaoyin gradually drifted off to sleep, her lips still moving as if she were continuing her narration. Watching the little girl slumbering in his embrace, Lin Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He understood her feelings all too well. This girl, who lacked paternal affection, believed she was the embodiment of her father, terrified of losing him, striving to prove her worth. How strikingly similar their backgrounds were. He too had grown up without a father, yearning for paternal love. Yet, he was acutely aware of his father's identity, a disgrace from the Yi family in the capital. As Lin Xian contemplated his father, a dark expression clouded his face, and a chilling aura enveloped him. A deep-seated resentment surged within him. "Mother, may your spirit observe from above. I have now mastered true skills, and I shall avenge you. Yi family, prepare to face my wrath." "Is Xiaoyin asleep?" At that moment, a gentle voice broke the silence. "Pan Meixiang." Lin Xian turned to her and replied, "She is already asleep." "Then please carry her to her room," Pan Meixiang suggested with a smile. "Very well." Lin Xian nodded, lifting Xiaoyin into his arms as he made his way toward her room. Upon entering the child's domain, he placed her delicately onto the bed. Lin Xian gazed at her porcelain-like face, a wave of indescribable tenderness washing over him. "It's time to return," Pan Meixiang remarked. "Understood." Lin Xian nodded and followed her back to the room. Noticing Lin Xian's somber mood, Pan Meixiang inquired, "Xiaolin, is something troubling you?" "No, nothing at all." Lin Xian reassured her with a shake of his head and a smile. "Perhaps we could." Pan Meixiang's eyes glimmered as she spoke softly. "All right," Lin Xian replied, his cheeks flushing crimson. They had finally crossed a threshold. Lin Xian had truly become a man. An hour later, the room was suffused with warmth and tranquility. Pan Meixiang nestled against Lin Xian, her face aglow with a rosy hue. Lin Xian too wore a contented smile. "Xiaolin, you need not feel any psychological burden. I am willing, and I do not expect you to take responsibility." Pan Meixiang gazed at him, her eyes glistening. Lin Xian clasped her hand, saying, "Sister, Enough, I understand. I know you care for me, but marrying me may be beyond your reach, and I shall not compel you to do so. I only ask that you reserve a small place for me in your heart." Pan Meixiang smiled at him. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xian felt a surge of emotion. He longed to say, "Sister, marry me." Yet, he refrained, realizing the vast age difference between them and the fact that she had a daughter. Even if he were willing, he feared he could not win over his godmother. While he was not a mama's boy, he deeply appreciated the sacrifices she made in raising him and did not wish to hurt her feelings. "Sister, you occupy not just a small corner of my heart, but a vast and significant space," Lin Xian declared earnestly. Pan Meixiang chuckled, her laughter brightening the room. "You cheeky boy, you certainly have a way with words. I wonder if we can fulfill Xiaoyin's dream of having an older sister." Lin Xian responded, "Little rascal, to meet our daughter's expectations, we must strive forward." The following day, Lin Xian was roused from slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. He awoke and glanced at the empty space beside him. Evidently, Pan Meixiang had risen early. Recalling the profound and intimate moments they shared the previous night, Lin Xian's face radiated with excitement and joy. He picked up his phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, quickly answered with a smile, "Uncle Sunday." The voice on the other end belonged to son Jianchen. "Xiaolin, My daughter and I are eagerly awaiting your arrival. When you plan to come?" Feeling the warmth of Sun Jianqing's enthusiasm, Lin Xian replied, "Uncle Sun, I should arrive around 11 or 12. All right, I will prepare some wine and dishes at home. Let us indulge in a couple of drinks at noon." Sun Jianqing remarked with a smile. "Sure, Uncle Sun," Lin Xian replied. After concluding the call, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. Sun Jianqing's enthusiasm was truly overwhelming. Of course, he was aware that Sun Jianqing's invitation was twofold: to enjoy a meal and to facilitate a meeting between him and his daughter, which could be perceived as a matchmaking attempt. However, he and Pan Meixiang already shared a unique bond, which left Lin Xian feeling somewhat unsettled. Dressing swiftly, he exited his room and found Pan Meixiang practicing yoga in a delicate camisole and snug pink yoga pants. Observing her beauty, Lin Xian felt a surge of pride. She was someone with whom he shared a profound connection. "Daddy, you're awake," Pan Meixiang exclaimed, noticing Lin Xian's gaze lingering on her, and smiled alluringly. "Ahem, yes, I am awake," Lin Xian replied, his cheeks flushing slightly. To be honest, Lin Xian's feelings towards Pan Meixiang had evolved. After all, they had experienced events the previous night that had drawn them closer together. "Now, I will prepare breakfast. After we eat, could you please accompany Xiao Yin to register at her new school?" Pan Meixiang asked Lin Xian. Of course, he smiled and nodded. They had agreed to visit Sun Jianqing's home around 11 or 12, so taking Xiao Yin would fit perfectly into his schedule. Pan Meixiang then gracefully moved to the kitchen to start cooking. "Daddy!" At that moment, Xiao Yin rushed over, wrapping her arms around Lin Xian's leg, her little face gazing up at him with innocent curiosity. "Xiao Yin, you're up too." Lin Xian crouched down to meet her gaze, smiling indulgently. Chapter 41. The innocent little girl. "Hee Daddy, I'm awake. I want to share a secret with you," Xiao Yin said, her eyes sparkling with mystery. "What is it?" he inquired. "Last night, I dreamed about you, Daddy." She giggled. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart trembled. How deeply this little girl adored her pretend father. He shuddered at the thought of what would happen if she ever discovered the truth. He smiled, ruffling her hair. "Daddy is very happy." "Hee hee." Xiao Yin laughed joyfully. "Daddy, I'm going to my new school soon. Will you take me?" "Certainly," Lin Xian assured her with a nod. "Oh yay, that's wonderful." Xiao Yin clapped her hands in delight. "When my classmates see that I have a daddy, they won't call me a wildflower without a father anymore." Lin Xian felt his eyes welling up once more. He rubbed her head, at a loss for words. After breakfast, Pan Meixiang said, "The kindergarten is quite far. You should drive there." She handed Lin Xian a set of car keys. "No need, I'll take a taxi and then attend to some matters," he replied, shaking his head. "All right, that works too," she nodded. "Be safe on the road." "Will do," Lin Xian responded. Taking Xiao Yin's hand, they departed from the house. As Pan Meixiang watched them leave, a look of happiness spread across her face, though a hint of complexity flickered in her eyes. Soon, however, her expression blossomed with warmth as she murmured to herself, "1,000 years is too long. I only seek the fleeting moments. At least for now, he belongs to me." Last night, that fellow was quite audacious, resembling a spirited young calf, truly a reflection of youth. With a playful giggle, Pan Meixiang swayed her ample hips and went off to do the laundry. "Dad, when will I have a little brother?" Lin Xian, accompanied by little Yin, stepped into the elevator when little Yin suddenly inquired. Coughing, Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at her, a peculiar expression on his face, and replied, "Little Yin, having a baby doesn't happen overnight. It requires time." "How long will it take?" Little Yin eagerly pressed on. "At least a year." "A year? That's such a long time. I thought it would only take a few days," Little Yin replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. It's all right. If it takes a year, then it takes a year. After a year, I'll have a little brother. How exciting," Little Yin exclaimed. Lin Xian wore a strange expression, thinking to himself that he and her mother were merely pretending to be a couple, if a baby were to come about. However, seeds had already been sown last night, and perhaps it could indeed happen. Moreover, Pan Meixiang seemed to genuinely wish for a child with him. Subsequently, Lin Xian took little Yin out of the community, hailed a cab, and headed directly to her new school, Star Kindergarten. Throughout the journey, little Yin nestled closely in Lin Xian's embrace, radiating affection toward him. At 8:20, they arrived at Star Kindergarten. After getting out of the car and registering, Lin Xian held little Yin's hand and entered the kindergarten. According to the information Pan Meixiang had sent him, Lin Xian needed to take little Yin to meet the principal first. After asking for directions, they ascended to the third floor of a building. At the principal's office, Lin Xian gently knocked on the door, and a woman's voice called from within, "Please enter." He opened the door and led little Yin inside. The office housed a middle-aged woman clad in professional attire. Upon glancing at Lin Xian and little Yin, a hint of confusion crossed her face as she inquired, "Who are you?" Lin Xian replied, "Good morning, principal. My name is Lin Xian, and this is my daughter, Lin Yining. I am here to enroll her." The principal paused, scrutinizing Lin Xian and little Yin, and stated, "Lin Yining, I am aware of her. Her mother brought her yesterday for enrollment. However, the records indicate that Lin Yining does not have a father." At these words, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asserted, "Principal, I am indeed Lin Yining's father. If you have any doubts, you may verify with her mother." Upon hearing this, the principal's expression shifted slightly, and she replied, "Very well. Please step outside with Lin Yining for a moment while I make a call to her mother to confirm." "All right." Lin Xian nodded and took little Yin's hand to leave. The principal then rummaged through her desk for a phone book, found a number, and dialed. The call connected swiftly, and the principal smiled as she said, "Ms. Pan, a young man just brought your daughter for enrollment, claiming to be Lin Yining's father. Could you clarify the situation?" Pan Meixiang responded, "Oh, principal, it's like this. He is my boyfriend, Lin Yining's father." Understanding dawned on the principal, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she replied, "I see." After concluding the call, a hint of derision appeared on her face as she muttered to herself, "So young, yet he relies on a woman. How pathetic." After her musings, the principal called out, "Mr. Lin, you may come in now." Lin Xian entered with Xiao Yin, smiling as he said, "Principal, how are you?" The principal replied, "I have verified, and you are indeed Xiao Yin's father. Please sign here, and I will have someone escort you to the classroom." "All right." Lin Xian nodded and signed on a piece of paper. The principal then called a young female teacher to lead Lin Xian and Xiao Yin to their new class. Upon arriving in the new classroom, Lin Xian deliberately accompanied Xiao Yin inside, ensuring that no one would ever say she had no father again. After enrolling Xiao Yin in school, Lin Xian departed from the kindergarten. Glancing at the time, it was 20 past 9, and he thought it was still a bit early to visit son Jiansheng. With nothing to do, Lin Xian found a nearby spot to sit down and began playing Do Di Zhu. Just as he was engrossed in the game, a startled voice from a young girl interrupted him. "Oh, is that you, country bumpkin?" Lin Xian was taken aback and looked up, slightly furrowing his brow. He saw a petite girl dressed in a pink Lolita dress, sporting twin ponytails and a slightly chubby face, staring intently at him. This girl was none other than Su Guoguo, the cousin of Chu Mingxue, the rather oblivious Lolita. Lin Xian ignored her and continued to focus on his game. Noticing Lin Xian's indifference, Su Guoguo, with her delicate legs, quickly approached him and said, "Country bumpkin, why are you ignoring me?" Lin Xian did not look up and replied coolly, "We are not familiar." Su Guoguo's face darkened as she retorted, "Haha, we're not familiar? You don't even have the right to be familiar with me. You're a traitor, a spy." Lin Xian paused his game, fixing his gaze upon her. "Who do you say is a spy?" "It's you," Su Guoguo declared, hands on her hips, her expression fierce. Still not admitting it. "Yesterday, I saw you conspiring with my older cousin and second cousin. How can my cousin give you her first kiss? You are nothing but a lackey for my older and second cousins. Your conscience must be utterly corrupt." Hearing this, Lin Xian furrowed his brow and stared at her. "Did you tell your cousin that you saw me conspiring with your older and second cousins?" "Of course I did." "What? Are you admitting to the conspiracy?" she exclaimed. "I knew it. You are a spy. By the way, Su Guoguo, am quite clever. I saw through your false facade at a glance." Lin Xian confessed honestly, "What insidious objective do my older and second cousins have in sending you to lurk beside my third cousin?" Su Guoguo spoke as if she were a detective. Lin Xian was utterly speechless. How could he explain that Chu Mengxue suddenly called herself a spy? It seemed that this little girl was the one causing trouble. "Then tell me, what do you think my objective is?" Lin Xian countered teasingly. Su Guoguo stroked her chin, pretending to be a little detective, and said, in my opinion, you were bribed by my older cousin and second cousin to infiltrate by my cousin S side for 3 nefarious purposes. Oh, were those 3? First, you need to gain my cousin S trust while lurking beside her, then seize the opportunity to steal her secrets and report back to my older and second cousins, with the aim of bringing her down. Su Guoguo explained. Lin Xian was at a loss for words. And the second? The second one is even more sinister. Su Guoguo added. What is that? Secondly, once you bring my third cousin to her knees, the reins of both the company and the family will inevitably fall into the hands of my eldest and second cousins, and you will transform into a figure of success. However, even then, you will merely be a pawn in the game of my elder and second cousins. Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. This little girl possessed a truly vivid imagination, concocting such absurd tales. Amused by his frustration, he inquired, and what about the third point? The third point is even more repulsive, Su Guoguo declared, crossing her arms with indignation. Oh, and what might that be? Thirdly, you intend to approach my third cousin and invade her personal space. Of course, if she were to bestow her first kiss upon you, you would have, in a twisted sense, achieved your nefarious objective. Su Guoguo exclaimed. Lin Xian. Su Guoguo continued. Lin Xian, I see right through you. I have unveiled your true nature. What do you have to say for yourself? Lin Xian was utterly speechless. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Little girl, your imagination is truly remarkable. Never mind. I have no words for someone as thoughtless as you. Just leave. Thoughtless? I am quite intelligent. Thank you very much. I suspect you are simply feeling guilty and do not know how to respond. Lin Xian, I warn you, my cousin is already on high alert regarding you, so you should put away your little tricks. Furthermore, my elder and second cousins are not good people. If you associate with them and become their lackey, you will ultimately be the one to suffer. So Lin Xian shook his head, no longer wishing to engage with her, and lowered his gaze to his game. At that moment, another youthful voice chimed in. Guoguo, who are you talking to? A pure and innocent girl, clad in a pleated skirt with long, straight, fair legs adorned in knee-high white socks, approached Su Guoguo. Oh, I mentioned yesterday that my cousin was looking for someone to impersonate her boyfriend. That person is actually a spy planted by my eldest and second cousins. Well, this is the one. Su Guoguo pointed disdainfully at Lin Xian. The girl in the skirt turned to Lin Xian, her face expressing surprise. It's you? Lin Xian looked up and could not help but chuckle. It was none other than Yang Sahan. What a small world it is. Ah, Sahan, do you know this person? Su Guoguo asked, astonished. Yang Sahan replied, Guo, I previously told you that someone saved my grandfather. It was he. Su Guoguo's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, It was him? Impossible. He is a spy. How could he possibly save Grandpa Yang? Oh, I see. Perhaps Grandpa Yang was pushed down by him, and he pretended to save him. Lin Xian. Yang Sahan shook her head. No, my grandfather suffered a heart attack and collapsed. He was the one who revived him. Could it be? Did he truly save Grandpa Yang? But he is a traitor. Su Guoguo expressed her skepticism. Yang Sahan glanced at Lin Xian with an odd expression, saying, Is there some sort of misunderstanding here? Su Guoguo quickly replied, How could there be a misunderstanding? I saw him conspiring with my eldest and second cousins yesterday on how to harm my third cousin, Lin Xian. Did you overhear their conversation? Are you certain it was he who was plotting against your cousin Ming Xue? Yang Sahan asked. I did not hear them, but I saw them standing together, which surely indicates they are plotting, exclaimed Su Guoguo. Yang Sahan smiled wryly and replied, Standing together does not necessarily imply conspiracy. Guoguo, do not jump to conclusions based on mere observations. I do not perceive him as that kind of person. Sahan, that is only because you believe he saved Grandpa Yang, which is why you are defending him. In my opinion, he might very well be the one responsible for Grandpa Yang's predicament. So Guo, perhaps you have indulged in too many palace intrigue novels. Yang Sahan said helplessly, casting a glance at Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, I feel there may be a misunderstanding between you and Guoguo. Would you care to clarify? Lin Xian replied coolly, There is no need. I shall take my leave. With that, he put away his phone and departed. Watching Lin Xian's retreating figure, Su Guoguo sneered, Sahan, did you notice? He is clearly flustered. Only those with a guilty conscience shy away from confronting issues. Thus, I firmly conclude he is the spy. Yang Sahan sighed. All right, enough of your conspiracy theories. Let's go watch a movie. Very well. Sugwa nodded and took Yang Sahan's hand as they walked away. As they strolled, Sugwa continued, Sahan, you are far too naive and kind-hearted. A person like Lin Xian is evidently a spy, and yet you defend him. I tell you, Grandpa Yang's fall might very well have been orchestrated by him. Yang Sahan chuckled. All right, you're clever. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, a distance away, watched the two lovely ladies depart, feeling a sense of unease. This girl is truly oblivious. At least that young girl stood up for me, which is commendable, and she is quite attractive. Chapter 43. The graceful and charming female teacher Lin Xian reached the roadside and hailed a taxi, heading straight to Sun Jianqing's residence. After half an hour, he arrived at a modest community. Gritting his teeth, he paid 35 yuan, muttering to himself, in the future, I shall opt for public transport. Taking taxis is far too costly. Upon disembarking, Lin Xian glanced at the community's name, confirming he was indeed at the right place. Just as he intended to enter, he suddenly recalled that visiting Sun Jianqing empty-handed would be rather inappropriate. Thus, he dashed to a nearby supermarket, spending 200 yuan to purchase a carton of milk and a box of tea. Though modest, it was a thoughtful gesture. After calculating his remaining savings, Lin Xian realized he had only 1,500 left. At this rate, he would not last long. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he remembered that Shumeng Xue had sent him a 5,000 yuan red envelope for the purpose of pretending to be her boyfriend. However, he quickly reconsidered. This money should not be squandered, as it was allocated for an event. Now that the event had concluded and little had been spent, it ought to be returned. Shaking his head, Lin Xian murmured, what a dire situation. It seems I must find a job soon, lest I find myself in an awkward predicament. Upon entering the community, Lin Xian called Sun Jianqing. The call connected swiftly, and Sun Jianqing's voice came through, Shaolin. Have you arrived? Lin Xian replied, Uncle Sun, I am already at the community. Could you please tell me your exact location? Oh, you're already inside the community? Wonderful. Where are you now? I will come down to fetch you. Sun Jianqing exclaimed cheerfully. No need. I can make my way there myself. Huh, your words are mistaken. You are my esteemed guest, and I shall certainly welcome you. Sun Jianqing hurriedly replied. Where are you? I am on the main road, where there is a sculpture of a human figure. Lin Xian responded. Excellent. Wait for me. I shall be there shortly. All right, Lin Xian replied, standing there in anticipation. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, a figure was seen rushing towards him, calling out, Shaolin. Lin Xian focused his gaze and recognized Sun Jianqing. Quickly walking towards him with a smile, Uncle Sun. Why do you still carry something? Sun Jianqing remarked upon noticing the items Lin Xian held. It is my first visit, so I brought a small token for you, Uncle Sun. Lin Xian smiled, presenting the offering. I'll look at you, truly too polite. When you come to my home, consider it your own. There is no need for such formalities. From now on, this shall not happen again. Sun Jianqing chided with a jovial smile. Understood, Lin Xian replied, chuckling. Sun Jianqing accepted the items and said, let us go. Lin Xian followed him into the elevator of a building. Sun Jianqing glanced at him with a smile. When you meet my daughter, you are guaranteed to be pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Ding! The elevator arrived. Come on, Sun Jianqing invited Lin Xian as they exited the elevator, heading toward his home. Upon reaching a door, Sun Jianqing knocked, and footsteps could be heard from within, followed by a voice asking, Who is it? Xiujuan, it is I. Our guest has arrived, Sun Jianqing replied. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman, dressed in home attire, exuding warmth and grace. Xiujuan, let me introduce you. This is Shaolin. Shaolin, this is my beloved wife, Sun Jianqing said with a smile. Hello, Auntie, Lin Xian quickly greeted. Welcome, Shaolin. Please come in. Wu Xiujuan warmly invited him inside. Thank you. Annie, Lin Xian smiled gently as he entered. Sun Jianqing remarked, Xiujuan, look, Shaolin has brought something for us. I have already reprimanded him for being so formal. Wu Xiujuan glanced at the items and playfully chastised Lin Xian. Why bring anything when visiting? It is merely a small gesture, Lin Xian replied with a faint smile. No more of that in the future. Wu Xiujuan chuckled. All right. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Where is Xiaowan? Sun Jiancheng surveyed the living room. Xiaowan is in her room grading papers, Wu Xiujuan responded. Quickly, call her out. We have an esteemed guest at home, and she does not come out to greet him. How improper. Xiaowan, our guest has arrived. Sun Jiancheng called out towards the door. Lin Xian quickly interjected. Uncle Sun, since teacher Sun is busy, let her continue. It does not concern me. That will not do. Sun Jiancheng immediately shook his head, a mischievous grin appearing. Have you forgotten the main reason I invited you here? Xiaowan, come out. Seeing that Sun Jiancheng insisted on calling his daughter out, Lin Xian felt somewhat helpless. To be honest, he was quite curious about Sun Jiancheng's daughter. After all, she was the beauty of the department and a captivating teacher. She is grading papers while wearing headphones and cannot hear. I shall go call her, Wu Xiujuan said. Heading towards the door, Sun Jiancheng glanced at Lin Xian, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he said, Xiao Lin, my daughter, is quite the workaholic. She prepares lessons until 11 or 12 at night, and even when she takes a break, she doesn't rest. She has to grade students' papers. Please don't take offense. Lin Xian quickly smiled and replied, Not at all. If teacher Sun is busy, please carry on. We could just have a chat, the two of us. Feigning a stern demeanor, Sun Jiancheng remarked, Have you forgotten your primary task? Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. Come sit down. Sun Jiancheng pulled Lin Xian's arm, guiding him to the sofa before picking up the teapot from the coffee table to brew some tea. Lin Xian sat beside him, feeling somewhat ill at ease. To be honest, he rarely visited others. After his mother passed away, he had been living with his godmother, a poor rural woman with hardly any relatives who never engaged in familial visits. Noticing Lin Xian's discomfort, Sun Jiancheng chuckled, Xiao Lin, don't be so tense. When you're at your uncle's house, consider it your own. If one day you and Xiao Wan become a couple, well then we would be, you understand? Lin Xian was speechless. This old fellow had already envisioned him as a son-in-law. Just then, the door to Sun Xiaowan's room opened, and Wu Xiujuan emerged, holding her daughter's hand. Xiao Lin, this is my daughter, Sun Xiaowan, she said with a smile. Lin Xian quickly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the girl before him. He couldn't help but be captivated. There stood a girl dressed in a white dress, her face adorned with black-framed glasses, exuding an aura of gracefulness. She was tall and elegant, embodying a serene and intellectual beauty reminiscent of a lily. Indeed, she was stunning, possessing the gentle charm characteristic of Jiangnan women, evoking a sense of tender admiration. It was no exaggeration for old Sun to call his daughter the belle of the normal university. She might even be the campus beauty, with old Sun merely being modest. Lin Xian mused silently. Old Sun may not be particularly handsome, yet he has such a beautiful and intelligent daughter. A quick glance at Wu Xiujuan confirmed that the daughter had undoubtedly inherited her mother's genes. Sun Jiancheng, noticing Lin Xian's unwavering gaze on his daughter, wore a pleased smile and said, Xiaowan, why don't you come over and greet your brother Xian? Having recently graduated, Sun Xiaowan shyly approached Lin Xian. Chapter 44. Committing to lifelong matters standing before Lin Xian, Sun Xiaowan smiled and said, Hello, Xin Xianji. Hello, teacher Sun, Lin Xian replied, coming back to his senses and smiling warmly. Dad, Mom, Xianji, I have some work to attend to, so I'll go and busy myself now, Sun Xiaowan stated. Busy with what? There's no rush. Sit down and chat with Xiao Lin for a while, Sun Jiancheng insisted. Lin Xian smiled and said, Uncle Sun, since teacher Sun is quite busy, let her attend to her work. We can talk. All right, off you go, Sun Jiancheng acquiesced, though inwardly wishing for his daughter to have a good conversation with Lin Xian. He felt a bit helpless as his daughter was always preoccupied with work. Sun Xiaowan retreated. Lin Xian gazed after her, his heart echoing with admiration. She was truly beautiful. Wu Xiujuan laughed. Xiao Lin, you and your uncle can chat for now. I'll go prepare dinner. Okay, Auntie. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. With that, Wu Xiujuan headed to the kitchen to cook. Sun Jiancheng urged him to sit down, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he whispered, Xiaolin, what do you think of my daughter? She's incredibly beautiful. Lin Xian responded with a smile. Right? I wasn't exaggerating. Do you like her? Sun Jiansheng asked with an ambiguous tone. Uncle Sun, Lin Xian stammered, uncertain of how to respond. Who would tea like such a lovely girl? Sun Jiansheng chuckled. I see, you do like her. Xiaolin, when we eat later, add each other on WeChat and get to know one another. When the time is right, let us settle the big matters. Lin Xian felt utterly speechless. This was all happening far too quickly. Uncle Sun, well, matters of the heart require mutual affection. I think Teacher Sun is wonderful, but you needn't worry about her. This girl has listened to me since she was little. As long as you fancy her, I'll ensure it works out. You say it will work out just like that? My old lady hasn't even weighed in yet. Just then, a stern voice interrupted. Lin Xian was taken aback and turned to see an elderly woman with graying hair emerging from a room, her expression decidedly displeased. Upon seeing her, Sun Jiansheng quickly forced a smile. Mom, you're awake. Let me introduce you. This is the Xiaolin I mentioned. Xiaolin, this is my mother. Realizing that the elderly lady was indeed his mother, Lin Xian promptly stood up and greeted, Hello, Grandma. The old lady scrutinized him, her demeanor unfriendly, before turning to Sun Jiansheng and saying, Jiansheng, are you trying to matchmake Xiaolin with him? Sun Jiansheng smiled awkwardly. Yes, I do have that intention. He is quite humble. Don't speak, I'll ask him. Without waiting for Sun Jiansheng to finish, the old lady sharply commanded, taking a seat on the sofa and fixing her gaze on Lin Xian. What is your name? What do you do? I am Lin Xian. I was a construction worker, but now I'm unemployed and searching for a job, Lin Xian replied. The old lady's expression darkened at this. So, you're just a vagrant then? Lin Xian coughed slightly. I suppose so. Sun Jiansheng hastily interjected. Mom, although Xiaolin is unemployed, he is not worried at all. Be quiet. I'll ask my own questions. The old lady snapped. Sun Jiansheng fell silent. The old lady looked intently at Lin Xian. Where's your hometown? The countryside. Lin Xian answered. The countryside? Do you have a house in the city? No. What do your parents do? My mother has passed away, and my father is also deceased. As he mentioned his father, Lin Xian's gaze darkened. In his heart, that so-called father was already a ghost. So, you're an orphan then? The old lady's expression had grown exceedingly grim. I suppose. Lin Xian nodded. Ha ha. Suddenly, the old lady let out a cold laugh, turning to Sun Jiansheng. Jiansheng, is this the promising young man you found for my granddaughter? Sun Jiansheng replied, Mom, the questions you're asking aren't important. What matters is that Xiaolin has exceptional medical skills. Not important? What nonsense are you spouting? This kid comes from the countryside, has no house, no car, and is an unemployed vagrant. You want to match him with my precious granddaughter? Are you pushing her into a pit of fire? I absolutely will not allow my granddaughter to be with this hopeless orphan, the old lady declared sternly. Mom, Xiaolin is still here. Please speak more politely, Sun Jiansheng said, feeling awkward. Polite my foot. The old lady had always been straightforward. I have no objection to your friendship with that young man. But if you wish for him to become my granddaughter's suitor, you might as well be dreaming. My Xiaowan is a swan from the heavens, and that fellow is merely a toad. Does he deserve my granddaughter? It seems you have truly lost your senses, she exclaimed angrily. Lin Xian felt a surge of anger, but for Sun Jiansheng's sake, he refrained from expressing it. Mom, please stop. You should go back to your room. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Sun Jiansheng, utterly embarrassed, hurriedly assisted the old lady. Hearing her outburst, Wu Xiujuan rushed out, saying, Mom, calm down. Jiansheng was merely suggesting, whether he was suggesting or not. I will never allow you to match my precious granddaughter with such a worthless fellow, the old lady shouted. Sun Jiansheng was at a loss for words. Mom, please go into the house. What house? I want to enter my granddaughter's room and have a proper talk with her. With that, the old lady stomped her feet in fury and marched into her granddaughter's room, slamming the door behind her. Sun Jiansheng stared at the closed door, feeling awkward and speechless. He anticipated his mother's fierce reaction. Shaolin, my mother has this temperament. Please don't take it personally. Sun Jiansheng turned to Lin Xian. His face flushed with embarrassment. Though Lin Xian was seething with anger inside, he shook his head and replied, It's fine. Let us enjoy some tea. As soon as the old lady entered her granddaughter's room, her face brightened with a smile. Xiaowan, let us have a chat. Grandma, Please sit, Sun Xiaowan said, removing her headphones and smiling. The old lady grasped Sun Xiaowan's hand. Xiaowan, I must tell you, your father insists on pairing you with that orphan from earlier. You must not agree. If you end up with him, you'll suffer a lifetime of hardship. Sun Xiaowan chuckled bitterly. Grandma, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be with him? He just graduated from university and is focused on his career. Matters of romance can wait. Besides, Lin Xian and I are not suited for each other. Ah, good. You have discernment, Xiaowan. The old lady replied. Your father is rather misguided. Casually bringing in a laborer and calling him a talented youth, claiming he has a bright future. It's utter nonsense. I just observed that young man's demeanor, and I can tell he is destined for mediocrity. Sun Xiaowan sighed. Grandma, regardless, Lin Xian is my father's friend. Perhaps you could be a bit more courteous. The old lady retorted, courteous? For a worthless boy like him? By the way, my precious granddaughter, if you are indeed looking for someone, I have plenty of resources. Just the other day, while playing cards with your grandma Wang, I heard her grandson is returning from abroad. He is a returnee. I've heard he is set to become an executive at a local company. If you're interested, I could arrange an introduction. Grandma, I'm not looking for a relationship right now. I only want to focus on my work. I'm in a critical period for my job confirmation and am quite busy. I don't have time for romance. Sun Xiaowan replied. All right. The old lady conceded. I was merely suggesting. But I must insist, under no circumstances should you consider that young man. He is truly the most disappointing person I have ever encountered. Even worse than your grandfather in his time. Sun Xiaowan was utterly speechless and said, Grandma, I need to grade some papers now. Please go back to your room and rest. All right, you carry on. I won't disturb you, the elderly lady replied, and she left the room cautiously. As she stepped out, she cast a glance at Lin Xian, feeling a sense of disdain towards him. Lin Xian, however, did not pay her any attention, merely curling the corners of his mouth in amusement. Moments later, the old lady suddenly emerged from her room, her face alight with excitement. Jiansheng, I have wonderful news. Son Jiansheng looked at his mother and asked, what news? Old Yang has returned to recuperate and want me to pay him a visit. Isn't that fantastic? She exclaimed, her joy apparent even in her wrinkles. Really? When will you go to visit him? Son Jiansheng inquired with a smile. Tomorrow, the old lady replied cheerfully. Oh, when I see old Yang, I must have a good chat with him, and then I'll ask him to introduce a talented young man to Xiaowan. Given old Yang's stature, any young man he recommends would be extraordinary. If Xiaowan were to be with such a person, not only would she enjoy a life of comfort, but our Sun family would also soar to great heights. Mom, what are you talking about? Son Jiansheng said, glancing at Lin Xian, feeling quite embarrassed. Have I said something wrong? Do you not realize who old Yang is? He is a person of great influence. If you were to introduce a young man to Xiaowan, it would undoubtedly be a stroke of luck. The old lady replied, her excitement unabated. Hearing this, Son Jiansheng was left speechless. Mom, you're just overthinking. Why trouble someone like old Yang with such trivial matters? Why shouldn't I? True, old Yang is a significant figure, but your father once served under him and even carried him off the battlefield. If your father had not passed away so early, we would have been thriving just by a word from old Yang. The elderly lady insisted. Mom, let's not dwell on those ancient stories. Yes, Dad did carry old Yang, but old Yang has been kind to our family as well. If it weren't for him intervening back then, who knows what would have happened to Dad. In any case, when you meet the old gentleman tomorrow, please do not mention this matter. Seeking favors will only annoy him, Son Jiansheng advised. You know nothing. The old lady snapped, glaring at him. I have my own plans. Regardless, tomorrow I will definitely ask the old gentleman to introduce a suitable match for Xiaowan. Oh, in that case, Xiaowan should accompany me to meet the old gentleman tomorrow. If he is pleased, he might even take Xiaowan as his god-granddaughter. If Xiaowan becomes the god-granddaughter of the old gentleman, she would truly be a wealthy heiress. I must tell Xiaowan this. Xiaowan, I have astonishing news for you. You are about to become a wealthy heiress. Son Jiansheng observed the old lady's exuberance with a sense of helplessness and turned to Lin Xian, saying, Little Lin, forgive the spectacle. My mother is simply like this. Lin Xian shook his head and replied with a faint smile, It's nothing. But may I ask, who is this old Yang? Son Jiansheng explained. Old Yang was my father's commanding officer during his service. He has since been working in the capital and has now returned home to recuperate. Sun Jiansheng subtly introduced the esteemed elder Yang, and Lin Xian could sense from his brief words that this elder Yang must be an extraordinary individual. Otherwise, the snobbish old woman would not have been so agitated. However, a thought crossed Lin Xian's mind. He had previously saved another elder Yang, but it was improbable that they were the same person, as there are many with the surname Yang in the world. Moreover, the elder Yang he had rescued was merely a humble and unassuming elder. Wu Xiujuan prepared lunch, and Sun Jiansheng called the old woman to the table. Due to her disdain for Lin Xian, she refused to sit down, merely declaring, "This boy is not worthy to dine with me." This left Sun Jiansheng and his wife feeling exceedingly awkward. As for Sun Shaowan, out of courtesy, she joined Lin Xian at the table for a meal. Lin Xian occasionally stole glances at Sun Shaowan, increasingly finding the young teacher gentle and charming, akin to a blooming lily. After the meal, Sun Shaowan returned to her room to work, while Sun Jiansheng took Lin Xian to his study for a casual chat. Sun Jiansheng began, "Young Lin, I hope you won't mind my bold inquiry. Of course, you may choose not to answer." "Uncle Sun, please feel free to ask." Lin Xian replied, "Given that your primary occupation is as a construction worker, how is it that your medical skills are so remarkable?" Sun Jiansheng inquired with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this question, Lin Xian's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity. The reason for his exceptional medical skills was, of course, the inheritance of the Shenong secret art. However, he could not divulge this secret to Sun Jiansheng. Observing Lin Xian's unusual demeanor, Sun Jiansheng chuckled, "Young Lin, if it is inconvenient, you need not feel obliged to share." Lin Xian responded, "There is nothing to conceal. In truth, I learned my medical skills from my grandfather. He could only fabricate this benign lie. His grandfather was simply a rural doctor who had never taught him traditional Chinese medicine, and he had little recollection of him." "Oh, then your grandfather must be a distinguished practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine," Sun Jiansheng remarked with a smile. Lin Xian shook his head, replying, "Not quite. He was merely a country doctor." "A country doctor? Even so, he must have been an extraordinary figure. The fact that he taught you some medical techniques enabled you to save Secretary Li. One can only imagine the depth of his medical knowledge," Sun Jiansheng said, grinning. Lin Xian humbly replied, "It's nothing remarkable." "Young Lin," Sun Jiansheng suddenly appeared somewhat bashful as he spoke. "What is it you wish to say, Uncle Sun?" Lin Xian inquired. "Young Lin, I have a small, unassuming request," Sun Jiansheng stated. "Please, Uncle Sun, you may speak freely. I shall certainly do what I can." Lin Xian responded eagerly. "It's not so grand. I have a keen interest in traditional Chinese medicine. Would you be willing to teach me a few techniques?" Sun Jiansheng asked. Chapter 46. Perhaps I should marry Mei Xiang? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian chuckled. "I thought it was something significant. I wouldn't dare to consider myself a teacher. Let us regard this as a mutual exchange of experiences." "That would be splendid. Young Lin, I am truly grateful to you," Sun Jiansheng exclaimed joyfully, rising from his seat. "From this moment onward, you shall be my teacher." "Uncle Sun, there's no need for such formality. If I impart my medical knowledge to you, you will be able to save even more lives. Isn't that a wonderful thing?" Lin Xian smiled. "Haha, indeed. Your perspective is commendable." Sun Jiansheng laughed. "Uncle Sun, allow me to teach you acupuncture," Lin Xian declared straightforwardly. "Are you teaching it now?" Sun Jiansheng was taken aback and replied, "Little Lin, there's no need to rush. Today is merely for casual conversation. We shall find time for that later." "That sounds good," Lin Xian chuckled. Meanwhile, Wu Xiujuan, who was tidying up, heard the bursts of hearty laughter emanating from the study and gently shook her head, muttering, "This old Sun has become quite chummy with the young man." The elderly lady seated on the sofa scoffed. "I believe Jiansheng has been bewitched by that young man." "Mother, why do you say that?" Wu Xiujuan inquired, glancing at the elderly woman. The old lady pursed her lips and replied, "You know Jiansheng's temperament, stubborn and upright, rarely smiling. Yet now, he converses so jovially with such a young lad. This can only mean that the boy is deliberately trying to win Jiansheng over. What advantage could he gain from influencing Jiansheng?" Wu Xiujuan asked with a wry smile. "Is it not obvious? It is for Shaowan. I surmise that the young man has long had eyes for Xiaowan, intentionally approaching Jiansheng to persuade him into arranging a match. The elderly lady continued, "Look, he is quite eager to have Xiaowan promised him. Fortunately, I, with my discerning eye, have seen through him. He is unworthy, and I will not allow Xiaowan to suffer with such a person. Xiaojuan, I have made up my mind. Tomorrow, I shall take Xiaowan to meet old Yang. He will surely help arrange a splendid match for her. With old Yang's involvement, our precious girl will enjoy a life of comfort." The elderly lady proclaimed triumphantly. Wu Xiaojuan sighed, "Mother, what stature does old Yang possess? Let's not trouble him with our trivial matters. Moreover, having such a prominent figure act as a matchmaker for Xiaowan seems rather excessive. Back in the day, if it weren't for your father rescuing him, he would have." "Mother, please do not bring up that matter while father was alive. It is inappropriate. Is it not a duty to save a comrade on the battlefield?" But old Yang is not just any comrade. He was already a high-ranking officer at that time. Wu Xiaojuan shook her head in silence, realizing it was futile to reason with this obstinate old woman. Nevertheless, the elderly lady's affection for Xiaowan was genuine. Although Wu Xiaojuan preferred not to meddle in her daughter's affairs, the old lady's words did stir something within her. What mother would not wish for her daughter to marry into a good family and live a life of ease? Thus, she chose to say no more. In the study, Lin Xian glanced at the time and suddenly remembered he needed to pick up Xiao Yin from school. He stood up and said, "Uncle Sun, I must take my leave." Sun Jiansheng promptly rose as well. "All right, little Lin, our conversation has been delightful. I encourage you to pursue your relationship with Xiaowan. Your uncle supports you. Have we added each other on WeChat?" "Yes, we have." "That is good," Lin Xian smiled. "Then all is well. Continue to converse and meet often. Your uncle looks forward to becoming your father-in-law." Sun Jiansheng chuckled heartily. Lin Xian found himself both amused and exasperated. As they exited the study, Wu Xiaojuan remarked, "Have you finished your conversation? Auntie, I must take my leave now. I will visit you again next time." Lin Xian warmly greeted Wu Xiaojuan and offered a symbolic nod to the elderly lady. The old lady sat on the sofa, her face shadowed, merely grunting in response. Subsequently, Sun Jiansheng and Wu Xiaojuan escorted Lin Xian out of their home. Sun Jiansheng personally escorted Lin Xian to the elevator, grasping his hand as he said, "Xiao Lin, I shall refrain from excessive words. Nurture your relationship with Xiaowan, and I will wholeheartedly support you." "All right," Lin Xian replied. "Go ahead. Off you go." As Lin Xian entered the elevator, Sun Jiansheng continued to wave goodbye. Watching the doors close, he smiled. What a remarkable young man. Upon exiting the elevator, Lin Xian walked straight toward the community's entrance. Reaching the gate, he hailed a taxi, heading directly to Star Kindergarten. Seated in the back, images of Sun Xiaowan's gentle, serene demeanor flooded his mind. Teacher Sun, poised and graceful, quite lovely. In terms of beauty, she ranks among the top 3 women I have encountered. Lin Xian mused to himself. In his heart, Chu Mingxue undoubtedly held the first position, followed by Pan Meixiang, with Sun Xiaowan in 3rd place. Of course, Yang Sahan, clad in her little white dress, was not without charm and could be considered on par with Sun Xiaowan. As for Suguwa, the Lolita figure, while adorably cute, had a tongue as sharp as a machine gun and was rather too acerbic for his taste. Moreover, she embodied a certain aesthetic that did not align with his preferences. Lost in thought, Lin Xian closed his eyes, drifting into a reverie where the images of these young women danced before him. Suddenly, a whimsical question struck him. If he had to choose one of them as a wife, whom would he select? The first figure that sprang to his mind was Pan Meixiang. However, she was a widow with a child, complicating matters. Next was Chu Mingxue, the high-powered female so exuding an air of royalty. It seemed unlikely that such a union could ever materialize. Thirdly, there was Sun Xiaowan, soft-spoken and poised, presenting herself as an excellent candidate for a wife. Dispelling his daydreams, Lin Xian arrived at Star Kindergarten after a 40-minute journey. The entrance was adorned with luxury cars and elegantly dressed parents. Standing amidst the crowd, he awaited Lin Yinin's release from school. At 5 o'clock, the bell rang, and teachers called forth parents to collect their children. Lin Xian's heart raced with anticipation as he silently prayed for a smooth dismissal. yearning to experience the role of a parent. Finally, after a brief wait, the teacher called out, "Parent of Lin Yining." Elated, Lin Xian hurried forward, and upon seeing him, Lin Yining's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Daddy." The teacher at the entrance inquired of Lin Yining, "Is this your father?" To which Lin Yining confidently replied, "He is indeed my father." "Very well, you may take her," the teacher nodded. With Lin Yining's hand in his, Lin Xian walked away with his head held high. This marked Lin Xian's first genuine experience of picking up his daughter from school, filling him with an inexplicable excitement, as if he had truly embraced the identity of a father. "Are you enjoying your new school, Xiao Yining?" he asked her. "I'm having so much fun. My new classmates don't bully me, and I've even made good friends. They also say you're very handsome." Lin Yining beamed, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with pride. Chapter 47. Sister Meixiang, can you wear black stockings? Lin Xian, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, "Do they say I am handsome?" "Indeed. They all proclaim that my father is quite the handsome one. I, too, believe that my father is the most handsome in the world." Xiaoyin laughed in response. Lin Xian shook his head with a smile. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yang Sahan. Lin Xian answered, saying, "Miss Yang, what can I do for you?" Yang Sahan replied, "Well, my grandfather has invited you to visit our home tomorrow. Are you available?" Given Yang Lao's warm invitation, Lin Xian felt it inappropriate to decline, promptly responding, "Yes, I shall visit the old gentleman tomorrow." "Good. Please provide me with your address." "My grandfather will send a car to pick you up," Yang Sahan said. "No need for a car. I can make my own way there. Just give me the address." Lin Xian insisted. "All right, I will send you a text shortly," she agreed. "Oh, and there's one more thing," Yang Sahan suddenly added. "What is it?" Lin Xian inquired. "Gua Gua mentioned that you were a spy for her two cousins?" Yang Sahan asked, her tone laced with innuendo. Lin Xian sighed. "Do you genuinely believe I am that kind of person?" "I apologize. I did not mean it that way. Gua Gua has a tendency to indulge in conspiracy theories, always overreacting. Let's end the call now." "Very well," she replied, and with that, Lin Xian and Yang Sahan concluded their conversation, shaking his head in resignation. Xiaoyin gazed at Lin Xian with concern and asked, "Daddy, are you going to leave Xiaoyin tomorrow?" "Huh? Why would you say that?" Lin Xian was taken aback. "Isn't someone calling you, asking you to go somewhere?" Xiaoyin looked at him with pleading eyes. Lin Xian felt a pang in his heart as he tousled her hair and assured her, "Not at all. It's merely someone inviting Daddy for a visit." "Daddy would never leave you." "Really?" she asked, her eyes wide with hope. "Of course it's true," Lin Xian affirmed. "Yay, Daddy won't leave Xiaoyin," she exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, Lin Xian took a taxi to return home with Xiaoyin. Along the way, he reflected on the 5,000 yuan that Chu Mingxue had provided him. After calculating, he realized he had only spent 80, so he decided to return the remaining 4,920 via WeChat transfer. Despite his financial struggles, Lin Xian was unwilling to accept money gained through dishonest means. As he sent the money back, Chu Mingxue promptly replied with 3 question marks. Seeing her response, Lin Xian hurriedly replied, "The charade of pretending to be your boyfriend has concluded, and I hardly utilized this money, so I am returning it to you." Chu Mingxue responded, "Do you think I'm in need of this 3 or 5,000? Lin Xian felt exasperated, his heart heavy, and messaged back, "I understand you do not need this amount, but I, Lin Xian, shall not take advantage of anyone." After sending this message, Chu Mingxue took a long while to reply with a series of ellipses. Lin Xian gazed at the ellipses, a complex and resigned smile forming on his lips. It seemed that his relationship with Chu Mingxue had reached its conclusion. In the city center, within the presidential office on the top floor of skyscraper, Chu Mingxue, clad in a professional outfit, stared at the chat window on her phone, her face clouded with frustration. "That scoundrel," she muttered under her breath, slamming her phone down. "Could he really be involved with my older sisters? Yet he did save Shaoli, didn't he? If he were truly associated with my sisters, why would he rescue Shaoli? What on earth is going on?" Upon this reflection, Chu Mingxue resumed her work, yet the image of Lin Xian incessantly invaded her thoughts. What is wrong with me? Why do I keep thinking about such an inconsequential construction worker? He is so ordinary, perhaps even a spy. Why should I care about him? Chu Mingxue lamented to herself. Lin Xian returned home with Xiao Yin, who immediately embraced Pan Meixiang tightly, sweetly exclaiming, "Mommy! Xiao Yin, are you happy at your new school?" Pan Meixiang inquired, stroking her daughter's head with a smile. "I'm very happy. My classmates are so nice to me. They actively want to be my friends. And they even say Daddy is super handsome." Xiao Yin replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing this, Pan Meixiang glanced at Lin Xian with grateful eyes. Fully aware of the significance of Lin Xian taking Xiao Yin to school. After dinner and completing their evening routines, Xiao Yin went to her children's room to sleep, while Lin Xian and Pan Meixiang naturally entered their own chamber. Pan Meixiang, having taken a bath, adorned herself in a delicate, short nightgown, her hair slightly damp, exuding an irresistible allure. Lin Xian gazed at her, his heart racing. "Xiao Lin, I must trouble you again to pick up and drop off Xiao Yin. You really are hard-working," Pan Meixiang said, her beautiful eyes shining as she looked at him. "Sister, I have always said that I adore Xiao Yin. Picking her up and dropping her off brings me immense happiness, so there is no need to thank me," Lin Xian replied with a smile. Pan Meixiang smiled sweetly and said, "Indeed, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a stirring in his heart and sensed a different atmosphere enveloping them. Yes, Lin Xian chuckled, summoning his courage to say, "Sister, I have an uninvited request." "What is it?" Pan Meixiang looked at him tenderly. "Could you wear black stockings?" Lin Xian's face flushed as he uttered timidly, "Huh." Pan Meixiang laughed upon hearing this, teasing, "You little rascal. Very well, I shall oblige you." The following day, upon awakening, Lin Xian found himself alone. Meixiang had evidently risen early. The memory of last night with Pan Meixiang brought a smile of happiness and sweetness to Lin Xian's lips. After dressing, he exited his room to find Pan Meixiang setting the table. "Xiao Lin, you're awake." She greeted him with a smile. Lin Xian noted that today, Pan Meixiang appeared different, more radiant and enchanting, her eyes brimming with warmth. "I'm awake, sister," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Go wash up quickly. Breakfast is ready." "All right," he said as he headed to wash up. During breakfast, Xiao Yin looked at Lin Xian and asked, "Daddy, are you taking me to school today?" Concerned that Lin Xian might tire of constantly taking Xiao Yin to school, Pan Meixiang quickly interjected, "Xiao Yin, let Daddy rest today. I will take you to school." Lin Xian chimed in, "Sister, I can take Xiao Yin." "Oh, is that convenient for you?" Pan Meixiang inquired, looking at him. Lin Xian smiled. "What is inconvenient about it?" "Yay, Daddy is taking me to school," Xiao Yin exclaimed joyfully. Seeing her daughter's adoration for Lin Xian, Pan Meixiang shook her head and said, "All right, let Daddy take you to school." Xiao Yin giggled with delight. Chapter 48. Chu Mengshue's fiancé. After breakfast, Lin Xian escorted Xiao Yin to kindergarten. After escorting little Yin to kindergarten, Lin Xian glanced at the location sent to him by Yang Sahan and promptly hailed a taxi to that destination. The journey lasted approximately 40 minutes, leading him to a picturesque area where the driver halted and remarked, "Young man, the taxi cannot proceed any further. You will have to walk from here." "Very well," Lin Xian replied, gritting his teeth as he paid the fare of 45 yuan before alighting from the vehicle. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by a breathtaking landscape adorned with ancient residences nearby. It seemed evident that the Yang family must reside in one of those historical houses. Uncertain of which one it was, Lin Xian took out his phone to call Yang Sahan, but the line was busy, and his attempts to reach her twice more proved fruitless. Shaking his head in resignation, he set off toward the cluster of ancient buildings. After walking about 200 meters, Lin Xian spotted a middle-aged man in a suit, exuding an air of authority. He hurriedly approached and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask you something?" The man scrutinized Lin Xian briefly before responding. "What would you like to know? Could you please tell me where the Yang family is located?" Lin Xian asked. "The Yang family?" The middle-aged man appraised Lin Xian once more and asked, "Which Yang family are you referring to?" "The Yang family of Yang Sahan," Lin Xian clarified earnestly. "Yang Sahan?" The man's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Xian. "You have quite the nerve, pursuing Sahan all the way here." Lin Xian was taken aback, realizing that the man mistakenly assumed he was a suitor of Yang Sahan. Moreover, It seemed that the man was somehow connected to her. Sir, you misunderstand. I am not a pursuer of Yang Sahan, Lin Xian attempted to explain. Silence. You, of all people, think you are worthy of my niece, Sahan? Disappear from my sight at once, or I shall not be kind. The middle-aged man barked, his face dark with anger. Just then, a luxurious Maybach pulled up beside them, and 3 figures emerged from the vehicle. One was a distinguished middle-aged man in a tailored suit, accompanied by 2 young individuals. The young man was tall, with striking features, dressed in designer attire, resembling a popular young star, while the young woman donned a flowing black gown. Her graceful figure accentuated by a hint of arrogance and sharpness in her expression. Upon exiting the Maybach, the middle-aged man spotted the man who had been speaking with Lin Xian and quickly approached him with a smile. Brother Jiqiang. The man, identified as Yang Jiqiang, returned the smile and hurried forward, exclaiming, Brother Yinshan, you have arrived. The 2 men clasped hands warmly. Yang Jiqiang was none other than the 3rd son of the old Master Yang, while Yinshan was a key figure from the Jin family in the provincial capital, Jin Yinshan. As they exchanged pleasantries, Yang Jiqiang said, Brother Yinshan, it is good to see you. Yinshan replied, Brother Jiqiang, I'm glad to see you as well. I heard that the old master has returned, so I brought my juniors to pay their respects. Yeheo, Xiaoman, greet your Uncle Yang, he instructed. The young man in designer attire and the young woman in the elegant gown promptly stepped forward to respectfully acknowledge Yang Jiqiang. Yang Jiqiang surveyed them with a smile, saying, Youngsters need not be overly courteous. It has been many years since we last met, and they have indeed matured. Quite impressive. The young men and women hurriedly expressed their gratitude. And who might this be? Jin Yinshan noticed Lin Xian and, taken aback for a moment, inquired, Jiqiang, is this young man your junior? Little did he know, Yang Jiqiang cast a glance at Lin Xian, his face twisted in disdain. This boy is merely a suitor of Sahan. Why are you still here, young man? The latter part of his statement was directed at Lin Xian with a stern glare. What? This fellow is pursuing Sahan's younger sister? Before Jin Yinshan could respond, Jin Yeheoi's countenance darkened, his gaze filled with contempt as he scrutinized Lin Xian, exclaiming, Such a pathetic loser. How dare you aspire to court my sister Sahan? You ought to take a good look at yourself in the mirror. How could you even think of pursuing her? Begone. Jin Xiaoman, with her sharp, fox-like eyes, assessed Lin Xian and sneered. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. How utterly laughable. Lin Xian was at a loss for words. He had come at the invitation of the elder. Yet he was mistaken for Sahan's admirer. What kind of absurdity was this? He began to understand that the man he spoke to was likely an uncle or a relative of Yang Sahan, while the others seemed to be guests at the Yang residence. Feeling the sting of their mockery, Lin Xian's anger simmered beneath the surface. But he restrained himself and said, I am not pursuing Sahan. Silence. Jin Yeheoi interrupted, glaring at Lin Xian. You have no right to speak. Did you not hear what my uncle said? You should vanish immediately. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Jin Xiaoman added, Loser, why don't you just leave? With a sigh, Lin Xian shook his head and turned away. As he departed, Jin Yeheoi scoffed, Uncle, what a disgraceful character dares to pursue Sahan. Yang Jiqiang sighed. Isn't it because Sahan does not regard herself as a young lady? She often mingles with children from ordinary families, attracting these unworthy individuals. This loser is so pathetic that he is not even worthy of a single hair from Sahan. How dare he? Jin Yeheoi sneered. Enough of this. Let's not allow such people to disrupt our mood. Let's proceed, Yang Jiqiang said. Very well. They then followed Yang Jiqiang on foot toward the Yang family home, while a Maybach silently trailed behind them. Yang Jiqiang remarked, Brother Yinshan, your visit to our city is not solely for the purpose of greeting the elder, is it? Jin Yinshan smiled and glanced at Jin Yeheoi. Indeed, Jiqiang. I brought my niece and nephew here not only to pay respects to the elder, but also to arrange a marriage for Yeheoi. Oh, a marriage? Which fortunate young lady will be wed into the illustrious Jin family? Yang Ziqiang Inquiret. Oh, what illustrious family. Our Jin family is considered decent within the province, but outside, who pays us any mind? We still require the elder's support. Jin Yinshan chuckled. Yang Jiqiang smiled slightly. You have yet to reveal which young lady it is. Jin Yeheoi eagerly interjected. Is Chu Mingxue? Chapter 49. A distinguished guest personally welcomed by Elder Yang. Yang Jiqiang was momentarily taken aback as he turned to Jin Yinshan and inquired, "The third daughter of Chu Jigua?" "Indeed, it is she," Jin Yinshan replied with a smile. Yang Jiqiang, with a meaningful expression, remarked, "Certainly, Chu Mingxue not only possesses beauty, but also remarkable capability. It is indeed fortunate for Yahoo to be with her. However, is it true that Chu Mengxue, with her stubborn disposition, has consented to marry him?" Jin Yinshan affirmed. "Chu Jigua has assured me that this matter will certainly come to fruition. As a young woman, what choice does she have? The will of her parents and the arrangements of a matchmaker leave her little room for dissent." Jin Yahoo, brimming with arrogance, added, "Exactly. No matter how beautiful Chu Mengxue may be, she is merely a decorative vase. To marry me is a fortune she could only dream of." Silence. Jin Yinshan admonished his nephew for his impudence, prompting Jin Yahoo to fall silent, his displeasure evident. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaoman, with a playful smile, remarked, "Regardless, this time, my second brother will surely return with a beautiful bride." With a chuckle, Jin Yahoo burst into laughter. Yang Jiqiang cast a sidelong glance at Jin Yahoo's demeanor, feeling a wave of disdain, yet he maintained a calm exterior, saying, "Well, let's discuss this at home." "All right," they agreed, and subsequently, under Yang Jiqiang's guidance, they entered an old residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by Yang Sihuan, who hurriedly assisted the elderly Yang Lao as he emerged. Seeing the elder come out, Jin Yinshan assumed it was to welcome him, his face glowing with excitement as he exclaimed, "Old Yang, what merit have I to warrant your personal reception?" Jin Yahoo and Jin Xiaoman also wore expressions of pride, believing that Yang Lao had come to greet them. Even Yang Jiqiang appeared astonished, pondering why his father was acting in such a manner. Typically, when provincial leaders visited, Yang Lao would decline to meet. Why then? Would he personally welcome someone of Jin Yinshan's modest stature? At that moment, Jin Yinshan was elated, thinking to himself that he had indeed made significant strides in recent years, even earning the respect of Yang Lao. However, to his embarrassment, Yang Lao did not spare him a glance, repeatedly urging Sihuan, "Hurry, hurry, he should be arriving soon. We must go welcome him." As he spoke, Yang Lao, supported by Yang Sihuan, wobbled briskly toward the exit. Jin Yinshan stood there, awkwardness enveloping him. Perhaps he had been a bit self-absorbed. Yang Jiqiang, bewildered, called out, "Father, where are you going?" "Third uncle, grandfather, is going to welcome an esteemed guest," Yang Sihuan replied as she turned to Yang Jiqiang. Hearing this, Yang Jiqiang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A guest worthy of his father's personal welcome must be an extraordinary individual. Jin Yinshan and his niece and nephew were equally struck by embarrassment and astonishment. They felt awkward as they had mistakenly believed Yang Lao was there for them, while the truth was far more significant. Jin Yinshan turned to Yang Jiqiang and asked, "Brother Jiqiang, who is the old master going to greet?" Yang Jiqiang, with a peculiar expression, shook his head. "I do not know, judging by the old master's demeanor. This must be a person of remarkable stature. Perhaps an old acquaintance of his." "Certainly, Brother Jiqiang, since a distinguished guest is arriving, let us join in the welcome." Jin Yinshan immediately expressed his thoughts, pondering that anyone capable of being welcomed by the old master must be an extraordinary individual. He felt compelled to curry favor with such a remarkable person. If he could earn that individual's esteem, the Jin family would gain another formidable ally. Even Jin Yahoo and Jin Xiaoman shared his excitement, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, let us join in the welcome." How astute Yang Jiqiang was. How could he not discern Jin Yinshan's intentions? Thus, he suggested, "Then let us go together." "Excellent," replied the three of them, their faces alight with enthusiasm. They promptly returned and headed towards the entrance. At that moment, Yang Lao and Yang Sahan stood at the door, gazing in a specific direction, yet there was not a soul in sight. "Sahan, did you convey the address to him?" Yang Lao inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yang Sahan affirmed, "I sent him the location. He should be able to find it based on that." Yang Lao nodded, saying, "Very well. He might still be en route, so let us be patient." "Grandfather, you really don't need to welcome him personally," Yang Sahan remarked. Yang Lao shot her a stern look, retorting, "What nonsense! He is your grandfather's savior. Should I not greet him? All right then. Yang Sahan acquiesced, opting to remain silent. Just then, Yang Jiqiang, Jin Yinshan, and the others approached. Father, we will accompany you in welcoming our esteemed guest. They chimed in unison, smiling at Yang Lao. He regarded them with a nod, saying little else. However, after a considerable wait, no one appeared. Yang Jiqiang, puzzled, asked, Father, when is our distinguished guest expected to arrive? What is the hurry? He may be caught in traffic. Yang Lao admonished his son. Yang Jiqiang shrugged, a wry smile crossing his face. After another 5 minutes of waiting, still no sign of the guest. Yang Sahan timidly suggested, Grandfather, should I perhaps call and inquire? Go ahead, Yang Lao replied. Thus, Yang Sahan stepped aside and dialed Lin Xian's number. The call connected swiftly, and she spoke softly. Mr. Lin, where are you? My grandfather has been waiting for you outside for quite some time. Lin Xian's voice, tinged with a hint of mirth, responded, Miss Yang, in truth, I arrived long ago. But I was turned away. Turned away? What happened? Yang Sahan asked, bewildered. It unfolded like this. As I approached your residence, I encountered someone. Lin Xian recounted the entire encounter involving Yang Jiqiang and Jin Yinshan. Upon hearing this, Yang Sahan was taken aback, exclaiming, You mean my third uncle assumed you were my suitor and sent you away? And those from the Jin family spoke to you harshly? Lin Xian sighed indeed. Yang Sihan, exasperated, remarked, So that's why you've been delayed. Hurry back. My grandfather is still waiting for you outside. Perhaps it's best if I do not go. Your third uncle does not welcome me, and I would rather not impose, Lin Xian replied. Oh, my third uncle simply misunderstands the situation. However, my grandfather is genuinely sincere. He has personally come out to wait for you for over 10 minutes. Please return soon, Yang Sahan urged. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of silence, deeply moved, and responded, All right, I shall return at once. Chapter 50. He is unexpectedly a distinguished guest. Very well, we shall await your arrival, Yang Sahan replied. After she ended the call, she returned to her grandfather's side, casting a peculiar glance at her third uncle and the Jin family. My dear, what is the situation? Inquired old Yang. Grandfather, please come here. I wish to speak with you privately, Yang Sahan said. Just speak plainly. Is he not coming? Old Yang asked, slightly puzzled. No, grandfather, this is not the right place to discuss it, Yang Sahan replied, glancing once more at Jin Yinshan and the others. Old Yang, a man of great wisdom, immediately understood and said, All right, you few step aside. Understood. Yang Jiqiang and Jin Yinshan exchanged glances and departed. Once they were at a distance, old Yang said, Now speak. Yang Sahan replied, Grandfather, he has indeed arrived, but my third uncle and the others drove him away. Upon hearing this, old Yang's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, What is going on? How could this ungrateful child commit such an act? Cough. Grandfather, please do not be angry. The situation is as follows. Yang Sahan proceeded to recount the events regarding Lin Xian to her grandfather. After listening, old Yang's voice rose in anger. These rascals. Your third uncle has wasted over 40 years of his life without an ounce of discernment. Call them back. I shall give them a piece of my mind. Grandfather, let it be. They are unaware of Lin Xian's true identity. When he arrives, you can simply have them apologize, Yang Sahan pleaded. Old Yang conceded, Very well. For your sake, I shall spare them this time. Hey, Yang Sihan chuklet softly. Bring them back, old Yang commanded. Alrig, Yang Sihan agreed, summoning her third uncle and the others. As soon as Yang Jiqiang and the others returned, they were met with old Yang's icy gaze directed at Yang Jiqiang, causing his heart to skip a beat. He wondered what had provoked such a look from the old man. It was well known that when old Yang regarded him in such a manner, it signified deep dissatisfaction, even the prospect of reprimanding him. Among the four brothers, he was often seen as the least accomplished, frequently subject to rebuke and correction. Jin Yinshan, intrigued, asked, Miss Yang, when is the esteemed guest expected to arrive? Not in less than 10 minutes. Yang Sahan replied nonchalantly. Still 10 minutes? Jin Yaha called out. What kind of distinguished guest requires more than 20 minutes for old Yang to wait? Before Jin Yaha could finish his sentence, He felt the weight of old Yang's cold gaze upon him, filled with discontent. Startled by the old man's look, Jin Yaha quickly fell silent. They stood there, waiting for 10 long minutes, until finally a figure appeared, approaching them. Jin Yaha, with keen eyes, exclaimed, "What the heck? This sycophant has returned. I shall chase him away." With that, Jin Yaha volunteered and sprinted towards the approaching figure. Yang Jiqiang's expression darkened as he muttered, "This brat truly knows no bounds." Returning once more, Jin Yanshan sneered, "I have never encountered someone so shameless. Enough, all of you be silent." At that moment, old Yang suddenly intoned, his face darkening. The crowd was taken aback, hastily glancing at Elder Yang, who wore a grim expression, his gaze as frigid as water. Jin Yanshan inquired, "Elder Yang, what troubles you?" Yang Jiqiang echoed, "Father, what is happening?" Elder Yang ignored their questions and turned to Yang Sahan, saying, "Assist me in welcoming the esteemed guest." "Yes, grandfather." Yang Sahan sighed softly and supported her grandfather as they proceeded toward Lin Xian. Esteemed guest? Both Yang Jiqiang and Jin Yanshan were bewildered. Where was this esteemed guest? How had they not noticed? In their minds, a guest worthy of Elder Yang's reception must surely be a prominent figure, arriving in an official car with great fanfare. Yet, there was no sign of such an arrival at all. "Brother Jiqiang, may I inquire where this esteemed guest is?" Jin Yanshan looked at Yang Jiqiang. Confusion etched on his face. Yang Jiqiang shared the same bewilderment, replying, "I have no idea. Look, the old man is heading toward that sycophant. He can't possibly be the esteemed guest." At that moment, Jin Xiaoman exclaimed in shock. Both Yang Jiqiang and Jin Yanshan focused their gaze, their expressions drastically changing as they saw Elder Yang, with Yang Sahan's assistance, tremblingly moving toward the sycophant. In that instant, their faces paled. Jin Yanshan, aghast, exclaimed, "Brother Jiqiang, this cannot be. That sycophant is the esteemed guest?" Yang Jiqiang, equally bewildered, stammered, I don't know. Wait, he can't possibly be that person, can he?" Realizing this, Yang Jiqiang involuntarily shivered, finally understanding why his father had looked at him in such a manner. He had inadvertently driven away his father's savior. How could his father not be furious? "Brother Jiqiang, what is going on?" Jin Yanshan asked, bewildered. "Let us discuss this later. We must first welcome the esteemed guest." Yang Jiqiang sighed, striding directly toward his father. Jin Yanshan cast a glance toward the sycophant, his expression darkening. Could he truly be the so-called esteemed guest? Yet, they had previously mocked and ridiculed this individual. At that moment, the eager Jin Yaha introduced himself in front of the sycophant, who was none other than Lin Xian. Glaring at him and shouting, "You wretched loser, what are you doing back here? Do you think you are worthy of my sister Sahan? Get lost, or I will make you regret it." Despite the humiliation, Lin Xian maintained his composure, quietly observing the spectacle. Seeing Lin Xian unresponsive, Jin Yaha rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Are you deaf? Get out of my way, or I will really beat you." As he prepared to strike Lin Xian, a commanding voice boomed, "Stop right there." Upon hearing this, Jin Yaha immediately halted and turned to see Elder Yang, trembling but resolute, approaching with Yang Sahan's support. He hurriedly forced a sycophantic smile, saying, "Elder, what do you wish to say?" Elder Yang's eyes bore into him, causing Jin Yaha to feel a chill run down his spine as he stammered, "Elder you." Elder Yang disregarded him entirely, fixating his gaze on Lin Xian and walking straight toward him. Jin Yaha, filled with confusion, asked, "What is going on? Sister Sahan, what is happening?" Yang Sahan cast a deep glance at him, but offered no response. Jin Yahui, his face a picture of confusion, turned to gaze at old Master Yang, only to feel as though he had encountered a ghost. He observed old Master Yang approach Lin Xian, grasping his hand firmly, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Ah, little Lin, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence." In that moment, Jin Yahui felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his mind buzzing with disbelief. His eyes widened, his countenance reflecting sheer astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. It dawned upon him that the esteemed guest whom old Master Yang had been so anxiously anticipating was none other than that sycophant. I seem to have made a grave mistake," Jin Yahui stammered, his body trembling with realization. Even Jin Yunshan and Jin Xiaoman, who had hurried over, were taken aback to witness the elder's warm demeanor towards Lin Xian, finally comprehending that the esteemed guest was indeed the sycophant in their eyes. "Greetings, old master." Lin Xian addressed Yang with a smile. Old Master Yang, still holding Lin Xian's hand tightly, responded, "It is an honor for this old man to have you as a guest. Come, let's enter my humble abode." As old Master Yang began to lead Lin Xian into the house, he suddenly halted, recalling something, his expression darkening. "Xiao San, come here." Yang Jiqiang, who had stepped aside, trembled at the realization that his father would hold him accountable. Indeed, the moment had come. "Xiao San, I have been informed by Si Han that you spoke harshly to my esteemed guest and even drove him away. Now, you shall apologize to him immediately." Old Master Yang fixed his gaze on his son, his voice stern. "Yes, yes," Yang Jiqiang replied, though his heart harbored some resentment. He obediently approached to apologize. But Lin Xian interjected, "Old Master, it is quite all right. There is no need for an apology. It was merely a small misunderstanding, as your son did not know who I am." Hearing Lin Xian speak on his behalf left Yang Jiqiang with a peculiar expression. He scrutinized Lin Xian, realizing that this young man was indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, old Master Yang laughed heartily. "Little Lin is truly magnanimous. Excellent. Let us return home and converse further." With that, the old man took Lin Xian's hand and resumed their journey toward the ancestral home. However, just as they had taken a few steps, Jin Yunshan, accompanied by his nephew and niece, hurriedly blocked their path. Old Master Yang, slightly annoyed by the Jin family trio, inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Well, old master, not long ago, I, as a junior, inadvertently offended Mr. Lin. I would like to extend my sincerest apologies." Jin Yunshan said, his expression peculiar. "Mr. Lin, I am sorry." "Yaheoi, Xiaoman, you should also apologize to Mr. Lin." Seeing Jin Yunshan apologize, Lin Xian maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He understood that Jin Yunshan's apology was not born from sincerity, but rather out of respect for Old Master Yang. Old Master Yang noted Jin Yunshan's willingness to apologize, his expression softening slightly. "Indeed, it is appropriate for you to apologize." Yes, Jin Yunshan repeated. Mr. Lin, I apologize. It was my lack of discernment that led to this misunderstanding. Please forgive me." Jin Yaheoi hurriedly added. "Mr. Lin, I also apologize for my earlier rudeness." Jin Xiaoman feigned sincerity as well. Lin Xian regarded them with indifference and replied, "It is quite all right." Having apologized, it seemed there was no longer any business for them. "Xiao Lin, let us converse in private," the elder said, his face beaming with joy as he took Lin Xian by the hand, leading him homeward, with Yang Sahan hastily following behind. "Brother Jiqiang, I fail to comprehend why the elder is so courteous to this young man. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary background?" Jin Yunshan pondered, unable to grasp Lin Xian's identity, and turned to Yang Jiqiang with his query. Yang Jiqiang's eyes flickered as he replied, "For now, it remains a secret." He refrained from disclosing that Lin Xian was the elder's savior, as he wished to keep the elder's health condition confidential. "Very well," Jin Yunshan conceded, seeing Yang Jiqiang's reluctance to elaborate. Yet inwardly, he contemplated that Lin Xian must indeed have an impressive lineage, for the elder would not show such deference otherwise. "Let us proceed." Yang Jiqiang invited the three of them, leading the way home. At that moment, Elder Yang, holding Lin Xian's hand, had already entered the house and settled in the living room, where Yang Sahan personally served tea. The elder looked at his granddaughter and said, "Sahan, you may leave us. I wish to converse with Shaolin." "All right." Yang Sahan acquiesced and departed. Once she was gone, Elder Yang turned his gaze towards Lin Xian's face, exuding gratitude as he remarked, "Shaolin, ever since the day you saved me, my heart condition has nearly healed and my vitality has returned, improving day by day." Lin Xian smiled. "It was nothing, merely a small effort on my part." "This is no trivial matter," Elder Yang insisted. "You have saved my life. Moreover, you have cured my heart ailment. It is nothing short of a medical miracle." Lin Xian shook his head, smiling, and repeatedly downplayed the significance of his actions. "Elder Yang, with his discerning eyes sparkling, said, Shaolin, may I ask you something rather presumptuous? Please do go ahead, Elder, Lin Xian replied. With your extraordinary medical skills, might you hail from a concealed school of traditional Chinese medicine? Elder Yang inquired with curiosity. At this, Lin Xian's heart stirred slightly. His medical expertise had indeed been inherited, passed down from one who called himself Lin Outyin, a member of the Shinong sect. Thus he could consider himself a disciple of that lineage. However, when asked about his origins, he felt it imprudent to reveal the fantastical nature of his training. Instead, he smiled and said, Elder, to be candid, I learned my medical skills from my grandfather, who is a rural doctor. A rural doctor? Elder Yang responded, visibly astonished. To have taught you such remarkable skills, he must also be an extraordinary individual. May I inquire his esteemed name? Lin Xian, sensing the elder's peculiar interest in his grandfather's name, replied, I regret to inform you, Elder, that I cannot disclose that information. The reason Lin Xian withheld his grandfather's name was due to the admonitions of his godmother, who had repeatedly cautioned him against mentioning it in the presence of outsiders. As for the rationale behind this caution, she had remained silent. However, Lin Xian surmised it was likely to avoid attracting the attention of the Yi family in the capital. Observing Lin Xian's hesitance, Elder Yang did not press further but smiled gently, saying, Since you prefer to remain reticent, I shall respect your wishes. Please do not misunderstand. My reluctance to share is not out of desire to withhold, but rather due to a request from my elder to refrain from mentioning his name in public. Lin Xian, fearing that the old man might misunderstand, offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, old Yang chuckled, no need for concern. Chapter 52. Does Lin Xian resemble that person? Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. By the way, young Lin, may I be so bold as to inquire further? The other day, when you saved me, I noticed a little girl calling you dad. Have you already married and had children? Old Yang inquired with a hint of subtlety. Initially, he intended for his son to investigate Lin Xian, but reconsidering, he thought it impolite and decided to ask directly instead. Upon hearing this question, Lin Xian could not help but smile wryly. To be honest, old sir, that little girl is my goddaughter. Naturally, Lin Xian could not disclose that he was masquerading as Pan Meixiang's husband and pretending to be Xiaoyin's father. By referring to her as his goddaughter, everything was easily clarified. Old Yang's eyes brightened at this revelation. Ah, goddaughter. So, that means you're not married? Of course not, Lin Xian replied with a smile. I just graduated from university this year. How wonderful! Old Yang exclaimed in delight, leaving Lin Xian baffled as to why the old man suddenly appeared so jubilant. Old sir, what is it? Oh, it's nothing. I merely thought you were married and had children. Turns out that's not the case. Ha. Old Yang laughed heartily, yet his gaze remained fixed, scrutinizing Lin Xian's face once more. While Lin Xian could not be considered exceptionally handsome, he possessed prominent brows, bright eyes, and a clear demeanor that suggested a grounded and reliable youth. However, as old Yang continued to observe Lin Xian's visage, he suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression transforming into one of peculiar intrigue. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Lin Xian's features, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Why does Lin's face seem somewhat familiar to me? But I have only met him twice. Wait a moment. Lin seems to bear a resemblance to someone. Old Yang gazed intently at Lin Xian, his heart racing with the revelation. Indeed, as he scrutinized Lin Xian's countenance, he was struck by the uncanny likeness to an individual he knew. Noticing the myriad of expressions on old Yang's face, Lin Xian, puzzled, asked, Old sir, why do you look at me like that? Is there something on my face? Old Yang quickly composed himself and replied, Young Lin, may I ask you something? Please. Go ahead, old sir, Lin Xian responded. What is your father's name? Old Yang inquired with an unusual glint in his eyes. Upon hearing the question about his father, Lin Xian's expression darkened, and his gaze turned icy. Recognizing the shift in Lin Xian's demeanor, Old Yang, a man of great wisdom, quickly reassured him, Young Lin, if you prefer not to answer, you need not feel obligated. Lin Xian took a moment to regain his composure and replied, To speak candidly, old sir, I lost my father when I was young, and I am not well acquainted with his circumstances. The gravity of his tone was unmistakable. And old Yang sensed the depth of his sentiment, responding, "Very well, we shall leave it at that. However, may I ask why you inquired about my father's situation?" Lin Xian questioned, his curiosity piqued. Old Yang responded, "Oh, it is nothing of consequence, merely idle conversation." "Ah, I see." Lin Xian nodded in understanding. However, within Yang Lao's mind, the figure of that person occasionally appeared, and that visage invariably overlapped with Lin Xian's. He could not fathom why Lin Xian bore such a striking resemblance to that individual. Yang Lao felt reluctant to inquire further and thus set aside his inner perplexity. In truth, it was not only Yang Lao who experienced complex emotions. Lin Xian mirrored his sentiment. The sudden questions posed by Yang Lao had led Lin Xian to sense that they held deeper significance, though he remained uncertain of their meaning. Then, with a smile, Yang Lao said, "Shaolin, let us discuss a lighter topic. Pray, are you in a romantic relationship?" Coughing, Lin Xian's face flushed as he stammered, "And no, not at all. Not at all. How delightful." Yang Lao exclaimed with joy. "Huh? Delightful?" Lin Xian remarked with a hint of confusion. "Oh, do not misunderstand. What I mean is, since you're single, I can introduce you to a girl." Yang Lao chuckled. "Another introduction?" Lin Xian could not help but smile wryly. Just yesterday, Sun Jiansheng had sought to matchmake his daughter with him, and now the old gentleman wished to introduce yet another girl. Had he become so sought after? "Old sir, who do you intend to introduce to me?" Lin Xian inquired. Yang Lao regarded him with a mischievous grin and replied, "My granddaughter." Thud. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nearly slipped off his chair, his expression one of astonishment. "You wish to match me with your granddaughter?" "Indeed, it is Sahan. You have met her many times. What do you think of her?" Yang Lao continued, still wearing that playful smile. Lin Xian was both amused and bewildered, musing inwardly that while Yang Sahan was undeniably beautiful, would she ever be interested in him? "Old sir, that Shaolin, let me tell you my granddaughter is currently a university student at Jiang University. She possesses a gentle disposition and is quite honest. As for her appearance, you have seen it. She is exceptionally lovely. Oh, and she is even the campus belle. Are you interested?" Yang Lao said with a grin. Lin Xian, taken aback, had not anticipated that Yang Sahan was indeed the campus beauty. He pondered how, just yesterday, Sun Jiansheng had sought to introduce his daughter, and today Yang Lao was presenting his granddaughter. It seemed he was quite the catch. "Old sir, I believe matters of the heart require mutual consent," Lin Xian hesitantly remarked. "Do not concern yourself with that just yet. I simply wish to know if you have any interest in Sahan," Yang Lao pressed. "Old sir, Sahan is so beautiful and gentle. I do have an interest," Lin Xian admitted softly. "Then all is well." Yang Lao laughed heartily, declaring, "I shall take charge of this matter and ensure that you two are brought together. Sahan has always heeded my guidance." Yang Lao believed that matchmaking his granddaughter with Lin Xian was a splendid endeavor, his face alight with glee. At that moment, Yang Sahan entered, saying, "Grandfather, Grandma, Lu has come to visit you." Lin Xian gazed upon Yang Sahan's enchanting figure, feeling an unusual sensation stir within him. What if this girl were to become his girlfriend? Coughing to dispel his thoughts, Yang Lao turned to Lin Xian and said, "Shaolin, a friend has come to see me. Please wait here for a moment." "Of course," Lin Xian nodded. "Young lady, keep Shaolin company while I go greet Grandma Lu," Yang Lao instructed. "All right," Yang Sahan replied. As he spoke, old Yang leaned on his cane and departed. Once he was gone, Yang Sihuan took a seat near Lin Xian and inquired, "What did my grandfather discuss with you?" Lin Xian replied, "Oh, it was nothing much, just some casual conversation. He mentioned wanting to introduce me to a girlfriend." "What?" Yang Sihuan exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Lin Xian. "My grandfather is not one to meddle in such matters. This must mean he holds you in high regard. Which young lady did he have in mind for you?" Lin Xian responded enigmatically, "Far away in the heavens. Yet close at hand." "Close at hand? Huh?" Yang Sihuan murmured, her expression shifting suddenly. She sprang to her feet, stamping her foot in indignation. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "Grandfather is truly something. I've told him 100 times, yet he still brings this up with you. Lin Xian, let me make it clear. No matter how much my grandfather tries to match us, I could never marry you. Do not harbor any illusions." Her last words were delivered with fierce intensity as she glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, at a loss for words, replied, "Old Yang was merely speaking offhandedly. Whether it was offhand or not, the man I, Yang Sihuan, fancy is certainly not someone like you. So, please, do not entertain any fantasies." With her face still burning and overwhelmed with embarrassment, she departed without another word, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. Lin Xian could only smile wryly and shake his head, thinking to himself, "I knew it was impossible. How could the illustrious Yang flower ever take a liking to someone like me?" In the living room, Lin Xian found himself alone and resorted to munching on some fruit from the table. Meanwhile, in another parlor, an elegantly dressed elderly lady sat in a chair, accompanied by Yang Jiqiang. If Lin Xian were present, he would recognize her as Sun Jianqing's mother, Sun Xiaowan's grandmother, the very matriarch of the Sun family who looked down upon him. Yang Jiqiang served tea with a smile, saying, "Aunt Lu, it's been years since I last saw you. You still seem to be in great health." The elderly lady chuckled. "Oh, not at all. I'm quite frail. I have high blood pressure and diabetes. However, my son Jiansheng, being a doctor, often prescribes me medication for some semblance of comfort." Yang Jiqiang remarked, "Is Jiansheng still practicing medicine? His prospects are limited. He'll only ever be a small-time doctor." The elderly lady replied, shaking her head. Yang Ziqiang continued. If only Jiansheng had listened to the old man and remained in the army, he would at least be a colonel by now. The elderly lady sighed. "He is quite stubborn. Remember, he was so eager to marry Xiujuan that he left the service. Well, despite his lack of success, he manages to get by." Young Ziqiang chucklet. "By the way, Aunt Lu, didn't you say you were bringing Xiaowan along? Where is she?" "Sihuan is home. The two sisters could have some fun together. Don't even mention it. That girl nearly drives me to madness. I beg her to come meet the old man." And she agreed, but then early this morning, some school official summoned her for a meeting, and off she went. I called her to come back, but she wouldn't even answer. That girl truly infuriates me. So, here I am, all alone. The elderly lady lamented helplessly. "No worries at all. I have heard that Xiao Wan is now a teacher, which is quite commendable. Since she is busy with her work, she should prioritize it. As for visiting the old master, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Young Ziqiang chucklet. Upon hearing this, old lady Lu also wore a beaming smile and remarked, "Yes, Jiqiang, what kind of guest does the old master expect? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Is it some high-ranking official? If not, perhaps I should return home and visit him another time?" Chapter 53. Seizing the granddaughter-in-law. Yang Jiqiang replied, "Indeed, he is a distinguished guest. The old master is currently engaged in a casual conversation with him in the reception hall. Sihuan has gone to summon the old master. He will be here shortly, so please bear with us for a moment." Old lady Lu responded with a smile. A guest who warrants the old master's personal reception must be an extraordinary figure. I will be content just to have a moment with him amidst his busy schedule. "Sister-in-law, your words are quite exaggerated. I am merely an idle old man at home now. What tremendous responsibilities could I possibly have?" At that moment, a gentle, aged laughter filled the room. Upon hearing that voice, old lady Lu quickly stood up, her face alight with excitement, as she beheld an elderly man slowly entering, supported by attendants. With great enthusiasm, old lady Lu rushed forward to assist the old master, exclaiming, "Old master, I have finally had the pleasure of meeting you. Are you still in good health?" Old Lu, seeing her excitement, responded with a smile. "Thanks to you, dear sister-in-law, I am managing well. However, just a few days ago, I nearly met my end in the park." "What happened?" Old lady Lu gasped. "Let us sit down and discuss it," old Lu chuckled. "Very well. Father, you and Aunt Lu chat. I shall tend to the Jean family," Yang Jiqiang said before departing. Old lady Lu, noticing that the old master had seated himself, took her place with a worried expression. "Old master, what you just said is rather alarming. What happened?" Old Lu waved his hand with a smile. "A few days ago, I was wandering aimlessly in the park when my ailment struck, causing me to collapse. Thankfully, a young healer rescued me. Otherwise, I would have truly been lost." "Ah, such a thing occurred?" "Old master, I must say, after dedicating your life to the nation, now that you are retired, You ought to have security with you wherever you go. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a loss for the country and the people." Old Lady Lu exclaimed dramatically. Hearing this, Old Lu burst into laughter. "Sister-in-law, you are being a bit excessive. What loss to the nation or the people? I am but an old soldier. This great land of ours would continue to thrive without me." "Old master, such statements should not be made lightly. Without the tireless efforts of veterans like you, how could our nation flourish as it does today?" All right, sister-in-law, let us refrain from such grandiloquent discourse. We are old friends. Let's speak of family matters," Old Lu said with a chuckle. Old Lady Lu replied, "Hee, old master, I cannot help myself. Baochong has been gone for so many years, and I still think of him often. If it weren't for his heroism in bringing me back from the brink of despair, I would not be here with my old man today." Old Lu spoke with heartfelt sentiment, his eyes glistening with emotion. Baochong was indeed Old Lady Lu's late husband and the father of son Jiansheng. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Lu was immediately moved to tears, wiping her eyes as she spoke. "Elder, please refrain from such words. Baochong is your soldier. Is it not his duty to support you? Not only to carry you, but to shield you from danger is also to be expected." And Mary Young, Dou Jie, nodded in agreement and inquired, "How are Jiansheng and Xiaowan? Why did you not bring them along?" Old Lady Lu hastily replied, "Jiansheng, that unambitious one, felt too embarrassed to visit you, so he stayed away. As for Xiaowan, her enthusiasm knows no bounds. She has rushed back to school and will visit you another time." Mr. Yang chuckled. "No matter, I shall remain here for a while. Feel free to drop by and share a chat whenever you can." Indeed, the old lady smiled, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she added, "Elder, Xiaowan has long admired your legendary heroism. She holds you in the highest esteem." "Ha ha ha." Mr. Yang laughed heartily. "What heroism? I am but an old relic. I have heard Xiaowan has become a teacher. That is splendid. We must cultivate more talents for our nation." "Indeed, Elder, you are right. Xiaowan is teaching at the second high school, dedicated to her work. Just yesterday, she was preparing lessons until the early hours of 1 or 2. That is commendable. However, the youth must also take care of their health. Only with a sound body can they better serve society. Elder, I shall heed your advice and speak to her about it. Alas, while Xiaowan excels at her work, I find myself rather anxious about her lifelong affairs." The old lady said this with a significant glance at Mr. Yang. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yang chuckled. With Xiaowan's beauty, her suitors should be plentiful, no? Old Lady Lu sighed heavily. "Elder, you only see one side of the matter. Despite the numerous suitors and young men pursuing her, they are all rather lackluster, either of poor character or unremarkable appearance. Just yesterday, Jiansheng brought a lad, a mere laborer, without any prospects, which frustrated me greatly. I was hoping you could introduce someone to Xiaowan. Even a random pick from you would surely surpass those boys." Mr. Yang shook his head. "Sister-in-law, I see now that your visit is primarily to seek a match for Xiaowan." Old Lady Lu hurriedly replied, No, that is not the case. My main purpose was to visit you. Matchmaking is merely secondary." Mr. Yang smiled. "Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. This is what we shall do. When a suitable young man comes along, I will be sure to arrange a meeting for Xiaowan. However, I cannot guarantee success. Come now, you are a person of great stature. Any young man you select would surely be exceptional." Old Lady Lu beamed brightly. Mr. Yang waved his hand dismissively. "You exaggerate. How about this, sister-in-law, stay for lunch today? I happen to have a distinguished guest who will also be joining us. If you do not mind, we can all dine together. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Old Lady Lu's face lit up with joy. "Wonderful. Since you have invited me, how could I dare refuse? May I ask, who is this esteemed guest?" "Yang Laodao. He is my dear friend of many years, a young man whom I hold in high regard." Upon hearing these words, Lu Laotai's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she inquired, "Old gentleman, is this esteemed guest indeed a young man? Is he truly your dear friend across generations?" "Indeed." Yang Lao nodded affirmatively. "Then, may I ask if this young gentleman is already married? If he is still unattached, I could introduce him to Xiaowan," Lu Laotai exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Lu Laotai was an exceptionally astute lady. The moment she learned that the old gentleman regarded this young man as a valuable friend and referred to him as a dear companion of different ages, her mind began to race. Anyone deemed a dear friend by Yang Lao must surely be an extraordinary young man. Yang Lao internally mused. This clever old sister is quite shrewd. Upon hearing that he is my dear friend, she immediately wishes to introduce him to her granddaughter. I had intentions of pairing him with my granddaughter as well. With this thought in mind, Yang Lao's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. Sister, I am unsure whether my young friend has a romantic interest. It would be inappropriate for me to broach the subject. Lu Laodai promptly replied, No matter, when I meet this young man, I shall converse with him and inquire if he has a partner. Afterward, I can show him Xiaowan's photograph. Should he express interest, I will facilitate the introduction. Yang Lao was left speechless. This old lady truly did not grasp subtlety, and her persistence was remarkable. However, given her assertiveness, he felt compelled to concede, awkwardly smiling. Very well, you may speak with him. Wonderful, Lu Laotai exclaimed with delight. She pondered to herself that if this young man was indeed Yang Lao's dear friend, he must surely belong to a distinguished family. Having Xiaowan join him would be splendid. As Lu Laotai reveled in her thoughts, Yang Lao observed her jubilant demeanor, secretly helpless, realizing that he had unwittingly introduced a rival for Si Huan's affections. Nevertheless, with matters having progressed this far, he could do little but let nature take its course. At that moment, Yang Sihuan entered, announcing, Grandfather, the food and drinks are ready. When shall we begin? Look at Si Huan. How lovely she has become, Lu Laotai remarked, her face aglow with admiration. Feeling slightly bashful, Yang Sihuan replied, Thank you for your kind words, Grandma Lu. Yang Lao smiled. Let us commence. Please fetch Xiaolan. We shall enjoy lunch together. Sihuan nodded. All right, I shall go now. As she departed, Lu Laotai continued her praises. Old gentleman, Si Huan is indeed growing more beautiful. She surpasses even my Xiaowan in charm. Oh, how I wish I had brought Xiaowan today, so the two girls could enjoy each other's company. There's no rush. We can have Xiaowan come next time. Yang Lao responded with a smile. Pray tell, does Si Huan have a partner? Lu Laotai inquired with a grin. Yang Lao chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, Isn't she close to having one? Aren't you trying to snatch her up? She is still quite young. There is no hurry, Yang Lao replied nonchalantly. Indeed, there is no rush. Si Huan is as beautiful as a blooming flower. Finding a partner will be no trouble at all. Moreover, she is your granddaughter, destined to marry into a distinguished family. Unlike my dear Xiaowan, born into humble circumstances, I can only rely on you, esteemed elder, Lu old lady remarked. Yang old master shook his head with a bitter smile. All right, let us proceed to the dining hall. Very well, do take your time, sir. As she spoke, the old lady stepped forward to assist the elder, making their way outside. At this moment, Lu old lady was quite exhilarated, subtly inquiring about the identity of the young man. Young old master merely shook his head and replied, When you meet him, you may ask for yourself. Ha, splendid. Lu old lady laughed. Subsequently, she supported the elder toward the dining hall, and upon turning a corner, they unexpectedly encountered Yang Sihuan, leading Lin Xian. The moment Lu old lady laid eyes on Lin Xian, her expression shifted drastically, contorting into one of fury as she glared at him and bellowed. You, country bumpkin, what are you doing here? Yang Sihuan. Lin Xian. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Lu old lady, who was glaring at him with indignation, leaving him utterly speechless. He had not anticipated running into this elderly woman here. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The young old master mentioned by son Jianxing's mother yesterday was indeed the very young old master. What a fortuitous encounter. Lu old lady charged towards Lin Xian. Her face twisted in rage as she spat. You, country bumpkin, did you sneak in here? Do you even realize where this is? Si Huan, do summon someone to apprehend this bumpkin and take him to the police station. Lin Xian, confronted by Lu old lady's ferocity, found himself at a loss for words. He had endured her tirade at son Jiansheng's home yesterday, and now this elderly woman was again targeting him at the Yang residence, threatening to have him arrested. Yang Sihuan, perplexed, glanced between Lin Xian and the old lady, saying, "Lu Granny, what on earth is happening?" Lu old lady replied, "My dear, are you unaware? This bumpkin is nothing more than a laborer. To put it plainly, he is even beneath a beggar. How dare he come here? Is this not a disgrace to your family? Beneath a beggar? A disgrace?" Lin Xian's countenance darkened. A surge of indignation welled within him. This old woman was relentless. Just as Lin Xian was about to explode with anger, a voice filled with ire rang out. "Sister-in-law, he is my dear friend. Why do you treat him with such disdain?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu old lady's expression changed dramatically as she turned in shock to young old master, exclaiming, "Elder, he's your dear friend?" Young old master approached, leaning on his cane, his expression grim, and fixed a penetrating gaze on Lu old lady as he declared, "Sister-in-law, I solemnly inform you, Lin Xian, is my dear friend. Moreover, he is my savior. If you dare utter another disrespectful word towards him, do not blame me for turning hostile." Lu old lady stood there in utter disbelief. She had never imagined that Lin Xian was young old master's dear friend and savior. "Elder, surely you must be mistaken. He is merely a laborer. How could he possibly have saved you?" Lu old lady questioned, her reluctance evident. Young old master regarded her coldly and replied, "I fell in the park, and not a soul came to my aid. It was he who extended his hand to rescue me. Is he not my benefactor? Sister-in-law, I do not care what grievances you hold against him, but here, if you dare to offend him again, I will truly sever ties with you." Lu old lady was left speechless, her shock rendering her unable to respond. Old Yang ceased to pay any attention to old lady Lu and turned his gaze towards Lin Xian, smiling as he said, "Young Lin, this esteemed lady is an old friend of mine. Though her words may be ungracious, I hope you will not take offense." Lin Xian had initially felt anger, but with the elder's words, what could he do? He merely replied with indifference, "It's nothing. Let us go to the dining hall and enjoy a few drinks together." As he spoke, old Yang strode forward, grasping Lin Xian's hand and leading him toward the dining hall, not even casting a glance at old lady Lu, which signified his growing displeasure. Old lady Lu called after them, "Old sir, please don't be angry. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. Let's not dwell on it. And young Lin, I did not mean any offense." Old Yang halted, turning to face old lady Lu. He sighed, "Very well, it's of no consequence. Just refrain from speaking out of turn." Old lady Lu, with a face full of reverence, replied, "Rest assured, I shall not." Old Yang nodded, taking Lin Xian's hand once more, his face beaming with delight as they proceeded to the dining hall. Old lady Lu observed the camaraderie between old Yang and Lin Xian, akin to that of a grandfather and grandson, which left her feeling both strange and awkward. Chapter 55. The Campus Belle. Truly charming old lady Lu sighed, muttering to herself, "I did not anticipate that this young man possessed such capabilities. Had I known, I would have treated him differently yesterday." Introducing Xiao Wan to him is indeed a commendable idea, given the elder's cordiality and warmth towards him. This young man surely has a promising future. With this thought, her spirits lifted. She resolved that upon returning home after the meal, she would urge her son to secure this potential son-in-law. "Grandma Lu, let us go." At that moment, Yang Sahan approached, smiling at old lady Lu. "Ah, indeed?" Old lady Lu replied with a smile, following Yang Sahan towards the dining hall. On the way, she subtly inquired, seeing how highly the elder regards him, might he be arranged for some significant role? Old lady Lu contemplated that if Xiao Wan were to be matched with Lin Xian, it was essential that he held a promising future. Yang Sahan glanced at her quizzically. "Grandma Lu, I cannot say for certain, but may I ask why you're curious about this?" "Ah, Sahan, you may not be aware, but your uncle Jianxing wishes to match your sister Xiao Wan with that Lin Xian. In fact, yesterday, your uncle Jianxing invited him to our home to meet Xiao Wan, which is why I inquired." Old lady Lu chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yang Sahan's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a picture of disbelief. "Grandma Lu, what did you say? You mean uncle wants to match Xiao Wan with Lin Xian?" Indeed, could Yang Sahan contain her surprise? Her grandfather intended to match her with Lin Xian, and now, this grandmother's son also sought to pair his granddaughter with him. This implied that she and Xiao Wan had become rivals in love. Old Lady Lu continued to smile. Yes, just yesterday, young Lin visited our home. I initially thought he was merely a laborer and did not regard him highly. But little did I know he shared a profound friendship with your grandfather and even saved him. That changes everything. Yang Sahan, upon hearing this, smirked slightly, thinking how superficial this old lady could be. But she maintained a smile and asked, I see. What is Xiao Wan's stance on this matter? Ah, chuckled Old Lady Lu. Your sister, Xiao has only met him once, so it is difficult to make a judgment. Let them converse and observe further. And what is your stance on this matter? Yang Sahan inquired, her tone laden with meaning. Me? Old Lady Lu responded, awkwardly smiling. Of course I support it. Xiao Lin is the benefactor of the old master. He will undoubtedly assist him, and his future is boundless. Naturally, I hope Xiao Wan finds herself with such a promising young man. Upon hearing this, Yang Sahan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. If it weren't for my grandfather's favorable disposition towards Lin Xian, would you still be singing his praises? What a shallow-minded old woman. Not wishing to engage further with her, Yang Sahan smiled and said, I see. Let us proceed to dinner. Very well, Old Lady Lu replied cheerfully, following Yang Sahan to the dining hall. Inside the dining room, Old Master Yang was already seated with Lin Xian. The old master occupied the main seat, with Lin Xian to his left. Old Lady Lu entered with an awkward smile, and Old Master Yang beckoned her, saying, Sister-in-law, come sit beside me. Oh, but how can I? She feigned modesty. Nonsense. Come here, he insisted. All right, she replied, her face alight with smiles as she hurried to sit next to Old Master Yang. You aren't angry with me, are you? She asked timidly. Well, I was a bit upset, but not anymore. Sister-in-law, you must amend your prejudice against appearances. Old Master Yang admonished earnestly. Yes, you're absolutely right, Old Master. I was unaware that Xiao Lin was your savior. Had I known. What a thing to say. Even if Xiao Lin were not my savior, would that excuse your previous demeanor towards him? Old Master Yang chided. Yes, you are right. It is my lack of understanding. Old Lady Lu nodded repeatedly, smiling nervously. Enough, Old Master Yang said lightly, turning to Lin Xian with a smile. Xiao Lin, I hope you don't take it to heart. Not at all. Lin Xian shook his head, smiling back. That's good. Old Master Yang glanced at Sahan, saying, Sahan, why don't you sit beside Xiao Lin? Huh, grandfather. I can just remain standing, can't I? Yang Sihan hurriedly protested. Come now, Old Master Yang replied with a knowing smile. Yang Sahan's cheeks flushed slightly. She understood her grandfather's intentions all too well. Thus, she shyly took a seat beside Lin Xian, and immediately, a delicate fragrance wafted towards him, quite delightful. Lin Xian glanced at her, and she returned his gaze, playfully narrowing her eyes at him, as if to say, What are you looking at? With a wry smile, Lin Xian turned away. How astute Old Lady Lu was, observing the old master's deliberate arrangement for his granddaughter to sit next to Lin Xian. Her heart raced. Could it be that the old master wishes to matchmake Sahan with Lin Xian? If that is the case, at this thought, Old Lady Lu's expression tightened. Would her granddaughter's prospects be dashed? No wonder when I suggested the old master introduce his old friend to Xiao Wan, he hesitated. It turns out he had this in mind. Old Lady Lu mused, her expression peculiar. All right then, come, Xiao Lin, I propose a toast to you. Saying this, the old master lifted a small wine cup and smiled at Lin Xian. Old Lady Lu, witnessing the old master toasting Lin Xian, was utterly astonished. One must understand the caliber of the old master. Even the prominent figures of the capital do not possess such qualifications, do they? Lin Xian hastily rose, lifting his wine glass, and said, Elder, you are being too modest. I, the younger generation, toast to you. Please take a seat. Old Yang smiled and recounted that afternoon. I suffered a heart attack and collapsed to the ground, with no one willing to help me. Some even accused me of faking it. Only you stepped forward to save me. You are my savior, and thus, it is only fitting that I honor you. Now let us drink. With that, Old Yang raised his glass and downed the contents in one go. Lin Xian also sat down and finished his drink in a single gulp. Grandfather, after this one, you should refrain from drinking more, Yang Sahan gently reminded. Old Yang shot her a glare and replied, Today, seeing young Lin brings me joy. Why should I not drink? Young Lin, I am advanced in age and cannot hold much liquor, but you must indulge. Very well. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Elder, I toast to you. He raised his glass again and downed the wine. After this round, old Madame Lu also stood up, lifting her glass and cheerfully declaring, Elder, I too toast to you. Wishing you health and longevity. Old Yang nodded with a smile. Let us drink. He then took a delicate sip from his glass. After drinking, old Madame Lu turned to Lin Xian with a peculiar smile and said, Young Lin, let me drink with you. Consider it my way of apologizing. Seeing old Madame Lu wanting to drink with him and offering an apology, whether sincere or not, Lin Xian quickly stood and said, Madam, you are too kind. I am honored to toast to you. He then drank with her. Following that, everyone casually enjoyed their drinks. Old Yang was in good spirits, engaging in light conversation with Lin Xian, and the atmosphere remained pleasant. About half an hour later, a figure burst into the room, exclaiming, Dad, I need to report something to you. Old Yang looked up, his expression darkening. Fourth, I am entertaining guests. Why the urgency? Uncle. Yang Sahan quickly rose upon seeing the middle-aged man. Old Madame Lu also stood up, her face beaming. Ji Chao, come sit. Let's share a few drinks. Lin Xian also stood, noticing a man in his late 30s, dressed in a black jacket with a square face, exuding an air of righteousness. He was Yang Yang's fourth son, Yang Ji Chao. Hello, Aunt Lu and Mr. Lin. Yang Ji Chao greeted them before moving beside his father, his face serious. Dad, I have something extremely urgent to report. Just say it. We are all family here, old Yang replied. Dad, this cannot be discussed here. It concerns the Dragon King. Yang Zichao whispered urgently. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon King, old Yang's expression changed dramatically. He turned to Lin Xian beside him and said, Young Lin, please remain seated. My son and I need to step outside for a moment. Of course, please go ahead, Lin Xian nodded. As old Yang and his son stepped out, old Madame Lu smiled at Lin Xian. Young Lin, let's share a drink. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Certainly. Subsequently, old Madame Lu and Lin Xian clinked their glasses and took a sip of wine. Old Madame Lu chuckled. Little Lin, your granduncle intends to match you with Xiaowan. Upon reflection, I believe you two are quite compatible. Lin Xian coughed, while Yang Sihuan, overhearing old Madame Lu's words, wore an expression of disbelief, pondering internally how much more hypocritical the old lady could be. Lin Xian also scoffed inwardly, thinking that had she not witnessed old Master Yang's warm regard for him, she likely would not have made such a suggestion. Old Madame Lu continued with a smile. Little Lin, after much consideration, I feel that you and Xiaowan are well suited. You should take her out and, when the time is right, solidify your relationship. Lin Xian, utterly speechless, could only manage an awkward smile and replied, Grandma, let's drink some more. Of course, my future grandson-in-law is here to drink with me, so I must partake. Old Madame Lu exclaimed joyfully. Lin Xian thought to himself, what on earth does she mean by grandson-in-law? At that moment, old Master Yang, accompanied by his fourth son, stepped outside and inquired, what is the matter with Ling Tian? Yang Ji Chao, with a grim expression, replied, just now. The Dragon King called and instructed me to inform you that Zhu Ke has been afflicted by a rare poison and is in dire straits. Upon hearing this, old Master Yang's countenance changed drastically, and he furrowed his brow, asking, what poison has Zhu Ke been poisoned with? Who did this? Yang Zichao explained. Zhu Ke has recently been on a covert mission and, unfortunately, encountered this peculiar poison. The organization has summoned numerous eminent physicians to treat her, but alas, none have succeeded. As he spoke, his eyes reddened, nearly spilling tears. Old Master Yang's face was etched with deep concern as he asked, where is she now? She is at the recuperation center, where several medical experts are present, but regrettably, their efforts have been futile, Yang Ji Chao lamented. Old Master Yang sighed repeatedly, his eyes almost brimming with tears. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignited in his gaze as he fixed his eyes on his son, saying, Fourth, quickly invite Mr. Lin to examine Zhu Ke. Mr. Lin? You mean that Lin? Is he capable? Yang Zichao questioned. I was on the brink of death, and it was he who saved me. His abilities are remarkable. Regardless of his qualifications, just bring him to see her. There may be hope. Old Master Yang insisted. To be honest, Yang Zichao harbored doubts about Lin Xuan. He had conducted a personal investigation and found Lin Xian's background rather simple. A rural youth, orphaned, a graduate of second-tier university, working as a construction worker, and inexplicably saving the old master. Now, the old master regarded him with immense respect, treating him as a benefactor. It seemed rather absurd to have a construction worker examine a war hero. Noticing his son's reluctance, old Master Yang sternly commanded, "Why are you still standing there? Invite Xiao Lin to see Zhuke." Father, isn't this a bit ridiculous? What if the Dragon King learns about this? Should Ling Tian find out? Just tell him it was my instruction. If he is displeased, let him come to me, old Master Yang declared resolutely. Reluctantly, Yang Jichao replied, "All right, then let us invite him to take a look at Zhuke." With that, the two of them headed back inside. Lin Xian was deep in conversation with old Madame Lu. Upon noticing old Master Yang and Yang Jichao entering, old Madame Lu promptly said, "Old Master Jichao, please have a seat." Old Yang disregarded her and turned to Lin Xian, saying, "Xiao Lin, I would like to request your assistance with a matter." Lin Xian promptly stood up and replied, "Elder, please speak. I shall certainly undertake whatever is within my capacity." Old Yang continued, "It is thus. I wish for you to accompany Lao Si to attend to a patient. The specifics will be conveyed to you by Lao Si. I entrust this to you." Lin Xian, filled with trepidation, quickly responded, "Very well. No problem. I shall accompany Uncle Si at once. Lao Si, please take Xiao Lin with you. However, do remember, Xiao Lin is not only my dear friend, but also my benefactor. So I expect you to treat him with courtesy. Should he face any grievances, I shall hold you accountable. Inform me of any developments immediately." Old Yang asserted, "Understood, father." Yang Jichao responded emphatically. Chapter 57. Just him? A master? Very well, off you go. The elder declared gravely. "Mr. Lin, please," Yang Jichao invited. Lin Xian nodded and strode purposefully towards the exit. Upon leaving the Yang residence, Yang Jichao led Lin Xian to a military green off-road vehicle bearing a Beijing license plate, which he drove in a determined direction. Lin Xian, seated in the passenger seat, noted the military flag displayed in the vehicle, realizing it was a government-sanctioned car. It was clear that Yang Jichao was affiliated with the military, though dressed in civilian attire, leaving Lin Xian uncertain of his rank and specific department. After half an hour of driving, they exited the city and proceeded along a road toward a cluster of low-rise buildings. As they approached the structures, Lin Xian spotted a large red iron sign proclaiming, "Military restricted area, unauthorized personnel prohibited." His heart raced at the realization that Yang Jichao had brought him to such a place. Furthermore, he observed several armed soldiers stationed at their posts, underscoring the location's significance. Upon reaching the checkpoint, an armed soldier approached swiftly and saluted Yang Jichao, requesting, "Please present your identification." Yang Jichao returned the salute and produced a small red booklet from his attire, handing it over. After a brief inspection, the soldier returned it, saying, "You may enter." Yang Jichao then drove the vehicle directly towards the entrance of the building complex. Once within the low-rise buildings, the vehicle navigated towards a small structure. Upon arrival, Yang Jichao halted the car and instructed Lin Xian, "Step out." The moment Lin Xian exited, he sensed that this place was indeed extraordinary. "Let's go," Yang Jichao beckoned, leading Lin Xian into a courtyard. However, as they entered, they were met by a middle-aged man in military uniform, his demeanor stern, striding towards them. Lin Xian glanced at the man's shoulder insignia, his expression shifting. "Major General." The general, named Xue Chun, acknowledged Yang Jichao with a military salute, stating, "Jichao, you have arrived." "Has the elder been informed of this matter?" Yang Jichao nodded. "The elder is aware." "Was her condition?" Just as Xue Chun was about to respond, he suddenly noticed Lin Xian, his expression darkening as he demanded, "Who are you? Who permitted your entry? Guards, apprehend him." Immediately, several soldiers advanced to seize Lin Xian, whose countenance grew grave. "Old Xue, please calm down. He is someone I brought." Yang Zichao hastily explained. "You brought him?" Xue Chun waved his hand, and several soldiers stepped back. He scrutinized Lin Xian and remarked, "Is this young man your nephew?" "No," Yang Jichao shook his head. He's a doctor I invited to treat Juke. A doctor? Shui Chen's face displayed astonishment as he scrutinized Lin Xian once more, inquiring, how young is he? Which hospital does he belong to? Yang Jichao wore an odd expression and replied, Old Shui. The truth is his name is Lin Xian, a traditional folk doctor. Not affiliated with any hospital. His primary profession is, in short, a folk healer. A folk doctor? In other words, merely a street-level quack. Jichao, are you being reckless? You are well aware of Zhuke's condition. It is beyond hope. What can such an inexperienced lad offer? Shuechen's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Yang Jichao appeared quite awkward, saying, Old Shui. Actually, don't say another word. Jichao, it's not that I distrust you. It's just that this young man is too inexperienced to possess any real skills. It would be best for him to leave. Shui Chan stated in a low voice. Yang Zichao felt helpless. Lin Xian also felt a sense of resignation, knowing full well he would be looked down upon. Of course, Lin Xian harbored no grievances. He understood that he did not fit the mold of a conventional physician. Jichao, please don't be upset. It's not that I doubt you. But this person truly does not seem capable. You should take him away, Shuechen remarked. Yang Jichao responded, Old Shui, to speak frankly. He was recommended by the old master and has even saved him. His medical skills are commendable. Upon hearing this, Shuechen gazed at Yang Jichao in surprise, saying, Are you saying this young man was recommended by old Yang? He saved the old master? Indeed, Yang Jichao affirmed. Shuechen scrutinized Lin Xian once more. It is worth noting that Shuechen held great respect for old Yang. Thus, if the elder endorsed this individual, perhaps he possesses some merit. Old Shui, let him give it a try, Yang Jichao suggested. Shuechen's eyes flickered. While he could disregard Yang Jichao, he could not disrespect the old master. Very well, let this young man take a look at Zhuke. However, there are several experts inside. The Vice President Han from the Military General Hospital is also present. And he has quite a temper. You will have to manage on your own. Understood. Yang Jichao nodded and turned to Lin Xian, saying, Young Lin, let us go. All right. Lin Xian nodded and followed Yang Jichao inside. Shuechen hurriedly followed, secretly pondering. Has the old master become senile in his old age, recommending such a rustic healer? As Lin Xian entered the small building with Yang Jichao, he detected a sharp scent of disinfectant. Soon after, he heard an angry voice from within. Get out of here. Your presence will contaminate the air, hindering the patient's recovery. Upon hearing this voice, Yang Jichao smiled wryly. This was none other than Vice President Han Peng from the Military General Hospital, a renowned medical expert in the province. With a rush, a group of individuals clad in military uniforms and white coats exited through a door. Jichao, have you seen Lao Han's temper? It's still as fierce as ever. This morning, he nearly had a confrontation with a high-ranking officer from the military region, Shuechen remarked to Yang Jichao. With a wry smile, Yang Jichao replied, Ignore him, Shaolin. Let's go. As they entered the room, a group of soldiers and medical staff at the doorway greeted them, saying, Greetings, Chief Shui. Greetings, Chief Yang. However, when they caught sight of Lin Xian, their expressions turned to one of confusion, unsure of who this young man was. Upon entering the room, Lin Xian noticed a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, meticulously examining a patient in bed. The patient was a strikingly beautiful woman. Albeit frail, her complexion a shade of blue. The sight of her made Lin Xian furrow his brow. Employing the principles of the Shenong secret art, he immediately discerned that she had fallen victim to a peculiar poison. To ascertain the specifics of the toxin, a closer examination was necessary. I told you all to leave. Why have you come back? Han Peng was about to erupt in anger when he turned around, and, upon seeing Yang Jichao and Shuechen, remarked, You're just in time. I was about to discuss something with you. Yang Jichao inquired, What is the situation? Han Peng glanced at the emaciated woman in the bed, shook his head, and whispered, I recommend reporting to the superiors and preparing for the worst. Both Yang Jichao and Shuechen's faces fell upon hearing this. Shuechen quickly asked, Is there truly no way to save her? Han Peng responded, Let me put it this way. Even if a celestial being descended from the heavens, it would be futile to attempt a rescue. Yang Jichao furrowed his brows tightly, glancing at Lin Xian before saying, Let Mr. Lin take a look at Zhuke. Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin? Han Peng was momentarily taken aback, immediately looking at Yang Jichao. Yang Jichao gestured towards Lin Xian, stating him. Han Peng scrutinized Lin Xuan, asking, "Who is he?" Yang Jichao replied, "He is a skilled individual I brought with me, proficient in medicine." What? A skilled individual? Before Yang Jichao could finish his sentence, Han Peng scoffed. Based on his appearance, how could he be considered skilled? Yang Jichao interjected. His medical expertise is indeed remarkable. Han Peng coldly retorted, "All right, if you claim he is skilled, then surely he is not an ordinary person. Let me pose a few questions to him. Director Han, given that Zhu Chue's situation is dire, it will be best not to ask too many questions. Let Mr. Lin examine Zhuke first," Yang Jichao urged. Frau Wuning, Han Peng replied, "Yang. You cannot simply bring anyone in to treat Zhuke. As her attending physician, I must take responsibility for her well-being. I need to understand who this person is." Yang Jichao sighed. "You can understand, can't you?" Han Peng then turned to Lin Xian, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Since Chief Yang claims you are skilled, may I inquire your name, which medical university you graduated from, and where you currently practice?" Lin Xian calmly responded, "My name is Lin Xian. I attended an engineering university, have never been to a medical school, and I am not a doctor. I do not work in any hospital." Han Peng's face registered shock as he stared at Lin Xian, then mockingly said, "You're not a doctor? You haven't attended medical school? In other words, you're just an ordinary person?" "Yes, that would be an accurate description," Lin Xian remarked. "However, I have learned traditional Chinese medicine from my grandfather since childhood." "Ha ha!" Upon hearing this, Han Peng could not help but burst into laughter, but soon his expression turned frostily severe as he directed his gaze towards Yang Jichao, saying, "Is this what you refer to as a master? A person who has never even attended medical school, nor is he a doctor. Merely someone who has dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine for a few days under his grandfather's tutelage, and you dare to call him a master? You would entrust him with treating Zhuke?" Beside them, Shuechen also unconsciously displayed a hint of disdain. Chapter 58. Old Yang comes to the rescue. Yang Jichao's face flushed red, feeling exceedingly awkward. Han Peng's ridicule made him feel quite embarrassed. Noticing Yang Jichao's inability to retort, Han Peng's expression swelled with triumph as he said, "I am at a loss as to what kind of tricks you employed to deceive Yang Jichao into believing you are a master. In my opinion, you are nothing but a fraud. Leave this place immediately, or I shall not be kind to you." Lin Xian furrowed his brow at Han Peng's contempt. Feeling a surge of indignation, he was tempted to retort, but then reconsidered, thinking it best to spare Yang Jichao some dignity. "Since you hold me in such low regard, I shall take my leave," Lin Xian said helplessly, turning to depart. Han Peng watched as Lin Xian walked away, snorting coldly. Such a fraud, truly audacious. To dare to swindle within the military. Yang Jichao cast a glance at Han Peng and immediately called out to Lin Xian, "Mr. Lin, please hold on." Lin Xian promptly halted and turned to him, asking, "Is there something else?" "Please wait a moment," Yang Jichao said, then turned to Han Peng, stating, "Director Han, I must inform you that this Mr. Lin comes highly recommended by my father. Today, without fail, he shall treat Zhuke." Upon hearing this, Han Peng's previously disdainful expression shifted. He exclaimed in disbelief, "You mean this fraudulent individual was recommended by old Yang?" "Indeed," Yang Zichao affirmed. "Director Han, regardless of your agreement, I insist that he treat Zhuke. Mr. Lin, please come forward to treat Zhuke." Lin Xian nodded and walked directly towards the bed. Han Peng's face contorted as he immediately blocked Lin Xian's path, stating, "I do not consent to him treating Zhuke. Director Han, what exactly do you want?" Yang Jichao glared at him. Han Peng gritted his teeth, responding, "Even if he is recommended by the old gentleman, I cannot allow him to treat Zhuke. He is neither a medical school graduate nor a licensed physician. To put it plainly, he is merely an ordinary citizen. To permit him to treat Zhuke would be to toy with her life. Of course, I hold great respect for the old gentleman, but considering his advanced age, he might have been deceived by this young man. You." Yang Shikao glared at Han Peng, utterly speechless. He had not anticipated such stubbornness from him. Meanwhile, Xuechen remained silent. To be frank, he too did not wish for Lin Xian to treat Zhu Ke, nor did he believe Lin Xian was capable. Director Yang, as long as I am Zhu Chue's attending physician, I will not allow him to treat her. As a doctor, I must take responsibility for her well-being, Han Peng declared with unwavering conviction. Lin Xian cast a playful glance at Han Peng before turning to Yang Jichao and saying, "Fourth uncle, since Director Han believes I am unqualified to treat the young lady Zhu Ke, I shall take my leave." Lin Xian was acutely aware that Zhu Ke had been poisoned by a rare venom and was on the brink of death. He yearned to save her. However, given Han Peng's contemptuous demeanor, it would be beneath him to persist in his pursuit. Chief Yang, you have heard it. He is too embarrassed to remain here any longer. Let him go, Han Peng declared triumphantly, as if he had won a great victory. Yang Jichao immediately shook his head. No, today I insist that he treats Zhu Ke. I challenge you to obstruct him. Mr. Lin, please proceed. Swiftly, Han Peng positioned himself directly in front of Lin Xian, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Jichao. Chief Yang, I have already stated that I am Zhu Chue's attending physician. If any meddling outsiders dare to lay a finger on her, I will not permit it. Yang Jichao glared fiercely at him. With righteous indignation, Han Peng asserted, I am a legitimate doctor. I have sworn an oath to be responsible for my patients. I cannot allow such an amateur to treat Zhu Ke. Furthermore, as her attending physician, I bear the responsibility and obligation. Han Peng, I hereby declare that, from this moment forth, you are no longer Zhu Chue's attending physician. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated in the room. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. They turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a young woman in a white dress, supporting an elderly man as they entered slowly. The soldiers and medical staff stationed at the entrance followed closely behind. Upon seeing the old man, both Han Peng and Xuechen were taken aback. They had not anticipated his arrival. Even Yang Jichao's face reflected a look of astonishment. Lin Xian was equally shocked. Greetings, esteemed elder. Xuechen and Han Peng hastily approached the elder, offering a respectful military salute. The elder was none other than old Yang. The young woman assisting him was, of course, the school beauty Yang. Old Yang's piercing gaze fell upon Han Peng, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Han Peng stammered, Elder, what do you wish to say? Old Yang stated, I am now relieving you of your duties as attending physician. Young Lin will treat Zhu Ke. Do you have any objections? Esteemed elder, while I have no qualms about my dismissal, allowing this amateur to treat Zhu Ke is utterly irresponsible. Han Peng exclaimed. Irresponsible? Han Peng, tell me, how is Zhu Ke faring now? Old Yang inhaled deeply. Her life hangs by a thread, Han Peng replied. Is there any hope for her recovery? Old Yang inquired. Almost none. Han Peng admitted, his countenance darkening. Then let me ask you, can you save her? I cannot. Han Peng's face paled. Precisely. To you, Zhu Ke is already a lost cause. So why not allow someone else a chance? Even if this young man is a novice, not a true doctor, there are always greater talents beyond our horizons. Why not let him try? Old Yang spoke with a grave tone. We enough of your excuses. Step aside and refrain from speaking out of turn. Old Yang commanded with authority, then turned to Lin Xian. Young Lin, I entrust this to you. Feeling profoundly moved by the elder's support, Lin Xian nodded. I shall do my utmost. Go ahead, Old Yang affirmed. Subsequently, Lin Xian strode purposefully towards the bedside. Father, what brings you here? Yang Jichao inquired softly as he approached his father. Yang Lao cast a glance at him, stating, with Zhu Ke in such a dire condition, how could I possibly stay away? As he spoke, the old man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yang Jichao nodded, refraining from further comment, and assisted his father towards the bed. Han Peng, feeling immensely awkward, trailed behind the elder, harboring a sense of indignation, yet too apprehensive to voice it. Xuechen hurriedly fetched a soft chair and placed it behind the old man, saying, Please have a seat, elder. Yang Lao nodded, settling down, his hands resting on his cane. His gaze fixed vacantly on the frail girl lying near death on the bed, his expression filled with anguish. Lin Xian approached the bedside, observing the delicate, diminutive figure and struggling to comprehend how this girl could evoke such concern among so many influential figures. In his estimation, this girl must be an extraordinarily formidable warrior. Regardless of her identity, Lin Xian was determined to exhaust every effort to save her. After a preliminary diagnosis using the Wang Ziju technique, Lin Xian deduced that the girl had been afflicted by a peculiar poison. Chapter 59. The Poison of Black Cherry Blossom. Yet, he needed to further examine her pulse, scrutinize her pupils and tongue coating to accurately identify the nature of the poison. Lin Xian turned to Yang Jichao, saying, "Fourth uncle, I need to take her pulse." "You're the doctor. Proceed as you see fit," Yang Jichao replied. "Very well." Lin Xian then took the girl's wrist, placing it on the bedside, and positioned 3 fingers on her wrist. As he examined her pulse, his brow furrowed deeply, revealing his astonishment. Based on the descriptions in the Wandu Pian from the Shenong Secret Arts, he had confirmed the nature of the poison. It was the black cherry blossom poison. This toxin originated from the East Japan, now known as the Island Nation, and was derived from a variant of cherry blossom known as black cherry. It was colorless, odorless, and extremely toxic. The most terrifying aspect was that this poison could only be neutralized by a herb called black cherry grass, which could only be found in that island nation. Otherwise, there were virtually no remedies available to ordinary people. However, Lin Xian was no ordinary individual. Searching through his memories for an antidote, he finally discovered one. Yet, the method was somewhat scandalous. Yang Jichao and Xue Chun gazed intently at Lin Xian, awaiting his diagnosis. Meanwhile, Han Peng observed Lin Xian with a smirk, mocking, "So what is the verdict, esteemed one?" Lin Xian turned to Yang Lao, declaring, "Elder, I can save her." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in shock and uproar. How could this individual, who had never attended medical school and was not even a legitimate physician, claim he could save Zhu Ke? It was utterly bewildering. Yang Lao, brimming with excitement, quickly asked, "Is that true?" "Indeed, I can save her," Lin Xian affirmed, looking intently at Yang Lao. "Impossible." Han Peng interjected sharply, exclaiming, "Elder Yang, do not listen to this young man's nonsense. Zhu Qiue's organs have already been ravaged by the poison. She's on the brink of death. Even a celestial being could not save her. So what grounds does he have to claim he can?" Xuechen remarked, "Indeed, we have summoned numerous experts to save Zhu Ke, yet to no avail. How can you possibly succeed?" Not only did Han Peng and Xuechen express their skepticism towards Lin Xian, but even the medical personnel and soldiers present displayed doubt upon their faces. In response to their scrutiny, Lin Xian spoke calmly, "I am not speaking in vain. I can truly save her. The time left for Miss Zhu Ke is dwindling. If we do not act swiftly, I fear she may." Elder Yang interjected, "Very well, then hasten to save Zhu Ke." Lin Xian turned to Elder Yang and said, "Old sir, in order to treat Miss Zhu Ke, she will need to remove her outer garments. Of course, not entirely. Her undergarments may remain." "Preposterous. Are you trying to take advantage of Zhu Ke? She is a paragon of valor, a battle hero. She was poisoned in her noble quest to thwart the enemy's schemes. To suggest she disrobe is to tarnish her heroism." Han Peng exclaimed vehemently. Yang Jichao and the others exchanged peculiar glances with Lin Xian. Yang Zichao inquired, "En Merlin, is it absolutely necessary for her to undress?" Lin Xian, equally perplexed, replied, "Fourth uncle, the situation is as follows. Miss Zhu Ke has been afflicted by a rare and potent toxin." "Wait," Han Peng interrupted. "Since you claim to be able to save Zhu Ke, surely you must be able to identify the poison she has been affected by?" Lin Xian met Han Peng's gaze with a slight smirk, fully aware that Han Peng was attempting to challenge him publicly. Should he fail to provide an answer, he would become a laughingstock. Lin Xian declared, "Miss Zhu Ke is afflicted by the poison of the black cherry blossom." Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone froze in disbelief. He actually articulated it. Even Han Peng wore a face of shock, staring blankly at Lin Xian, astonished that he had indeed spoken the truth. The toxin afflicting Zhu Ke was indeed the black cherry blossom poison. This had only been uncovered after extensive research on their part. How could this so-called country doctor from the village declare it outright? It left Han Peng utterly flabbergasted. Elder Yang turned to Han Peng and asked, "Is he correct?" Yes, Han Peng replied, his expression awkward, but then his eyes narrowed as he sneered. I suspect it was you, Commander Yang, who informed him. Han Peng directed his gaze towards Yang Jichao, insinuating that he had disclosed the nature of Zhu Chue's poison to Lin Xian. Yang Jichao shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, I said nothing. He deduced it himself. Impossible. We pored over countless documents and resources to ascertain that Zhu Ke was poisoned by this toxin. So how could he possibly know? Han Peng protested vehemently. Lin Xian felt utterly exasperated. He could not comprehend how he had offended Han Peng to warrant such relentless ridicule. Did he truly wish to humiliate him? Enough, Han Peng. There are always those who surpass us. Is it so hard to accept that others may possess knowledge beyond your own? Young Lin is a master of traditional medicine. It is entirely reasonable for him to recognize this poison. Silence yourself. Elder Yang Shosti said angrily, gloating at Han Peng. Seeing the elder's fury, Han Peng immediately fell silent, though he shot a cold glance at Lin Xian and said, Fine, you may have guessed correctly. Now, what is your method of treatment? Lin Xian gave him a sidelong glance and stated, The treatment is quite simple. I require Miss Zhu Ke to remove her outer garments and immerse her body in the pool, where I will perform acupuncture to expel the poison. Upon hearing the words, Han Peng fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, Indeed, that is exactly the case. Lin Xian responded coolly, yet inwardly he scoffed, pondering how simplistic his understanding was, for the profundity and enigma of this matter were beyond his grasp. Ha ha ha! Han Peng immediately erupted in derisive laughter. Turning to Elder Yang, did you hear that? He claims this method is laughable, suggesting that the vermilion bird should be immersed in water for acupuncture to expel toxins. Does he take this for a martial arts novel? Truly absurd. I perceive he merely wishes to take advantage of the vermilion bird. Silence. Elder Yang admonished sharply, then turned to Lin Xian, saying, Young Lin, let us proceed as you suggest. After all, the vermilion bird is already in such a state. It cannot deteriorate further. Elder Yang, you truly allow him. Utter another word, and you shall leave. Before Han Peng could finish his retort, Elder Yang barked decisively. Han Peng fell silent. Elder Yang then looked to Lin Xian and inquired, What shall be your next course of action? We shall fully cooperate. Lin Xian replied, Please prepare a water tank swiftly. A bathtub will suffice. Fill it with warm water, approximately 40 degrees Celsius. Next, I request that a female staff member assists in removing the vermilion bird's outer garment, though not entirely, just enough for her to sit in the tub with her body submerged, leaving her head and neck exposed. Chapter 60. Expelling toxins from the beauty in the bathtub, not a problem. Elder Yang directed Xuechun, Young Xue, proceed as Young Lin has advised. Understood. Xuechun responded somewhat reluctantly. Xuechun had the staff follow Lin Xian's instructions to fill the bathtub with warm water. Soon after, the female staff escorted the vermilion bird to the bathing area, helping her remove her outer clothing and allowing her to sit in the tub, her body immersed. Once everything was prepared, Xuechun looked to Lin Xian and said, Mr. Lin, you may proceed. Lin Xian nodded, and Elder Yang rose, stepping forward to grasp his hand firmly, stating, Young Lin, please do your utmost. Lin Xian met Elder Yang's gaze earnestly, affirming, Rest assured, Elder Yang, I shall exert every effort. Elder Yang nodded, Very well. With that, Lin Xian made his way toward the bathing area. Old Xue, to prevent any mishaps, I believe it wise to send a few female staff members inside as well, Han Peng suggested meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned slightly. Fully grasping Han Peng's implication, it was an attempt to monitor him. Elder Yang and Yang Jichao exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their understanding. Xuechun contemplated briefly before agreeing. Let 3 female nurses accompany you to assist. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, That works perfectly. I may indeed need their assistance. So let them join. Very well, Xuechun nodded. Thus, 3 female nurses followed Lin Xian into the bathing area. Upon entering, Lin Xian beheld a back as smooth as jade. Though the vermilion bird was slender and petite, her figure was remarkable, particularly her alluring silhouette. The 3 nurses observed Lin Xian closely akin to agents keeping a vigilant watch to prevent any impropriety. Lin Xian addressed the nurse's sisters. "I'm about to commence the rescue. Please ensure no one enters to disturb me during the process." "Understood." The three nurses nodded in agreement. "Excellent." Lin Xian nodded and approached her side, where Zhu Ke was clad in 2 pieces of undergarments, her figure exceedingly alluring. However, Lin Xian refrained from lingering too long in admiration. Instead, he retrieved silver needles from his pocket and swiftly began acupuncture on Zhu Qiue's back. Having practiced acupuncture several times, Lin Xian had already mastered the technique. The 3 female nurses fixed their gazes on him, vigilantly ensuring he did not take liberties with Zhu Ke. As Lin Xian inserted 2 silver needles into her smooth, jade-like back, he then turned his attention to the front. Upon doing so, he was met with a vast and breathtaking sight, which made his heart race, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze in an effort to suppress his wandering thoughts. He proceeded to insert 2 silver needles into her pristine abdomen while the 3 nurses stood beside him, intently watching to prevent any impropriety. Once the acupuncture was completed, Lin Xian began to channel his true energy into Zhu Qiue's body using the Shinnong secret technique in conjunction with the Thunder Fire 9 needles. This energy infusion served dual purposes: to expel toxins and to repair her damaged internal organs. As he twirled the silver needles and directed the energy inward, the needles began to tremble, producing faint sounds, a clear indication of needle quivering. The 3 nurses observed Lin Xian's acupuncture with baffled expressions, their lips curling into scornful smirks. They certainly did not believe that Lin Xian could revive someone solely through acupuncture. Lin Xian persistently infused true energy into Zhu Qiue's body. Time slipped by, and after 15 minutes, he was still engaged in acupuncture and energy transmission. The round-faced nurse, growing impatient, remarked, "Hey, how much longer will this take? Why isn't she awake yet?" Her words caused Lin Xian to falter momentarily, his true energy nearly disrupted. He immediately turned to the nurse and said sternly, "Do not disturb me." "What?" "We're merely inquiring about the situation. You've been at this for quite some time." "Enough, Xiaohua. Cease your comments." The elder nurse interjected just as the round-faced nurse was about to retort. With a disdainful glint in her eyes, the round-faced nurse muttered under her breath, "What a charade. When he fails to save her, he'll be the one embarrassed." As time slowly passed outside, Elder Yang and the others waited anxiously. Han Peng, noting the silence from within, sneered, "Elder Yang, look at this. It's been ages and there's not a peep. This indicates he lacks the ability to save Zhu Ke. I suggest we stop this futile endeavor and let him out." Elder Yang frowned and replied, "Can you keep quiet?" "Elder Yang, I speak out of concern. That Lin fellow is nothing more than a quack, not even a real doctor." Silence. Elder Yang's expression darkened as he rebuked him. Han Peng had no choice but to fall silent, internally scoffing, "All right, let him put on a show. I'll see how long he can maintain this farce." In truth, Elder Yang was also quite anxious. 20 minutes had passed with no indication of progress, leading him to doubt Lin Xian's capabilities. Yang Zitao, with his eyes fixed on the bathroom door, hoped for a miracle. Half an hour slipped by, and Elder Yang's countenance grew increasingly grim. To be honest, he no longer held any hope for Zhu Qiue's recovery. After all, so much time had elapsed without any sign of life. Meanwhile, within the bathroom, Lin Xian continued his acupuncture and energy infusion for Zhu Ke. 3 nurses stood aside, their faces adorned with impatience. The round-faced nurse finally could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Hey, how long do you intend to keep us waiting?" Lin Xian's expression darkened as he replied, "Do not disturb me. Do you think I desire this? You have been fussing about for half an hour. The girl, Zhu Ke, is already deceased. Do not play the hero." Just as the round-faced nurse uttered these words, a sudden turn of events occurred. Zhu Ke coughed up a stream of black blood. The dark liquid splattered against the edge of the bathtub, creating a most eerie spectacle. The round-faced nurse, upon witnessing this scene, stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 61. Zhu Ke Awakens. The round-faced nurse stared blankly at Zhu Ke. The act of her spitting blood signified that she had returned to life, that she had not perished. The other two nurses also gazed at Zhu Ke, their faces filled with sheer horror. Upon seeing Zhu Ke expel the black blood, Lin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had successfully forced the poison within Zhu Chua's body to a certain area, enabling her to expel it. Without pausing, Lin Xian continued with the acupuncture. Then, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. Black liquid began to seep from Zhu Chua's skin, which was submerged in the water. The foul-smelling liquid was undoubtedly the poison. The three nurses were left astonished, their expressions resembling that of fools. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was filled with joy at this revelation. He thought to himself, this Shinong's secret technique is truly miraculous. It has indeed expelled the poison from her body, as Lin Xian relentlessly forced out the toxins. The poison within Zhu Ke continued to emerge from her skin, causing the water in the bathtub to grow increasingly murky. The three nurses stood in a daze. Outside, Han Peng could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "Old Yang, it has been over half an hour without any sign of progress. We should go in and check. Zhu Ke is beyond saving. Why prolong the agony?" Elder Yang replied solemnly, "Let's wait a little longer. What are we waiting for? Zhu Ke has long since lost her chance. Not even a celestial being descending could remedy this. If that young man manages to save Zhu Ke, I shall kneel and call him father." Han Peng made this declaration. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang's face reflected a hint of struggle, but he ultimately sighed and said, "Shui, Ji Chao, go and see what the situation is." Understood. Shui Chun and Yang Ji Chao nodded and walked directly toward the bathing room, with Han Peng hastily following suit. However, as they approached the door, it swung open, revealing a pale Lin Xian emerging from within. What transpired? Yang Ji Chao inquired anxiously. What else could happen? Just look at his demeanor. It is clear that it did not go well. Let's enter directly, Han Peng replied coldly, attempting to enter the bathing room. However, a round-faced nurse stepped out to block his path, saying, "Director Han, do not enter. Miss Zhu Ke is dressing." Dressing? Of course, if she has passed, she must at least be dressed decently. Han Peng remarked meaningfully, "Little Yuan, this individual did not violate Miss Zhu Ke, did he?" The round-faced nurse cast a reverent glance at Lin Xian and responded, "Of course not." "Well, I commend your honesty." Han Peng shot a glance at Lin Xian before turning to Yang Ji Chao and Shui Chun beside him, saying, "Gentlemen, do you see? I told you allowing this fellow to treat Zhu Ke was sheer folly. What are you standing around for? Hurry and bring out Miss Zhu Chua's remains." The last statement was directed toward the round-faced nurse. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice resonated. "There is no need to trouble them. I shall come out myself." Upon hearing this voice, everyone froze, their expressions transforming into one of sheer astonishment. They beheld the sight of Zhu Ke, elegantly attired and supported by two nurses, slowly emerging. The crowd, witnessing this extraordinary scene, reacted as though they had seen a ghost. Zhu Ke had actually returned to life. Han Peng thought he was hallucinating and hastily rubbed his eyes, only to confirm that Zhu Ke was indeed standing before them, alive and well. In an instant, Han Peng's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling involuntarily as he muttered in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can the dead return to life?" Yang Ji Chao gazed at Zhu Ke in shock, exclaiming, "Zhu Ke, is it truly you?" Zhu Ke turned her gaze towards Yang Ji Chao, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Team leader, you are not mistaken. I have returned to life. It was Mr. Lin who pulled me back from the clutches of death." Upon hearing this, Yang Ji Chao was overwhelmed with excitement and quickly turned to Lin Xian, astonished that Lin Xian had indeed accomplished the miraculous feat of saving Zhu Ke. "Mr. Lin, you have performed a miracle. Your medical skills are truly remarkable," Yang Ji Chao exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm. Lin Xian shook his head, offering a faint smile. Shui Chun, equally astonished, looked at Lin Xian with admiration and a tinge of guilt. Not long ago, he had ridiculed Lin Xian. Yet now Lin Xian had genuinely rescued Zhu Ke from the grasp of death, stirring a sense of shame within him. In stark contrast, Han Peng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He could not fathom how this seemingly insignificant individual had managed to bring someone back to life. Could it be that traditional Chinese medicine had evolved to such extraordinary heights? Mr. Lin, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. I, Zhuke, solemnly declare that whenever you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall face any peril without reservation. Zhuke earnestly stated as she looked at Lin Xian. He smiled and replied, "It is nothing, for you are a valiant warrior defending our homeland. To have saved you is my honor." Upon hearing Lin Xian's remarkably grand words, a unique appreciation flickered across Zhu Chue's enchanting visage. This young man spoke with remarkable eloquence. He was indeed extraordinary. Rest assured, if you ever find yourself in need of my services, do not hesitate to let me know. Zhuke affirmed. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. At that moment, the voice of Elder Yang emerged. "My dear girl, you have returned." "Grandfather Yang," Zhuke exclaimed, rushing towards the speaker with fervent excitement. Elder Yang, supported by Yang Sahan, approached, his face brimming with emotion, nearly moved to tears. He grasped Zhu Chue's hands tightly and said, "My dear girl, it is a relief to see you awake." At this juncture, Xuechan stepped forward with a smile, stating, "Zhuke, in fact, Mr. Lin was invited here by Elder Yang." Upon hearing this, Zhuke turned to Elder Yang and said, "Grandfather Yang, you saved me." "No, it was young Lin who saved you. If you are to express gratitude, it should be directed towards him." Elder Yang insisted. "Of course, Mr. Lin is my savior, and I shall certainly be grateful to him. However, without your guidance, Mr. Lin would not have come to my aid," Zhuke replied with a smile. "Ha ha ha." Elder Yang burst into laughter, then approached Lin Xian. Standing before Lin Xian, he grasped his hand and said, "Young Lin, you have done exceptionally well. Truly remarkable. The old man is deeply grateful to you." Receiving such high praise from the esteemed elder, Lin Xian naturally felt honored. However, he remained humble, responding, "Elder, it was merely a small effort." Still so modest. "Elder young Chuklet." Just then, a sharp and piercing voice interrupted. Chapter 62. Could it be a fleeting glimpse of life? Everyone's gaze turned toward the speaker, revealing Han Peng with a ghastly expression, shouting. Yang Jichao spoke in a deep tone. "Director Han, what do you mean by impossible?" Han Peng exclaimed, "I believe this Lin fellow did not truly save Miss Zhuke." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of disbelief, inwardly thinking that Han Peng had lost his mind. After all, Zhuke was standing there in perfect health. How could she not have been saved? Could it be that she had risen from the dead? Even Zhuke herself found it amusing and remarked, "Director Han, if you claim that Mr. Lin did not save me, am I a spirit or have I risen from the dead?" Elder Yang chimed in, "Han Peng, what nonsense are you spouting?" Han Peng quickly responded, "No, Elder Yang. Miss Zhuke, that is not what I meant. My assertion is that this young man did not genuinely heal you, but rather employed a special method to awaken your final potential, making you appear normal. How should I phrase it? Oh yes, it is akin to a fleeting glimpse of life." A fleeting glimpse of life? The crowd's expression shifted. Even Zhu Chue's countenance changed. Could it be that she truly was merely experiencing a fleeting glimpse of life? Lin Xian, listening to Han Peng, wore a cold smile and said, "On what basis do you believe she is experiencing a fleeting glimpse of life?" Han Peng, looking at Lin Xian, sneered through the professional assessments of many of our experts. "Miss Zhuke is already in a critical state, and we have been unable to save her by any means. You may have revived her, but it is merely through an improper method that has stirred her last flicker of life. In other words, Miss Zhuke is currently only experiencing a fleeting glimpse of life. It won't be long before you will understand." The crowd's expressions turned increasingly peculiar. Could it be that Zhuke was indeed merely experiencing a fleeting glimpse of life? Was death imminent? Elder Yang's expression darkened as he retorted, "Han Peng, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhuke stands here in good health. Her complexion is excellent. How can this be a fleeting glimpse of life? Are you envious of young Lin, leading you to speak such words?" "Elder Yang, I am not envious. I am merely stating facts and respecting science," Han Peng insisted earnestly. At that moment, Zhuke interjected, "Director Han, I know my body better than anyone. I feel revitalized and full of life, not experiencing a fleeting glimpse of life, as you suggest. Han Peng turned to Zhuke and remarked, Miss Zhuke, this is merely your illusion. We must honor science. Based on my judgment, your internal organs and bodily functions are essentially in a state of decline. A thorough examination with our medical instruments will reveal the truth. Zhuke, perplexed, replied, I am standing here just fine. Why do you persist in wishing for my demise? Han Peng hastily responded, Miss Zhuke, I do not wish you any harm. I am simply engaging in scientific analysis and judgment to provide proof of my claims. Let me conduct a scientific and detailed examination on Miss Zhuke using instruments. Results can be obtained within half an hour. As Han Peng had not yet finished speaking, Zhuke immediately interjected with a deep voice. There is no need for an examination. I am well aware of my own body, and I am certain that Mr. Lin has saved me. Yet Han Peng remained unconvinced and retorted, Miss Zhuke, you must trust in science. I believe this individual merely employed a special method to stimulate your life force. Enough. Zhuke glared at Han Peng and rebuked Han Peng. I perceive that you are simply envious of Mr. Lin for healing me, and it is your own pride that has been wounded, prompting your incessant attempts to undermine him. I am not, Han Peng replied, stubbornly holding his ground. Miss Zhuke, I am merely concerned for your health. Zhuke was truly enraged, her expression dark as stormy waters, ready to explode, when Lin Xian's voice resonated. Miss Zhuke, since this esteemed Director Han insists on suggesting that you are merely experiencing a fleeting revival and wishes to conduct an examination, why not allow him to proceed? Mr. Lin, is an examination truly necessary? Am I not aware of my own condition? Zhuke hurriedly interjected. Miss Zhuke, it is of no consequence. Let him conduct the examination. It will also put your mind and the minds of others at ease, Lin Xian replied. Zhuke hesitated. At that moment, Elder Yang spoke. Little Lin is correct. Since Han Peng continues to spout such nonsense, let him conduct the examination to ensure his satisfaction. With the elder's endorsement, Zhuke refrained from further protest and turned to Han Peng. Proceed with the examination. Han Peng's heart surged with joy, yet he cast a dark glance at Lin Xian, declaring, You young man, I shall soon expose your false facade. Lin Xian replied calmly, I hope you unveil it swiftly. Just wait, Han Peng said, gesturing for Zhuke to follow him to the examination room. The nurses, meanwhile, whispered among themselves, Do you think Miss Zhuke is truly experiencing a fleeting revival? It doesn't seem that way to me. But Director Han is so experienced and authoritative, another nurse countered. Let us await the outcome, someone else suggested. Truth be told, no one could ascertain whether Zhuke was genuinely experiencing a fleeting revival. The most composed amidst the gathering was Elder Yang, who firmly believed that Lin Xian had indeed saved Zhuke. At that moment, Zhuke was undergoing various tests in the examination room, including a chest X-ray and blood extraction. However, as Han Peng delved deeper into the examination, his complexion gradually paled. He discovered that not only had all toxins disappeared from Zhu Chue's blood, but even the organs that had been ravaged by the toxins were now restored. It is crucial to note that Zhuke had been poisoned by the black cherry blossom toxin, which irreversibly erodes the internal organs. Even if the toxins have been expelled from Zhu Chue's body, the resultant damage should have remained. Yet the examination results indicated that Zhu Chue's organs were in perfect health, just like those of a normal person. This revelation rendered Han Peng's face ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Noticing Han Peng's distress, Zhuke inquired, Director Han, am I in peril? Han Peng, visibly embarrassed, replied, Miss Zhuke, do not be alarmed. There is one final test to conduct, brainwave analysis. Zhuke shook her head, choosing not to say more. Han Peng performed the brainwave analysis, and upon reviewing the results, his face fell, ashen and lifeless. He slumped in despair, muttering weakly, could it be that there truly are deities in this world? Chapter 63, Directoran. Should you not call me father? Upon returning to the ward, everyone awaited the results with bated breath. At that moment, Zhuke and Han Peng re-entered. Zhuke appeared vibrant and full of life, in stark contrast to Han Peng, whose complexion was pale, resembling one in mourning. How is it? Xueqin hurriedly pressed forward to inquire. Han Peng glanced at the crowd and cast a respectful gaze towards Lin Xian, slowly responding. Zhu Chue's health is perfectly normal. At the sound of Han Peng's words, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. Goodness, did you hear that? Mr. Lin has succeeded. He truly cured Miss Zhu Ke of her poison. So many experts failed, yet he achieved what they could not. He is truly remarkable. Perhaps even Hua Tuo himself would be impressed. Astounding. A mere folk healer possesses such extraordinary skills. Is indeed commendable. I always said he would succeed, yet you all doubted. Look at you so smitten. Surely you do not have feelings for him? Get lost. The crowd was elated. Even the usually composed elder let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, his calm demeanor had been somewhat forced. Now that Han Peng had revealed the test results, his mind was put at ease. Zhu Ke was unharmed. Everything was well. The nation had not lost this heroic woman. Upon hearing Han Peng's words, Lin Xian maintained a placid expression, though his heart brimmed with excitement. He could not deny that the Shinnong secret technique was indeed formidable. It was no wonder it was left behind by Shinnong, the progenitor of Chinese medicine. Truly impressive. Now that Zhu Ke is well, it is cause for universal joy. However, Zhu Ke dear, now that you have recovered, do not rush back to work. You must take care of your health to better serve the nation and its people. Yang Lao remarked with a smile directed at Zhu Ke. All right, Zhu Ke replied with a cheerful laugh, her gaze filled with a unique gratitude towards Lin Xian. Shaolin, let us step outside for a moment. Yang Lao turned to Lin Xian with a smile. Shall we? Certainly. Lin Xian nodded with a smile, preparing to accompany Yang Lao outside. Just then, Yang Sihuan's voice rang out. Wait a moment. Yang Sihuan's sudden interjection drew everyone's attention. Yang Lao looked at her curiously and asked, My dear, what is it? I have something to say, Grandpa. Yang Sihuan responded. Go ahead, Yang Lao encouraged. Yang Sihuan glanced at Han Peng, her words laden with meaning. I recall someone once promised that if Brother Lin could cure Sister Zhu Ke, he would kneel and call Brother Lin something special. Han Peng's face turned crimson upon hearing this. The crowd turned to him, wearing amused expressions. Indeed, Han Peng had made such a vow. He had stated that if Lin Xian could heal Zhu Ke, he would kneel and call Lin Xian father. Now that Lin Xian had achieved it, he must fulfill his promise. Yang Sihuan brought this up to tease him, reminding him of his earlier arrogance. Yang Jichao shook his head lightly, eager to see how Han Peng would navigate this situation. Xuechen offered a peculiar smile, but remained silent. Who wouldn't he want to witness the drama, especially involving the self-important Han Peng? He certainly deserved a lesson. Yang Sihuan addressed Han Peng, Director Han. As the saying goes, one cannot stand without credit. What will you do now? Han Peng, a man of immense pride, found himself in an exceedingly awkward situation as Yang Sihuan broached a particular topic. The medical staff around them suppressed their laughter, and Yang Sihuan continued, well, since the esteemed Director Han cannot bear to lose, let it be. Who cannot afford to lose? Han Peng's expression darkened as he retorted, I, Han Peng, a man of honor, am willing to accept the wager and its consequences. With that, he strode furiously towards Lin Xian, his face flushed with embarrassment, struggling internally. Directoran, do proceed, Yang Sihuan urged. Kneeling is out of the question, Han Peng replied firmly, just as he bent his knees to kneel. A pair of hands suddenly grasped his shoulders. Startled, he turned to see Lin Xian standing behind him, gazing back with a gentle smile. It's all right, Director Han. There's no need to kneel. At that moment, you merely misunderstood me. Besides, your intentions were for the benefit of Miss Zhu Ke, and your heart was in the right place. Let's step outside and converse. With that, Lin Xian strode confidently towards the exit. Han Peng stood frozen, astonished that Lin Xian had chosen to spare him, graciously providing him an exit from his predicament. Yang Sihuan exclaimed, Brother Lin, why did you let him off so easily? Have you forgotten how he treated you before? Lin Xian turned to her, smiling. Miss Yang, while Director Han was indeed a bit excessive in his demeanor, his intentions were ultimately for Miss Zhu Ke's sake. Therefore, his attitude was somewhat understandable, and there is no need to dwell on it. Saying this, Lin Xian continued walking out. Old Master Yang, upon hearing Lin Xian's words, exhibited a glimmer of approval in his eyes and followed with his cane. Ah, you truly are too kind-hearted. Yang Sihuan huffed in frustration, stamping her foot. Zhu Ke, observing Lin Xian's retreating figure, spoke softly. His medical skills are extraordinary, yet he remains humble. Truly remarkable. Han Peng, still dazed, watched Lin Xian leave, his expression a mix of peculiarity and complexity, a twinge of guilt surfacing within him. Having previously disparaged this young man, he was taken aback by Lin Xian's magnanimity, which stirred something profound within him. Although he had a reputation for being harsh and prideful, the grace and humility exhibited by Lin Xian evoked a newfound respect in his heart. Xuechen also observed Lin Xian with admiration. Suddenly, he turned to Yang Jichao and said, "Jichao, come here. I need to speak with you." He then addressed Zhuke. "Please, take the time to rest." "Certainly," Zhuke replied promptly. Yang Jichao nodded and followed Xuechen into a room. Brother Lin, despite how Director Han treated him, he chose to forgive him. It's utterly speechless. Yang Sahan complained as she approached Zhuke. Zhuke turned to her with a smile. "Sahan, you are mistaken. Mr. Lin's approach is quite astute." "Astute? In what way?" Yang Sahan asked, puzzled. Zhuke smiled mysteriously. "Let us go to the adjacent room. I have a few questions for you as well." "All right," Yang Sahan agreed, and together they made their way to the next room. Chapter 64. Serving as the special military doctor for the mysterious organization, Dragon Soul Yang Jichao followed Xuechen into a room, smiling as he inquired, "Old Xue, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Xuechen regarded him thoughtfully, stating, "I have an idea, but I am curious about your thoughts on it." "Oh, what is your idea?" Yang Jichao responded eagerly. "It is this," Xuechen began. "Mr. Lin possesses extraordinary medical skills. I propose that we invite him to serve as our special military doctor. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yang Jichao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Old Xue, what a brilliant idea. Our Dragon Soul team faces numerous casualties each year while combating the enemy on covert fronts. If we could have a military doctor of Mr. Lin's caliber, how many lives could we potentially save?" "Exactly," Xuechen affirmed. He was a logistics leader in a certain mysterious security department in China. The Dragon Soul Brigade was an operational unit under this enigmatic organization, tasked with the arduous struggle against the enemy on hidden fronts. Yang Jichao served as a team leader within the Dragon Soul Brigade, while Zhuke was a team member. The highest authority within this secretive department held the codename Dragon King. Xuechen continued with a smile, provided Mr. Lin agrees to become our special military doctor. I believe we could petition the Dragon King to grant him the rank of major and the status of a special advisor in our department. What do you think? That sounds splendid. Old Xue, you have a keen eye for talent. All right, I shall take on this task and speak with Mr. Lin, Yang Jichao replied with palpable excitement. However, he soon exhibited a hint of concern, saying, "Old Xue, while I doubt Mr. Lin will refuse the position of special military doctor, I am uncertain whether he would be willing to work full-time in our department." "Ha!" Xuechen chuckled. "Since he is a special military doctor, his role will naturally be part-time, with no requirement for a full-time presence. As long as we can summon him when one of our members is gravely injured, it suffices." "Excellent. Then there are no issues," Yang Jichao beamed. "I shall approach him at once." "Jichao, before you rush to speak with Mr. Lin, it would be prudent to consult with the old man first. If he gives his approval, then proceed, all right?" Xuechen advised. "Understood." Yang Jichao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Yang Lao exited the small building. Yang Lao regarded him with a look of approval, saying, "Young Lin, you have done remarkably well." Lin Xian humbly replied, "It was nothing." Yang Lao insisted, "No need for modesty. By saving Zhuke, you have preserved a hero's life for the nation." Lin Xian's eyes flickered with curiosity as he asked, "May I inquire about Miss Zhuchue's background?" Yang Lao smiled mysteriously at him, prompting Lin Xian to quickly add, "I understand this is a military secret, and you need not divulge it." Yang Lao chuckled, "There is nothing I cannot share with you. Zhuke is a member of a certain operational group within the Dragon Soul Brigade, dedicated to combating spies infiltrating our nation from the islands. She has received first-class honors twice, second-class honors 4 times, and has been recognized for her achievements over a dozen times. She has thwarted various enemy plots and operations. earning the title of the modern-day Mulan from the High Command. Lin Xian was taken aback, overwhelmed by the revelation. He had never imagined that the slender, petite Zhuke was so formidable. He had long suspected she was an extraordinary female warrior, but he had no idea she was, in fact, a true superheroine. Twice awarded first-class merit, 4 times second-class merit, and numerous third-class accolades. Each accomplishment is indeed a source of pride for one's family. Undoubtedly, she is a contemporary heroine akin to Mulan. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "The Phoenix Maiden is truly remarkable. I hold her in high esteem." Old Yang chuckled. This girl joined the Dragon Soul at the tender age of 18 and has since achieved extraordinary feats. Thus, your act of saving her is indeed a significant contribution. At this juncture, Old Yang fixed a warm gaze upon Lin Xian, his face aglow with a smile. Lin Xian scratched his head, feeling immensely honored, and replied, "Old Yang, hearing you say that makes me feel privileged to have saved the Phoenix. Accolades matter little to me." "Huh, your mindset is commendable," Old Yang chuckled. "Old Yang, what exactly is this Dragon Soul?" Lin Xian felt a sense of intrigue. Sensing the mysterious and formidable nature of the Dragon Soul, and inquired curiously. Old Yang explained, "The Dragon Soul is an operational unit under a certain governmental department. Every member is a rare gem, possessing exceptional qualities. Their mission is to engage in arduous battles against enemy spies. The Dragon Soul is directly overseen by the highest authority of this department, known by the codename Dragon King." Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Dragon King? That sounds truly formidable. He then comprehended the purpose of this department. It was indeed the legendary espionage unit. "What about Uncle Yang?" Lin Xian looked at Old Yang, seeking clarification. Old Yang smiled mysteriously and responded, "He's also part of it. That Xuechun is a leader within this department." "Now I see." Lin Xian nodded in understanding. "Little Lin, I have an idea, and I wonder if you would be willing to consider it." Old Yang suddenly proposed. "Old sir, please speak." "I will do my utmost if it is within my capabilities," Lin Xian promptly replied. Old Yang continued with a smile. "You see, the Dragon Soul members face relentless struggles against the enemy each year, with adversarial tactics that are ever-evolving. Our members endure various injuries and fatalities. Take, for instance, the Phoenix. She fell victim to a deadly poison, and had it not been for your intervention, she would have perished with honor. Therefore, I was thinking, if you could serve as a specially appointed military doctor for the Dragon Soul, your healing could significantly diminish their casualties." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart raced with excitement. Without hesitation, he declared, "Old Yang, I am willing." Old Yang beamed at Lin Xian's response and said, "Excellent. Old Yang, I am eager to accept. But do you think I am suitable for this role?" Lin Xian expressed a hint of self-doubt. "Quite suitable. You managed to save the near-death Phoenix. Your medical skills are remarkable, and you are undoubtedly qualified for the position of special military doctor. Here is the plan. I will speak with Xuechun, and he will formally extend an offer for you to join as a specially appointed military doctor for the Dragon Soul. As for the remuneration, it shall be equivalent to that of the Phoenix." Old Yang chuckled. Lin Xian, filled with uncontainable excitement, quickly replied, "Old Yang, honestly, the compensation is of little concern. As long as I can treat these heroes, I would be willing to serve even without remuneration." "Huh, that mindset is splendid, but you must receive the rightful compensation. The nation cannot utilize its people for free." Old Yang laughed. "Now go on. I will discuss this with Xuechun." "All right." Lin Xian smiled radiantly. He was exhilarated. Should he become the specially appointed military doctor for the Dragon Soul, it would not only be an honor, but also a prestigious title that carried immense weight. Previously, he had been troubled by his lack of employment. Now, unexpectedly, an opportunity has arisen, and it is with the military. How splendid! Lin Xian returned with Elder Yang, and upon seeing them enter, Yang Jichao promptly addressed the elder, saying, "Father, I wish to discuss something with you." Elder Yang replied, "What is it? Speak directly." Chapter 65. Elder Yang's conversation with the Dragon King Yang Jichao cast a glance at Lin Xian and, with a mysterious smile, said, "Father, this is not the right place to discuss it. Please follow me." Elder Yang shook his head at his son and turned to Lin Xian, saying, "Young Lin, please take a seat and rest for a moment. I need to speak with Fourth." "All right." Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Feeling rather idle, he settled onto his sofa. At that moment, Han Peng approached, looking quite awkward, and called out, "Mr. Lin." Lin Xian turned to him, frowning. "Director Han, what else do you want?" "No, no, no. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble, but to offer my apologies," Han Peng hurriedly replied. "Apologies?" Lin Xian was taken aback, looking at him and asking, "For what?" Han Peng sighed sincerely. "Previously, I failed to recognize your worth, and I have offended you on multiple occasions. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Lin Xian, upon hearing these words, wore a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this old fellow would come to apologize to him. He quickly rose, smiling. "Director Han, it's nothing. It was merely a small misunderstanding, and I have long since set it aside." Seeing Lin Xian so unperturbed and even courteous towards him, Han Peng was quite moved and said, "Mr. Lin, at such a young age, you possess such a broad mind and talent. I truly admire you. I feel quite ashamed." He even clasped his hands in respect. "Ah, Director Han, there is no need for such formalities. As Lu Sun once said, a smile upon meeting can erase past grievances. Moreover, we are all striving for the same noble cause. There is no animosity between us." Lin Xian said lightly. "Ha ha, indeed." Han Peng chuckled in agreement. The resolution of grievances between Lin Xian and Han Peng brought a sense of relief to Lin Xian. It seems that Han Peng's position as vice director is not without merit. The mere fact that he could take the initiative to acknowledge his fault surpasses most individuals. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat. Let us converse." Han Peng invited Lin Xian to sit, and they began a leisurely discussion, his eyes filled with respect. The medical staff, witnessing Han Peng's deference towards Lin Xian, displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never seen Han Peng treat a young person with such regard. In another room, Yang Jichao assisted his father in taking a seat on a sofa, saying, "Father, I just spoke with old Shui and suggested hiring young Lin as our special military physician for Longan. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Elder Yang was momentarily taken aback before breaking into hearty laughter. "Father, why are you laughing?" Yang Zichao inquiret, Puvlet. Elder Yang looked at him and said, "Old Shui truly is a soldier I have trained. He is on the same wavelength as me. I had just been discussing with young Lin about inviting him to join us, but I did not expect you to share this notion as well. This is splendid." With that, Elder Yang burst into laughter once more. Hearing this, Yang Jichao's eyes widened in surprise, and he replied, "Father, this is indeed a case of heroes sharing the same vision." "Heroes? You are merely flattering yourself," Elder Yang retorted with a sidelong glance. Yang Jichao smiled shyly and said, "It was merely a metaphor." "Father, have you spoken to Xiaolin about this matter?" "What did Xiaolin say?" Yang Lao replied, "I want to divulge his thoughts just yet. First, you must tell me what you and Xiao Xue discussed regarding the terms of his employment." Yang Jichao responded, "Father, old Shui envisions hiring Lin Xian as a specially appointed military doctor for Long Hun, bestowing upon him the rank of major, equating his status to that of our department's special advisor. He won't need to work regular hours. It will merely be a part-time position, and we will invite him when his presence is required." Upon hearing this, Yang Lao nodded approvingly. "Very well. The conditions are quite sincere. What does Xiaolin think?" Yang Zichao eagerly inquired. "I mentioned it to Xiaolin, and he is quite enthusiastic about the opportunity," Yang Lao replied. "That's wonderful," Yang Zichao exclaimed. However, suddenly, Yang Lao shifted his tone, but Yang Jichao's expression changed as he asked, "What is it?" "The rank of major seems a bit low. I believe we should offer him the rank of lieutenant colonel, similar to Zhu Ke," the elder stated. But, Yang Jichao stammered. "It's simply about the rank. It does not entail any formal commission. You must understand that Xiaolin is the most formidable doctor I have ever encountered. If we can bring such exceptional talent to our side, just think of how many losses we could avert. Offering him the rank of lieutenant colonel is entirely justified." The elder insisted. "Understood. I will communicate this to old Shui immediately. However, Father, the Dragon King is known for his impartiality. You need not worry. You can proceed with your protocols, and I will handle matters with Ling Tian, Yang Lao said calmly. All right. Yang Jichao nodded with a smile. Now, let us not keep Xiaolan waiting, Yang Lao remarked, rising and walking towards the door. Yang Jichao hurried to follow. As they exited, Xuechen rushed over and said, Old Master, the Dragon King wishes to speak with you. Yang Lao nodded and instructed Yang Jichao, go inform Xiaolan about our previous discussion, and remember to remind him of our protocols. Understood. Yang Zichao affirmed. Yang Lao turned to Xuechen and said, Let us go. Xuechen assisted the elder and led him to another room. Once inside, Xuechen said, Old Master, please speak with the Dragon King. I will wait outside. Yang Lao nodded and entered the room alone, while Xuechen promptly closed the door behind him and stood guard outside. Inside, Yang Lao approached a table where a red phone rested, colloquially known as the Red Machine. This was a secure line reserved for high-ranking individuals, boasting 5-star confidentiality. Yang Lao picked up the phone and spoke in a gentle tone. Ling Tian? Hello, Old Master, came the deep, respectful voice from the other end. I'm doing well. I'm not dead yet, Yang Lao chuckled. Old Master, I heard from Jichao that you fell a few days ago and that a young man saved you. How is your health now? The Dragon King inquired with concern. Yang Lao replied, That young man has indeed rescued me and cured my heart condition. I'm feeling quite well, and I believe I can live for another 10 or 20 years without issue. Haha, that is splendid. I wish you another 20 years. The Dragon King laughed. The elderly, who do not pass away, are akin to thieves. What purpose does such longevity serve? Elder Yang spoke candidly. The Dragon King chuckled softly, replying, I hope you can continue to contribute to the nation. Elder Yang shook his head, his eyes glimmering with the light of bygone years, and said, In my old age, I can no longer be of service. It is now your generation that must bear the burden. The Dragon King assured him, Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 66. Lin Xian's Father Elder. I have just heard from Old Xue that a young man has successfully neutralized the poison of the vermilion bird, and that very individual was recommended by you. I wish to express my gratitude. Elder, you need not be so formal with me, Yang replied with a smile. Indeed, it is only proper. The Dragon King responded with a grin. May I inquire about the identity of this young man? How does he possess such remarkable medical skills? Upon hearing this, Elder Yang's eyes sparkled with a profound meaning. His name is Lin, and he is my savior. He is now a dear friend of mine, transcending the bounds of age. The Dragon King was taken aback, I see. Elder Yang continued, Let me pose a question to you, Lin Tian. Please, ask away, replied the Dragon King. Does your third son have an illegitimate child? Elder Yang inquired. At this, the Dragon King on the other end of the line froze. After a lengthy silence, he asked, Elder, why do you inquire? Elder Yang replied nonchalantly, Oh, it is merely casual conversation. Of course, if you prefer not to discuss it, I shall not press you. The affairs of the Yi family are not for an outsider like me to meddle in. Elder, you are aware that my relationship with my family is quite strained. If it weren't for your backing back then. Enough of that. Just tell me, does your third son have an illegitimate child? Yes. The Dragon King answered directly. Elder Yang's gaze deepened, and he silently mused. Truly, there are no coincidences in this world. Elder Yang asked, Where is that illegitimate child now? The Dragon King replied, Elder, I'm not quite sure. It seems complicated. The affairs of the family are tumultuous, especially concerning the third son. Ultimately, I have no desire to inquire further. You know how chaotic family matters can be. I understand. Let's leave it at that, Elder Yang said. Very well, the Dragon King agreed. Oh, wait a moment. Elder Yang suddenly remarked. The Dragon King hurriedly asked, Do you have further instructions? I plan to invite this young friend of mine to join us as a specially appointed military doctor, enjoying the rank of lieutenant colonel. Young Xue will provide you with detailed reports, and if you deem it appropriate, please proceed, Elder Yang stated. The Dragon King did not hesitate, replying understood. After concluding the call with the Dragon King, Elder Yang leaned on his cane, standing thoughtfully by the window, gazing at the azure sky, murmuring, Yi family's third son. What transgressions have you committed? Young Lin, you truly are a child of misfortune. With his cane in hand, Elder Yang exited the room. and Shui Chun hurried to greet him, saying, "Elder, young Shui, please report to Lin about the military doctor position. Afterward, proceed with the necessary protocols. I have no further matters to attend to. I will take young Lin with me," Elder Yang instructed. "Yes," Shui Chun promptly replied. At that moment, Yang Jichao and Lin Xian entered from outside. Just now, Yang Jichao had already conveyed the organizational discipline to Lin Xian, essentially advising him to maintain a low profile after assuming the role of a specially appointed military doctor and to refrain from discussing it with others. Lin Xian naturally acknowledged this. "All right, you all carry on with your tasks. Xiao Lin and I shall take our leave," Yang Lao said to Yang Jichao and Shui Chun. Shui Chun promptly offered, "Old master, allow me to escort you back." "No need, I have a driver and bodyguard to see me home," Yang Lao replied with a wave of his hand. Shui Chun nodded in agreement. Yang Jichao then remarked, "Father, I will go fetch Sahan. There's no need to call her. She hasn't seen Zhuke in quite some time. Let the sisters enjoy their conversation. Once they are done, have someone take her home," Yang Lao instructed. "Understood," Yang Zichao nodded. "Xiao Lin, let us depart," Yang Lao turned to Lin Xian. "All right," Lin Xian replied, following Yang Lao as they made their way outside, while Shui Chun and Yang Jichao hurriedly accompanied them to the entrance of the small building. Outside, a robust Hongqi sedan was parked, which was Yang Lao's vehicle. A guard dressed in black swiftly opened the rear door with a respectful demeanor. "Xiao Lin, you may enter first," Yang Lao smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly insisted, "Old master, you should go in first." "Haha, very well." Yang Lao chuckled lightly and entered the car, with Lin Xian assisting him. Subsequently, Lin Xian too entered the vehicle. The driver navigated the car in a specific direction. Shui Chun and Yang Jichao watched the vehicle depart, their expressions revealing a hint of intrigue. Shui Chun remarked to Yang Jichao, "At such an advanced age, the old master still dedicates himself wholeheartedly to the nation. It is truly admirable." Yang Jichao smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. "Now that Mr. Lin is our military doctor, our team will undoubtedly experience a significant reduction in casualties," Shui Chun said with a look of contentment. Yang Jichao also nodded in agreement, yet expressed his confusion. "I truly wonder where this Lin Xian acquired such profound medical skills. In my opinion, his expertise in traditional Chinese medicine surpasses that of those esteemed practitioners in the capital." Shui Chun concurred. To save someone on the verge of death from the black cherry blossom poison is nothing short of miraculous. Having him as a member of our team is indeed fortuitous. Indeed, Yang Jichao nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, in a room within the small building, Zhuke and Yang Sahan sat together. Zhuke looked at Yang Sahan and said, "Sahan, please share with me the details about Mr. Lin. Do not conceal anything." Yang Sahan responded with a wry smile, "Sister Zhuke, my understanding of him is quite limited. I only know that he hails from the countryside and that his parents seem to have passed away. As for how he possesses such advanced medical skills, I am unaware." Zhuke gently nodded and said, "In truth, he not only has exceptional medical skills, but he is also an ancient martial artist." Yang Sahan was taken aback and exclaimed, "An ancient martial artist? What is that? It sounds somewhat like a character from a fantasy novel." An ancient martial artist is a being of a higher caliber than a mere fighter. Such individuals are typically reclusive masters and martial arts experts, and Mr. Lin belongs to this category, Zhuke explained. Yang Sahan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief as she looked utterly perplexed and said, "Sister Zhuke, are you saying that Brother Lin is a martial arts master? But he appears so ordinary. He doesn't seem like a martial arts expert at all. How did you discern that he is an ancient martial artist or perhaps a master of the martial arts realm?" Zhuke replied, "He can manipulate his internal energy." "Manipulate energy? What does that mean?" "It sounds rather mystical," Yang Sahan interjected. "Could it be that you are still dazed from the poison, Zhuke?" "Impossible." "Sahan, do you know? When Mr. Lin performed acupuncture on me, I felt that he could channel energy into my body through the silver needles, and that energy was capable of purging the poison within me, even repairing my internal injuries. Hence, I speculated that he might be an ancient martial artist. Only ancient martial artists can wield true energy, and to do so with needles is even more extraordinary," Zhuke asserted emphatically. Indeed, when Lin Xian, was channeling energy to treat Zhuke. She could distinctly sense the flow of energy within her body. Based on her experience, she determined it to be true energy. Only true energy possesses such miraculous capabilities. And it is the ancient martial artists who can wield this power. This is why she kept inquiring about Lin Xian's specific circumstances from Yang Sahan. She suspected that Lin Xian might hail from a hidden sect, a reclusive master. Chapter 67. Is Lin Xian the son of the Dragon King? Yang Sihan, listening to Zhu Chue's words, wore a face of astonishment and disbelief, saying, Zhuke, if what you say is true, then Lin Gu is quite formidable. Without a doubt, Zhuke replied, if he were to engage in combat using true energy, even if 100 of me were to face him, we would stand no chance. What on earth? Yang Sahan exclaimed in shock, nearly slipping off the sofa. She gazed at Zhuke with wide eyes, asking, are you saying that Lin Gu could defeat 100 of you alone? Yes. You must understand that once a martial artist reaches the level of an ancient martial artist, they become unparalleled. It's akin to comparing a postdoctoral researcher to a kindergarten child. No matter how clever the child may be, they cannot surpass the knowledge of the postdoc. Mr. Lin is like the postdoc, while I am akin to the kindergarten child. Yang Sahan stood there dumbfounded for a long while, lost in thought, murmuring, I never expected Lin Gu to be a master of the martial arts. Who exactly is he? I too am filled with curiosity about Mr. Lin. I truly wish to uncover the depths of his background, Zhuke added, noticing Zhu Chue's fascination and admiration for Lin Xian. Yang Sahan remarked with a peculiar expression, Zhuke, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for Lin Gu, would you? Zhuke's face flushed instantly, and she glared at her, saying, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm merely jest, Yang Sahan replied, retracting her neck playfully, appearing quite adorable. I observe that Grandpa Yang holds Mr. Lin in high regard. Perhaps he wishes to recruit him as a grandson-in-law? Zhuke retorted swiftly, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Zhuke, what absurdity are you spouting? How could that be possible? Yang Sahan exclaimed, her face turning crimson. Seeing Yang Sahan's bashful demeanor, Zhuke covered her mouth in laughter, saying, could it be that I've hit the nail on the head? No way. Zhuke, please don't say such things. Yang Sahan protested, her cheeks still flushed. All right, I won't tease you any longer. However, I must say, this Mr. Lin is truly extraordinary. Wait. Suddenly, Zhu Chue's expression froze, as if she had recalled something astonishing. Yang Sahan noticed the look of horror on Zhu Chue's face and quickly inquired, Sister Zhuke, what's wrong? Why do you have that expression? Zhuke furrowed her delicate brows and muttered, something feels off. I can't shake the impression that Mr. Lin resembles someone. Resembles someone? Well, he is a person after all, Yang Sahan replied with a peculiar smile. No, what I mean is that he seems to bear a faint resemblance to someone I know. Zhuke clarified. Who? Yang Sahan asked, intrigued. Zhuke said, I feel he bears a slight resemblance to our Lord Dragon King. What? Yang Sahan gasped in shock. She was well aware of who the Dragon King was, the superior of both Zhuke and her uncle. Moreover, the previous Dragon King was none other than her grandfather. Yang Sahan exclaimed, Sister Zhuke, are you saying that Brother Lin looks like the Dragon King? Zhuke, looking perplexed, shook her head. It's not that he looks exactly like him, but upon reflecting on Mr. Lin's expressions, especially when he smiles, there is indeed a slight similarity. What could this mean? Is there a connection between Mr. Lin and the Dragon King? Yang Sahan pondered the Dragon King's features, but they were too vague. The last time she saw the Dragon King was several years ago. In her memory, he was an average-looking middle-aged man, yet there was an aura about him that commanded respect. Could they really share a resemblance? Sister Zhuke, there are so many people in this world who resemble one another. Perhaps Brother Lin and the Dragon King merely share a slight similarity. It could just be a coincidence. Yang Sahan suggested. Zhuke nodded, perhaps. Haha, you wouldn't believe, I initially thought Mr. Lin was the Dragon King's son. Yang Sahan replied with a strange expression. That's impossible. The Dragon King isn't even married. How could he have a son? Oh, are you suggesting he has an illegitimate child? That's even less likely. The Dragon King is renowned for his integrity and unwavering principles. How could he possibly have a love child? Sister Zhuke, stop overthinking. Zhuke shook her head and chuckled. It truly is a coincidence. I was just letting my imagination run wild. There's no way Mr. Lin could be connected to the Dragon King. After saying this, Zhuge turned to Yang Sahan and asked, Sahan, may I pose a serious question? What is it? If your grandfather were to arrange a match between you and Mr. Lin, would you be willing? Yang Sahan's face flushed as she exclaimed, Sister Zhuge, how could you? I'm not speaking to you anymore. Ha ha. At that moment, Lin Xian was departing the sanatorium in Yang Lao's vehicle. Yang Lao had remained silent, his wrinkled face bearing a solemn expression, and his eyes were profoundly deep, concealing his thoughts. As the car drove onto the road, Yang Lao suddenly grasped Lin Xian's hand and said, Young Lin, you have truly endured much hardship. Lin Xian, startled by the statement, looked at Yang Lao in astonishment and asked, Old sir, why do you say that? Yang Lao gazed at him with deep eyes and smiled. It's nothing, just a moment of reflection. Lin Xian felt a twinge of suspicion but refrained from probing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Young Lin, may I ask you a rather bold question? Yang Lao began. Please go ahead, old sir. Are you aware of your father's situation? Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian's body stiffened once more as he looked at Elder Yang and inquired, Why do you ask, old man? Oh, it's nothing, merely idle chatter. Elder Yang replied with a strained smile. Noticing the forced nature of the elder's smile, Lin Xian said, I apologize, but I do not wish to discuss that person. Elder Yang nodded gently, his gaze deep and contemplative, choosing to remain silent as he tightly grasped Lin Xian's hand, seemingly intent on imparting strength. Lin Xian sensed that something was amiss with Elder Yang, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Suddenly, Elder Yang spoke again. Please go ahead, Lin Xian encouraged. Do not call me old man anymore. From now on, you shall refer to me as Grandpa Yang, Elder Yang said, looking intently at Lin Xian. A tremor of emotion surged within Lin Xian, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he understood the profound significance of Elder Yang's words. The elder truly regarded him as a grandchild. Without hesitation, he replied earnestly, Very well, Grandpa Yang. Elder Yang smiled broadly and declared from now on, I shall be your beloved grandfather. No matter what grievances you endure, should anyone dare to bully you, you must tell me, and Grandpa Yang will stand by your side. These words deeply resonated within Lin Xian, enveloping his heart in warmth. It felt as though he had discovered a sturdy pillar of support, instilling a sense of security. Yes, Grandpa Yang, Lin Xian affirmed with a fervent nod, his eyes alight with excitement. Elder Yang chuckled, patting his hand, and exclaimed, Good boy, Gome, let us return and continue our drinking. Lin Xian hesitated momentarily, glancing at the sun outside. Now at 3 o'clock, it was time to pick up Xiao Yin from school. If he were to indulge in drinking with Elder Yang, observing the elder's eager demeanor, he could not bring himself to refuse. He resolved to inform Pan Meixiang to collect Xiao Yin instead. With this thought, he smiled and replied, All right. Elder Yang also beamed in response. Upon returning to Elder Yang's residence, Lin Xian alighted from the car and quickly sent a message to Pan Meixiang, explaining that he had matters to attend to and could not fetch Xiao Yin. Pan Meixiang promptly replied, No problem, you go ahead, I'll pick her up. With that reassurance, Lin Xian felt a sense of relief. Elder Yang took Lin Xian's hand and led him inside, where they continued to drink together. Of course, the elder, due to his age, could only indulge in moderation, while Lin Xian drank heartily. Lin Xian could sense that Elder Yang's affection for him stemmed not merely from admiration, but from a genuine concern of a grandparent for their grandchild, which warmed his heart. Without grandparents of his own, Lin Xian found himself seeing in Elder Yang a figure akin to a beloved grandfather. Perhaps his own grandfather could not compare to this elder. The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. His father had even sent people to pursue and threaten his mother and him. What kind of grandfather was that, who remained indifferent? Lin Xian's heart scoffed at the thought. Just as Lin Xian and the elder were enjoying their drinks, Yang Jiqiang suddenly entered and announced, Dad, Jin Yinshan has brought his nephew and niece and wishes to pay their respects with a toast. Indeed, Jin Yinshan and his companions were being entertained by Yang Jiqiang in another courtyard. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang furrowed his brow. He held a strong aversion towards the Jin family, particularly the two younger members, whom he disliked even more. After all, They had all once ridiculed Lin Xian. Yang Jiqiang noticed the old man's frown and timidly said, "Father, they have come with sincerity. Please grant them an opportunity." "Very well, let them in," replied the elder Yang indifferently. "Good." Yang Jiqiang quickly responded and ran out to summon them. Moments later, Jin Yunshan along with his nephews and nieces entered. Upon their arrival, they beheld Lin Xian seated alongside the elder Yang, their pupils slightly constricting in a display of reverence. It was no ordinary individual who could be honored by the elder Yang with a private banquet and share drinks together. Jin Yunshan approached the elder Yang with a glass in hand and respectfully stated, "Elder, I raise my glass to you, wishing you longevity and health." The elder Yang nodded but did not lift his own glass. Jin Yunshan, unfazed by the awkwardness, downed his drink and gestured for his nephews and nieces. Jin Yaha and Jin Xiaoman hurriedly stepped forward to toast, saying, "Grandpa Yang, we toast to you." The elder Yang turned to them and replied coolly, "Do not call me Grandpa Yang." The two felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing the elder had not acknowledged them. Jin Yunshan quickly interjected, "Yes, yes. Do not address him incorrectly. Call him elder." "Indeed, elder, we toast to you." They promptly corrected themselves. The elder Yang nodded again without lifting his glass. The two young ones drank from their cups. "Enough. I have no further words for you. You may leave," the elder Yang stated flatly. "Understood," Jin Yunshan replied as they prepared to exit. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Lin Xian, and he quickly took the wine bottle from his nephew's hand, pouring himself a glass, and smiled at Lin Xian, saying, "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for any previous offenses. Please forgive me. I toast to you." Acknowledging Jin Yunshan's gesture, Lin Xian rose and replied, "Very well, Mr. Jin." Jin Yunshan drained his glass, and Lin Xian followed suit. Subsequently, Jin Yunshan urged his nephews and nieces to toast Lin Xian. Despite their dissatisfaction, Jin Yaha and Jin Xiaoman complied, and Lin Xian drank with them as well. "Elder, Mr. Lin, we shall take our leave," Jin Yunshan remarked as he led his nephews and nieces out. Once they departed, the elder Yang shook his head and muttered, "Mere sycophants." Lin Xian gently mirrored the gesture. After exiting the dining hall, Jin Yaha expressed his discontent, saying, "Fourth uncle, toasting the elder is expected. But why extend that courtesy to that loser?" "Nonsense." Jin Yunshan admonished his nephew with a glare. "Do you lack common sense? Did you not see the elder treating that young man as an esteemed guest? In our province, how many can claim such privilege? Even among provincial leaders, few possess such standing. What does this indicate? It signifies that this young man is far from ordinary." Jin Xiaoman, seemingly more astute than her brother, quickly inquired, "Fourth uncle, what do you think of this Lin?" After a moment of contemplation, Jin Yunshan replied, "I suspect he may be the descendant of a certain formidable figure, one who shares an extraordinary connection with elder Yang." Gasp! Both Jin Yaha and Jin Xiaoman inhaled sharply at his words. If that so-called loser were indeed the descendant of a superpower, then he would be part of the legendary elite. Jin Yahui's expression darkened as he remarked, "That Lin Xian appears rather unremarkable. How could he possibly be the grandson of a prominent figure?" Jin Yunshan glared at him, retorting, "You know nothing. Understand that many influential individuals prefer to have their descendants undergo training. I believe that young man is one such case. Otherwise, how could elder Yang treat him with such kindness?" Indeed, Jin Yahui nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaoman's eyes sparkled as she suddenly interjected, "Fourth uncle, if this young man truly is of that caliber, could we perhaps, you know what I mean?" Upon hearing Jin Xiaoman's words, Jin Yunshan's eyes brightened, and he looked at her with appreciation, saying, "You are quite astute. You are far more clever than your brother. Xiaoman, if this young man is indeed a person of significance, establishing a good relationship with him could provide our Jin family with an additional pillar of support. Xiaoman, how about this? You are intelligent and sociable. Would you take on this task? If you can befriend him, you understand what I mean?" Feigning modesty, Jin Xiaoman replied, "Fourth uncle, what are you suggesting? He is a very traditional young man and would never engage in such behavior." Jin Yahui, overhearing his sister, scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Sister, you are far too humble. Who doesn't know you are a renowned socialite in the provincial capital, adept at navigating among various young gentlemen? Xiaoman, you misunderstand. I'm not implying that you should seduce him. Rather, as a young lady, you would have an easier time approaching him. You should befriend him and ascertain his background. What do you think? Jin Yinshan proposed. Jin Xiaoman, blushing slightly, responded, Fourth uncle, this task is not as simple as it seems. If you succeed, I will speak to your grandfather about promoting you to the vice president of the family business. Jin Yinshan declared. Chapter 69. I will make him bow before my pomegranate skirt, all right. Fourth uncle, I accept this task. I assure you that he will bow before my pomegranate skirt. What I mean is, I will ensure he becomes my good friend. Jin Xiaoman said with sparkling eyes. Jin Yinshan nodded and smiled. Excellent. Fourth uncle believes in you. And what about my task? Jin Yahweh quickly inquired. With your limited intellect, what task could you possibly undertake? If you refrain from causing trouble, I will consider it a blessing. Jin Yinshan retorted. Jin Yahweh was left speechless. At 7 in the evening, darkness had fallen as Lin Xian bid farewell to Elder Yang. Elder Yang personally escorted him to the door, with Yang Jiqiang following closely behind. Lin, you must come often and consider this place your home, Elder Yang insisted, gripping Lin Xian's hand firmly. Of course, Grandpa Yang, Lin Xian replied. I want to say much more. Jiqiang, please see Lin back home, Elder Yang instructed. Yes, father, Yang Jiqiang acknowledged. Lin Xian hurriedly interjected, Grandpa Yang. It's unnecessary for third uncle to take me home. I can simply take a taxi. That won't do. After drinking so much, it's better for me to see you off, Elder Yang insisted with a smile. Lin Xian shook his head and chuckled. Really, Grandpa Yang, it's fine. I can make my own way back. Elder Yang sighed with a wry smile. Very well, but do take care on your journey. Will do, Lin Xian replied cheerfully. Goodbye. Grandpa Yang, Unchile Yang. Go on. Elder Yang nodded, and Yang Jiqiang waved him off. Lin Xian waved back at them as he walked away. Yang Lao stared blankly at Lin Xian's retreating figure, a look of admiration and fondness adorning his face. Observing his father's expression, Yang Jiqiang felt a strange sensation. He had never seen his father hold such esteem for a young person. Dad, let us head back, he suggested, supporting the old man. Jiqiang, this young Lin is truly remarkable. He is the most admirable and beloved young man I have encountered in decades. Yang Lao exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Jiqiang nodded with a smile. Jiqiang, do you not think that Lin resembles someone? Yang Lao inquired. Yang Jiqiang paused, puzzled, and asked who? With a gentle sigh. Yang Lao replied, Never mind, you are not familiar with that person. Lin is indeed a child of unfortunate fate. But Dad, who exactly is this person you are referring to? You are leaving me bewildered. Yang Jiqiang exclaimed in confusion. We shall discuss it another time, Yang Lao stated. Yang Jiqiang felt helpless. Oh, by the way, Jiqiang, please contact your second brother later. I wish to discuss Sahan's future with him, Yang Lao added. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiqiang's face turned pale. Dad, what are you saying? Discussing Sahan's future? She is still in university. What future are we talking about? Yang Lao looked at him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I intend to have Lin as my granddaughter's husband. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiqiang stood frozen, as if he had been struck dumb. Dad, this is absurd. Sahan is still studying, and besides, Lin may not even be suitable for her. Silence. You know nothing. I tell you, a child as good as Lin should not be overlooked. In the future, you might regret not seizing this opportunity. Stop your nonsense, and just contact your second brother. Yang Lao chided before striding away. Yang Jiqiang could only manage a bitter smile, muttering to himself, What is this? The old man actually wants to betroth Sahan to Lin. Well, I might as well inform my second brother and let him reason with our father. Just then, Yang Jiqiang's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone, and a playful smile appeared on his lips as he answered. Old Chu. President Yang, greetings, came a warm voice from the other end. If Lin Xian were present, he would recognize this voice as that of Chu Mengshue's father, Chu Zhigua. Why the pleasantries between us? We have been friends for many years. Yang Ziqiang Chukulet. Ha! Indeed. Chu Zhigua laughed. All right, you wouldn't call me unless there was something important. What brings you to me? Yang Jiqiang inquired with a smile. Old Yang, I wish to inform you that tomorrow I will be arranging the engagement of my daughter Mengxue and Jin Yaha. If you are free, I would be delighted if you could come and witness it, Chu Zhigua said cheerfully. Yang Jiqiang paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, "No problem. I will definitely be there tomorrow." The mention of Jin Yaha sparked a flicker of disdain in Yang Jiqiang's eyes. "Thank you, old Yang." Chu Jiguo replied with gratitude. Meanwhile, at Sun Jianqing's home, old lady Lu sat on the sofa, grasping Sun Jianqing's arm. "Jianqing, I must say, your judgment is commendable. Lin is indeed impressive. He is Yang Lao's lifesaver, and Yang Lao holds him in high regard. He may even promote him. We must seize this opportunity and hasten the matter between him and Xiaowan." Sun Jianqing and Wu Xiujuan exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Yesterday, the old lady regarded Lin Xian with disdain. However, upon returning from a visit to the Yang family, her demeanor shifted entirely. Throughout the afternoon, she incessantly chattered about securing Lin Xian as her son-in-law. "Mother, just yesterday you looked at him with such skepticism, and now you insist on him being with Xiaowan? Your transformation is astonishing," Sun Jianqing remarked with a wry smile. Though he smiled bitterly, Sun Jianqing's heart was secretly elated. It was crucial to note that the primary obstacle to marrying off his daughter to Lin Xian was the old lady herself. With her newfound support, the matter became far more manageable. "Oh, it seems I was mistaken about Lin Xian being merely a drifter, given Yang Lao's attitude towards him. A mere mention could elevate him significantly," exclaimed Lu Laotai, her excitement palpable. Sun Jiansheng, upon hearing this, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He was well aware of the old lady's motives. Without Yang Lao, would she have acknowledged Lin Xian at all? With a clever glint in his eyes, he tactfully agreed. "All right, mother, since you also find Xiao Lin commendable, let us exert our efforts to bring them together." "Excellent." Lu Laotai nodded enthusiastically, adding, "I shall whisper to Xiaowan. She is inclined to heed my words. Oh, I must seek out the old gentleman and inquire how he intends to promote Xiao Lin. If only he could secure a modest position in the military for him. Mother, please do not overstep. Lin Xian already has a good rapport with Yang Lao. Your involvement may inadvertently irritate him." Sun Jiansheng interjected hastily. Lu Laodai considered this and realized that her attempts to defend her future son-in-law might indeed provoke the elder's ire. Yes, I have been foolish. As long as Lin Xian maintains a good relationship with the old gentleman, there is nothing to worry about." Sun Jiansheng shook his head with a resigned smile. "All right, I need to call my granddaughter and share this delightful news." Lu Laotai, brimming with excitement, hurried back to her room to call her granddaughter. "Jiansheng, I find this change in the old lady quite peculiar," Wu Xiujuan remarked, observing Sun Jiansheng. With a bittersweet smile, he replied, "The old lady can be rather superficial, yet her intentions are solely for Xiaowan's benefit, so there is no need for further discussion." "I understand." Wu Xiujuan nodded. "Jiansheng, I never anticipated that Xiao Lin would save Yang Lao. It truly is a remarkable coincidence." Sun Jiansheng chuckled. "Indeed, who could have foreseen it?" Xiujuan, "If Xiaowan were to be with Xiao Lin, I believe they are a match made in heaven. Lin Xian is of good character and possesses exceptional medical skills. Xiaowan would not suffer with him." Wu Xiujuan replied, "Regardless, I feel we should not interfere excessively in our daughter's romantic life. Let her explore her feelings with Lin Xian." "That is true," he agreed, but suddenly, Sun Jiansheng took her hand, his expression turning suggestive. Wu Xiujuan, recognizing his intentions, withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing. "You old rascal, my mother is still here. Wait until tonight." "Ah, Inda, Sun Jiangxing Shuklat." Lin Xian departed from the Yang residence and hurriedly ran to a nearby patch of flowers, where he promptly retched. Indeed, he had overindulged in drink. The reason he had declined Yang Jiqiang's offer for a ride was to avoid vomiting in his car. Goodness, it had been a long time since he had consumed so much. Lin Xian shook his dizzy head and murmured to himself, "I should drink some water." At that moment, a sultry female voice pierced through the air. "Thank you." Lin Xian instinctively accepted the water, but as soon as his fingers brushed against the bottle, he felt as if he had been jolted by electricity. Upon focusing his gaze, he saw her. Standing beside him was a tall and graceful figure clad in a long dress. Jin Xiaoman. Jin Xiaoman blinked her alluring eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't we just meet? Don't you recognize me?" Lin Xian stammered, How are you here?" Jin Xiaoman replied, "I was passing by and saw you vomiting, so I came to check on you. Are you all right? Lin Xian shook his head. Me fine. Then drink some water, Jin Xiaoman urged. Lin Xian hesitated as he looked at the water. Jin Xiaoman pouted her red lips and teased. What? Are you afraid I poison it? Let me take a sip first. With that, she unscrewed the cap and took a sip from the bottle, her lips brushing against the rim. How is it? No poison, right? She then offered the water to Lin Xian. Lin Xian gazed at the lipstick-stained bottle, a strange expression crossing his face. If he were to drink from it, it would be tantamount to sharing an indirect kiss with this woman. Never mind, I'm not thirsty. Farewell. He shook his head and turned to leave. Wait, Jin Xiaoman called out as she caught up to him. What is it? Lin Xian looked at her. Where are you going? She inquired. Where I go is none of your concern, Lin Xian replied coolly. Of course it's none of my concern, but I can give you a ride, Jin Xiaoman said with a charming smile. A ride? Lin Xian was taken aback. Jin Xiaoman blinked and nodded. Yes, I have a car. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He could not comprehend why this woman was being so attentive to him. Upon reflection, he surmised it was likely due to the esteem in which Mr. Yang held him. This thought stirred a hint of resistance within Lin Xian, and he responded, No need, I can take a taxi. Mr. Lin, it seems you harbor some reluctance towards me, Jin Xiaoman remarked. I don't. Then why refuse my offer? I simply don't wish to impose on anyone. Not at all. I don't find it troublesome, Jin Xiaoman asserted, her delicate form subtly inching closer to Lin Xian. An unusual fragrance wafted towards him, startling Lin Xian into stepping back. I must take my leave. Unwilling to engage further with Jin Xiaoman, he turned to walk away, but she followed closely behind. Lin Xian turned around and fixed her with a piercing gaze. What do you want from me? Nothing at all. Merely wishing to become friends, Jin Xiaoman replied, her eyes glinting with mischief. Mr. Lin, if I may speak candidly, you must be the scion of a prominent family in the capital. Am I correct? Boom. At her words, Lin Xian's body jolted, and he fixed his gaze intently on Jin Xiaoman. She, too, felt her heart race. They had guessed correctly. Indeed, she had hit upon a kernel of truth. Lin Xian indeed hails from a prominent family in the capital, yet he is merely the illegitimate son of a core member, regarded by them as a mere weed. Lin Xian gazed at her for a prolonged moment, his eyes darkening, before he suddenly let out a cold, dismissive laugh, saying, What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be a young master from a capital family? Come now, young Master Lin, you need not feign ignorance. Your reaction has revealed everything, Jin Xiaoman remarked. Heh, you are quite tedious, Lin Xian replied, shaking his head before turning to leave. However, his right hand was suddenly grasped by a soft, boneless hand. Lin Xian's body jolted, and upon focusing his gaze, he found Jin Xiaoman's delicate hand clutching his own. He hastily shook her off, fixing her with a stern look. Miss Jin, I must ask you to respect yourself. What exactly do you intend to do? Jin Xiaoman stared at him, her eyes shimmering with allure. Mr. Lin, I know you originate from a prestigious family in the capital and are a significant figure. Of course, that is not of utmost importance to me. I admire and hold you in high regard. Thus, I wish to cultivate a deeper friendship with you. What say you? Emphasizing the word deeper, Jin Xiaoman inclined her graceful form closer to Lin Xian, a captivating fragrance wafting towards him. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Lin Xian felt an unexpected surge of desire at her provocation. Mr. Lin, you must be contemplating this as well. Am I not correct? She said, as her lithe body leaned in, preparing to fall into his embrace. At that moment, the image of Pan Meixiang suddenly flashed in Lin Xian's mind, causing his body to tremble as if struck by lightning. No, Lin Xian's heart cried out vehemently. This woman, throwing herself at me, must harbor ulterior motives. I cannot fall into her trap. Resolving this, Lin Xian swiftly withdrew his hand and retreated several steps. Jin Xiaoman nearly lost her balance, and upon seeing Lin Xian step back, a flicker of darkness crossed her gaze. She had not anticipated that even after being so forward, this man would be so unappreciative. In the provincial capital, which young master could resist her charms? A sense of frustration welled up within her, and anger began to simmer. Chapter 71. Learning that Meng Shui is to be engaged tomorrow. Jean Xiaoman was tempted to lash out, but quickly suppressed her fury, forcing a smile onto her face. After all, Lin Xian was a young master from the capital. If she were to offend him, it would not bode well for her. Since Mr. Lin does not find me appealing, I must have been overly sentimental, she said sweetly. Not unappealing, but considering this is our first meeting, your advance raises suspicions. Lin Xian replied coolly. Haha, indeed. Then let us spend more time together to better understand one another. And perhaps we can become deeper friends? Jean Xiaoman suggested with a smile. Cough, Miss Jean, I must take my leave, Lin Xian declared, wishing to avoid further trivial conversation. Suddenly, Jean Xiaoman called after him. By the way, Mr. Lin, may I inquire if you are free tomorrow? What is it? Lin Xian paused, looking at her with curiosity. Tomorrow, my second elder brother is to be engaged to a young lady. If you have the time, I would like to extend an invitation for you to witness this occasion. Would you do me this favor? Jean Xiaoman smiled. Lin Xian inquired nonchalantly. Who is he getting engaged to? Chu Meng Xue, Jean Xiaoman replied. Who? Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head as he realized that Jean Yaha bore the same surname. And since Chu Jigua intended to betroth Chu Meng Xue to some young master from the Jin family in the provincial capital, that could only be Jean Yaha. What's wrong? Why such a strong reaction? Jean Xiaoman glanced at him. Lin Xian feigned calmness. It's nothing. I know Chu Meng Xue. Has she agreed to the engagement with your brother? She might not have wanted to, but due to her father's pressure, she has no choice but to accept. A woman chosen by the Jin family cannot escape. Jean Xiaoman declared with an air of arrogance. Lin Xian's brow furrowed upon hearing her words. Mr. Lin, you haven't answered whether you will accept my invitation. If you do, you could accompany me as my boyfriend, Jean Xiaoman suggested. A smirk crept onto Lin Xian's lips as he replied coolly, I have plans tomorrow. Well, that's all right. I will invite you again when my brother marries Chu Meng Xue, Jean Xiaoman said. With that, Lin Xian turned and walked away. Jean Xiaoman, seated in the driver's seat, watched his retreating figure with reluctance, muttering to herself, Lin Xian, you cannot escape. I shall make you my subordinate. As Lin Xian strolled along the road, a sense of unease filled his heart. Truth be told, Chu Meng Xue had little connection to him, yet the thought of her marrying another caused a pang of discomfort. Could it be that he had genuinely developed feelings for her? Yet, they had only met a couple of times, without any real interaction. Wait, there had been an interaction. That girl had once kissed him forcefully. He still recalled the softness of that moment. He brushed his lips lightly, savoring the tender memory, his heart heavy with unexplainable complexity. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he asked, Who is this? Lin Xian, this is Chu Mengfang, came a woman's slightly haughty voice from the other end. Upon recognizing the voice of Chu Mengshue's elder sister, Lin Xian frowned and asked, What do you want? Lin Xian, I need to tell you something. Tomorrow, Chu Mengshue is to be engaged to that man from the Jin family. If you truly care for her, you should come to stop it, Chu Mengfang stated. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sardonic smile upon hearing this. It was clear that Chu Mengfang's intent in sharing this news was not out of goodwill, but rather a veiled attempt to harm Chu Mengshue. If he were to intervene, it would undoubtedly provoke Chu Jigua and possibly anger the Jin family as well. In a fit of rage, Chu Jigua would surely punish Chu Mengshue severely. At that point, her fate would be dire, thus fulfilling Chu Mengfang's malicious intentions. Lin Xian, why are you silent? Chu Mengfang pressed. Stop pretending to be the good Samaritan. I see through your wicked intentions. Lin Xian retorted. Hee, Lin Xian, you truly resemble a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's intentions. I came to inform you of this matter with good intentions, yet you label me as malicious. Forget it. After all, Chu Mengshue will soon become someone else's wife tomorrow. Just wait to be cuckolded. Hee. With that, Chu Mengfang abruptly hung up the phone. Lin Xian stared at his disconnected phone, his expression grim. What should he do? He and Chu Mengshue were not truly in a romantic relationship. If he rushed to intervene, what would that signify? Yet, if he did not act, Chu Mengshue would indeed become another's wife. Wandering aimlessly along the road, Lin Xian found himself at a loss. Dingling. At that moment his phone rang again. Upon checking, He noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Frowning, Lin Xian answered, "Who is this?" "I am Su Guohua," came the irritable voice of a young girl from the other end. Hearing her voice, Lin Xian's brow furrowed further, and he retorted, "What do you want? What kind of attitude is that? I'm calling you, which is a rare blessing for you." Su Guohua exclaimed angrily. Lin Xian felt exasperated. "If you're calling to argue, I'll hang up." "Wait, I need you to do something," Su Guohua insisted. "What is it?" "Tomorrow, come to my cousin's house and continue pretending to be her boyfriend. Upon completion, I will reward you with 3 to 5,000, Su Guohua commanded. Lin Xian felt utterly speechless. "Little girl, didn't you say I was a spy? Why would you want me to do this?" Upon hearing this, Su Guohua stammered, "Well, I just overheard my elder cousin and second cousin talking. They were cursing you, saying you were a wretched bumpkin and a bastard. After careful consideration, if you were truly their spy, they wouldn't curse you so." Lin Xian couldn't help but smile slightly. He anticipated that this little girl would become somewhat astute, beginning to doubt her own suspicions of him. "Nevertheless, I cannot be 100% certain you are not a spy. You still carry at least a 30% suspicion," Su Guohua stated seriously. Lin Xian recognized that this young girl did not possess high intelligence, and her progress was commendable. He replied, "All right, let us end this conversation." "Wait, hold on. You haven't said whether you'll come." Su Guohua exclaimed eagerly. Chapter 72. The alluring flight attendant and her enchanting friend Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, "I will make my own decision. I will not disclose it to you for now." Su Guohua bit her lip in frustration. "You scoundrel! You jerk! I have no respect for you." Lin Xian hung up the call with Su Guohua, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. Should he go rescue Chu Mengxue tomorrow? After walking 300 meters down the road, he suddenly halted, resolutely reminding himself, "Lin Xian, Chu Mengxue has already given you her first kiss. Regardless of whether she likes you or has feelings for you, you must pull her from her sea of suffering." With this thought, Lin Xian had made his decision. He must go. Filled with excitement after making this decision, Lin Xian hailed a taxi and returned to Pan Meixiang's residence. "Smiling Uncle Son? It's your Grandma Lu." A gentle voice of an elderly lady came through the phone. Lin Xian's expression froze. It was that pretentious old woman. With a tone laced with indifference, Lin Xian replied, "Madam, what can I do for you?" "Well, dear, I would like to know when you might be free to come over for a meal. I shall prepare a feast for you," the enthusiastic Lu matron exclaimed. Hearing her words sent shivers down Lin Xian's spine. He recalled how, just the day before, at Sun Jianqing's home, this very woman had treated him with disdain, refusing to allow him to share a meal at the table, declaring he was unworthy of dining in her presence. Now, she was extending a personal invitation and offering to cook for him. How fickle her affections seemed. Nonetheless, regardless of whether the old lady's demeanor was genuine or hypocritical, Lin Xian, considering Sun Jianqing's reputation, did not wish to decline her invitation. He replied, "Thank you for your generous invitation, madam, but I have prior commitments tomorrow. I shall visit when I have the time." "Oh, dear Lin, please don't be so formal. From now on, the Sun family will be your family. Once you and Xiaowan are together, we'll be one big family." The old lady chuckled warmly. "Oh, Lin, make sure to spend more time with Xiaowan. When the time is right, let us finalize your affair." Clearing her throat, she added, "All right, it's settled then. You're always welcome here, my dear grandson-in-law." With that, Lin Xian and Lu matron ended the call, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Shaking his head, he decided to dismiss the matter and close his eyes for a moment of rest. Half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived at Pan Meixiang's doorstep and knocked on the door. A sound of footsteps approached, and a little girl's voice chimed, "Daddy's home." Hearing Xiaoyin's voice warmed Lin Xian's heart. What a thoughtful little darling she was. The door swung open, and a small figure rushed towards him, hugging his leg with excitement. "Daddy, you're finally back. Xiaoyin has been waiting for you all day." Bending down, Lin Xian embraced her, saying, "Daddy missed you too." Xiaoyin beamed with joy. "Daddy, we have a guest." She pulled Lin Xian into the house, her tone tinged with mystery. "A guest?" Lin Xian paused, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Given that guests were present at Pan Meixiang's home, it would be inappropriate for him, as an outsider, to linger. just as he was contemplating an excuse to leave. Xiaoying called out, "Aunt Jingjing, come out. Daddy's back." As her words faded, a figure emerged from a room. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful woman, tall and graceful, clad in an alluring flight attendant uniform. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, her long, slender legs encased in delicate black stockings, utterly captivating. It was Lin Xian's first encounter with a genuine flight attendant, as he had only seen such images in short videos or artistic films. The flight attendant approached him in high heels, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Lin, staring a young lady like that isn't quite proper, you know." Lin Xian felt a rush of heat to his face and quickly regained his composure, awkwardly apologizing. "Hello." The beautiful flight attendant smiled radiantly, extending a delicate hand. "Hello, sir. My name is Bai Jingjing, a close friend of Xiang, and I'm currently a flight attendant with Eastern Airlines." "Sir?" The address made Lin Xian feel somewhat embarrassed. He hastily extended his hand to shake hers. Her touch was smooth and soft, yet he soon noticed a slight frown forming on his brow. It seemed this flight attendant was not in the best of health. Of course, he kept this observation to himself, quickly withdrawing his hand and awkwardly introducing himself. "I'm Lin Xian. No need for introductions. Xiang has already told me about you." Bai Jingjing replied with a knowing smile, since Pan Meixiang had already mentioned him. Lin Xian felt relieved from the burden of introducing himself. At that moment, Pan Meixiang, elegantly clad in a qipao and apron, emerged from the kitchen, smiling. "Have you two met?" Bai Jingjing cheerfully responded, "Yes. Sir is even more handsome than I imagined, though a bit shy." Pan Meixiang chuckled, glancing at Lin Xian. "This is my dear friend Jingjing, a flight attendant with Eastern Airlines, who just happened to be free this afternoon and decided to visit us." Lin Xian nodded with a smile. "I see. Please continue your conversation. I'll get back to cooking." "Do you need any help?" Bai Jingjing asked. "No. You are a guest. Why would I ask you for help?" Pan Meixiang replied. "All right then." Bai Jingjing giggled. Pan Meixiang swayed her curvaceous figure as she returned to the kitchen. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back. "By the way, Lin Xian, doesn't tea traditional Chinese medicine include massage?" Jingjing mentioned she has been feeling sore all over lately, so after dinner, you could give her a massage. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, stole a glance at Bai Jingjing's alluring figure, his heart racing. The prospect of massaging such a beautiful woman was indeed enticing. Bai Jingjing's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Xiang, you mean Lin Xian knows traditional medicine? Does he? You underestimate him. He is quite the expert in traditional Chinese medicine." Pan Meixiang chuckled. "Yes, my dad is amazing." Xiao Yin chimed in. "Just the other day, an elderly gentleman fell and couldn't move. My dad only needed a few needles, and the old man woke up. That sounds wonderful. Sir, after dinner, will you give me a massage?" Bai Jingjing fluttered her eyelashes, gazing at Lin Xian. Sure," Lin Xian awkwardly replied. To be honest, he had already diagnosed her condition from their handshake. She seemed to suffer from lumbar strain, rheumatism, and some discomfort. "All right, you two continue your conversation. I'll get back to cooking." Pan Meixiang smiled as she entered the kitchen. "Xiaoyin, why don't you go to your room and play for a while? Ani needs to talk to your father," Bai Jingjing suggested, looking at Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin, being obedient, released Lin Xian's hand and smiled. "Okay, I'll go back to my room now." With that, she dashed off to her room. "Sir, please sit down. Let us have a chat," Bai Jingjing said to Lin Xian as she took a seat, her long legs wrapped in black stockings elegantly crossed, undeniably alluring. Lin Xian sat not far from her, captivated by her enchanting beauty, feeling a warmth rise within him. The flight attendant was quite delightful. Suddenly, Bai Jingjing's sparkling eyes turned towards him, and with a playful tone, she asked, "Dear husband, may I pose you a question?" "What question?" he replied. "Are you and Sister Xiang getting along harmoniously?" Bai Jingjing blinked innocently. Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" Lin Xian queried, puzzled. "I'm simply curious about the nature of your relationship," she smiled. Lin Xian was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her inquiry. "Ahem, Miss Bai, let us discuss something else," he suggested, feeling helpless. All right. Your reaction gives me a clue. Sister Xiang has been single for so long, and no man has captured her heart. You truly possess a talent, Bai Jingjing teased with a smirk. Being with Sister Xiang Xiang must be quite enjoyable, right? She continued to pry. Lin Xian felt increasingly exasperated. After dinner, Pan Meixiang turned to Lin Xian and said, Little In's father, why don't you and Jingjing head to the guest room for a massage? Sister Xiang Xiang, are you not jealous of leaving us? A man and a woman in the same room? Bai Jingjing laughed playfully at Pan Meixiang. Jealous? Nonsense. It's just a massage. Off you go. Pan Meixiang playfully scolded her. All right, then, dear husband, let us proceed, Bai Jingjing chuckled, covering her mouth. Thus, Lin Xian, blushing with embarrassment, followed by Jingjing to the guest room. Pan Meixiang watched their retreating figures, a complex glint in her eyes, murmuring to herself. It seems impossible for me and little Lin to have a future together. Perhaps I should play matchmaker for them. Mom, what does it mean to be jealous? Little Een asked, gazing at Pan Meixiang with curiosity. Pan Meixiang's expression turned peculiar as she replied, Little girl, let us not dwell on that. Let us focus on our craft project. Okay, Little Een responded. In the guest room, Bai Jingjing said, Dear husband, please close the door. All right, Lin Xian complied, shutting the door behind him. Inside the room, only the two of them remained, creating a somewhat delicate atmosphere. Bai Jingjing looked at Lin Xian and said, Let us begin. As she spoke, she started to unbutton her blouse. Lin Xian was taken aback. What are you doing? Isn't this for a massage? She replied, This way is more convenient. Lin Xian's lips twitched. Actually, you don't need to undress too much. Just a little is sufficient. Will that be effective? When I previously sought a female acupuncturist, they wore very little, Bai Jingjing countered. Ahem, there's no need for that, Lin Xian quickly stated. Dear husband, you're quite conservative. Bai Jingjing lightly chided, her tone playful. Just slightly loosen your outerwear, Lin Xian suggested, feeling a tinge of embarrassment but maintaining his composure. All right, I'll do as you say. Bai Jingjing laughed, unfastening her coat to reveal a white shirt underneath. Her figure was strikingly alluring, prompting Lin Xian to avert his gaze slightly. Now what should I do? Bai Jingjing inquired. Please lie down on the bed, Lin Xian instructed. Okay, and with that, Bai Jingjing lay down on the bed. Lin Xian climbed into bed and was about to begin the massage when Bai Jingjing turned to him and asked, Should I take off my stockings? No, that's unnecessary, he replied, his gaze briefly sweeping over her alluring black stocking legs before he quickly averted his eyes. All right then, you big lump. Bai Jingjing chuckled softly. Lin Xian fell silent and started the massage. As his hands made contact with her back, he hesitated slightly. My lower back has been quite sore lately. Please apply a bit more strength. And my neck and my legs too. Just the right pressure. 40 minutes later, Lin Xian withdrew his hand from her legs and inquired, Miss Bai, how do you feel now? Wow, little husband, your massage technique is truly remarkable. After your touch, I feel utterly relaxed, my back no longer aches, and my neck is free from discomfort. Moreover, there's a warm sensation flowing through my lower abdomen, quite delightful. Bai Jingjing exclaimed, turning towards him with admiration. Indeed, while massaging Bai Jingjing, Lin Xian had infused her body with a measure of his vital energy. This energy not only alleviated her muscular soreness, but also bestowed a comforting warmth throughout her body. I'm glad to hear that, Lin Xian smiled. You know, with your skills, you could open a massage parlor catering specifically to women and surely prosper, Bai Jingjing remarked playfully. Lin Xian found the suggestion amusing. As a distinguished military doctor, the thought of running a massage parlor exclusively for women seemed rather absurd. Miss Bai, I must take my leave, he stated, shaking his head. Wait a moment. What is it? Please, don't call me Miss Bai anymore. What should I call you then? Just call me Jingjing Jia, she replied. I like the Ying Ying Ye. But wait, if I call you that, then how can I still refer to you as little husband? How about you just call me Jingjing? She pondered for a moment. It's fine. Since I'm younger, I will call you Jingjing Jia. Lin Xian smiled. All right, as you wish. I'm off now. As Lin Xian exited Bai Jingjing's room, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his heart fluttered with a mix of emotions. Massaging such an enchanting beauty was indeed a nerve-wracking experience. Shaking his head, he intended to head to the bathroom for a shower when suddenly, Pan Meixiang approached him and said, Xiao Lin, Come here. I need to speak with you. Sister. What's up? Lin Xian looked at Pan Meixiang, puzzled. Follow me. With that, she swayed her figure and headed towards the balcony. Lin Xian followed her. Once on the balcony, he asked, Sister, what do you wish to discuss? Pan Meixiang inquired, What do you think of Jingjing? Sister, why do you ask? Lin Xian replied, Just tell me your thoughts on her. Well, she's certainly lovely and has a pleasant personality. Lin Xian scratched his head, unsure of her motive. And what if she were to become your girlfriend? Pan Meixiang smiled as she posed the question. What? Lin Xian's face registered shock as he exclaimed, Sister, you can't be serious. He was taken aback. He was currently considered Pan Meixiang's man. Yet she was suggesting he date Bai Jingjing? This was quite unexpected. Pan Meixiang gazed at him earnestly, saying, Xiaolin, I am serious. Jingjing is already in her late 20s and still single, and so are you. You two would make a perfect match, don't you think? Chapter 74. Meixiang's scheme of substitution. Lin Xian was utterly speechless and replied, Sister, we are not meant to be together. Why are you pushing me towards other women? Pan Meixiang responded, Silly boy, although you and I have shared a bond, I understand that given my circumstances, it is impossible for us to have a future together. Moreover, I do not wish to hold you back or become a burden. Therefore, I want to find you a pure and virtuous girl. Jingjing is my best friend. She is lively, beautiful, and possesses a kind heart. As a flight attendant, she is the ideal girlfriend that countless men dream of. If you were to be with her, I would be truly happy for you. Before Pan Meixiang could finish her sentence, Lin Xian suddenly grasped her hand firmly and said, Sister, although Miss Bai is wonderful, I do not wish for anyone but you. Pan Meixiang held his hand in return, her eyes glistening as she spoke. Xiaolin, you need not concern yourself about me. I am a widow with a child, and it is impossible for us to have a lasting relationship. I cannot be a burden to you. I'm already content with what we have. Dear brother, stop hesitating. Jingjing is a great girl. Go for it. All right, no more discussion. It's settled. What is settled? You two aren't planning to get intimate, are you? If so, go back inside. Do you not fear being seen out here? At that moment, Bai Jingjing approached, teasingly. Lin Xian and Pan Meixiang quickly released their hands. Lin Xian's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, while Pan Meixiang's cheeks also turned red as she glared at Bai Jingjing, saying, Wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not speaking nonsense. I saw you holding hands. Next, are you going to? HM? Bai Jingjing said with a mischievous smile. Get lost. Pan Meixiang, flustered by Bai Jingjing's words, spat in jest and headed towards her room. Bai Jingjing shot a glance at Lin Xian, grinning wickedly as she hurried after Pan Meixiang, saying, Sister Xiang, I must tell you, your little husband is truly a treasure. After he gave me a massage, I felt utterly relaxed. Sister, you are in for a treat. Pan Meixiang merely responded with a sigh, while Lin Xian could only chuckle wryly and shake his head. As night fell, Lin Xian found himself in the guest room. This time, he did not share a bed with Pan Meixiang, for she was rooming with Bai Jingjing. He could not intrude upon their space. His mind drifted back to the earlier moments when he had massaged Bai Jingjing, stirring within him a peculiar sensation. After all, he had already been teased by Jin Xiaoman earlier that evening, which left him feeling quite unusual. Now, having massaged Bai Jingjing, those feelings intensified. Regrettably, he could not be with Meixiang. Lin Xian shook his head and fell into a restless sleep. Meanwhile, in Pan Meixiang's room, she and Bai Jingjing were sharing a bed. Sister, you truly have an eye for talent. Your little husband is indeed a treasure. After he massaged me, I felt so comfortable. And even my usual ailment has improved. My whole body feels warm. Bai Jingjing remarked with a playful grin. Pan Meixiang looked at her thoughtfully and asked, Do you think Lin Xian is quite good? Indeed, he is quite shy. Even when I undress, he doesn't seem to allow it, so earnest and grounded. Bai Jingjing chuckled, covering her mouth. By the way, sister, when you two are together, does he also take your feelings into consideration? Get lost. Pan Meixiang playfully smacked her hand, retorting, Don't jump to conclusions. Sister, let us chat for a moment, Bai Jingjing coaxed gently. Chat about what? Come on, Jingjing. Let us speak candidly. Suddenly, Pan Meixiang grasped her hand earnestly. What? What do you mean by candidly? Jingjing, don't you think Lin Xian is quite wonderful? How about letting him be your boyfriend? What? Before Pan Meixiang could finish, Jingjing let out a sharp cry, as if stepping on a cat's tail. Her voice, so piercing it seemed to threaten the very heavens. Pan Meixiang hurriedly urged, "Shh, lower your voice, you'll wake up Xiaoyin." "Oh." Bai Jingjing immediately sealed her lips, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Pan Meixiang's captivating face. "Sister, you're not joking, are you? You want to give me your man? You mean the two of us?" Unable to contain herself, Pan Meixiang burst into laughter, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? I mean, let Lin Xian be your boyfriend in a proper sense. What does that have to do with me? Huh? No, I'm confused. Isn't he your man? How can you just give him away? Sister, do you not want him anymore?" Bai Jingjing exclaimed in disbelief. "What do you mean I don't want him? Here's the thing. Jingjing, in essence, Lin Xian and I aren't actually in a romantic relationship. He is merely pretending to be Xiao Yin's father to assist me. After spending a few months with him, I've come to realize that he is a genuinely good and reliable young man. He is steady, upright, and kind-hearted, and he is quite handsome. It would be a pity for such a wonderful boy to be with someone else, so I thought I'd match him up with you. What do you think?" "Wait, sister, I'm still a bit confused. You're just giving him to me?" Bai Jingjing was taken aback. "It's not giving. He never belonged to me in the first place. Think about it. He is only pretending to help me. He is not really my boyfriend. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to introduce him to you?" Pan Meixiang explained. "But you too." Pan Meixiang's cheeks flushed with an unusual hue as she said, "Jingjing, that was merely a moment of impulse, but it's all right. As long as you two are together, I absolutely won't interfere." Upon hearing this, Bai Jingjing couldn't help but cover her mouth in laughter, saying, "Sister, you're so funny. Oh, give me an honest answer. Would you be willing?" Pan Meixiang grasped her hands, stating, "Jingjing, tell me." Bai Jingjing blinked her eyes, sparkling with intrigue, and replied, "Sister, I still don't know him very well. Besides, I have a question for you." "What question? Is he good to you usually?" Bai Jingjing inquired, her eyes twinkling. "Of course he is. Otherwise, would I consider introducing him to you?" Pan Meixiang replied, rolling her eyes. "Sister, you're truly wonderful." Bai Jingjing beamed, gripping Pan Meixiang's hand, who smiled back in response. The two girls happily chatted away on the bed. The two women engaged in conversation for a while, after which Pan Meixiang paused, grasping Bai Jingjing's hand, and asked, "Jingjing, tell me, do you wish to be with Xiaolin?" Bai Jingjing's eyes sparkled. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "I think there's no rush to become a couple." "Then what do you desire?" Pan Meixiang inquired. Bai Jingjing, her face still rosy, hesitated. "I want to spend more time together first." Suddenly, Pan Meixiang burst into laughter and said, "I understand. Would you like me to create an opportunity for you?" Do you really think I want that? How would you do it?" "Come closer." Thus, Bai Jingjing leaned in as Pan Meixiang whispered something in her ear. Bai Jingjing's face turned beet red, and she stared at Pan Meixiang in disbelief. "Sister, is that really okay? Besides, would you mind?" Pan Meixiang blinked and smiled. "Why would I mind? He doesn't belong to me. Once you get familiar with him, who knows what might happen? Just be natural. He won't find it strange. Then it's settled." At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xian was sleeping soundly in his room when he was suddenly jolted awake by the vibration of his WeChat notification. He pulled out his phone and his eyes widened in surprise. It was a message from Pan Meixiang. The content read, "Xiaolin, I have something to discuss with you. Come to my room, but be quiet." Lin Xian, glancing at the message, quickly replied, "Sister, aren't you staying with Miss Bai?" Pan Meixiang responded, "She went to sleep in my daughter's room. Don't worry about her. Just come quickly." "Understood. I'm on my way." Excited, Lin Xian hurriedly got up, leaving his room and stealthily making his way to Pan Meixiang's room. Upon reaching her door, he gently opened it and stepped inside. The room was enveloped in darkness, a smile creeping onto his lips as he walked straight towards the bed. The woman on the bed was radiating excitement and anticipation. An hour and a half later, Lin Xian emerged from Pan Meixiang's room, his face alight with joy. However, he was puzzled. He sensed that tonight, Meixiang seemed somewhat different from before. Perhaps the lingering effects of the alcohol had distorted his perceptions. Regardless, feeling elated, he returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. In Pan Meixiang's dimly lit room, she curiously asked, "So what's the verdict?" Bai Jingjing, sounding weary, replied, "Sister, I can't talk anymore. I need to sleep." Pan Meixiang pressed on, "Don't sleep yet. Tell me, do you want to be your boyfriend?" Bai Jingjing stammered, I want to see how it goes." Pan Meixiang chuckled. "All right, take your time." Bai Jingjing offered no further response. The following morning, Lin Xian awoke and, upon stepping outside, was taken aback. He beheld two young women, one clad in pink yoga pants and the other in blue, gracefully practicing yoga on mats in the living room. Lin Xian marveled at the sight, thinking how vibrant these two girls were. "Good morning, Papa Yin. You're awake." Pan Meixiang turned to Lin Xian with a smile. Bai Jingjing turned her delicate figure to gaze at Lin Xian, her eyes reflecting a newfound depth of emotion. The previous night, in the enveloping darkness of the room, events unfolded that stirred her heart, while Lin Xian mistakenly believed she was referring to Meixiang. "Good morning, Meixiang Jie and Jingjing Jie." Lin Xian greeted with a smile. "I'm well, but it seems someone was not quite themselves last night," Meixiang remarked playfully, casting a glance at Bai Jingjing. A faint blush crept across Bai Jingjing's face as she retorted, "Sister, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Huh? Jingjing Jie, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xian inquired. Perplexed by her reaction, Bai Jingjing shot him an accusatory glare, thinking to herself, "If I am unwell, it is certainly because of you." "What situation?" Lin Xian, taken aback by her glare, felt a wave of confusion wash over him, uncertain of where he had erred. "Little Yin's father, today is Saturday, and since Jingjing is staying, perhaps we could all go out together since Little Yin is also on holiday?" Meixiang suggested, her gaze inviting Lin Xian. Her intention was clear, to create an opportunity for Lin Xian and Bai Jingjing to bond. Bai Jingjing understood Meixiang's motives and shot her a peculiar look, pondering. Why does Xiangxiang Jie, who clearly likes this guy, insist on giving him to me? Although he is indeed quite charming, I cannot truly compete with her for a man. After last night, I already feel rather guilty towards her. Upon hearing her suggestion, Lin Xian expressed his regrets. "Sister, I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to today." He was, after all, on his way to a wedding, unable to join them. Bai Jingjing immediately scoffed. What could possibly be more important than being invited out by Xiangxiang Jie? It seems you have no regard for her. With a playful smack on Bai Jingjing's rear, Meixiang chastised, "You cheeky girl, what are you babbling about? Little Yin's father, it's fine. If you have something to do, please go ahead. Jingjing and I will take Little Yin out for a stroll." "Sister, Jingjing Jie, I truly apologize. It's not that I don't want to." Lin Xian felt a wave of contrition, eager to explain further. Meixiang quickly interrupted with a smile. "All right, I understand. No need for further explanations. You and Jingjing can chat. I'll prepare breakfast." With that, she gracefully turned and headed towards the kitchen. Bai Jingjing stood up and called out, "Future brother-in-law, come here, I have a question for you." "What is it?" Lin Xian asked, slightly taken aback as he approached her. "Did something special happen between you and Xiangxiang Jie last night?" Bai Jingjing inquired, feigning curiosity to subtly probe whether Lin Xian had noticed the switch. Instantly, Lin Xian's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, "And no, I need to wash up." With that, he hurriedly dashed towards the bathroom, watching his retreating figure. Bai Jingjing felt a warmth rise to her cheeks and muttered, "That guy." During breakfast, Little Yin gazed at Lin Xian with longing eyes and asked, "Daddy, aren't you going out with us today?" Lin Xian expressed his apologies, saying, "Xiao Yin, I am truly sorry. I have some matters to attend to today. Next time, I will take you out." Xiao Yin's face fell with disappointment, prompting Pan Meixiang to quickly interject, "Xiao Yin, your father has important work to accomplish. Your mother and Aunt Jingjing will take you out instead. Once your father is free, he will take you out to play." Although Xiao Yin felt disheartened, she soon wore a cheerful smile and replied, "All right, I will wait for father to have time to take me out." "Good," Lin Xian affirmed earnestly. Meanwhile, Bai Jingjing observed this touching father-daughter scene and thought to herself, "Not only can I not steal Sister Xiangxiang's man, but I also cannot take away Xiao Yin's father." After breakfast, Pan Meixiang, Bai Jingjing, and Xiao Yin began changing their clothes, preparing to go out for some fun. At that moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. Upon checking, He saw it was a call from Su Guogua. He stepped outside and answered the call in the corridor. What is it? Lin Xian inquired nonchalantly. Country bumpkin. The Jean family will arrive at my cousin's house at 10:30. Are you coming or not? Su Guogua demanded. I will make my own decisions, Lin Xian replied coolly. Here we go again. Can you give me a straight answer? Su Guogua exclaimed. Stay tuned, Lin Xian said. Stay tuned? You insufferable country bumpkin. What are you keeping me in suspense for? If you're not coming, then forget it. Su Guogua, must have been blind to have seen anything in you. It's ridiculous that my cousin even gave you her first kiss, and you turn out to be such a pathetic character. Country bumpkin. Spy. Bah. With that, Su Guogua, seething with anger, hung up the phone. Lin Xian stared at his phone, speechless. What a troublesome girl. Is she like a rabid dog? Hey, who are you on the phone with? Why must you step out into the corridor to talk? At that moment, Bai Jingjing's teasing voice broke through. Lin Xian looked up, his eyes lighting up slightly as he saw Bai Jingjing approaching in a pale blue long dress, her gaze playful. No wonder she is a flight attendant. In this long dress, she is indeed enchanting. It's nothing, just a regular friend, Lin Xian replied awkwardly. You aren't hiding anything from my sister Xiang, are you? Having other intentions outside? Bai Jingjing fixed her gaze on him, her tone laden with meaning. Of course not. How could that be? Lin Xian's face turned pale as he hurriedly shook his head. Huh, you're clearly nervous. Bai Jingjing smirked. Lin Xian, let me tell you, finding such a perfect woman as Sister Xiang is a stroke of luck for you. Don't mess it up. Lin Xian fell silent. Dad, we are leaving, Bai Jingjing announced. At that moment, Pan Meixiang emerged, dressed in a beige long dress, holding Xiao Yin's hand, and smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian returned the smile, saying, I hope you all have a wonderful time. Dad, you must think of Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin said affectionately. Lin Xian smiled. I will definitely think of you. Goodbye, Dad. Xiao Yin laughed joyfully. Let us go. Bai Jingjing waved goodbye to Lin Xian as they departed. Watching them leave, Lin Xian wore a gentle smile, but as he glanced at Bai Jingjing's graceful figure and recalled the events of the previous night, his expression suddenly darkened. Last night, the person I encountered felt somewhat different from Meixiang. Her waist seemed slimmer. Could it possibly be that woman? Lin Xian thought in horror, his body trembling in response. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. How could it possibly be Jingjing? I must have been imagining things due to last night's hangover. He reassured himself. Chapter 76. The peculiar school bell. Lin Xian returned to Pan Meixiang's residence and glanced at the time. It was 9:20. He planned to set off at 9:30. Just then, his phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yang Sahan. He quickly answered, greeting her with a smile. Hello, school bell Yang. Oh dear, brother Lin, what's school bell? It's just a nickname they gave me. Yang Sahan laughed. Lin Xian sensed a newfound warmth in her demeanor. Previously, her tone had been rather formal and stiff, but now it was gentle, like a soft spring breeze. And she even referred to him as brother. Lin Xian's remarkable medical skills had saved Zhu Ke, which earned him Yang Sahan's admiration. Subconsciously, her attitude had undergone a significant transformation. Lin Xian replied, Don't be modest. With your beauty, you are undoubtedly the school bell. Not all. Yang Sihan Chuklet es Hayoye. Miss Yang, he began. Oh, brother Lin, you don't need to call me Miss Yang. Just call me Sahan, she promptly interjected. All right, what can I do for you? Lin Xian inquired. Well, I wanted to update you on Sister Zhu Chue's condition. She has nearly recovered and asked me to express her gratitude, Yang Sahan explained. Lin Xian smiled. Is that all? It's a trivial matter. It was my honor to treat such a heroine. Indeed, she responded, but then hesitated, stammering, Brother Lin, what is it? What happened? Lin Xian asked, taken aback. Well, I was just casually asking, she continued. Go on. How are things between you and Xiao Wan? Lin Xian paused, puzzled. Who is Xiao Wan? Yang Sahan was momentarily speechless before clarifying. Xiao Wan is Lu Granny's granddaughter. Lin Xian slapped his forehead and chuckled. Oh, right. Her name is Sun Xiao Wan. What could possibly be between us? Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious. Didn't Lu Granny mention wanting to matchmake you two? If you succeed, I would love to attend your wedding. Yang Sahan said, her tone slightly strange and insincere. Lin Xian burst into laughter. What are you thinking? Wedding? I've merely met with teacher's son once, and we didn't even exchange more than 3 sentences. What wedding? Oh, so when is your date? Yang Sihan Breset Furter. A date? What date? Why would I have a date with her? Lin Xian replied, bewildered. Think about it. Lu Granny is adamant about bringing you two together, and Uncle Sun is also pushing for it. Are you really not going to ask Xiao Wan out? Yang Sahan questioned. Yang Sahan, you are quite strange. Why are you so curious about this? Lin Xian asked, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking out of sheer curiosity. After all, you're my grandfather's dear friend, and thus, you are my friend too. As a friend, it is only natural for me to express my concern. Moreover, my grandfather is quite anxious about your lifelong affairs. Yang Sahan hurriedly interjected, her tone revealing a hint of peculiarity. Lin Xian chuckled. Ah, I see. Yang grandfather is concerned for me. He wishes to matchmake you. Don't say such nonsense. Who would want to be your girlfriend? My grandfather is just joking. Yang Sahan retorted with an odd tone before promptly ending the call. Lin Xian gazed at his phone, puzzled, and mused. What is up with this girl? She truly is an eccentric campus belle. Checking the time, he realized it was already 9:30. He decided to leave Pan Meixiang's residence and headed toward the community's entrance. He calculated his financial situation. He had just under 1,200 remaining. This was all he possessed. As a man, having merely over 1,000 was indeed disheartening. He wondered if that specially appointed military doctor received his salary. If not, well, treating soldiers hardly required a paycheck, did it? It seemed he ought to seek employment. Upon reaching the community gate, Lin Xian found himself in a quandary. Should he take a taxi or opt for the bus? A taxi would cost over 40, while the bus required 3 transfers, which was rather bothersome. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and decided to take a taxi. He hailed one and directed the driver straight to the Chu family's old residence. While en route, Lin Xian's phone suddenly notified him that he had only 10 yuan left in his account. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and topped up his balance with 100 yuan. This brought him perilously close to 1,000. How frustrating. Sitting in the back seat, Lin Xian closed his eyes to feign sleep, his mind still lingering on the events of the previous night. However, the more he thought, the more he felt something was amiss. Oh, forget it. There's no need for wild imaginings. It was surely Sister Meixiang, and perhaps after a drink, my perceptions were skewed. He reassured himself. At 10:25, before the Chu family's old residence, Chu Zhigua, his new wife Huang Lan, and his 2 daughters, Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfang, waited at the entrance. Just then, an Audi A8 pulled up, and Chu Zhigua hurriedly approached, his face beaming with smiles. As the car door opened, the impeccably dressed Yang Jiqiang emerged. Chu Zhigua quickly grasped Yang Jiqiang's hand, exclaiming, President Yang, welcome, welcome. Yang Jiqiang smiled. Old Chu, do we still need to go through this formality? Huh, old Yang, it is a pleasure to have you here. Chu Zhigua replied, his face radiant with joy. Xiaolan, Menglan, Mengfang, have you not greeted President Yang yet? President Yang, hello, greeted Huang Lan, elegantly clad in a striking red high-slit qipao, exuding grace and charm. Yang Jiqiang cast a glance at Huang Lan, inwardly remarking, this old Chu, though aging, still has a youthful spirit. He has certainly nurtured the past flower of the night scene quite well. Madam, you flatter me, Yang Jiqiang smiled. Uncle Yang, hello. Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfang chimed in as they stepped forward to greet him. Yang Jiqiang responded with a warm smile. Hello, ladies. Chu Zhigua then suggested, shall we go inside and chat? No need to go in. Aren't Jin Yinshan and the others arriving soon? Let's wait for them here, Yang Jiqiang replied. All right. Chu Zhigua nodded eagerly, a smile on his face. At 10:29, a luxurious Maybach arrived, coming to a halt at the entrance. Jin Yinshan, Jin Yaha, and Jin Xiaoman disembarked. Jin Yinshan and Jin Yaha were impeccably dressed in suits, while Jin Xiaoman adorned a flowing crimson gown that accentuated her graceful figure, radiating brilliance, albeit with an air of arrogance and sharpness about her features. Brother Yinshan, Zhuziguet Galim, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached and clasped Jin Yinshan's hand warmly. Greetings, Brother Chu, Jin Yinshan replied with a smile. Gome, ya, Xiaoman. Greet your Uncle Chu. Hello, Unso Chu. Jin Yaha and Jin Xiaoman chimed in unison, stepping forward to pay their respects. Chu Jigua turned to the two, smiling. My dear nephew and niece, how do you do? Please follow me. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Jigua motioned for everyone to proceed into the house. Where is Meng Xue? I haven't seen her, Jin Yaha remarked, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. My dear nephew, Meng Xue is attending to a minor matter and will join us shortly, Chu Jigua responded, casting a glance at Jin Yaha. Ha, that is a relief. I thought perhaps Meng Xue was reluctant to meet her future husband. Jin Yaha chuckled at Jin Yaha's flippant remark. Yang Jiqiang shot him a sidelong glance, shaking his head slightly. Jin Yinshan also cast a stern look at his nephew, cautioning him to refrain from such comments. Jin Yaha promptly sealed his lips. Xiaoman, is that fellow Lin Xian definitely not coming? Jin Yaha inquired quietly, falling behind to speak with Jin Xiaoman. Jin Xiaoman shook her head, replying, I invited him yesterday, but he showed me no respect. How ungrateful, Jin Ya muttered under his breath. Are you certain he belongs to the elite circle of the capital? Jin Xiaoman nodded affirmatively. Then, since he is indeed of that privileged class, you must do your utmost to win him over. Only by consummating the relationship can it truly become stable. Get lost, Jin Xiaoman retorted, rolling her eyes at her brother for his inappropriate demeanor. With laughter, the group followed the Chu family into the grand hall. Chu Jigua invited everyone to take their seats. After a light exchange of conversation lasting 5 or 6 minutes, Jin Yaha, growing impatient, interjected, Uncle Chu, it has been quite a while, and we have yet to see Meng Xue. Could you please summon her? Ya, do mind your words. Jin Yinshan admonished his nephew with a glare, then turned to Chu Jigua, offering an apologetic smile. Brother Chu, my nephew speaks rather bluntly. I hope you do not take offense. Chu Jigua laughed heartily, saying, your nephew's straightforwardness is quite refreshing. No offense taken. Mengfang, go fetch your sister. It won't do to hide away when such significant matters are at hand. Chu Mengfang promptly rose, saying, all right. Father, it may not be sufficient for my sister to come alone. I shall accompany her. Chu Menglan also stood. Go ahead, Chu Jigua nodded. Finally, I shall meet my future wife. Jin Yaha exclaimed, beaming with delight. Jin Xiaoman looked at her brother's exuberance and merely scoffed. After a few moments of casual conversation, Chu Mengfang's voice rang out, she is here. As soon as she spoke, Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfang entered, guiding Chu Mengxue, with Su Guoguo trailing behind. Jin Yaha quickly turned his gaze to Chu Mengxue, and upon seeing her, his eyes widened in astonishment, his breath nearly catching in his throat. Dressed in a flowing white gown, devoid of any makeup, Chu Mengxue's natural beauty shone through, though her complexion bore a hint of weariness. Even without any adornment, she radiated an enchanting beauty, akin to a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. What a thrill! Truly, she is destined to be my future wife. Utterly breathtaking. Jin Yaha looked at Chu Mengxue, nearly drooling, his heart brimming with delight. Even Jin Xiaoman cast a glance at Chu Mengxue, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Meng Xue, how could you be so rude, making everyone wait for you so long? Chu Jigua remarked, observing Chu Mengxue, followed by now. Quickly greet your Uncle Jin and Uncle Yang. Chu Mengxue turned to Yang Jiqiang and Jin Yinshan, saying, hello, Uncle Jin, hello, Uncle Yang. No need for formality, Meng Xue. Jin Yinshan replied with a warm smile. Yang Jiqiang nodded in agreement with a grin. Meng Xue, at long last, I have the pleasure of seeing you. You remain as stunning as ever. Jin Yaha exclaimed, unable to contain his eagerness as he approached Chu Mengxue, his eyes filled with avarice. Chu Mengxue glanced at him, choosing to ignore him. Noticing her indifference, Jin Yaha felt a twinge of embarrassment, but secretly sneered, thinking, what pretense of aloofness is this? Once you marry me, I shall have my way with you. His thoughts darkened, his gaze lingering on Chu Mengxue's figure, consumed by lewd intentions. At that moment, Jin Yinshan spoke up, Jigua, since Meng Xue is here, let us finalize the marriage contract. Chu Jigua smiled very well. Jin Yaha's face lit up with joy as he looked at Chu Mengxue and declared, Meng Xue, the marriage contract is about to be sealed. Once it is, you will be my fiancée. Chu Mengxue's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with disdain. Jin Yinshan produced the prearranged marriage contract and smiled at Jin Yaha and Chu Mingxue, saying, Mingxue, Yaha, come over and sign a contract. All right, Mingxue, let us sign the marriage contract. Jin Yaha replied cheerfully as he reached out to take Chu Mingxue's hand, only for her to step back, evading his touch. Jin Yaha's expression darkened slightly. Mingxue, what does this mean? You are my fiancé. Am I not permitted even to hold your hand? When did I ever agree to be your fiancé? Her words instantly chilled the atmosphere of the hall. Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfang exchanged knowing glances, their smiles laden with significance. Mengxue, stop this nonsense. Today is a momentous occasion for both of us. Come on, let us sign the contract. Jin Yaha forced a smile, attempting to grasp Chu Mingxue's hand once more, only for her to retreat again, glaring at him. Dare to touch me and see what happens. Jin Yaha fell silent. Jin Yinshan's face darkened as he turned to Chu Zhigua. Zhigua, what is going on here? With a resounding thud, Chu Zhigua slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly to glare at Chu Mingxue. Mingxue, I do not care what you think. You must sign this contract. Seeing Chu Zhigua's fury, Yang Jiqiang hurriedly intervened. Old Chu, let us not lose our temper. Today is a day of celebration. Dad, let me be clear. I will not sign. Chu Mingxue stated emphatically, fixing her gaze on Chu Zhigua. Chapter 78. My cousin already has a boyfriend. Chu Mingxue's declaration left the hall in stunned silence. Cheng Zhigua rushed forward and struck Chu Mingxue across the face, seething with anger. You shall sign, whether you like it or not. Brother Zhigua, refrain from violence. Let us remain composed, Jin Yinshan interjected, turning to Chu Mingxue with a smile. Mingxue, as you can see, my nephew Jin Yahaos is the legitimate heir of the Jin family, possessing both wealth and influence. Why do you resist? Jin Yahaos chimed in. Indeed. Mingxue, look at my handsome visage. I hail from a prestigious family. Why do you refuse? A crimson handprint blossomed on Chu Mingxue's cheek, yet she remained silent. I shall respond on her behalf. It is because my cousin already has a boyfriend. Suddenly, Su Guo, who had been standing by, interjected loudly. Her declaration plunged the atmosphere into an even deeper silence, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfang exchanged glances, revealing faint, sinister smiles. The most astonished of all was Jin Yahaos, who gazed at Chu Mingxue with disbelief. Mingxue, you already have a boyfriend? Chu Mingxue cast a bewildered glance at Su Guogua. Her brow furrowed. She had previously cautioned Su Guogua against mentioning her boyfriend, yet the girl had blurted it out nonetheless. After all, Lin Xian's background was uncertain. He might well be entangled with her two older sisters, and she wished for no connection with him. Besides, she had no desire to involve Lin Xian in this matter. My cousin has nothing to hide, Su Guogua declared defiantly. Let me clarify. My cousin already has a boyfriend. Jin Yahaos looked on, bewildered. Mingxue, tell me, is this true? Are your ears deaf? I have already told you. My cousin has a boyfriend. Su Guogua retorted, glaring at Jin Yahaos. Impossible. Mingxue, I know you well. So many talented suitors have pursued you, yet you have shown no interest. How could you possibly have a boyfriend? Jin Yahaos replied, incredulous. Chu Mingxue maintained a peculiar expression, remaining silent. Jin Yinshan turned to Cheng Zhigua. Brother Zhigua, what is the meaning of this? Cheng Zhigua, visibly embarrassed, forced a smile. Brother Yinshan, this is all a misunderstanding. My niece is merely speaking nonsense. Guogua, what are you babbling about? Your cousin has no such relationship. Speak another word, and I shall have you leave. Su Guogua fixed her gaze on Cheng Zhigua. Uncle, are you not aware of whether my cousin has a boyfriend? Just days ago, she introduced him to you. Jin Yahaos? Jin Yinshan? Yang Jiqiang was equally astonished, pondering, is it truly possible that Chu Mingxue, known for her icy demeanor and pride, has found someone and brought him home? Finding the situation increasingly intriguing, he chose to observe silently, awaiting the unfolding events. Uncle, what is the situation? Mingxue has a boyfriend? And you allowed her to bring him home? This seems rather excessive, does it not? You explicitly intended to betroth Mingxue to me. How could you permit her to bring someone else home? Jin Yahaos glared at Cheng Zhigua, furious. Jin Yanshan remarked, "Indeed, Brother Jigua. What precisely is the situation? Our Jin family, with the best of intentions, wishes to unite with yours through marriage, yet you seem to be playing both sides." Chu Jigua found himself in an awkward predicament, hastily responding, "Yinshan, Yeheo, please do not misunderstand. Just a few days ago, Meng Xue did bring along a young man. But he is not her partner. Rather, he is merely an actor she hired to deceive me." "Deceive you?" Jin Yinshan inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "Yes." Chu Jigua replied with a forced smile. "This girl is far too focused on her career and has little desire to marry. So she resorted to hiring an actor to trick me." Jin Yeheo immediately turned to Chu Mengxue and asked, "Mengxue, is this truly the case?" Chu Mengxue wore a peculiar expression and remained silent. She understood that if she admitted to deceiving her father, the consequences would be dire. Either she would face her father's wrath, or, feeling guilty, she would become the subject of ridicule and be compelled to marry Jin Yeheo. Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfong exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. "No, that individual is my cousin's boyfriend. At that time, my cousin even kissed him in public. Uncle, both my cousin and others were present. They can attest to this." At this moment, Su Guowu chimed in. "If that person was merely an actor hired by my cousin, how could she possibly kiss him?" Jin Yeheo stood there, stunned, his gaze filled with fury as he glared at Chu Mengxue. "Mengxue, not only did you introduce that person to your family, but you also kissed him?" Chu Mengxue's expression was odd, her cheeks faintly flushed, and she remained silent, offering no response. At that point, Chu Mengfong interjected, "Young Master Yeheo, I was present that day as well. My younger sister indeed kissed that person." Chu Menglan's eyes gleamed with a cunning light as she concurred, "Indeed, it is true." Upon hearing her elder sister's words, Chu Mengxue trembled slightly, casting a cold glare at them. She was well aware of their malicious intent. They sought to deliberately provoke their father and the Jin family. Oblivious to the scheming, Su Guowu exclaimed, "Look, both my elder sisters have testified. That day, my cousin truly kissed her partner. We all witnessed it. Therefore, young Master Jin, my cousin is already in a relationship. She cannot marry you." Although Su Guowu's intention was to aid Chu Mengxue, she unwittingly became an accomplice to her elder sister's machinations. Chu Mengfong and Chu Menglan exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with delight as they observed their father's face grow increasingly stormy. This was precisely the outcome they desired. Feeling it was insufficient, Su Guowu grasped Chu Mengxue's hand and urged, "Cousin, now that we are at this juncture, just admit it. You have a boyfriend, and you kissed him. You will not marry him. Be quiet." Chu Mengxue shot back at Su Guowu. Taken aback, Su Guowu quickly fell silent, her demeanor one of grievance. "Cousin, I was only trying to help you. Why are you shouting at me?" Chu Mengxue glared at her younger cousin, exasperated by her foolishness. "From now on, you will remain silent." Fine," Su Guowu acquiesced, closing her mouth with a look of utmost dismay. "Mengxue, tell me, is all of this real?" Jin Yahue fixed his gaze on Chu Mengxue and spoke in a deep tone. Chapter 79, Because She Is My Girlfriend. Chu Mengxue remained silent. Jin Yunshan's eyes flickered as he turned to Chu Mengxue with a smile, saying, "Mengxue, as long as you directly admit that the person in question is merely an actor and sign the marriage certificate, everything will end on a happy note." Chu Jigua added, "Since your Uncle Jin has said so, why don't you heed his advice?" Jin Yahue feigned an air of generosity, saying, "Mengxue, I'm a magnanimous man. If you acknowledge that the so-called partner is an actor you hired and marry me honestly, I will refrain from pursuing that matter further and will not be angry with you." Upon hearing this, Chu Mengxue cast a sidelong glance at Jin Yahue, then turned to Chu Jigua and responded slowly, "Dad, I want to make it clear that regardless of whether that person is my boyfriend or not, I will not marry Jin Yahue." Chu Jigua's expression darkened instantly, and he raised his hand to strike Chu Mengxue across the face. Jin Yinshan, quick to react, seized his wrist, saying, "Brother Jigua, do not hit the child." Jin Yahue's face turned ashen, his eyes flashing with a ferocity as he looked at Chu Jigua and said, "Uncle Chu, if Mengxue refuses to sign, and if my grandfather learns that the Chu family is trying to fool him, he will be very displeased." Upon hearing this, Chu Jigua trembled. If the elder of the Jin family were to rage, the Chu family would cease to exist. It is well known that the elder of the Jin family is notoriously ruthless. With this thought, Chu Jigua glared at Chu Mengshui and shouted, "Chu Mengshui, I am giving you one last chance. Sign the marriage certificate obediently. Otherwise, I will ensure that that person surnamed Lin has a difficult time." With a sharp gaze, Chu Mengshui fixed her eyes on her father, saying, "Dad, you dare to use him to threaten me?" Chu Jigua sneered. "You may interpret it as a threat. I do not care what your relationship with that person is. If you marry Yahweh, everything will be manageable. Otherwise, you should be aware of your father's methods regarding his fate." Chu Mengshui stared intensely at her father. Her eyes filled with disappointment. Chu Jigua paid no heed to his daughter's attitude. All he desired was for her to marry into the Jin family. For only then could the Chu family progress further. As for his daughter's resentment towards him, once she became a lady of the Jin family and enjoyed wealth and luxury, she would eventually realize that he acted in her best interest. One day, she would understand his intentions. Chu Jigua stated coldly, "Meng Shui, that person's future depends entirely on you. You decide how to proceed." Yang Jiqiang sat silently on the side, observing the scene with a hint of amusement in his eyes as he regarded Chu Jigua with a trace of disdain. To force his daughter into a wealthy family using such despicable and shameless tactics is utterly laughable. "I hate you." Gritting her teeth, Chu Mengshui uttered these 3 words and walked straight to the marriage certificate, picking up a pen. Chu Jigua smiled, though his expression was complex. Jin Yinshan laughed. Jin Yahweh also smiled. As Chu Mengshui picked up the pen, tears welled in her eyes, filled with disappointment and hatred. Sugawa called out, "Cousin, are you truly going to marry this man? He looks like a raging lunatic. If you marry him, just wait for domestic violence." "You foolish girl. What nonsense are you spouting?" With a fierce shout, Jin Yaha's face darkened as he lifted his foot to kick Su Guohua. Jin Yinshan hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "Stop! This is your future cousin. How can you strike her?" Jin Yaha cast a malevolent glance at Su Guohua, who defiantly glared back and called out to Chu Mengshui, "Cousin, did you see that? He is about to hit me." Chu Mengshui also regarded Jin Yaha with a deep look, to which he responded with a forced smile. "I was a bit impulsive just now. Please sign quickly. If you do not, your so-called boyfriend may find himself in a dire predicament." Chu Mengshui shivered slightly, pondering. "Lin Xian, although I am unaware of your true intentions, you saved Shaoli, which makes you akin to my savior. To repay your kindness, I am left with no choice." With this thought, she inscribed her surname on the marriage contract. Su Guohua repeatedly protested against the signing, yet with tears in her eyes. Chu Mengshui penned the second character, Meng. Jin Yaha, overjoyed upon witnessing Chu Mengshui write the second character, eagerly urged her on. Just as she was about to inscribe the final character, a commanding voice rang out, "Do not sign." The crowd was taken aback, for that voice was all too familiar. Jin Yaha immediately turned to Jin Xiaoman, asking, "Didn't you say he wouldn't come?" Jin Xiaoman's expression was peculiar, her eyes glimmering with surprise. Upon hearing that voice, Chu Mengshui's face was a mixture of astonishment and complexity. He truly had come. Su Guohua exclaimed in delight, "Cousin, he really is here. You should not sign." Chu Menglan and Chu Mengfong exchanged knowing smiles. As the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a figure strode confidently into the room. It was Lin Xian. Jin Xiaoman, brimming with joy, rushed forward, saying, "Mr. Lin, did you not say you would not come? Yet here you are. Thank you for granting me this honor." Lin Xian cast her a glance, but chose to ignore her, leaving Jin Xiaoman feeling quite embarrassed. Upon hearing Jin Xiaoman's words, a look of bewilderment crossed Chu Mengshui's face as she thought, "Could it be that he did not come for me?" Jin Yinshan interjected with a smile, "Mr. Lin, we are immensely grateful for your acceptance of Xiaoman's invitation to witness the joyous occasion of Yaha and Mengshui." Lin Xian regarded him with a penetrating gaze, but did not respond. Su Guohua, lost in confusion, muttered to herself, "I'm a bit bewildered. Which side does this fellow belong to?" Chu Jigua was equally perplexed as he glanced at Lin Xian, asking, "Yinshan, what is the situation here?" Jin Yinshan replied with a chuckle, Brother Jigua, this gentleman, Lin Xian, has come at my niece's invitation to witness the union of Meng Xue and Yaha. Upon hearing Jin Yinshan's words, Chu Jigua appeared utterly flabbergasted, promptly turning to Chu Mengxue, who mirrored his confusion. Cousin, I am quite lost. How has that rustic fellow become their guest? Sugua would question Chu Mengxue with a puzzled expression. Chu Menge, a Guali Buu, could not fathom how Lin Xian had become a guest of the Jin family. In truth, not only was Chu Mengxue confused, but even the Chu sisters, Meng Lan and Meng Fong, were at a loss regarding the circumstances. Jin Yinshan added with a smile, since Mr. Lin is also here to witness, Mengxue, do hasten to sign the marriage contract. She cannot sign. Lin Xian interjected. Why? Jin Yinshan immediately turned to Lin Xian, his face a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Jin Yaheos also quickly inquired, why? Lin Xian cast a glance at Chu Mengxue, then addressed the crowd with deliberate clarity, because she is my girlfriend. At that moment, every individual present seemed to be frozen in place, with none more shocked than Jin Yaheos, who exclaimed, Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Are you saying that Meng Xue is your girlfriend? Lin Xian met his gaze firmly and reiterated, indeed, Chu Mengxue is my girlfriend. Therefore, she will not marry you. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Yaheos' face twisted in anger as he retorted, I understand now. You must be the so-called boyfriend that little girl mentioned. Sugwa quickly interjected, yes, he's my cousin S boyfriend. Jin Yaheos was left speechless, while Yang Jiqiang and Jin Xiaoman wore expressions of disbelief. How could Lin Xian possibly be Chu Mengshue's boyfriend? What did that make her attempts to seduce him? Chapter 80. Lin Xian, I'll follow you. Everyone, do not listen to him. At this moment, Chu Jigua contorted his face in anger, glaring at Lin Xian as he shouted, You filthy scoundrel. Do you think I do not know who you are? You are merely a construction worker, just a counterfeit brought in by Meng Xue, believing yourself to be her boyfriend. What? Uncle Chu, are you saying he is just a construction worker? Jin Yaheos paused, turning to Chu Jigua in disbelief. Chu Jigua sneered, indeed. He is nothing more than a laborer at our construction site, essentially no different from a peasant worker. I do not understand why Miss Xiaoman invited him, but I suspect she has been deceived by this scoundrel. Get out of here at once, or I will make your life a living hell. The last statement was directed at Lin Xian, whose presence caused the Jin family members to exchange glances, realizing that this young man was merely a construction worker. Yet, why had old Master Yang treated him with such warmth and respect? Immediately, Jin Yaheos fixed a menacing gaze upon Lin Xian and asked, Is what Uncle Chu said true? Lin Xian replied calmly, Yes, I was once a construction worker, but now I have become unemployed. Good heavens! Little sister, did you hear that? I thought he was some wealthy heir from the capital. Turns out, he is just a laborer. Jin Yaheos scoffed, You thought so highly of him. Yet he is nothing but trash. Before Jin Yaheos could finish, Yang Jiqiang surged forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The blow left Jin Yaheos in a state of shock as he looked at Yang Jiqiang, bewildered. Uncle Yang, why did you hit me? Yang Jiqiang's gaze bore into him. Though Mr. Lin is indeed a construction worker, he is also my father's savior. My father treats him with utmost respect. How dare you insult him? Yang Jiqiang was infuriated. Regardless of Lin Xian's circumstances, he remained his father's benefactor. This insolent wretch dared to publicly disrespect Lin Xian, prompting Yang Jiqiang to take a stand. If he did not, it would surely wound Lin Xian's heart. Upon witnessing Yang Jiqiang's fury, Jin Yaheos quickly regained his composure. Indeed, though Lin Xian may not be a prominent figure in the capital, he is nonetheless the savior of old Master Yang, and for that reason alone, he commands respect in this province. An affront to him is simply intolerable. Jin Yinshan, noticing the tension, immediately interjected, Yaheo, how dare you speak to Mr. Lin in such a manner? Apologize to him at once. Jin Yinshan's timely intervention was motivated by a desire to prevent Jin Yaheo from offending old Master Yang. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize, Jin Yaheo stammered, but Lin Xian chose to disregard him. In that moment, the Chu family began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Lin Xian was indeed the benefactor of old Master Yang. This revelation caused a complex expression to cross Chu Jigua's face. Even if Lin Xian were not an imposing figure, his status as the savior of old Master Yang was formidable enough. Lin Xian turned to the crowd and spoke slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard, Chu Mingxue is my girlfriend, and therefore, she shall not be signing any marriage contract. At this juncture, Jean Xiaoman stepped forward, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Mr. Lin, does merely claiming that Meng Xue is your girlfriend suffice? Because I see no sign of her acknowledging that. If she publicly admits you're her boyfriend, we might consider retracting the engagement. However, should she choose not to, she will have no choice but to proceed with the marriage contract. Jean Yaheo interjected, Sister, we can't play around like this. Jean Xiaoman whispered to her brother, Meng Xue is a career-driven woman. She would never publicly acknowledge it. To do so would mean a severance from her family, resulting in a loss greater than death itself. Upon hearing this, Jean Yaheo nodded and chuckled, realizing his sister's cleverness, a strategic retreat. As Jean Xiaoman finished speaking, all eyes turned to her, eager to see how Chu Mingxue would respond. Even Chu Jigua glared at his daughter with fierce intensity. Dare you admit it? Lin Xian also fixed his gaze on Chu Mingxue, curious to see her choice. If she chose not to acknowledge their relationship, he would simply walk away. At that moment, a contemplative expression crossed Chu Mingxue's face as she glanced deeply at her father. With a determined gaze, she strode directly towards Lin Xian. Chu Jigua's face darkened. Mingxue, what are you doing? Ignoring her father, Chu Mingxue approached Lin Xian, linked her arm with his, and declared firmly, Yes, I, Chu Mingxue, am his girlfriend. I will not marry anyone else. The crowd gasped in shock. Jean Yaheo felt as if he had been struck by lightning, nearly stumbling to the ground. Jean Xiaoman was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that Chu Mingxue would truly acknowledge their relationship. Was she really prepared to sever ties with her family? Chu Jigua trembled with fury. The Chu sisters exchanged quick glances, their faces alight with triumph. Su Guogua cheered enthusiastically. Cousin, you are amazing. Jean Yaheo, did you hear that? My cousin is Lin Xian's girlfriend. She will never marry you. Lin Xian smiled and turned to Jean Yinshan. What do you think, Mr. Jean? Jean Yinshan's expression was complex as he weighed the situation. Just then, Yang Jiqiang spoke up. Since Meng Xue is Mr. Lin's girlfriend, we can no longer pressure her into signing this marriage contract. What do you say, old Chu? Yang Jiqiang's sudden support for Lin Xian effectively forced Chu Jigua to take a stand. Are you inclined to support the Yang family or the Jin family? Chu Jigua glanced between Lin Xian and Jean Yinshan, unable to reach a decision. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Jean Yinshan suddenly chuckled. Ah, Brother Chu, there is no need for distress. Who could have anticipated that Meng Xue is Mr. Lin's girlfriend? Since Meng Xue is already in a relationship, we need not pursue her any further. I propose we cease this union matter here. Yahao, Xiaoman, let us depart. With that, Jean Yinshan strode towards the exit, his eyes glinting with amusement. Jean Yaheo, visibly reluctant, lingered behind. Jean Yinshan barked, Are you deaf? Let us go. Jean Yaheo let out a bitter sigh and turned to follow. Jean Xiaoman cast a lingering glance at Lin Xian before gracefully leaving. Yinshan, wait for us. Chu Jigua called out, but they departed without a backward glance. Chu Jigua's expression darkened as he fixed a cold stare at Lin Xian. Old Chu, I must take my leave as well, Yang Jiqiang remarked, casting an odd look at Lin Xian before striding away. Once Yang Jiqiang had gone, Chu Jigua glared at Lin Xian and barked, Get lost, you bastard. With matters settled, Lin Xian prepared to extricate his arm from Chu Mingxue's embrace. Yet she held on tightly, declaring, Let us go together. Taken aback, Lin Xian's face broke into a radiant smile as he replied, All right, together then. With that, Chu Mingxue linked her arm with his, and they began to walk out. Chu Jigua, witnessing this scene, trembled with rage and shouted, Meng Xue, if you dare leave with this scoundrel, then do not acknowledge me as your father. Chu Mingxue halted, looking at her father with tears welling in her eyes, and said with remarkable calmness, Dad, do you truly believe you deserve to be called a father after the way you just pressured me? At her words, Chu Jigua flinched, his face contorting with discomfort. Meng Xue, how dare you speak to your father like that? I arranged for you to marry into a wealthy family for your own good. Just look at this bumpkin compared to Jean Yaheo. It's like comparing heaven and earth. Don't you see that? Huang Lan glared at Chu Mengxue, admonishing her. In go ding Huang Lan. Chu Mengxue turned her gaze to Chu Zhigua and stated, Dad, whether you acknowledge me as your daughter or not, I will always be your daughter. And that cannot be changed. If you insist on disowning me because I refuse to comply with your domineering arrangements, then so be it. After speaking, she linked her arm with Lin Xian's and walked straight towards the exit. Su Guogua quickly followed, her face alight with excitement and pride, feeling as if she had accomplished something monumental. Chu Zhigua watched his daughter's departing figure, his face pale and rendered speechless. Huang Lan's eyes flickered, and she scoffed, Master. Look at this. Meng Shui completely disregards you. All your efforts have been in vain. Chapter 81. Chu Mengxue. Not allowed, your unwavering love for your daughter has led you to wish for her marriage into a prestigious family. Yet she not only remains ungrateful, but insists on following that unsophisticated fellow. Truly, it is a disheartening betrayal of your heartfelt efforts. Chu Menglan approached and remarked, Father, my younger sister is currently so defiant and has lost even the most basic judgment. I believe it would be wise to let her reflect on her choices. As for her work, my second sister and I will take it upon ourselves to assist her. Indeed, under the persuasion of his two daughters and his new wife. Chu Zhigua's countenance grew increasingly somber and irritable. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I announce the removal of Chu Mengxue from her position as president. Menglan, you shall act as the interim president, while Meng Fong, you will take over your elder sister's responsibilities. Yes, father, rest assured, I will elevate the company to new heights, exclaimed Chu Menglan, her heart brimming with joy. Chu Zhigua gazed at her and clarified, I have not entrusted the company to you. I have merely assigned you the role of acting president. Understood, father. You can count on me to perform well. Chu Menglan zet ponde, her eyes briefly betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. Yet she maintained a resolute demeanor. I too will strive to do my best. Chu Mengfong immediately pledged. Very well. Chu Zhigua replied, his expression darkening as he strode away. Huang Lan and the two sisters exchanged glances, a subtle smile of complicity gracing their lips as they hastily followed him, saying, Master, please do not let your anger overwhelm you. Though Mengxue may be lacking, we still have Menglan and Mengfong, two dutiful daughters at your side. Silence. Chu Zhigua's reprimand echoed sharply. Elder sister, father truly shows favoritism. Just the other day, he declared that if our younger sister were to associate with that unsophisticated fellow, she would be disowned from the family. Now, he has merely stripped her of her presidential title and allowed you to act in her stead. It is blatant bias. Chu Mengfang's gulp. Chu Menglan shot her a glance and retorted, Is it not obvious that father is indeed partial? However, despite our younger sister's continued presence in the family, she has ultimately lost her position. We can consider this a significant victory. With that, a triumphant expression adorned Chu Menglan's face. Chu Mengfong chimed in, Exactly. As long as we keep our younger sister suppressed, you shall remain the eternal president. Chu Menglan added with a chuckle. Let's hurry back to the company to announce father's decree, and furthermore, deal with all those who support our younger sister. She made a gesture across her throat, her eyes darkening. Chu Mengfong laughed. Elder sister, you truly are formidable. Mengfong, I am in high spirits today. This evening, summon that foreign gentleman to indulge in some relaxation. Chu Menglan said, her eyes glinting with mischief as she glanced at her younger sister. Of course. Chu Mengfang easily zipli. Meanwhile, Chu Mengxue, entwined with Lin Xian's arm, exited the hall and paused in the courtyard. Releasing his arm, she looked at him and said, You should not have come. Lin Xian met her gaze and replied, If I hadn't come, you would have been bound to marry that man named Jean. Upon hearing this, Chu Mengxue trembled slightly, warmth blossoming in her heart. But do you realize? By coming here, you have offended the Jean family and my father. They may not let this transgression go unpunished. Lin Xian responded calmly. I am not afraid. Cousin, do not say such things. You have given him your first kiss. Is it not natural for him to come to your aid? At that moment, Su Guogua approached, interjecting, "Do you even understand anything?" Chu Mingxue glared at Su Guogua, saying, "Do you realize that by calling him here, you nearly put him in danger?" Su Guogua retorted, "How did I endanger him? He seems perfectly fine, does he not?" Chu Mingxue shot her a disapproving look, thinking that the girl's intellect was rather lacking and it was futile to explain. However, she recognized Su Guogua's good heart and felt it inappropriate to reprimand her. "Well, I've completed my task, so I shall take my leave," she declared, turning to exit. Yet, just as Lin Xian had walked a few meters away, Chu Mingxue suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment. What is it?" Lin Xian inquired, turning back to her. "Come here," she said. Lin Xian approached her, asking, "What do you wish to say?" "I would like to pose a question, and I request your honest answer," Chu Mingxue whispered. "Speak," he replied. "Are you involved with my elder sister or my second sister?" she asked softly. At this, Lin Xian was at a loss for words, staring at her exquisite visage, and could not help but chuckle in exasperation. "Well, think what you will." He shook his head and began to walk away. However, after a few more steps, he heard her apologetic voice. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." Lin Xian halted, his heart slightly trembling and his eyes glistening. Finally, Chu Mingxue had dispelled her misapprehension about him. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. He turned back to her with a smile, saying, "It's all right, as long as you don't misunderstand me." Yet, he was curious, "But that day, what were you and my two sisters discussing while standing together?" Chu Mingxue asked with intrigue. "They approached me, claiming they wanted to help me win your heart, albeit in a rather dubious manner," Lin Xian replied with a cold smirk. "Help you win my heart?" Chu Mingxue's expression darkened. "What exactly did they say?" "They mentioned they could assist me in securing you, implying that they wished to turn raw rice into cooked rice," he explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingxue's face fell, and after a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and said, "How treacherous! They aim to solidify our relationship, incite my father's wrath, and even tarnish my reputation, leading me into despair." "And how did you respond to them?" Lin Xian found himself appreciating her cleverness. "I immediately discerned their malicious intent and firmly told them that I have feelings for Chu Mingxue and wish to win her heart honestly. I have no desire to resort to underhanded tactics to gain her favor, nor will I ever stoop so low," Lin Xian declared earnestly. Hearing this, a peculiar smile graced Chu Mingxue's lips. "Country bumpkin, what dreams are you weaving? Do you truly believe you could win my cousin's heart? Let me tell you, even if my cousin were to marry a dog, she would never marry you." So wo interjected. "Silence. Who is marrying a dog?" Chu Mingxue immediately rebuked Su Wo. Cousin, I was merely using an example," Su Guo hastily clarified. Chu Mingxue chose to ignore Su Guo and turned her attention back to Lin Xian, saying, "You have aided me. How would you like me to express my gratitude?" "No need for thanks. I acted willingly," Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. "No, I must express my gratitude. Otherwise, my conscience would not be at peace," Chu Mingxue insisted earnestly. "Are you certain you wish to thank me?" "Yes, feel free to make a request." As Lin Xian spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her alluring neckline. As Chu Mingxue caught his gaze, her expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "You, not there. That's unacceptable." Chapter 82. Now you dare to ask for a second kiss. Next, you'll likely demand that she bear your children. Su Guogua interjected. "You delusional fool. What makes you think my cousin would offer you such privileges? That spot is reserved exclusively for her future boyfriend." Chu Mingxue felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the girl. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Xian awkwardly chuckled and said, "You misunderstand. I merely admired President Chu's figure. Truly, no need for gratitude. Not so fast. You must clarify what kind of gratitude you desire," Chu Mingxue pressed. With a wry smile, Lin Xian's eyes glinted with mischief as he replied, "If you insist on thanking me, then perhaps a kiss would suffice." "What a ridiculous notion. My cousin has already given you her first kiss. Do you expect a second? Such fanciful dreams." So Wo exclaimed, "Cousin, please don't give him a second kiss." Chu Mingxue's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xian, while he hastily added, "I was just joking. I must take my leave." With that, Lin Xian dashed outside, fearing Chu Mingxue's wrath. Observing his retreating figure, A mixture of emotions flickered in Chu Mengshua's eyes. Su Guohua, irate, declared, taking advantage and then acting innocent. Just days ago, my cousin bestowed her first kiss upon you, and now you want a second? Truly, a fool's errand. Cousin, you mustn't entertain him. Such a lecherous man must not succeed. Who knows, in a few days, he might demand your body. He may even want you to bear his children. What utter nonsense! Chu Mingxua scolded her and gracefully turned to leave. Wait, cousin, I'm speaking the truth. If you give him a second kiss, he won't hesitate to desire your body. I'm looking out for your best interests. Su Guohua called after her as she continued on her way. Lin Xian exited the Chu family estate and approached the roadside to hail a cab. At that moment, an Audi A8 abruptly halted beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Yang Jiqiang's face as he beckoned. Xiao Lin, get in. Uncle Yang? Certainly. Lin Xian quickly climbed into the car, taking a seat beside Yang Jiqiang. Yang Jiqiang addressed the driver. Let's go. Yes, sir, the driver affirmed as he drove away. Uncle, is there something you need? Lin Xian inquired, glancing at Yang Jiqiang. Yang Jiqiang fixed his stern gaze upon him and said, Xiao Lin, your honesty leaves much to be desired. Huh? Uncle, why do you say that? Lin Xian was taken aback. The old man asked if you have a girlfriend. What did you tell him? Yang Jiqiang pressed, his brow furrowed. Lin Xian's expression turned peculiar as he realized why Yang Jiqiang was reprimanding him. It was due to his previous deception. When the elder had inquired about his relationship status, Lin Xian had answered in the negative. However, just moments ago at the Chu residence, he had claimed to be Chu Mengshua's boyfriend, which understandably irked Yang Jiqiang. Although Yang Jiqiang had assisted him, his annoyance was palpable, prompting him to seek clarification from Lin Xian. Feeling awkward, Lin Xian hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal that he was merely an impostor. Xiao Lin, it is not my intention to criticize you, but the elder's goodwill in attempting to matchmake you with Si Han has been undermined by your existing relationship. This is quite unfortunate. Yang Ziqiang remarqued solemnly. Ah, third uncle, allow me to speak candidly. In truth, I am an impostor, Lin Xian confessed reluctantly. What? An impostor? Could it be that Chu Zhiguo's words hold merit, and you are merely a pawn brought in by Chu Mengxua to deceive him? Yang Ziqiang exclaimed in astonishment. Essentially, yes. Chu's father insisted that she marry someone of prominence from the provincial capital, so Chu Mengxua sought an actor to masquerade as her boyfriend to placate her father. By a stroke of fate, I was chosen for this role, Lin Xian explained with a wry smile. Yang Jiqiang was at a loss for words. Such a situation exists? Indeed, Lin Xian replied with a bitter smile. To put it plainly, I am merely a tool in this charade. Xiao Lin, it is not my intention to admonish you. But by engaging in this ruse, you have effectively offended both Chu Zhiguo and the Jin family. The Jin family is known for their vengefulness. How should I address your actions? It was fortunate I was present at the time, otherwise Yang Jiqiang sighed. Third uncle, I did not consider the repercussions. Thank you for your assistance. Lin Xian expressed his gratitude. It is a trivial matter. Xiao Lin, you are a sincere person, but sometimes your actions lack foresight. Understood. Now, I must inquire. The elder wishes to unite you with Si Han, yet you are entangled with Chu Mengxua. What are your true intentions? Yang Ziqiang questioned. I assure you. Third uncle, my relationship with Chu is purely professional. Moreover, you are well aware of her character. She could never harbor feelings for someone like me, Lin Xian stated. You have a point, Yang Jiqiang nodded. Xiao Lin, be mindful that the elder's intentions to matchmake you with Si Han stem from goodwill. If you're open to this, nurture that relationship and avoid spreading yourself too thin. Do you understand? I understand, third uncle. However, my relationship with Si Han is merely platonic at this stage. Let's not dwell on that for now. The elder has taken a genuine interest in your happiness. Do not disappoint him, comprehend? I understand. Where are you headed? Shall I escort you home? No need. Let us go. I wish to have a conversation with you. Very well. The address is Lin Xian provided the address of Pan Meixiang's residential complex. Yang Jiqiang instructed the driver to proceed to the location. After driving several kilometers, Lin Xian's phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone, his expression turning peculiar. Yang Jiqiang glanced at him and asked, Why don't you answer the call? Well, Lin Xian stammered. The call was from Yang Si-han, and he preferred not to answer in front of her uncle. It would be too embarrassing. Is it inconvenient to answer? Xiao Sun, pull over ahead, so he can take the call. Yang Jiqiang commanded. Certainly. Xiao Sun quickly pulled the car over. And Lin Xian said to Yang Jiqiang, Third uncle, you may head back. I can take a taxi home. That works. Yang Jiqiang nodded. Lin Xian hastily exited the vehicle as it drove away. He promptly answered the phone, and Yang Si-han's voice came through. Brother Lin, I need to ask for your assistance. What do you need? Lin Xian replied eagerly. It is this. One of my teachers has collapsed due to some strange illness, and I would like you to come and take a look. Are you able to come? Yang Si-han inquired. Of course, where are you? Please provide me with the address. The Second People's Hospital. All right, I will head there immediately. Thank you so much, Brother Lin. It's nothing. Brother Lin, please give me a call when you are near, and I will come out to meet you. All right. After Lin Xian ended the call with Yang Si-han, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Second People's Hospital. Chapter 83. The female CEO invites Lin Xian to her home on the way. Lin Xian's phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was none other than Chu Mengxue calling. This marked the first time she had taken the initiative to call him since their misunderstanding. Lin Xian quickly answered, chuckling, Wife, what is the matter? What did you just call me? Chu Mengxue replied in a serious tone. Hee, just joking. Go ahead, Lin Xian hastily responded. Well, as it happens, I've been dismissed from my position and find myself rather free. If you have no plans for tomorrow, you could come over to my house for a visit. Chu Mengxue said, feigning nonchalance. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This woman was actually inviting him over. A smile spread across his face as he said, Am I to take this as an invitation for a date at your home? Get lost. What kind of dream are you having? I simply need someone to taste the dishes I've learned to cook from the housekeeper. You're just a taste tester. Zhumenge ziplit guli. Hearing this, Lin Xian was all smiles. This was not merely about testing dishes. This woman intended to cook for him herself. Just imagining the city's most beautiful businesswoman preparing a meal for him filled him with joy. All right then, I shall savor your culinary skills tomorrow. By the way, how did you lose your position? Lin Xian asked with a grin, casually inquiring. None of your business. I'm hanging up. Chu Mengxue retorted before abruptly ending the call. Lin Xian looked at his phone, chuckling and feeling quite pleased. This made Lin Xian feel triumphant. He had thought that he and Chu Mengxue would have no further connections. Yet, unexpectedly, fate had taken a turn. Lost in his happy thoughts, Lin Xian's phone rang yet again. Upon checking, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. He answered, and a melodious voice came through. Mr. Lin, is that you, Miss Zhuke? Lin Xian replied with a smile. Yes, it's me, Zhuke responded. How are you feeling? Lin Xian asked with genuine concern. I feel fantastic. I am brimming with energy. Your medical skills are simply unparalleled. Zhuke exclaimed. That's wonderful to hear. Did you have something to discuss with me? Why? Can I just call a chat with you? Zhuke teased lightly. No, that's not it, Lin Xian said, feeling a bit awkward. Hee, the truth is, I called to ask you out, Zhuke stated earnestly. What? Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. Zhuke couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding. Actually, your work permit has been processed, and I need to deliver it to you. Lin Xian laughed. That was quick. You got it done in just one day? Of course. You are a specially appointed military doctor recommended by Elder Yang, so we handle things promptly for you. Where are you now? I'll come to you to deliver the work permit. I'm heading to the Second People's Hospital, Lin Xian replied. What are you doing at the hospital? Oh, are you going to treat someone? Zhuke inquired. Yes, otherwise, why would I be going there tomorrow? Lin Xian answered. May I inquire when you will conclude? I shall await your return, Zhuke remarked. Perhaps in an hour or two, though I cannot be certain. It depends on the patients. Lin Xian replied. Very well. I shall meet you at the Second People's Hospital in an hour, Zhuke stated. That sounds good, Lin Xian responded. All right. I shall end the call now, Zhuke said. Wait a moment. Zhuke suddenly interjected. What is it? Well, I was hesitant to ask you something, Zhuke said, but never mind. We can discuss it when we meet. Okay, Lin Xian replied with a wry smile. After concluding the call with Zhuke, Lin Xian stared at his phone, exuding a sense of helplessness. Each day, he He was approached by beautiful women seeking his company. Being handsome could indeed be a burden. A Maybach glided along the elevated road, and within its confines, the atmosphere was somber. Jin Yaha turned to Jin Yinshan in the passenger seat, his face a mask of irritation. Fourth uncle, that Lin scoundrel has stolen my fiancée. Is it not rather disgraceful for us to retreat in such a manner? I should have eliminated him on the spot. Fool! That lad is the savior of old Yang. Did you not notice how old Yang treats him like royalty? Yang Jichang also stands firmly by his side. This is the very reason for our retreat. We cannot afford to offend old Yang over Lin Xian. Jin Yinshan replied. Sighing heavily, Jin Yaha lamented, fourth uncle. Must I relinquish Chu Mengxue because of that scoundrel? This alliance was established between Chu Zhigua and my grandfather. I cannot accept this. I understand your frustration. However, with old Yang standing in our way, we have no choice but to withdraw. In our province, it is permissible to offend many, but we must never cross old Yang. Your grandfather would undoubtedly agree, Jin Yinshan said, his eyes gleaming with reverence. Jin Yaha, filled with resentment, gritted his teeth. What if I hire an assassin to discreetly eliminate Lin Xian? You dare? Jin Yinshan glared at him, his voice rising in fury. That lad is old Yang's savior. If you were to harm him, and old Yang sought the truth, he would uncover it with ease. Once he does, do you think the Jin family will escape unscathed? Yaha, I warn you, do not provoke Lin Xian. From now on, should you encounter him, maintain your civility. Jin Yaha, visibly unconvinced, replied, understood. Yet, it is a pity about Chu Mengxue, such an exquisite woman. At that moment, Jin Xiaoman teased. He, Chu Mengxue is not all that. She is cold and aloof. Like a ghost. Such a woman possesses no charm. I doubt she is even captivating in bed. Xiaoman, silence yourself. Mengxue is my cherished moonlight. I will not permit you to speak of her that way. Jin Yaha retorted. Jin Xiaoman scoffed. Your moonlight shall soon accompany that rustic fellow for a night of romance. What is the matter? My dear brother, three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged women are everywhere. Why must you be infatuated with that deadpan expression? Where's the allure in that? How dare you speak? Jin Yaha glared fiercely at his sister. Jin Xiaoman folded her arms and crossed her legs, nonchalantly saying, All right, I shall cease. You continue to pursue your moonlight. Jin Yaha, vexed by his sister's mockery, wore a grim expression. Enough. Cease your bickering. You two are perpetually in disarray. Jin Yinshan scolded with a furrowed brow. Jin Yaha sits there, his face clouded with gloom as he contemplates a solution to his predicament. Chapter 84. Jin Yaha's seductive scheme. He realizes that resorting to force against Lin Xian is futile. The formidable Yang Lao would be incensed if even a single hair on Lin Xian were harmed, and he would obliterate the Jin family. What method could he employ? Suddenly, Jin Yaha glances at his sister, his eyes brightening as he exclaims, Eureka! What do you mean, Eureka? Have you lost your mind? Jin Xiaoman retorts, pouting. Jin Yaha turns to her and declares, Dear sister, I have conceived a plan to sabotage Lin Xian's relationship with Chu Mengxue. What plan? Jin Xiaoman inquires, her interest piqued. Jin Yaha, with a sly grin, replies, The seduction strategy. Jin Xiaoman is taken aback, asking, What do you mean? My dear sister, consider this. Chu Mengxue is already entangled with that scoundrel Lin Xian. If we were to confront him with brute force, it would undoubtedly fail. Since force is not an option, why not employ a more cunning approach? If we were to find a beautiful woman to entice Lin Xian, capture a few scandalous photographs, and then disseminate them online to tarnish his reputation, do you think Chu Mengxue would still remain with him? Jin Yaha boasts. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaoman immediately scoffs. You fool! Lin Xian already has such a stunning girlfriend in Chu Mengxue. Why would he care about other beauties? Why wouldn't he care? A flower in the home cannot compare to a wildflower. If we are to execute this strategy, the beauty must employ some tactics to seduce Lin Xian. Sister, I implore you to assist me, Jin Yaha pleads. At this, Jin Xiaoman's body stiffens as she stares at him, incredulous. You want me to seduce him? Just yesterday, I nearly dismissed him entirely. Me seduce him? Please, sister. You are so beautiful. nearly on par with Chu Mingxue. If you were to entice Lin Xian, it would surely succeed. Shut your mouth. You would reduce me to a mere tool to fulfill your ambitions. How disgusting. I am your sister. Jean Xiaoman retorts vehemently. Please. Xiaoman. Jean Yaha implores. Enough, Yaha. You silence yourself. Jean Yinshan interjects sternly. How can you push your sister into such peril? Humph. Jean Yaha scoffs lightly, turning away, muttering to himself. Push my sister into peril? It seems it was you who suggested she entice that scoundrel yesterday. Fine, Xiaoman, if you refuse to help. I can find others. Securing a few flirtatious women will be no challenge. Lin Xian, just wait. At that moment, Jean Yinshan warns, Yaha, I caution you. Do not pursue this course of action, lest it backfire. Jean Yaha feigns compliance, responding, understood. Yet internally he scoffs, Uncle, if everyone were as timid as you, the Jean family would have long been ruined. For the sake of love, I shall undertake a momentous endeavor. Sihan, I'm near in the hospital. Lin Xian informs over the phone as the taxi approaches the Second People's Hospital. All right, I will come out to meet you. Yang Sihan replies promptly. Good. After ending the call, Lin Xian smiles to himself. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Lin Xian grits his teeth and pays the 28 yuan fare. His savings have dwindled to less than 1,000 yuan. How dismal. He stands quietly at the hospital entrance, awaiting Yang Sihan. Approximately 3 minutes later, Yang Sihan, clad in a delicate white dress, approached briskly. Upon sighting her, Lin Xian's face broke into a radiant smile. Yang Sihan was as pure and sweet as a lily, her presence refreshing to the soul. Schoolflower, Lin Xian called out. Brother Lin, please don't call me that. It's quite embarrassing, Yang Sihan replied, hurrying towards him, exuding youthful charm as she playfully chided him. All right, I won't call you that anymore. Let us go, Lin Xian chuckled. Okay, with that, Yang Sihan led Lin Xian into the hospital. What seems to be the matter with your teacher? Lin Xian inquired. Yang Sihan shook her head, saying, I'm not sure. This morning, while teaching us, she suddenly fainted and was subsequently rushed to the hospital for emergency care. She hasn't regained consciousness since. What did the hospital diagnose? Lin Xian asked. The diagnosis revealed that she is not ill. Yang Sihan responded. Lin Xian was taken aback, stating, how could she faint if she is not ill? And why is she not woken up yet? I don't know. The doctors at the hospital are also at a loss, Brother Lin. Perhaps we should wait for you to take a look, Yang Sihan suggested. Lin Xian nodded. The two hurried towards the hospital building. Upon entering, Yang Sihan suddenly asked, Brother Lin, do you think ethnicity might affect a doctor's judgment regarding a patient's condition? Ethnicity? What do you mean? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. I mean, my teacher is a foreign instructor from the United States, not one of us from Huaxia. Could the hospital's inability to diagnose her condition be due to her being a foreigner? Yang Sihan explained it. Oh, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Your teacher is a Western woman? Brother Lin, please don't say it like that. Oh, I meant Western person. Sorry, I misspoke. Lin Xian awkwardly laughed. Yes, she is Western. Might that affect the doctor's judgment? Not at all. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. Westerners are still human, aside from some differences in characteristics. They're no different from us, and it should not impede a doctor's assessment. I suspect that your foreign teacher may have contracted a peculiar illness that the doctors have failed to diagnose. Ah, that could be the case. Regardless, Brother Lin, please do your best to help her. If you have the means to heal her, I would be most grateful, Yang Sihan implored. Lin Xian nodded affirmatively. Noticing Lin Xian's enthusiasm was not particularly high, Yang Sihan continued. Miss Selena is a wonderful person. She frequently donates to charitable organizations in our country. Lin Xian smiled and said, Sihan, you need not mention that. Even if it were just for your sake, I would exert my utmost effort. Thank you. Yang Sihan Biamed. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they exited the elevator, and Yang Sihan guided Lin Xian towards the patient's room. Just as they arrived at the door, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, bald and distinguished, emerged. Principal Liu. Yang Sihan greeted the man hastily. He was Liu Wei, the executive vice president of Jian University, present to oversee the situation regarding the foreign instructor. In truth, Selena was not merely an instructor. Her father held a high-ranking position within the embassy, thus attracting the school's special attention. As Lu Wei caught sight of Yang Sahan, he greeted her amiably. "Classmate Yang Sahan, please go in and check on teacher Selena. I shall fetch old Dr. Li." With that, Lu Wei prepared to leave in haste. Yang Sahan quickly interjected, "Principal Lu, please wait a moment." Lu Wei halted and turned to her. "What is it?" "Principal Lu, I have also invited a renowned doctor. Let him examine teacher Selena first," Yang Sahan proposed. "Oh, you have invited a doctor as well? Where is he? Bring him here too. It would be advantageous for him to examine Selena alongside old Dr. Li." Lu Wei replied with a smile. Lu Wei had indeed seen Lin Xian, but he had mistaken him for a classmate of Yang Sahan and did not regard him as a doctor. Yang Sahan gestured toward Lin Xian, saying he is the doctor. Lu Wei's expression froze as he looked at Lin Xian. "Classmate Yang Sahan, how can this young man possibly be a doctor? Are you jesting with me? In such a serious situation, you cannot afford to be frivolous." Lu Wei spoke sternly. "Principal, I assure you, he truly is. Enough." Lu Wei interrupted. "Yang Sahan, you are academically gifted and the granddaughter of Elder Yang, whom I hold in high regard, but you cannot gamble with teacher Selena's life. Look at this young man. He probably hasn't even completed medical school. What would he possibly know about medicine? I warn you, if you dare allow this fellow to treat teacher Selena, I shall not be kind to you." With that, Lu Wei rushed out, retrieving his ringing phone, his face alight with servility as he said, "Old Dr. Li, I am on my way to pick you up." He then hurried into the elevator and departed. Yang Sahan, her face flushed with embarrassment, turned to Lin Xian and said, "Brother Lin, I apologize. I did not anticipate Principal Lu's vehement reaction. He does not mean to belittle you, but rather is unaware of your capabilities." Lin Xian responded with a faint smile, "It is of no consequence. Since the principal is unwilling for me to provide treatment, I shall take my leave." "No!" Yang Sahan exclaimed urgently, "Brother Lin, please do not go." "What is it?" Lin Xian inquired, looking at her. Yang Sahan gazed at Lin Xian with earnest eyes. "Could you accompany me inside to take a look at teacher Selena? Just a casual observation." "Well," Lin Xian hesitated. "Brother Lin," Yang Sahan added, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Unable to resist Yang Sahan's endearing demeanor, Lin Xian agreed. "Very well, I shall accompany you to visit your teacher." "Yay!" she exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, Lin Xian entered the ward alongside Yang Sahan. Inside, a tall and graceful female doctor, appearing to be in her late 20s, stood beside the bed, examining the patient, while two nurses attentively assisted her. Lin Xian observed the doctor briefly, noting to himself, "What a slender waist and appealing figure." "Dr. Tang," Yang Sahan called out. "Ah, classmate Yang," the doctor, Tang Jiai, replied, turning with a smile. Upon seeing her face, Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. This doctor, with her statuesque form, possessed features that rivaled those of a renowned actress named Tang. Noticing Lin Xian's unwavering gaze, Dr. Tang furrowed her brow slightly. "Dr. Tang, how is teacher Selena?" Yang Sahan inquired. With a sigh, Dr. Tang responded, "It is not good. She remains in a coma, and we cannot ascertain the cause of her condition." "Who is this?" Tang Jiai glanced at Lin Xian, a hint of resistance in her gaze as she inquired. "He is my friend and is here to visit teacher Selena." Yang Sahan quickly interjected. "Hello, Dr. Tang." Lin Xian greeted the beautiful physician. Tang Jiai held a slightly unfavorable impression of Lin Xian, nodding lightly without further comment. Lin Xian, feeling immensely awkward, turned his attention to the hospital bed. Upon looking, his eyes widened in astonishment. Lying on the bed was a Western beauty, approximately 25 or 26 years old, with flowing golden hair. Based on his preliminary assessment, this enchanting woman stood at least 177 centimeters tall, with a voluptuous figure that was utterly captivating. Her slightly plump, long legs were tightly encased in denim, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Lin Xian silently praised, "This foreign beauty is truly exceptional. She surpasses even those women featured in the artistic films I have seen." However, he soon noticed the dark aura surrounding her forehead and the tension etched on her face, causing him to ponder. This woman has fallen victim to hypnotic illusion. Tang Jiai, observing Lin Xian staring intently at Selena, furrowed her brows and said coldly, Staring like that is rather impolite, don't you think? Lin Xian's face flushed crimson as he hastily turned away, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yang Sahan quickly interjected, Dr. Tang, I know he's your friend, but with all due respect, he entered and immediately fixated on me, then on teacher Selina. It is quite discourteous. Duck to a tongue. Please do not be angry. The truth is, I invited him to take a look at teacher Selina, Yang Sahan explained. What? He's also a doctor? Tang Jiai regarded Lin Xian with disbelief. Yang, do you have doubts about my medical skills, bringing someone like him to treat teacher Selina? No, Dr. Tang. You misunderstand. I have complete faith in your abilities. I merely asked Brother Lin to take a casual look. It was not my intention to question your expertise. Yang Sihan quickly clarified. The phrase a colleague underestimates another resonated here, as Yang Sahan's choice of a youthful doctor naturally bruised Tang Jiai's pride. After all, she was a PhD in medicine. Was she not superior to this seemingly inexperienced fellow? Upon hearing Yang Sahan's explanation, Tang Jiai's expression softened somewhat. She shot a cold glance at Lin Xian and ceased further discussion. Yang Sahan sighed softly and pulled Lin Xian aside, whispering, Brother Lin, do you discern what illness teacher Selina has? Lin Xian replied quietly, she is not ill. What? Not ill? Then why is she in a coma? Yang Sihan exclaimed in surprise. She has. Just as Lin Xian was about to reveal Selina's condition, the door to the ward swung open, and Lu Wei entered, leading an elderly man clad in a blue robe, with white hair and an ethereal demeanor. Master Li, please, Lu Wei gestured respectfully. Master Li entered with an air of pride, his chest held high. Upon seeing the old man, Yang Sahan remarked to Lin Xian, Brother Lin, this is Master Li, one of the 4 renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in our city, and he's also the vice president of the Chinese Medicine Association, a highly esteemed figure. Lin Xian nodded gently in acknowledgement. As the beautiful Dr. Tang observed the entrance of the venerable Dr. Li, she displayed no signs of resistance and promptly approached him with a greeting. Greetings, esteemed Dr. Li. Li Changsha nodded lightly and replied with a calm demeanor, Hello. Without further ado, I have an appointment with the city leaders shortly, so let us hasten to examine the foreign lady. Certainly. Please proceed, esteemed Dr. Li. Lu Wei urged eagerly. Li Changshan approached the bedside, where Tang Jiai produced a stack of reports, stating, Esteemed Dr. Li, here are the examination reports I prepared for the patient. Please take a look. With a cursory glance at the documents, Li Changshan replied nonchalantly, in traditional Chinese medicine, we do not rely on these reports. We can diagnose the patient's condition solely through observation, inquiry, and pulse-taking. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tang Jiai retracted the reports and replied, Understood. Turning his attention to the patient, Selina, Li Changshan assessed her complexion and examined her eyelids. He then placed 3 fingers upon her wrist to take her pulse. Chapter 86. Esteemed Dr. Li, you are mistaken. Lu Wei gazed at Li Changshan with eager anticipation. It was well understood that Li Changshan was the physician he had summoned. If this renowned healer could rouse Selina from her slumber, it would be a significant achievement. Perhaps by the year's end, he might even receive a promotion. Standing aside, Lin Xian observed Li Changshan's pulse-taking, noting the air of an expert about him. He silently considered, this esteemed Dr. Li appears to possess considerable skill. However, as Li Changshan continued his examination, his previously tranquil countenance shifted to one of peculiarity. Noticing the change in Li Changshan's expression, Lu Wei inquired urgently, Esteemed Dr. Li, what is your assessment? Do not disturb me, Li Changshan responded with a glance. Oh, my apologies. Lu Wei quickly fell silent. Li Changshan maintained his pulse-taking for over a minute, his demeanor becoming increasingly strange. For upon his examination, he discovered that Selina's pulse was entirely normal, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. Yet he found himself puzzled. If her pulse was normal, why was she in a state of unconsciousness? Feeling the weight of expectation from those around him, Li Changshan experienced a twinge of embarrassment. Being one of the city's 4 renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and the vice president of the association, it would be quite shameful if he could not diagnose anything. Thus, he collected his thoughts and adopted a composed demeanor, withdrawing his fingers and stroking his goatee, feigning deep contemplation. Esteemed Dr. Li, what do you conclude? Lu Wei pressed. Even Tang Jiai regarded him with an eager expression, seeking his expertise. Lin Xian, too, watched intently, curious to hear this venerable healer's insights. Li Changshan squinted, adopting an air of profundity as he declared, "From the pulse, it is evident that this foreign lady is not physically ill." Not physically ill? Lu Wei was taken aback and quickly questioned, if she is not ill, then why remains she in a state of unconsciousness? Tang Jiai echoed, "Esteemed Dr. Li, could you elucidate further?" Lin Xian, equally intrigued, turned his gaze toward Li Changshan, eager to hear his explanation. Li Changshan responded slowly, "Although she bears no physical ailment, there exists a malady within her mind." Huh? The assembly gasped, with the exception of Lin Xian, who remained intrigued by the unfolding discourse. Tang Jiai furrowed her brows and inquired, "Master Li, I am somewhat perplexed. Are you suggesting that teacher Selena suffers from a mental illness? Is it this affliction that has caused her to fall into a deep slumber?" "Indeed." Li Changshan nodded affirmatively. Tang Jiai, still frowning, pondered for a moment, and suddenly her eyes sparkled with realization. "What you say is indeed plausible. During my studies abroad, I encountered similar cases where patients suffered from mental disorders, leading them to a state of unconsciousness akin to that of a vegetative state. However, unlike true vegetative patients, their bodily functions remain intact." Upon hearing Tang Jiai's agreement, Li Changshan smiled with growing pride, exclaiming, "Ah, a promising pupil." "Oh no," Tang Jiai replied hurriedly. "I still have much to learn compared to your esteemed self." Meanwhile, Lin Xian, who had been listening to Li Changshan's diagnosis, frowned deeply, thinking, this old fellow is spouting nonsense. The patient's mental state is perfectly fine, yet he hastily claims she has a mental illness. This is utterly irresponsible. Nevertheless, he refrained from speaking out, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events. He was curious to see how this Master Li would attempt to remedy the situation. Lu Wei quickly interjected, "Then Master Li, since you assert that teacher Selena is afflicted with a mental disorder, how do you propose to treat her? Should she be sent to a psychiatric department?" Tang Jiai also turned to Li Changshan, asking, "Yes, what is your treatment plan?" "Well," Li Changshan's eyes darted around before he suddenly fixed his gaze, declaring, "This condition is quite treatable." "How so?" Lu Wei asked eagerly. Li Changshan replied, "This foreign woman suffers from a mental affliction, and I shall employ acupuncture to stimulate her cranial meridians, essentially her nerves, to awaken her." "Excellent. Master Li, please proceed with the treatment at once," Lu Wei exclaimed, filled with excitement. Lin Xian frowned once more, contemplating. According to the Shinnong secret technique, Selena has fallen under a sinister hypnotic spell, which indeed requires acupuncture to stimulate her cranial meridians in order to awaken her. Interestingly, Master Li's treatment approach aligns with the Shinnong secret technique strategy. However, I wonder how he will perform the acupuncture. I shall observe closely. With an air of self-satisfaction, Li Changshan declared, "Very well, let me awaken this foreign woman." With that, he retrieved a delicate needle case from his bag and extracted a silver needle, aiming it at Selena's temple. As Li Changshan prepared to insert the first needle, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, thinking the placement of the first needle is indeed correct. After inserting the needle into Selena's temple, Li Changshan produced another silver needle and placed it at her third eye. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian's brow furrowed tightly. The second needle deviated from the Shinnong secret technique's prescribed method, which called for a second needle to be inserted at a specific point on the nape of the neck, while Li Changshan opted for the location between Selena's eyebrows. Naturally, Lin Xian did not dismiss the possibility of Li Changshan's method being effective, but he remained curious as to whether he could successfully awaken Selena. After inserting both needles, Li Changshan began to gently rotate the needle at Selena's temple. Lin Xian observed him closely, his brow knit in concentration. Everyone present watched intently as well. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Selena showed no signs of awakening. Li Changshan continued his efforts, yet a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I have stimulated her cranial meridians with the silver needle. She should be awakening. Why is she still unconscious? Is the intensity insufficient? Then I shall apply more pressure. Thus, Li Changshan hastened the rotation of the silver needle. Lin Xian, witnessing this scene, turned pale and exclaimed, "Master Li, cease at once." With a sudden tremor in his hand, Li Changshan glared at Lin Xian, bellowing, "I am in the midst of saving a life. Why should I halt my efforts?" Lu Wei also glared at Lin Xian, shouting, "You insolent brat! Who permitted you to speak?" Tang Jiai frowned, adding, "Yang, is your friend lacking in common sense? Master Li is saving a life. What right does he have to criticize?" Yang Sahan, feeling awkward, said, "Brother Lin, what are you trying to imply?" Lin Xian looked at Li Changshan with a serious expression, stating, "Master Li, your treatment method is flawed. If you proceed further, you will damage teacher Selena's cranial meridians." The gravity of Lin Xian's words caused the others to pale in shock. Even Li Changshan's countenance turned icy in an instant. It is worth noting that he was one of the 4 renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the city and the vice president of the Chinese Medicine Association. For this brash young man to dare question him and assert that he was in error was an affront to his authority. Lu Wei immediately glared at Lin Xian and shouted, "You fool, what nonsense are you spouting? What stature does Master Li possess? How could he possibly be mistaken? Young Sihan, take your so-called friend away at once." Chapter 87. Lin Xian's words come to pass. Yang Sahan appeared extremely embarrassed, timidly saying, "Brother Lin, that with utmost seriousness." Lin Xian replied, "Everyone, I speak from the heart. The first needle administered by Master Li was correct, but the second needle poses a problem. His rapid rotations of the silver needle, stimulating teacher Selena's cranial meridians, are exceedingly perilous." Enough. Before Lin Xian could finish, Li Changshan bellowed, his dark, aged eyes fixed on Lin Xian. "Who do you think you are, daring to criticize me? Master Li, I am also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. And how old are you? How many meals have you eaten? How dare you presume to critique me?" Before Lin Xian could respond, Li Changshan gritted his teeth and continued, "Yang Sahan, take your friend and get out this instant." Before Lin Xian could speak, Lu Wei immediately stepped forward, shouting at Yang Sahan. Yang Sahan quickly retorted, "Principal, Brother Lin's medical skills are remarkable. What he says may hold some merit." "Merit? What merit? How many meals has he eaten? This kind of person has no right to criticize Master Li. It is utterly absurd. Enough, I do not wish to say more. Just take him away." Lu Wei said sternly. "Brother Lin, let us leave." Yang Sahan, feeling awkward, took Lin Xian's arm and began to depart. Lin Xian cast a deep glance at teacher Selena, lying on the bed, sighed softly, and then addressed Li Changshan, "Master Li, heed my advice. Do not rotate the silver needle so rapidly, where you truly risk damaging her cranial meridians." At that point, silence. Li Changshan interrupted, "Who are you to instruct me?" Lu Wei also shouted in anger, "Get out. Brother Lin, let us go." Yang Sahan let out a gentle sigh and could only pull Lin Xian away. The departing Lin Xian sighed helplessly. "Old Master Li, he is merely a wet-behind-the-ears lad. You needn't take it to heart," Lu Wei remarked to Li Changshan. Li Changshan's face turned a deep shade of iron, filled with resentment. The youth of today are increasingly unaware of their own limitations. After merely a few years of studying traditional Chinese medicine, he dares to instruct me? Lu Wei chuckled apologetically. "Old Master Li, why stoop to engage with an ignorant boy? Please continue." Li Changshan nodded and resumed his acupuncture technique, stimulating Selena's cerebral nerves. As he rotated the needle, a cold smile crept across his heart. "You little brat. If you won't let me treat her my way, then I shall do it regardless. Damaging the brain's meridians? Nonsense." Approximately 5 minutes later, suddenly, Selena's lips began to twitch. Tang Jiai, witnessing this, exclaimed with delight, "It's working. Teacher Selena seems to be awakening." Seeing Selena's lips move, Li Changshan's face lit up with joy as he thought, "It must be me, Li Changshan. With just a casual treatment, I have roused the patient. Truly remarkable." Though he felt a surge of pride, he maintained a calm exterior, saying, "Do not get overly excited. I must continue with the acupuncture. Indeed, you are truly the esteemed old Master Li. You are rightly among the 4 great masters of traditional Chinese medicine. That boy's claim that you damaged the patient's brain meridians is utterly absurd. Lu Wei sneered. Li Changshan, beaming with pride, continued to rotate the silver needle, when suddenly, Selina opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Lu Wei gasped in shock. What's happening? Li Changshan hurriedly reassured him. Do not worry. She is merely expelling the toxins accumulated within her body. Once the blood is expelled, she will awaken. I see. Lu Wei nodded vigorously. At that moment, as Selina struggled to open her eyes, she suddenly tilted her head and fell back into unconsciousness. Her complexion turned pale, and her breathing grew faint. Lu Wei, alarmed, questioned, Old Masterly, what is occurring now? Li Changshan, witnessing Selina's return to slumber, more accurately, her fainting, felt his heart race. He hastily checked Selina's pulse, and, upon diagnosis, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Through his examination, he realized that Selina's vitality was waning and her cerebral nerves were in disarray. In other words, Selina, who had previously been in good health, had been harmed by his treatment. Furthermore, her brain nerves had indeed sustained damage. She was on the brink of death. Everything was as Lin Xian had warned. Li Changshan's expression turned incredibly grim, and sweat poured down his forehead as he panicked. He understood that Selina's background was far from ordinary. Her father held a high-ranking position in the embassy, and if he had caused her condition to deteriorate, wouldn't they come after him in fury? Lu Wei, observing Li Changshan's troubled demeanor, urgently inquired, Old Masterly, what exactly is happening? Li Changshan stammered, well, this is, oh dear. Suddenly, he let out a sigh, his gaze firming as he declared, Principal Lu, alas, I have done my utmost, but I did not anticipate the severity of teacher Selina's condition. It is not merely a mental ailment. Her body is utterly depleted. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, I have truly exhausted all my efforts. Well then, prepare for teacher Selina's final arrangements. I take my leave. With those solemn words, Li Changshan hurriedly dashed outside, moving faster than a rabbit. Lu Wei stood there in a daze, his face pale, staring at Selina in disbelief. She seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. How could she suddenly be in such a state? Tang Jai glanced at the panicked Li Changshan, then at the bed where Selina lay, suddenly recalling Lin Xian's words. Her body trembled violently, and she urgently addressed Lu Wei. Principal Lu, that person might be right. Ah, you mean Lin? That's impossible. Old Dr. Li is a renowned physician in this city. How could he be mistaken? Lu Wei exclaimed. Did you not see Li Changshan flee in terror? Perhaps. Well, this is not the time for that. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, you all hurry and transfer the patient to the emergency room for immediate treatment. Tang Jai hastily called to the nurses. Yes. Thus, the nurses transported Selina into the emergency room for rescue efforts. 20 minutes later, Tang Jai emerged from the emergency room, her face grave. Lu Wei hurriedly inquired, How is it? Tang Jai's expression was grim as she replied, Mr. Lin was correct. After our rescue efforts and examinations, teacher Selina's neural pathways sustained severe damage from Li Changshan's acupuncture. Moreover, his treatment has exacerbated her condition. In other words, teacher Selina is now on the brink of death, and her survival is uncertain. What? Chapter 88. Principal Lu's Apology. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's body shook violently, his complexion turning ashen as he bellowed, Li Changshan, you scoundrel! With a sharp motion, Lu Wei slapped himself across the face, seething, It's all my fault. I should never have invited that charlatan. I nearly caused teacher Selina's demise. Principal Lu, please remain calm. Dr. Tang, is there any way to save teacher Selina? Lu Wei clung to Tang Jai like a drowning man grasping a last straw, pleading earnestly. Tang Jai pondered for a moment before stating, There is but one way. What is it? Lu Wei asked anxiously. Invite Mr. Lin back. Ah. Lu Wei stiffened at her words, recalling how he had treated Lin poorly. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, Very well, I shall go fetch him back, even if it means groveling. Brother Lin, I apologize. I should not have summoned you here, subjecting you to such indignities. Outside the hospital, in a nearby CF, Yang Sahan looked at Lin Xian with an expression of regret. Lin Xian shook his head dismissively. It's nothing. Yang Sahan continued, Brother Lin, is it true that old Dr. Li's acupuncture could damage teacher Selena's neural pathways? Indeed, Lin Xian affirmed with a nod. Oh. Yang Sahan's face fell dramatically as she stood there in shock. Lin Xian said gently, Sahan, it's not that I do not wish to save your teacher, but... Brother Lin, I understand. I know you want to help, but they treated you so poorly. Besides, it was I who brought you out here. Perhaps this is teacher Selena's fate, Yang Sahan said, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Xian sighed softly. Sahan, let us go. He took his final sip of coffee and spoke. Yang Sahan, feeling deeply distressed for being unable to save Selena, decided to step outside with Lin Xian. At that moment, her phone unexpectedly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, she noticed an unfamiliar number. She answered the call, saying, Who is this? Yang Sahan. This is Principal Lu. I'm calling to inquire if Mr. Lin is with you, came the urgent voice of Lu Wei over the phone. Yang Sahan glanced at Lin Xian and replied nonchalantly, Principal Lu, he is with me, but he is about to head home. Please don't. Yang Sahan. I implore you to keep him there. Where are you now? I will come to find you. Lu Wei exclaimed hastily. We are at the hospital. But why do you need to see us? Yang Sahan asked, puzzled. Ah, it's because Mr. Lin is truly remarkable. Everything he predicted has come to pass. That old man Li Changshan used acupuncture to damage teacher Selena's brain nerves, nearly causing her demise, and then he fled. Lu Wei insisted urgently. You must keep Mr. Lin there. I will personally apologize to him. Hearing Principal Lu's words, Yang Sahan looked at Lin Xian in shock, as if she were gazing at a marvel. Brother Lin truly was right. He is indeed impressive. Yang, are you going to speak? Where are you now? Lu Wei's anxious voice interrupted her thoughts. Yang Sahan replied in a peculiar tone. Principal Lu, please hold on while I ask Brother Lin if he is willing to wait for you. Yes. You must plead with him to stay. I will apologize and request that he examines teacher Selena again. Lu Wei urged eagerly. I know what to say. Yang Sahan assured him. Let me hang up first. I will consult Brother Lin and call you back. All right. Lu Wei responded promptly. Thus, Yang Sahan ended the call and turned to Lin Xian, saying, Brother Lin, Principal Lu just called me. She recounted everything Lu Wei had said, concluding, Brother Lin, Principal Lu wishes to come in person to apologize. He also wants to ask you to examine teacher Selena again. Are you willing? Lin Xian looked at her with a hopeful expression and asked, Do you want me to stay? I hope so. Yang Sahan replied eagerly. Very well. I shall stay, Lin Xian smiled. Upon hearing his words, Yang Sahan's heart fluttered with immense gratitude. She understood that Lin Xian was staying out of consideration for her, which filled her with a warm sensation. Brother Lin, I will call Principal Lu, she said. Go ahead, Lin Xian smiled, with joy in her heart. Yang Sahan dialed Lu Wei again. The call connected quickly, and Lu Wei asked, Yang, what is the update? Principal Lu, please come. We are at the CAF at the hospital entrance, Yang Sahan replied. Great. Thank you so much, Yang. I'll be there in about 10 to 15 minutes. Lu Wei exclaimed. Sound good. Thank you. After hanging up, Yang Sahan looked at Lin Xian, her eyes sparkling with warmth, and said, Brother Lin, thank you. Let's not dwell on that. To me, you are like my own sister, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Just a sister? Yang Sahan blurted out. Huh? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in a daze. Her cheeks flushed as she forced a smile and said, It's nothing. I simply regard you as an elder brother. All right. Although Yang Sahan spoke cheerfully, a tinge of disappointment lingered within her heart. He merely considers me a younger sister. 5 minutes later, Yang Sahan saw Lu Wei rushing out of the hospital, sprinting towards them. Upon spotting Lu Wei, Yang Sahan waved her hand eagerly. Principal Lu, over here. Seeing Yang Sahan and Lin Xian, Lu Wei's face lit up with joy as he hurried over, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, student Yang. He quickly approached Lin Xian, panting and wearing an expression of regret and guilt, stating, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. I should not have been so presumptuous. I hope you can forgive me. With that, Lu Wei bowed deeply to Lin Xian. Noticing Lu Wei's sincere apology, Lin Xian smiled and replied, Principal Lu, there is no need for such formality. It was merely a misunderstanding. Mr. Lin, have you truly forgiven me? Lu Wei asked, looking intently at him. Yes, that is splendid. Lu Wei beamed, saying, Mr. Lin, I would like to request your assistance in examining teacher Selena. Would you be willing? Yang Sahan gazed at Lin Xian with hopeful eyes. Lin Xian frowned and replied, Principal Lu, if I had the opportunity to treat teacher Selena before Li Laoshir's intervention, I might have been able to help her. However, now, upon hearing this, Lu Wei's expression darkened, filled with regret as he lamented, It's all my fault. I should not have summoned that old man. Yang Sahan looked at Lin Xian, pleading, Brother Lin, is there truly no way to help her? Lin Xian turned to Yang Sahan and said, Sahan, when a person's neural pathways are damaged, it is exceedingly difficult to restore them, especially since teacher Selena is in such a state. Nevertheless, I will go and take a look. However, I cannot guarantee a cure. I can only promise to do my utmost. All right, Lu Wei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yang Sahan chimed in, Thank you, Brother Lin. Let us go. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and walked directly towards the hospital, accompanied by Lu Wei and Yang Sahan. Lin Xian returned to the hospital. Upon arrival, Tang Jia saw Lin Xian, and her stunning face displayed a peculiar mix of awkwardness and apology as she approached him, saying, Mr. Lin, I apologize for my previous indiscretions. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Xian regarded her with indifference and replied, It's all right. Please take me to see teacher Selena. Of course, please follow me. Consequently, Tang Jia led Lin Xian to an intensive care unit. Upon entering the room, Lin Xian observed teacher Selena, who was connected to numerous tubes and monitored by various machines. Tang Jia explained, Mr. Lin, allow me to provide a brief overview. Prior to Li Changshan's treatment, teacher Selena was merely in a deep sleep, with her bodily functions normal. However, after that acupuncture treatment, her neural pathways were damaged, and she now teeters on the brink of life. Lin Xian nodded and approached teacher Selena directly. Following Lin Xian, Tang Jia inquired with a hint of scrutiny, Dr. Lin, in your opinion, what was the cause of teacher Selena's previous unresponsive state? Lin Xian looked at her and replied straightforwardly, she was in fact under the influence of a peculiar form of hypnosis. What? Tang Jia and Lu Wei were both taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Lu Wei was the first to speak. This is impossible. Teacher Selena is currently teaching, perfectly composed. No one is hypnotizing her. Tang Jia furrowed her brows and added, Indeed, hypnosis requires a hypnotist. Teacher Selena was engaged in her lecture. How could she possibly be hypnotized? Could it be the work of a student? Yang Sahan quickly interjected. No student is hypnotizing the teacher. Lin Xian looked at them and stated, it was not a student. Normal hypnosis necessitates a hypnotist to directly induce the state. However, as I mentioned earlier, this form of hypnosis is exceedingly peculiar and malevolent. It can be executed through alternative methods, such as specific words, gestures, or even tones set by a hypnotist. Once these hypnotic triggers are activated, teacher Selena would succumb to hypnosis. The three listened, their faces etched with horror. For Lin Xian's words were chillingly uncanny. Was this not akin to magic? Lu Wei remarked, Mr. Lin, what you describe sounds like magic. Could such a thing truly exist in our reality? Tang Jia, deep in thought, suddenly exclaimed, It is possible. Principal Lu, during my studies abroad, I heard my mentor speak of certain mysterious organizations, guilds, and even shamans from obscure tribes who can hypnotize targets using peculiar and enigmatic methods. He did not elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt a chill run down his spine, growing increasingly alarmed. Lin Xian turned to Tang Jia and affirmed, Dr. Tang is correct. Lu Wei swallowed hard and asked, Mr. Lin, is there any hope for teacher Selena? Lin Xian replied, if old Master Li does not recklessly perform acupuncture on her, I could easily awaken her. However, her brain's meridian system is severely damaged, and her bodily functions are greatly impaired. I fear. Lu Wei, filled with remorse, repeatedly lamented, It's all my fault. Brother Lu, is there truly no way to help her? Yang Sahan's eyes reddened, nearly in tears. Lin Xian glanced at Yang Sahan and said, Let me conduct a thorough diagnosis of teacher Selena first, and then we shall discuss further. All right, Lu Wei responded hastily. Lin Xian then took Selena's wrist, placing 3 fingers upon it. As he felt her pulse, his expression grew grave. Selena's neurological condition was not only severely compromised, but her bodily functions were also alarmingly weakened. Lin Xian sighed softly, realizing that Selena seemed beyond salvation. Just as Lin Xian felt a sense of hopelessness, suddenly, his furrowed brow relaxed, and his eyes brightened as a series of information flooded his mind, akin to his own memories. According to this recollection, the Shenong secret technique offered a profoundly mysterious method of healing, specifically through the 7th needle of the 9 needles of Shenong, known as the soul-seizing needle, which could mend Selena's cerebral meridians. However, the application of this needle required the rescuer to expend a drop of their essence blood to nourish the patient. Essence blood? The term struck Lin Xian as somewhat sinister. Yet, upon reading the explanation, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Essence blood was the essence of blood, only capable of being condensed by ancient martial artists using true energy. So that was it. I was being wicked, Lin Xian thought awkwardly. Lin Xian continued to delve into his memories, his expression shifting dramatically. It was well known that if an ancient warrior were to condense their essence and offer it to another, it would diminish the provider's lifespan. A single drop of essence could potentially reduce the provider's life by 1 to 3 months. Witnessing this revelation left him in a peculiar state. Was it truly worth sacrificing a few months of his life to save another? This thought plunged Lin Xian into a profound struggle. Yang Sihan, Lu Wei, and Tang Jiai gazed at Lin Xian, their faces brimming with anticipation. "Mr. Lin, how does it look?" Lu Wei inquired cautiously. Lin Xian glanced at Selena's pallid visage, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh. "I can save her. That's wonderful," Lu Wei exclaimed joyfully. "Then, Mr. Lin, please save her." Yang Sahan also breathed a sigh of relief, her smile radiating hope. She believed in Lin Xian's abilities and felt assured that he could indeed save her. Tang Jiai looked at Lin Xian with astonishment, never having imagined he could truly perform such a feat as the excitement swelled among them. Lin Xian felt a bitter pang in his heart. Yes, he could save her, but it would cost him his own lifespan. Naturally, he could not reveal this disheartening truth, for it would be too bizarre. Ultimately, Lin Xian declared, "I shall commence the treatment for teacher Selena now. Yang Sahan, please remain, while the rest of you kindly step outside." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei responded promptly, "All right, we'll leave." They made their way out, and Lin Xian turned to Lu Wei, saying, "Principal Lu, under no circumstances should you enter without my summons, nor allow anyone else to come in." "Understood," Lu Wei affirmed. With that, Lu Wei and Tang Jiai exited and closed the door behind them. Yang Sahan lingered, looking at Lin Xian with curiosity. "Brother Lin, why do you wish for me to stay?" Lin Xian met her gaze and smiled. "Actually, I want you to be a witness. I fear they may not trust me. Now, I will treat teacher Selena, but my method may seem rather mysterious, so try not to be alarmed. Just trust me. I will surely bring her back." At his words, Yang Sahan nodded earnestly. "Brother Lin, I understand. Please proceed with the treatment." "Very well." Lin Xian nodded in acknowledgement, suddenly settling into a cross-legged position on the floor, his palms overlapping. He was channeling his energy, intending to condense his essence. Yang Sahan watched this surreal scene, her face filled with astonishment. "Brother Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Xian looked at her and gently shook his head. Yang Sahan promptly hushed herself, recalling Lin Xian's earlier admonition to remain calm in the face of any situation. She then remembered what Sister Zhuke had said about Lin Xian being an ancient warrior, a reclusive master in this world, possessing myriad techniques. Perhaps this was indeed one of those techniques. Reassuring herself, Yang Sahan witnessed an even more extraordinary sight unfold before her. She observed Lin Xian closing his eyes, his hands interlocked, a subtle aura swirling around him, and wisps of white vapor emanating from his head. Witnessing this, Yang Sahan felt a mix of wonder and awe, covering her mouth in disbelief, thinking, Brother Lin truly is a master of the extraordinary. This is straight out of a martial arts novel. Just as Yang Sahan felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness, Lin Xian's throat suddenly convulsed, and a droplet of bright red blood emerged from his lips. The blood shimmered with a translucent brilliance. Ah! Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Sahan couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Lin." Oh. Lin Xian opened his eyes, catching the droplet of crystalline blood in his hand, and shook his head at Yang Sahan, reassuring her, "It's nothing. This is merely one of my healing materials." "But you coughed up blood," Yang Sahan murmured softly. "It's fine. It's akin to a blood draw. Don't ask too many questions," Lin Xian replied, giving her a comforting glance. "Oh, very well." Yang Sahan immediately fell silent, her eyes filled with concern. She couldn't fathom why Brother Lin would force himself to bleed in order to save someone. Moreover, that blood was unlike ordinary blood. Subsequently, Lin Xian approached the bedside, gazing at Selina, and softly remarked, "My dear, I have sacrificed several months of my life to save you." "What do you mean?" Yang Sihan inquired curiously, not having heard him clearly. "Nothing." Lin Xian shook his head at her. "Oh." Yang Sahan promptly silenced herself. Lin Xian then placed the precious blood directly upon Selina's lips. Yang Sahan's eyes widened in astonishment as she instinctively covered her mouth. Strangely enough, the droplet of precious blood seemed to possess a life of its own, sliding effortlessly into Selina's mouth through the gaps of her lips. Yang Sahan was completely flabbergasted. Afterward, Lin Xian took out a silver needle and employed the 7th technique of the Thunder Fire 9 needles, piercing it into Selina's temple. The 7th needle, known as the soul-seizing needle, was specifically designed to repair the meridians of the brain and the human spirit. Once the needle was embedded in Selina's temple, Lin Xian grasped the silver needle, applying the Thunder Fire 9 needles technique to channel vital energy into Selina's brain. As he infused the vital energy, he discerned a faint rumble of thunder emanating from the silver needle. Of course, the average person could not hear it, but Lin Xian could perceive it clearly. What a wondrous technique of acupuncture! Lin Xian marveled inwardly. As he continued to channel vital energy into Selina's brain, it flowed along the meridians, working to mend the damaged areas of her brain. Crucially, Lin Xian's precious blood also reached Selina's brain, collaborating with the vital energy to restore her neural pathways. The scene was nothing short of mystical. After about 10 minutes, Selina's complexion gradually became more vibrant and her breathing steadied. Yang Sahan observed this transformation, her face marked by astonishment. However, Selina had yet to awaken. 5 more minutes passed. Yang Sahan gently inquired, "Brother Lin, how is it?" Lin Xian shook his head softly, prompting Yang Sahan to fall silent once more. 3 additional minutes went by. Suddenly, Selina's lips moved slightly, and her eyelashes fluttered a few times before she emitted a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. "Ah!" Upon seeing Selina awake, Yang Sahan gasped in shock. As Selina opened her eyes and saw Lin Xian, he smiled at her and said, "Hello, Teacher Selina." Before Lin Xian could finish his sentence, Selina abruptly sat up and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Lin Xian stood there in a daze, as did Yang Sahan. What was happening? Why was Teacher Selina embracing Big Brother Lin? Due to Selina's alluring figure, her embrace nearly left Lin Xian breathless. "Teacher Selina, what on earth are you doing?" Lin Xian asked, his body stiff as he spoke. Selina lifted her face, gazing intently at Lin Xian. Her azure eyes were mysterious and captivating. In slightly awkward Mandarin, Selina said, "Mr. Lin, I am grateful that you did not abandon me and made every effort to save me." "Thank you. How do you know my surname is Lin?" Lin Xian asked, taken aback. Although I was in a deep slumber, my consciousness remained alert. I could hear everything happening around me. I simply could not move or awaken. Selina explained earnestly. "Your diagnosis was entirely accurate. I was entranced by a malevolent hypnosis. Moreover, that old Dr. Li nearly caused my demise. I shall hold him accountable. Thank you for not giving up on me and for your unwavering effort to save me." As she spoke, Selina embraced Lin Xian even more tightly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xian and Yang Sahan finally understood. It turned out that Selina had been aware during her slumber. She could hear everything, but was unable to awaken or move. No wonder she was so overwhelmed with gratitude upon regaining consciousness and immediately embraced Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian felt comforted by her embrace, he said, Teacher Selina, Could you please let go? I need to continue my treatment. Selena released Lin Xian, her azure eyes still fixed on him in a daze, filled with a peculiar sense of gratitude. Yang Sahan spoke up, Big Brother Lin. Now that teacher Selena has awakened, is she well? Lin Xian looked at her and replied, Yes, she is essentially fine. However, I still need to continue the acupuncture for another 2 minutes. All right, please continue, Yang Sahan said with a cheerful smile. Turning to Selena, she added, Teacher Selena, you just lie down. Big Brother Lin will continue your acupuncture for 2 more minutes. Okay, Selena replied, lying back down. Lin Xian then picked up the silver needles and resumed the acupuncture. During this time, Selena continued to gaze at Lin Xian, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Noticing Selena's entranced stare, Yang Sahan felt a twinge of anxiety. Oh no, she thought, Teacher Selena once mentioned wanting to find a Chinese boyfriend. Could it be that she has feelings for Big Brother Lin? This could lead to some complications. Chapter 91. The Kiss of the Campus Belle uncertainly. Yang Sahan felt a flutter of nervousness at the thought of Selena developing feelings for Lin Xian. Lin Xian noticed the peculiar look in Selena's gaze and found it equally strange. At that moment, Selena suddenly asked Mr. Lin, May I inquire if you have a girlfriend? Lin Xian. Yang Sahan. Lin Xian was at a loss for words. Why was this foreign girl making such an inquiry all of a sudden? Yang Sahan silently thought. Just as I suspected, Lin Xian, with a peculiar expression, remarked, Teacher Selena, I am currently treating your condition. Let us refrain from casual conversation for now. Oh, understood, Selena replied softly, nodding her head and falling silent. 2 minutes later, Lin Xian removed the silver needle and smiled. All right, Teacher Selena, you are fine now. Unexpectedly, Selena suddenly sat up, embracing Lin Xian tightly. Lin Xian, Yang Sahan. With an expression of utter disbelief, Yang Sahan thought, What has gotten into her? Is she addicted to hugging now? Ahem, Teacher Selena. What are you doing? Lin Xian gasped slightly as he struggled to breathe under the pressure. Mr. Lin, you are my savior. How can I repay you? Selena asked earnestly. Oh, no need for any repayment. You are Yang Sahan's teacher, and she invited me here. We are friends now, so there is no requirement for gratitude. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Selena immediately turned to Yang Sahan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Yang. Yang Sahan, appearing quite awkward, replied, No need to thank me. You are my teacher. It's what I should do. Yet, she was tempted to say, Teacher, could you please let go of Lingo? Haven't you noticed that he's struggling to breathe? Selena then turned back to Lin Xian, saying, Lin, I am at a loss as to how to repay your immense kindness. The only way I can think of is to offer myself to you. How about I become your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was utterly speechless, thinking to himself how bold this foreign girl was. He had merely saved her life, and she was offering herself in return. Yang Sahan, standing nearby, felt even more speechless, internally exclaiming, Teacher Selena, you have only just met Lin Ge, and you are already offering yourself? Ahem, Teacher Selena, I truly do not require your repayment, nor do I need you to offer yourself. There's no need for that, Lin Xian stated as he freed himself from Selena's embrace. This girl was truly something else. At that moment, Lu Wei and Tang Jiai heard the commotion and hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing that Selena had awakened, both displayed expressions of surprise and shock. Lin Xian had indeed saved Selena. Remarkable. Lin Xian turned to them, saying, Principal Lu, Dr. Tang, I am glad I lived up to your expectations. However, Teacher Selena seems to have exhausted herself. Please give her some glucose. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Xian swiftly departed. Selena called out, Lin, don't rush off. Yu Haven T answered whether you want me to be your girlfriend. Everyone. Yang Sahan wore a peculiar expression as she bid farewell to the others and rushed outside. Mr. Lin's medical skills are indeed extraordinary, Lu Wei exclaimed in admiration. Turning to Selena with a smile, Teacher Selena, congratulations. Thank you, Principal, and thank you, Dr. Tang, Selena replied, smiling at them. It is our duty, they both chuckled. Lu Wei's eyes glinted with curiosity as he asked, Teacher Selena, according to Mr. Lin's diagnosis, he mentioned you were under a malevolent hypnotic spell. Do you know how this came to be? A shadow flickered in Selena's azure eyes as she responded. I do. What exactly happened? Lu Wei inquired. Selena sighed softly. Principal Lu, this involves a conflict within my family, and I cannot divulge details at this time. However, Mr. Lin's diagnosis is entirely accurate. He is truly remarkable. All right, since it pertains to your family matters, I shall refrain from probing further. Please take care of yourself, Lu Wei said with a smile. Tang Jiai instructed the nurse to fetch some glucose. Lu Wei and Tang Jiai then departed as the nurse prepared for the infusion. Serena lay there, her gaze lost in thought as she stared at the ceiling, softly murmuring, "He is the first man from Huaxia to make my heart flutter. I must win him over." Miss Serena, what did you say? The nurse inquired, puzzled. Serena replied, "Dear nurse, I have wonderful news to share." What is it? The nurse asked. I am in love. Congratulations. The nurse exclaimed with a smile. May I ask which handsome gentleman has captured Miss Serena's heart? With a twinkle of happiness in her eyes, Serena declared, "It is my savior, Mr. Lin." The nurse responded, "Wow, Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. To bring Miss Serena back to life after all that. You are nothing short of a miracle." Yang Sahan and Lin Xian entered the elevator, gazing at him in awe and admiration. Lin Xian looked back at her, shaking his head with a smile. "It's nothing special. Brother Lin, you are far too modest." Yang Sahan said softly, "I sense that Miss Serena has developed feelings for you." As she spoke, a peculiar expression crossed Yang Sahan's face. Lin Xian was taken aback, chuckling ruefully, "That can't be true." "It is indeed," Yang Sahan insisted. "The moment Miss Serena awoke, she embraced you, her eyes filled with tenderness. I understand that kind of gaze. Let's not speak of it. That's impossible," Lin Xian said with an awkward smile. "But if Miss Serena were to ask you to be her boyfriend, would you be willing?" Yang Sahan questioned timidly. "I would not," Lin Xian replied, shaking his head. "Though Miss Serena is strikingly beautiful with her flowing blonde hair and voluptuous figure, she is, after all, a Westerner. Can one truly adapt to foreign cuisine? Moreover, my godmother would never approve." "Why not? Miss Serena is so stunning, like a princess from a fairy tale. Why would you not want to?" Yang Sahan asked. Lin Xian glanced at her and said, "Emotions must develop gradually. We have only met once. How could I possibly feel anything? However, if you were to spend more time together in the future, would you then be open to it?" Yang Sihan pressed on. "I." Lin Xian sighed. "Sahan, please stop asking." Yang Sahan nodded gently. "All right then. Brother Lin, since you healed Miss Serena at my invitation, how do you wish for me to express my gratitude?" Lin Xian smiled. "There's no need for thanks. In my heart, you are like a sister to me. Isn't it natural for a sister to call upon her brother for help?" Another sister. Hearing this, Yang Sahan felt a pang of disappointment. She pouted and said, "No. You saved my grandfather, rescued Sister Zhuke, and also helped Ms. Serena. I must repay you, or I won't feel right. Really, it's unnecessary." "No. You must name something," Yang Sahan insisted earnestly. Lin Xian, caught between laughter and exasperation, suddenly glanced at her and joked, "How about a kiss?" Upon hearing his words, Yang Sahan froze, her eyes locked onto him, her cheeks flushing crimson like the evening sky. Lin Xian quickly added, "Sahan, I'm so sorry, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. I'll be leaving now." Just as the elevator doors opened, Lin Xian hurriedly stepped out, eager to escape. But before he could take more than a few steps, Yang Sahan's voice called out, "Stop." Lin Xian halted, his expression a mix of embarrassment and confusion. Yang Sahan gazed at him with glistening eyes and said, "Come with me." Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, his expression peculiar as he said, "Sahan, I was merely jesting. Come here." Yang Sahan bit her lip and replied, "All right." Lin Xian complied, muttering to himself, "What a foolish mouth I have." As he followed Yang Sahan, he discovered she was leading him into the fire escape. Puzzled, he inquired, "Sahan, what are you up to?" Yang Sahan glanced at him and instructed, "Close your eyes." "Huh? You close them." "Fine." Lin Xian resignedly obeyed, his mind racing with curiosity about her intentions. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance drawing near, followed by a soft touch upon his lips. Lin Xian froze, for he realized that the softness was indeed a kiss. Without a doubt, Yang Sahan had kissed him. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Yang Sahan's blushing face standing a short distance away. Sahan, you? Lin Xian gazed at her in astonishment. Yang Sahan, her cheeks aflame, exclaimed, "Nothing happened just now. You mustn't tell anyone, especially Su Guohua. I'm leaving now." With that, she swiftly turned and departed. Lin Xian stood there, staring at her retreating figure, murmuring, "This girl is surprisingly sweet." Just as he reveled in the moment, his phone abruptly rang. Coming back to his senses, he pulled out his phone to find it was a call from Zhuke. He hurriedly answered, smiling, "Miss Zhuke, I have arrived at the Second People's Hospital. How did your treatment go?" Zhuke inquired. "It's all done." "Where are you now?" "I'm right at the hospital entrance. I'll come find you." "No need. I'll look for you." "All right." After ending the call, Lin Xian tucked his hands into his pockets, feeling elated as he exited the fire escape and made his way outside. Upon reaching the lobby, a melodious voice interrupted him. "Mr. Lin, please wait." Lin Xian turned in surprise to see the beautiful Dr. Tang Jiai approaching briskly. "Dr. Tang," he greeted with a smile. Tang Jiai reached him, her face adorned with a smile as she remarked, "I thought you had left. You truly are remarkable for saving teacher Selena. I am in awe." Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was nothing, just a minor skill." "How modest of you," Tang Jiai teased, her captivating eyes sparkling. "How about we exchange WeChat? I would love to consult you on some medical queries in the future, if that is all right." Naturally, Lin Xian was more than willing to share his WeChat with the charming doctor. Thus, they exchanged contact information. Tang Jiai's nickname was adorably sweet, Tang Tang. "Mr. Lin, should I have any questions for you in the future, please do not hesitate to impart your wisdom." "Tang Jiais, my..." "Absolutely." Lin Xian nodded. "All right, you go on with your work. Let us have a meal together sometime, when you're free." "Sure, take care." As Lin Xian waved goodbye, Tang Jiai gazed at his departing figure and murmured, "At such a young age, to possess such medical skills. Impressive. The treasures left by our ancestors truly are extraordinary." Lin Xian exited the hospital building, striding purposefully forward. On the third floor, a graceful silhouette stood before the window, gazing intently at his figure. She gently caressed her lips and suddenly burst into laughter, murmuring to herself, "So this is the taste of first kiss." At that moment, her phone rang from her pocket. She quickly retrieved it and answered, "Dad." A deep male voice resonated from the other end. "Sahan, regarding your grandfather's plan to match you with that young man named Lin Xian, I have already protested to him. Rest assured, I will not force you to marry someone you do not wish to." Boom! Upon hearing this, Yang Sahan felt as if struck by lightning. Her delicate face contorted with emotion. She couldn't help but stamp her foot, exclaiming, "Dad, who said I don't want to?" "Huh?" Yang Sahan's father responded in surprise. You actually want to? Weren't you the one who said I would never date while in college?" "That was then, this is now. Besides, Brother Lin is genuinely quite nice. He is indeed my type. Furthermore, I must respect my grandfather's wishes." This left her father in a most uncomfortable position. Speechless on the phone, after leaving the hospital, Lin Xian searched the surroundings for Zhu Chue's figure, when suddenly a clear voice called out, "Mr. Lin." He turned towards the voice, and his eyes widened in astonishment. There stood Zhuke, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, striding confidently towards him. Her attire evoked images of a glamorous figure from an art film, both fierce and alluring. Noticing Lin Xian's unwavering gaze, Zhuke glared at him. "Mr. Lin, what are you staring at?" "Cough. Nothing. You look stunning today," Lin Xian replied with an awkward smile. Zhuke shook her head. "You flatter me. Come on. Let us get in the car." "All right," Lin Xian responded, following her towards a Tank 500. Upon reaching the vehicle, Zhuke opened the passenger door and smiled. "Get in." "Wait, where are you taking me?" Lin Xian asked, momentarily taken aback. "I'm taking you to a secluded place to hand over the documents," Zhuke explained. "Oh, okay." Lin Xian nodded eagerly and climbed into the car, while Zhuke took the driver's seat. She then drove in a specific direction. "Mr. Lin, I heard that Yang's grandfather intends to betroth Sahan to you?" Zhuke suddenly inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Xian replied, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. Old Yang indeed made that proposal. He hadn't anticipated that Zhuke was aware of this matter. "Wow, impressive. Soon you'll be embracing the campus bell. Zhu Ke teased. Lin Xian forced a smile. What embrace? Sahan is not interested. How do you know she isn't? Zhu Ke asked, taken aback. Sahan said she doesn't tea like someone like me and advised me not to harbor any illusions. Lin Xian sighed. Zhu Ke looked bewildered. Is that true? Sahan actually told you that? Yes, she said it herself. Zhu Qiue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Perhaps she merely spoke in jest, or was simply shy and spoke without thinking. That seems unlikely. She was quite resolute in her statement, Lin Xian replied. Though he spoke with conviction, a thought lingered in his mind. Was she truly so resolute? If Sihuan holds no interest in herself, why would she kiss herself? Zhu Ke chuckled and said, Mr. Lin, based on my understanding of Sihuan, she should indeed have feelings for you. She is merely too shy to express them. Just wait, and you shall embrace the campus bell. Lin Xian smiled enigmatically. How could that be? If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Zhu Ke responded with a mysterious smile. Lin Xian shook his head. As the car traveled several miles, Zhu Ke suddenly spoke again. Mr. Lin, may I take the liberty to ask you a question? Of course. You're under no obligation to answer. Please, go ahead, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Are you from some hidden sect? Zhu Ke inquired, her expression slightly serious. A hidden sect. Why do you ask? Lin Xian responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. Zhu Ke glanced at him and said, Your medical skills are remarkable, and you can also manipulate true energy, which led me to speculate that you might hail from a hidden sect. Lin Xian thought to himself, Zhu Ke truly is a superhero. She even knows about true energy. Should he reveal the existence of the Shenong sect? After all, his lineage is from the Shenong sect, and if he mentioned it to Zhu Ke, she might recognize its significance. However, he ultimately decided against disclosing it. Although his heritage is from the Shenong sect, he has little to no connection with it in the present day. Revealing it would serve little purpose, and it might also expose his grandfather. With that in mind, he smiled and said, Not at all. I am merely an ordinary rural lad, just from the countryside, not affiliated with any sect. Zhu Ke, hearing this, did not press further and smiled. All right. Yet, she glanced at him again and asked, Mr. Lin, may I be so bold as to inquire about your father's name? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. Previously, Grandfather Yang had inquired about his father in a peculiar manner, and now Zhu Ke was asking as well. Did they know something? Zhu Ke continued, Mr. Lin, my inquiry may be somewhat abrupt. You need not answer if you prefer not to. Lin Xian's eyes shifted as he looked at her. Miss Zhu Ke, I am quite curious as to why you are asking about my father's name. Chapter 93. Lin Xian's father. Ye Ling Feng. Zhu Ke replied, Oh, it's nothing, just casual conversation. Lin Xian nodded and said, I do not wish to speak of that person. In my heart. He is already dead. Do you hate him? Zhu Ke asked, her gaze fixed on him. Lin Xian's eyes darkened as he replied, Yes, a hatred that runs deep. All right, I understand, Zhu Ke said. The car drove for another 5 or 6 kilometers, entering a desolate area where a small courtyard stood, featuring a modest building. Zhu Ke drove the car directly into the courtyard and stopped. We have arrived, she said, smiling at him. What is this place? Lin Xian inquired, curiosity piqued. A secret base. Zhu Ke replied with a mysterious smile. Lin Xian nodded, refraining from asking further questions. He followed Zhu Ke towards the small building, where several men and women were present. Upon seeing Zhu Ke, they all greeted her, Hello, Captain. Zhu Ke acknowledged them with a nod and a smile. When they noticed Lin Xian, they exhibited no unusual expressions and continued with their tasks. Zhu Ke guided Lin Xian into an office and retrieved a crimson booklet from a drawer. Approaching Lin Xian with a smile, she said, Mr. Lin, I now present to you your work certificate on behalf of the organization. Startled, Lin Xian quickly rose to his feet, accepting the document with both hands, exclaiming, Thank you. Zhu Ke continued, Uncle Yang should have briefed you on organizational discipline, correct? Indeed, Lin Xian replied. I assure you, I will abide by the organization's rules. That's good to hear. Zhu Ke nodded with a smile before adding, Why not open it and take a look? Certainly, Lin Xian exclaimed, grasping the work certificate. Upon seeing the solemn national emblem on its cover, he felt a surge of emotion. He then opened the booklet to find inscribed, Lin Xian, specially appointed military doctor and consultant for the Dragon Soul Brigade of the National Department, enjoying the status of lieutenant colonel and special expert. The official seal affixed was that of the military headquarters. A wave of exhilaration washed over Lin Xian. With this documentation, he was officially recognized as a member of the state, or more accurately, the military. Moreover, he belonged to a clandestine division. Closing the certificate, he looked at Zhu Ke and smiled, saying, "As long as the organization requires me, I am at your service." "Excellent," Zhu Ke replied, smiling broadly as she extended her hands. "Mr. Lin, I should say Dr. Lin, welcome to our team." With a hearty handshake, Lin Xian immediately felt an extraordinary warmth envelop him. "Dr. Lin," Zhu Ke continued, "you will enjoy the status of lieutenant colonel, just like me, with a monthly salary exceeding 7,000 yuan. Please provide me with your bank account details, and we will ensure timely salary payments and social security contributions." "What?" Lin Xian exclaimed with delight. "Am I actually receiving a salary?" "Of course." Zhu Ke rolled her eyes playfully. Lin Xian scratched his head, chuckling. "I thought this part-time role would be unpaid." "Not at all." Zhu Ke shook her head. A sense of joy filled Lin Xian's heart. With a monthly salary, financial worries would be a thing of the past. "Let's go. I'd like to treat you to a meal," Zhu Ke suggested. "No, it should be my treat," Lin Xian insisted. "As the new member, it is my responsibility as your liaison and senior to host you." With that, Zhu Ke strode confidently toward the exit, prompting Lin Xian to hurriedly follow. As they ascended the staircase of a small building, Lin Xian paused, puzzled. "Aren't we going out to eat? Why are we going upstairs?" "We'll dine upstairs," Zhu Ke replied with a mysterious smile. "Is there a restaurant up there?" Lin Xian inquired with amusement. "You'll find out when we arrive," she responded enigmatically. "Very well." Lin Xian acquiesced, following Zhu Ke to the third floor. Upon exiting the staircase, he was met with 3 bold characters that froze his expression. "Cafeteria?" Turning to Zhu Ke, he remarked with a strange look, "We're eating at the cafeteria? What is wrong with that? Are you unwilling?" Zhu Ke teased lightly. Lin Xian replied, "Not at all." Zhu Ke laughed. "You see, as it is your first day with us, I wanted to introduce you to our cafeteria and let you experience our atmosphere. Next time, I shall treat you to a proper feast." Lin Xian smiled in response. "Sounds good." Zhu Ke chuckled again and led Lin Xian to the food line. After they obtained their meals, they settled at a table and began to eat. Once they had finished, Zhu Ke said with a smile, "All right, let me escort you back." "No need. I can take a taxi home myself," Lin Xian said. "What taxi?" "I have a car. I can drive you directly. It's more convenient," Zhu Ke replied. "Thank you very much." Subsequently, Zhu Ke drove Lin Xian back. After covering 6 or 7 kilometers, Lin Xian turned to Zhu Ke and said, "Miss Zhu Ke, may I ask you a rather bold question?" "Feel free to ask." "Do you already know who my father is?" Lin Xian inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chue's delicate frame trembled slightly, and an odd expression crossed her face. She initially intended to deny it, but ultimately confessed, "I have a blind guess in my mind, but I'm not certain." "Then please share that guess," Lin Xian urged, his gaze deepening. Zhu Ke slowly replied, "Is it Yiling Feng?" Boom! At her words, Lin Xian felt as if struck by lightning, his body jolting violently. Zhu Ke was correct. His so-called father was indeed Yiling Feng, the third master of the Yi family in the capital. Zhu Ke glanced at him and realized her guess had hit the mark, stirring a tempest within her heart. Initially, she had noticed Lin Xian bore a slight resemblance to the Dragon King and speculated that he might be the Dragon King's illegitimate son. However, upon further reflection, she dismissed the notion, knowing the Dragon King could never have an illegitimate child. Thus, she considered the Dragon King's own brother, the third master of the Yi family, and boldly voiced her guess. "How did you come to know?" Lin Xian asked, looking at Zhu Ke. "Rest assured, I did not investigate you. I simply thought you resembled him too closely and took a daring guess," Zhu Ke explained. Lin Xian's body quivered as he asked, "Have you met him?" Zhu Ke smirked coldly and replied, "Not only have I met him, but I know him well." "And what about you and him?" Lin Xian detected an unusual undertone and scrutinized her. Zhu Ke met his gaze and said, "Do not misunderstand. I have no special connection with him. We are merely acquaintances." At this point, Her eyes flickered with complexity. I see. Lin Xian nodded gently, realizing why she harbored animosity towards him. Zhu Ke sighed softly, fully aware of Lin Xian's identity, a bastardy, indeed, one regarded as a disgrace by his family. Yes, I am indeed the identity you are thinking of, Lin Xian affirmed with a subtle nod, his eyes profound, unwilling to elaborate further. Zhu Ke understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Lin Xian recalled something and turned to her. Isn't Grandpa Yang also quite familiar with that person? Lin Xian posed this question because he had remembered Grandpa Yang inquiring about his father's situation, displaying an unusually warm attitude towards him. No, to be precise, Grandpa Yang is very familiar with that person's second brother, Zhu Ke clarified. Why is that? Lin Xian pressed. Because that person's second brother is. Zhu Ke began, but abruptly halted her words, smiling at him. I am sorry, but I cannot disclose the identity of that person's second brother at this time. That's all right, Lin Xian responded, internally recognizing I understand now. No wonder Grandpa Yang asked me what my father's name was. It seems he has deduced who my so-called father is. He probably knows about my status as a bastardy, which explains his unusual care for me, claiming he would support me. With this thought, a warm current surged through Lin Xian's heart. Chapter 94. The Sleeping Beauty on the sofa. Zhu Ke escorted Lin Xian to the entrance of the Pan Meishan community, smiling as she said, All right, we've arrived. I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal next time. Sure, Lin Xian replied with a smile, stepping out of the car. As he watched Zhu Chue's vehicle drive away, a contemplative expression crossed his face. This Zhu Ke girl seems quite knowledgeable about the Yi family. Who exactly is she? Never mind. As long as she is not a member of the Yi family, that will suffice. Lin Xian murmured softly, feeling an unusual sense of pride as he touched the identification in his pocket. It was now past 7 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Upon entering the community, Lin Xian's phone suddenly rang. He took it out to see that it was his university roommate, Kong Chong, calling. He answered, Xiangzi. Xuanzi. There's a class reunion tomorrow. Do you know what time it starts and where? Kong Chong inquired right away. I'm not sure, Lin Xian replied. You really don't pay any attention to the group, do you? Kong Chong retorted with a scoff. Lin Xian chuckled bitterly, thinking to himself that with his busy schedule, when would he have the time to check the group? Besides, Zhongli constantly mocked him in the class group. Checking it would only bring him discomfort. Out of sight, out of mind.